A must-win clutch coming in here for the Pain side. And the day is not sure. Oh, he comes back right in time.
Another kill, NQZ is here.
Finally goes down. If Rix doesn't get a kill here, there is a bomb plant available. Snow goes down. Oh, he misses a shot. He's gonna die as well. He's gonna run and pick up a couple of more grenades as he wraps around, but they will have heard this already. Down with a straight headshot, a quad kill. Oh my God! He did this.
Seems cognizant, the QB floating around the connector. Oh! Wonderful! On his way to this clutch. Hype left to beat and knife pull. He's moving all the way in with the knife out, closing the gap on Wonderful. The time's really good. That was the best chance for Hype, and that might have got the faithful. This is wild for Wonderful, but he makes it work. JDC dead after one. It's just tabseN flying solo. Oh, and he's looking to do it. That's beautiful from tabseN, and he knows where JL's coming from. tabseN, the mastermind, tries to outbrain him, but now he's going to out-aim him. tabseN makes it look easy. That is a sick 1v3.
This is such an important round for Aurora, and they're in a 2v3. The Turkish Terminator needs to step up for his squad. They're going to play double rifle and push in towards him. Zantara's on the other side. Going into the open. There's the first. Now just a 1v1, and Zantara saves him. Ready to close him out. He's even going to go for the knife. Oh my God, Jason. He's actually done him. Yeah, I was pretty sad about that too. Oh my God, Kato. Nice shot from Yuka, and Zantaris gets caught instead by Kato, who has killed everybody in this round. Really think about every position they're playing from. And missing the molly, getting onto the defuse, the knives come out.
Here we go, Wrinkly. Oh, God. He just has to pick a right timing to check the window. Luckily enough, they will make noise before they play in, and so Shush able to reposition. It's going to come down to this 1v1, but Shiro, he's not having a quiet series. This guy has been lights out. Trapped in, but they've given him a second chance. Shiro's not the guy you want to give second chances to, and that's why. Nips Wrinkle, he's gonna get shot or stabbed. Actually, it's kind of a, yeah.
That's so BM. Yeah. That's so BM.
Jerks an arrow start. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, not the eagle. Bloody hell.
Fury gets one though. Fury still gets his.
Comms were bad.
Swings open the door, nades the smoke. Maybe there's something to be done here. tabseN, what can you do? There's 3 players going to go for this. He has the HE, can elect to spam. Does remove Fallen off with a bomb. High pressure now. You can just get a swing. tabseN track. tabseN transfers. It's a tabseN round.
There's a quick call here. It's straight through the temple smoke into the fight. Snake with the double case slots forward. And he just melts them. Hunts them down with the Glock. And Hades, goodbye.
Now spots out a second, or at least hears the cue of the AK-47 fire. Hades goes down.
He's around the secret smoke. Doesn't seem to have the cross. I think this is the play to make. Oh, he could have got that too.
It was just too perfect. It was just too perfect.
Oh, what? He's looking for the ace. This will be all 5. And a stylish ace it would be at that. Nade around the back, and he's got the headshot.
Fun fact for you, that song right there on the intro was written by a Kazakh composer who won a Grammy.
A Grammy.
Yeah.
And that is the song from
That
the
is
memes?
the song.
We're assuming.
But you know, I think it's an assumption I'm comfortable making. It sounds
I know, but it still doesn't
good.
feel real.
I know.
It doesn't feel real, like it's a Monday. Does
Good
that
morning,
feel
by
real?
the way.
Yeah, happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
It's
I'm gonna have my tea.
It's Counter-Strike Monday. It was Counter-Strike Saturday, then Sunday, now Monday, and it'll even be Counter-Strike Tuesday for PGL Astana 2025. And yeah, it is early. That's what happens here in Central Europe when they are 3 hours ahead.
Yeah.
So they are GMT +5, which would make us GMT +2.
And you have to start pretty early when you've got 4 best of 3s every single day. That's right, no best of 1s here.
Can we just say, for the B stream yesterday, all games were 2-1, and all games on the A stream were 2-0. So you know where the action is, everybody.
Exactly. Exactly. I don't foresee the same day today.
Wow.
Wait, I said it. I know. Dare I say it? I think GamerLegion 2-0 HOTU, and I think that's about the only game that's going to
Right.
be 2-man.
M80 G2 still seems hard to call
That
for some
seems like a
unknown
3-mapper.
reason.
Yeah, I
Pain
think
versus ODDIK, even though the coach is standing in for Pain, still feels like something could happen.
It does.
Pain beat HOTU with the coach standing in, and then HOTU almost beat Eternal Fire.
yeah, Aurora.
Ah,
Sorry, not to be that guy.
that was a genuine Monday.
yeah, that's a genuine
That's
Monday
a
moment.
genuine Monday, everybody.
You seen Eternal Fire have picked up a new team?
They did.
Immor,
Calyx, Immor,
Calyx.
M-Star, and then 2 new younger names that I was less familiar with.
Okay.
So they're staying in the mix, and maybe we should too, as we can, I guess, start focusing on the first game of the day, Alex, because I believe that is probably match of the day on the B stream. In terms of output of quality of Counter-Strike that we're going to get. I hope that that doesn't feel like an overshot there, because, again, you have the coach situation for Pain. You have the coach situation for G2. So both of those games come with massive asterisks. While entertaining and different for a whole new realm of reasons, still not necessarily the A-grade type of Counter-Strike that you'd be hoping to see played. But you might get some mad moments. Monday's mad moments.
I love a Monday mad moment, and I think you don't have to look much further than Big Clan VP to start seeing them. I highly suspect we could have a action-packed game, hyped, rather sporadic AWPing, clashing with electronics cronies.
What do you think about this, though? The GamerLegion match, right? GamerLegion had I don't know if, would it be a bad loss? It wasn't competitive on Nuke, right? They got blown out.
That would make it a bad loss. Yeah, I think that's a fair categorization.
Yes, there's a little bit of worry, I would say, at least for me, for GamerLegion. I want to see a strong bounce back, even though we did say it's not unusual to see them in the 0-2 column within the Swiss and then reverse sweeping. So we'll have to take a look at if that's possible for GamerLegion. You can see how the progression of Swiss is going right here, because at the tippy top on the A stream today, the early games brought to you by Anders and DDK. The later matches will be by Harry and Hugo. Is this whole MongolZ Na'Vi situation? That's I know in jest yesterday.
Yeah, it was a joke.
No, I think it is a good game, because MongolZ versus Na'Vi, they've played a couple times this year. And I think if both of these teams going into the major are competitive names.
Yeah.
But the question is how competitive. And Na'Vi have been on a bit of a free fall since the major of last year's Shanghai, whereas the MongolZ have made a couple of dents. They've had a couple of swings, but right now we need to see them land a hit, because their only arena win really was against Aurora at the start of the year. That was in Katowice when they were taking on, and somebody had to win that match. So, you want to see the MongolZ having a good event. But let's focus in on our big Virtus.pro matchup, and they were just in a final down there in Mongolia, which would be GMT +8. So that's another 3 hours from Kazakhstan, if we keep doing numbers. And look, I feel like we've given up on Big.
I find it hard to argue against that, to be honest with you.
Have we given up on Big? And if we have given up on Big, let's just say this: maybe we should be kinder to Big. Have we ever thought about that?
Okay, let me just give me 10 seconds. Let me think about it. Should I be kinder to Big? Kinder to Big.
Because they're just a national team.
Yeah, so we're Astralis.
Sure, I feel like there's a superpower in the Nords, at least for Sweden and Denmark.
Yeah.
Big just doesn't have, for whatever reason, the same depth of player base when you think about it as compared to Denmark, even though there's more people in Germany than there is in Denmark, right?
That's true.
It's just a denser Counter-Strike region in Denmark. They have a lot more to draw from.
Yeah, there's a lot more players. The player base is greater.
So I think, like, Big, you know, we'll give them a chance. We'll give them a chance today.
Yeah.
Now, because this is their Super Bowl. They don't have the major coming around the corner. Whereas VP, new coach, again. Obviously, some just issues with the general approach, I'd say, of the team. But maybe they're trying to do something different. VP have always been known of doing something a little bit different. I just think the international or upper echelons of Counter-Strike are all playing similar meta at the moment. They feel like they're a little bit off. Or maybe it's just lack of understanding, which would be a little bit more of a shame.
Well, one thing I know that they definitely understand is Dust 2. That's going to be a nice, simple map for us to get started with. We're going to see VP elect to start Dust 2, Big Clan electing to start on the CT side. Ancient as our second, and if we need it, we get a choice between, well, VP had the choice between Inferno and Mirage and taking it to the latter. So that's our map pool. We've got a little bit of something old, a little bit of something new, and Big Clan's logo, that's a little bit of blue.
That's true.
So maybe it's a marriage of sorts.
Okay. Well, we'll keep our eyes on that.
Yeah, thank you, Chad. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, we'll keep our eyes on that.
Yeah, we should.
Dust 2, Ancient Mirage.
Yeah. Like, I like 2 of the 3 maps.
See, here's the thing. When you think of Big in German Counter-Strike, they'd always be quite potent on Dust 2, but is that a Sirison bias? And we don't have Sirison in the team anymore.
Sirison was one of those guys that doesn't matter what time of day, doesn't matter, you know, where his individual form is at. You put him on Dust 2, he's dropping 30 minimum.
Okay.
He was one of those. So yeah, no Sirison. I do have a soft spot in my heart for John De Castro.
Is it the Mao's days or just talking with him? What is it?
It's Mao's days. I like his ancient gameplay. Like, I find it impressive, players that can constantly get out
the mid control. Yeah,
he
that's
always
right.
Gets out mid.
Yeah. I've heard you sing the praises of that before.
Well, we'll see. We'll get to see it actually today, so that should be fun. But yeah, also just a name like John De Castro. You just sound like
it's a pretty strong name.
You sound like you should have aura. Not that he doesn't. God, I'm sounding a bit congested this morning.
Yeah, I think it's early mornings. It takes a while to get it. You do have a nose strip on though, so your excuses seem to be at an all-time low, I'd say.
I've put it on to avoid sounding nasally.
Well, it hasn't worked.
No, and there is a box of tissues in front of me, so maybe at some point I'll disappear for a second and see if I can sound a little better for you guys tuning in bright and early for the Counter-Strike. Looks like we're ready to go though. PGL Astana continues the 1-1 matchups. Let's see what this one has in store for us today. Big Clan on that CT start. And Electronic taking his boys for a slow, lower contact walk. The door smoke fades. What's the plan, Electronic?
I think the problem they have is the CT setup right now is to clamp down a little bit more on the short play. You can see they're not starting anybody long. And right now, VP either going to get up short and go for an AXQ or hit us with a mid to B. And as we see them, I thought starting to mantle up. Electronic is going to sit back and throw the flash. First real indication of attack now. Heard thrown out from tabseN to try and dispel any setups. Now comes the mid to B.
Here comes John De Castro's first contribution. Uncrouch and a calm, composed tap. A lovely second as well. Stays calm as he taps away at 1. Then they lose the B-bomb site thanks to Electronic and Fane coming in from Tons and Window. Needs to reload. Electronic gets that done. Crossfire established. They just have to hit their shots here. They just have to hit their shots, but a decent looking flashbang turned by 1. Looking good. Electronic shoots his teammate's face off. Not so good. And so Big Clan take themselves the pistol.
You saw the time delay for Big trying to identify, wait.
Yeah, wait.
You didn't kill him.
Yeah.
I didn't kill him. That means he must have killed him.
Well, I mean, that is the one downside to a, like, you know, facing each other 90-degree crossfire is, I guess you just don't want to shoot each other. That is.
That is.
So that is. Look at the second one, man.
It is a very nice shot, especially on the uncrouch.
Because it's on the uncrouch just as he can kind of see the head.
You wonder how much he meant it.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
but I mean,
take it.
That happens in Counter-Strike quite often.
I do like this hyped energy.
Yeah.
What he's brought to the team ever since we've seen him put the jersey back on. It's going to be the force for VP. bit of controversy yesterday around the ODDIK scout purchase. Did you see the internet ablaze with that?
Which scout purchase?
So one of his teammates bought him a scout.
Yeah.
He dropped down suicide and took some pot shots with it, apparently. I didn't actually see the clip, I was just reading.
Yeah.
And then threw it back to his
teammate
who refunded it.
Yeah, oh, that's been around, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought. We'd definitely heard it before. So
I thought that had been patched out. No, they patched out the like Shoxy Mac 10 where he gets like a quick kill mid dust 2, runs back and buys a Mac 10. Definitely saw that. Yes.
We love a good nod. Oh, how about a B execute on a force buy?
Yes. How about an M4 holding the cross when there's no smoke on the doors? That felt very comfortable for Crimbo. Oh, the nade didn't quite work out. He hasn't reloaded. Yeah, he needs to get ready for a retake. This is actually going to be quite intense for Big
You have to go quickly through tunnels here. I like the way they're responding. This can always be dicey, but it's the scout they're going to take on. Should be able to get past him easier, at least force him into the site. I like this approach from Big.
Yeah, just grouped up. And giving it up.
Really?
Wow.
Okay, I honestly thought they were just going to channel themselves in through tunnels fast and take the jewels. They don't know that it's a scout in upper tunnels, but that all just started with Flit getting the opening kill, right, weakening that side of the map, then a simple execute where they were opting to play retake. And then, well, they didn't even go for it.
And I wonder if the driving factor and force in them not wanting to go for this was also just not wanting to give a big boom with your 3 M4s. You've invested 3 M4s second round, and you don't want to be seeing 3 M4s up against you for an extra cash for the team.
Yeah, still, it's just crazy to not even give it a look.
Put your rod in the water, as we say.
I guess just because it's so early in the game, but those are the type of rounds that you want to see the confidence as well. Like, let's just run in and out duel them, because even though it was a force, they sort of don't have everything. But,
they had 1 AK.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just the way she goes. And we'll be into the Force by Wars, thick and fast. 4-man long start for Big. Really wanting to lock down this side of the map. HE, smoke, combo as Flit takes a late swing. And again, a lot of early damage from Flit.
Man like Flit just seems like he's just got a lot of self-assurance as well, which is half of what makes you good in Counter-Strike is that confidence. We talk about it, but self-assurance just in that he seems to always know kind of what to expect from himself. He doesn't kind of shy away from engagements, regardless of opponent.
Flit was in Dream Eaters, wasn't he?
No.
Was he? No.
That was like Fiat.
Forrester.
Crad.
Forrester.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kinky.
Kinky. I remember being kinky. In Berlin, of all places.
Yeah. Well, that's a story. That was Starlight Berlin 2019.
Yes, it was.
The Dream Eaters, who were also known as Hard Legion.
Hard Legion. Some names. There are some names, for sure.
All right, well, yeah, I've got a lot of mid-control right now.
Oh, I like this.
But he might get caught on that jump. That was risky, Crimbo.
Yeah, okay.
Bit of a thrill seeker there. They're going to pounce through this.
They're coming. It's going to be a jump scare for tabseN. He works it out just in time. Does very well to get himself out. Never mind with the double kill already affixed to his belt. Loops. Job's done. Icy and Flit trapped on short, forced away.
Okay, 20 seconds remaining. Likely to see Icy and Flit go for the save. And we expect a lot of that with VP, but apparently Big too. So we'll go back and forth as nobody yet to break streak. Multiple rounds to be acquired. Now, if we take a look at the finances, with no loss bonus coming through for these two, Flit with 2K isn't going to have any issues buying util, but could also drop a Galil. We can get another Galil. So I think they could probably go... Yeah, they could have a pretty juicy looking round. They could have at least 2 Galils, an AK, have that scout in play, and then maybe somebody plays with a pistol or some upgrades around it. So there shouldn't be any issues in the buy department.
Oh. I don't know. I felt a little forced there, tabseN. Felt like you were just trying to get the energy going. Maybe that's been a big discussion point of Big, is that the energy can be flat sometimes.
They've gone for AK, so dropping some rifles across to make this one work. AKs instead of Galils. See, Electronic doesn't have armor, so I think he's set his teammates up with the firepower.
How are you jump spotting middle? Can I see that from the CT's perspective, tabseN? Okay.
Very reactive, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
spot, and then it's going to be into a certain util. This is Crazy.
This is what I'm telling you.
Have they just walked out, hit no resistance? Hello.
Yep, they're on A. Oh, there's nothing worse.
Now you're playing
the jump
retake.
scare.
Look at all the nades they have left for the retake.
There's an airstrike
Do they
towards
go
them.
for this retake? Look, they have so many
have to
nades
go
for
for
it. Surely you go for this. Well, it's still early. I can understand if they don't.
Give it a look.
Well, if they didn't give it a look earlier, why would they give it a look now?
They're not. They're actually flashing a long house. Just make sure they can save.
Well, just want to make sure there's no late
One
lurk.
tap. A little one tap onto Icy. You bait him. Okay.
The MP9?
Not the weapon. Not the weapon.
Okay.
So typically, just to explore that, Chad, typically someone's responsibility is the short walkout, right?
Well, yeah, but
They play it from like RAM.
that would be either tabseN's job as the A rotating rifler or your AWPer on A, which is hyped. It doesn't have an AWP yet. So what they've gambled the gap, right?
Yeah.
They've had bigger priorities than expecting a dry, short walkout. Because listen to that, a dry, short walkout, like. So
it's not a thing. You're not supposed to be anyway.
No. So the fact that they've just been able to get away with a contact play like that is insane. Now, I wonder if that was a call from Spawn based off of prep, or if that was, all right, let's search short and we'll go as far as we can. A lot of me thinks that's prep.
Right.
Right? They'll leave this position open for a lengthy period of time. But either way, still into the guns. Nobody had to get consecutive rounds. How long will the back and forth go on for?
3 players starting upper tons. Maybe just a safer passage to middle? Or there may be some more to it. Ooh, Fame's got a little early threatening flash. Keep the B player tucked in with his partner as well.
I just feel like VP's entire T-side calling there's like a level of mind game that we'll never be privy to.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there is something going on there that they've spoken about pre-match as to why they have these certain approaches. So Flit again, I feel like he's taken first contact in every round we've seen, maybe bar the pistol.
So it is going to be a B finish, quite a direct approach with smokes from IC.
You know they have to block short now, but they're still so worried about long. So they've just flashed QB into long, got a lot of information. The rotation back to CT needs to come quickly because the B defense is about to be under fire.
JC in support as well. Damage inflicted from Crimbo.
Smoke.
Does well to find Fame and channels them straight away from that B bomb site. Didn't show the whole squad.
I do like the fact they called it off. You think about yesterday on Ancient, they went to go at A one round and they just all ran through the A main smoke. So this time, they use the time, utility, and ability to re-rotate.
Well placed incendiary.
30 seconds though.
Yeah.
I think they still want to try and go B, or they have a smoke on Flit. It's possible to smoke CT and go. tabseN and break, tabseN and break.
Late. Exposes and gets the frag onto Flammers. Jobs are good. Electronic, the last hope, last bastion goes down, and then IC's going to save a scout.
Oh, might chase him down. 6, 5. tabseN, he wants to take him after time. This is so cheeky from tabseN. He's tracking him with the knife. He's the bloody predator.
Here I come, here I come. Hold on to you. Scout and Kevlar Kev. NT.
That's so cheeky from tabseN. He's just like, hey, if you're going to scout headshot me, do it, bitch. And then just chases him all the way to
Knife
spawn.
out. Every time he turned around, just kind of like froze.
Yeah, that's funny as. Okay, well, this has definitely had its moments early. I'm enjoying this. It is another save, though, this time only a scout, but because of the back and forth and the way that these rounds have gotten us to a 3-2 scoreline, they will be able to buy again. So we're in rifle rounds one way or another, just not the traditional sense.
Yeah, different way of doing it.
Yeah, no, I don't mind it. It's definitely feeling a bit hot in the server after that one. So that smoke was so well timed, right? Even if the first player goes down but the smoke doesn't land, they're likely going to continue to search for that kill and isolate the duel. So I think VP were trying to catch them with the timing, but... Fair enough. Look, I'm all for it, to be honest with everybody. All right, well, round number 6, we're into the gun rounds.
They're going for the same start like they did before. So it starts with doors, like mid-util, short molly, door smoke.
Double nades. A nade molly. That's even better.
Ooh, chips away up 2 of them. Flammers and Icy take a bit of flack.
Keeps Crimbo on the line as well, just if there was any questions if they cross right side.
They're on it now. Doesn't want to give it to them. Spicy boy even lower now. Oh, and the nade to really put him on notice. 8 points of health.
Real interesting to see this type of a duel back and forth in tunnels.
Doesn't happen.
So kind of a fun one as getting to focus fire the B defense. Now up short, Hyped. Will he be flashed in? I think so. It's about the timing.
Pops slips off of his lip, loses his opportunity, loses his window. Well-placed HE would be great, but it seems like they've fallen away. Too far forward. Is Electronic. He's going to try and maintain that short space. They are going to go.
Oh, this from Taps.
This is a great spot. Yeah, the Nico box. Especially when that smoke is up, but only when that smoke is up. He has to fall back now. They replenish with a flash and smoke go. Shot from Hyped. Okay, flattened. Good shot from Electronic on the Tech 9. Finishes off QB as well alongside. Jobs are good and just Crimbo cowering in CT or Couture.
Absolutely mauled them.
Yeah.
That was a fun little spurt there to watch. And you're getting this ping-pong Counter-Strike, right? I don't know if you remember, but it was several years ago now. We would have been, it could have even been pre-pandemic, back when like Hunter and Nexa joined
Crazy.
G2.
Oh.
But Malik was coaching for a period of time, and he asked a question. I think you were there as well. It was like talking about a game where you go and knock on someone's door and then you run away.
Yeah.
So he asked like what we call that game, and I think it's different for everybody. But he was talking about it because it's like a colloquialism or a shortened term that you can use for a type of approach to the game, right? So you're going towards B and you're knocking on the door, but you're not really coming.
Yeah, right.
You're running up short, you're knocking on the door, but you're not really coming. And by doing that, you're applying this pressure, right? Because the person inside the house has to go and see if somebody's there.
Yeah.
So, right, like that's a term, and I think ping pong could also be a modern term used because it depends. Is the knocking premeditated? Like, have you said when you've left the house, we're going to go knock on Mrs. Lane's house and then go knock on Mr. Stevens' house?
Or is it just general knocking?
Or are you just going to go see, and maybe if nobody's home, you go investigate how big the TV is and if you can carry it out?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Don't do that, kids. Don't steal.
No.
But you get the point.
Yeah, metaphorically.
Yeah, we call it knock and run.
Yeah, we call it cherry knocking. Don't ask me why.
Why would it be called cherry knocking?
I don't know.
Is it because did all the houses have the thing on a hinge?
Potentially.
Is that called a cherry?
Maybe. Knock-a-door dash was the other alternative.
But anyway, the point of that is actually Counter-Strike related anecdote.
Yeah, it is.
Usually are the best kind. So yeah, in terms of that round, B, people doing that.
Okay, so they're going to try and smoke short deeper this time. They want to hold on to that territory for longer, and they will do so. So yeah, something that always interested me was when I was watching Shiro's comm video, or rather Spirit's comm video. Shiro was talking to his team about how, we know how it is. We know how it is. We always just need, if we get short, we win. We get short, we win. And that was on the T side. I always wondered if that's just so you can, it keeps the doors open to knock on the doors.
It's like having top banana control.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. That's gone very well for Hyped first. Icy catches the repeat, punishes the greed. Crimbo lingers for the potential lurk. Gotta clear him out as well. This is the fight. Electronic lingers. Oh, and he's ready for it.
Very important kill there from Electronic. If Crimbo wins that, this 2v2 is back on, and now Electronic just gets the toy with the last late lurk, gets the frag, gets himself up to 6, and very well done. Starts with the kill on one of the B defenders, puts pressure on Hyped with the AWP, but he's actually able to get a kill and stall them out as part of this mid to B split. And I think that at that moment, the round still looks open. The problem that follows through is that Electronic lurk with all the impact. So really well done for the in-game leader.
Done very well.
But yeah, I think like there's also a bit of it. It's still very Counter-Strike-esque because I always wonder. Well done, Icy. Another opening kill. This is just going to be against the Eco. So get a few more liberties in this one to have a bit of a chit-chat. Oh, actually.
Yeah, the bomb isn't with them.
No, and...
It will be, yeah.
Okay. It's all good. It's all good. And there's a bodyguard for good measure. So, when I talk with... I'm going to name drop here, and I know I sound like a wanker, but that's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
When I talk with like Aaron or Justin, so my former teammates on Vox and Renegades who've been playing in these competitive Counter-Strike teams, I ask if things are still the same way as they were when we were doing in terms of like the calls or the type of terms and all those type of things.
Yeah,
right?
like how much has changed.
And like, oh, so, you know, what does a coach do? And I try and get some understanding of the way it's evolved from that. And normally they're like, no, a lot of things are the same. I guess it's more like the procedures of how they get to the things. So relating to what you're saying about Shiro, like hyping him up, the Counter-Strike players are also the same in their way that they, you know, be G'ing themselves up, or the way that they think like the solution to the puzzle. Because you can break that down a bit more. It's like, okay, well, if you're getting short control, it means a lot's going your way. It means you're removing any threats of AWPers or being, you know, your default Jard. Here we go again, Icy. Nice little boost to set him up, see if he can get any damage done. Frees up the players to just trundle down mid, and Icy 3 from 3.
Damn.
In the opening duel department. Very good start from the Kazakh.
Yeah, it gets even better as well. It's just this this partial investment off the back of an eco, going for that FURIA buy. Kevlar and an MP9 doesn't get them very far. Might
like
get a
it's let
rifle.
the half slip away a little bit as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
There's information, so likely on both, and they will just be able to net this one up. That's going to be a 6-3 scoreline. I'd like to see this from VP, because there was a period of time, a couple of events ago, where we were casting one of their games, and it felt like they had a surprisingly good result, even though they were having some, you know, still some, let's say, teething issues on the way they're approaching certain maps, but still had a decent result. And then in recent time, it's really not been good for them. What was it that we were quoting yesterday? It was like 3 out of the last 10 or 1 out of the last 6.
Yeah,
so
that was it. So not in a good place.
No, and, you know, I really feel that they should be better than the results that they're giving with players like Flamus, Flit, Fame. I think there's certain criticism that can be levied to Icy at certain times, but if you think about it, a lot of AWPers are struggling in CS2, so, or maybe just not as strong as it once was, and those expectations need to be realigned.
Yeah, I think Icy's one of those players that can kind of, when he's on a heater, he can look, you know, almost unbeatable. And he certainly has that kind of flair to him, but there does lead to some volatility often from players of that caliber. Like, if he's on, he's on. If he's not, we'll do our best.
He's on right now.
He's definitely on.
3 in a row, so let's see if he can find a 4th as far as the opening pick department is concerned. It's going to actually be double AWPs whipped out now by CT side. So JDC will be, I guess, because they have shown some preference for contact plays. So you can see how double AWPs can come in to help deal with that. Also means you could hold on to utility for longer. So likely to see hyped AWPing A and JDC using it for B/mid to B.
Sir, a high five, sir. No boost for Icy.
No, he's not going to get the opening pick this time, is he?
That might. Gets away from that flashbang, tucks into the pit, does tabseN.
But you see the call, it's like, all right, well, let's send Flit out. If he's able to get the space, then we can all go long. If he doesn't, we'll reset. Now we'll just do a late default. So they've given the opening possibility a go, and now they're going to restructure.
Late long.
Yeah, not a late default at all. So they've gone, all right, they're going to take control. We're going to call the bluff. Let's flash out. It's hyped on the line with the AWP.
Flash system first. Back turn on Flamus, so hyped collects, and no trade attempt, really. It was just Icy that had the opportunity to go back into the line of fire. New hyped, however, was holding. And so elects not to go straight back into the fight.
You see how that works out, though, right? So the flash from Electronic, it's not a pop door flash for the corner. It's probably a little bit deeper to deal with the guy on a pit line.
Yeah.
And then the AWP's on the corner. So in a round, you know, what are the odds that an AWP is on that angle?
In Dust 2, at this juncture of the game,
it's late in the race. It's not early, right? So
you're not leaving your AWP there typically.
So the thing is, the flashes weren't designed to deal with that setup and get absolutely punished for it. So looks like they going to give B a go.
Got 30 seconds to try and break through B, and don't forget the JDC's AWP is here, so it should be good for one. Gets his onto Icy. Job's done. Electronic last. Noses 2 there, and now the door's being locked behind him as well.
Okay, you can see just how quickly, in an example of how a round can go wrong. And we've also seen the polar opposite of that for VP, how easy it can go when you're able to contact out and get absolutely no resistance. So you're getting a little bit of everything right now. And it also just shows you in sometimes the coin-tossy nature of Counter-Strike. which is why I think like people like Yanko talk about CS being, you know, for the top teams played very default because it puts you in certain positions to have more possibilities, whereas a late long pop
Can go wrong.
very wrong, right? It's just a bit more of an all-in maneuver. So shut down and big, tying up 6-6 at the half. Plenty of money for VP to buy back in. A 4-man ace start this time, but not to lock down long. They're going to be contesting out short here by the looks of things. Boost up for lower tunnels. Expecting now VP to work back into something a bit more default. Xbox smoke. Short molly to constrict the deep lines. This is almost the picture of how you'd expect a default to look on the radar, but you do now have the bomb rotating back over towards the upper tunnels, or is he? Just, what's he doing? What's he doing? Look at the bomb in spawn.
He's on his way.
Yeah, but we're a minute 18 into the round. What was he doing? What was he? He was up to something.
Yeah, just making sure he's comfortable, fixing this. Yeah, I don't know. He's doing it again.
He is doing something, right?
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
I'm not crazy.
No. Never call you crazy. Flash is short. Take that fight. Help by hyped. Job done. Electronic down.
Are they going to try B again? It just feels, comparatively to the earlier patch of rounds, it feels like they're not getting the short control. They're not putting any pressure on now.
No, that was a one flash, one swing attempt. tabseN, that's a deep HE he's gotten away with. Gets himself onto this elevated box. I wonder how many gets into this. Oh, none, because he goes jumping. Flammus takes him down. QB back of the site. Vision. Oh, fades to black to Flammus. Has opened up the B bomb site. Quick flash on the window. No one home.
Oof. Time on this.
Not a comfortable retake with 2 orbs. If Crimbo finds something, maybe they'll have a go. There's a player on that big box. Orb v Orb, Icy there. Just playing to contain, or JDC will have a go. Flashka does come in. Oh, mixing now. Back to turn, lined up. Oh, and you lose it all. Yeah, Crimbo's going to save one of the orbs. But
How did they end up winning that round?
Was bleak from Big Clan on B.
Well, it just started so miserably, right? Like, Electronic gets picked at short for free, and then I'm pretty sure JDC gets another. And then at that point, they're still able to work into that, and Big can't get in for the retake. I guess that shows why early on in the game they wanted to save. They don't really think they can get into those types of scenarios. So, yeah, look, this is a 3v5. That's what's with the leap over there. It's a free kill, right? You've jumped off the tall box. Those deaths look so silly in hindsight of losing a round like that, and we've just had some oddballs. So, you know, it's definitely not.
Like, you were in a 5v4 there.
Well, they were in a 5v3.
5v3.
Hype got the first kill, JDC got the second. It just, it boggles belief sometimes.
Now you can see the purpose of Xbox smoke instead of doing doors. Does give more cover to Flammus on his progression through lower.
tabseN's going to try and set up for a mid fight.
I think he might just want to try and hold on to his smoke as long as he can and then block deep short.
It's just that they are playing an extra man over towards B right now, so it feels like what they want to try and do is just harass this along. Just like that. Hype's been really good. He's now gone 3 rounds in a row with the opener. 1 long, 1 short, now 1 mid. His are more impressive. The ones that Icy got were against an Eco, an MP9 round, and then the gun round, to be fair.
Yeah.
But still, Hype's been consecutive rifle rounds that he's picked up the opening kill on the AWP, so staying mobile. And he only has 4 kills, so you need to be converting when your AWP is getting your openings. I feel like that's a no-brainer of a statement there, but...
How do you finish this one then, VP? Just going to test that BHexec again.
Why is it scary?
AWP on site, it is. Hype's getting crouched on.
Oh.
Gets a lineup. Flammus and Icy down to the collat. Fame does take down the rifler. Crimbo's going to be cleared.
Oh, hang no, it's happening again.
Hang on.
It's happening again.
He can pick up the bomb. He can probably get it down. They're rotating over. Doors is in smoke.
Oh, look at the time. Look at the time.
Oh.
He just could run through
tabseN,
window.
tabseN.
Oh.
Yep, denies. Okay. Wow, big clang to
He
save.
needs to find him. Flick just needs
He
to
might
find him.
He might find him. He might find him. Oh, whoa, okay. And that's the end of the half. 5 for Big in the end, but I thought Fame and Flit had made a pretty strong case to turn that one around.
Damn, everything looks scary against Big there down the stretch for some reason. That is really, those last 2 rounds, at least they got one of the 2, but they were touch and go throughout. So for VP, you'll carry some key confidence through with that into the second half of play. But yeah, to recap, if you are just joining us, understandably so, Monday morning, congratulations. Thanks for being here. But it was back and forth. Consecutive rounds were hard to come by until VP eventually broke through, breaking the money of Big. That's where they were able to take a sizable lead. And then Big had some real good chances to try and tie things up, 6-6 going into the half, but unable to do exactly that.
Yeah, you work with 5. It's not 6, but you can work with it.
We'll see if Big can get both pistols.
Yeah, okay. Oh gosh, yeah, they didn't. VP didn't get a pistol. Oh.
Yeah, but the force buy wars, right? They were able to force buy back. And
still a very good haul, and it wasn't far off of being 8-4. So yeah, rectified a little.
All right, enjoying a bit of the nuance of this one. Getting to see some of Counter-Strike's fundamentals playing out, either in the right way or the wrong way, but still getting to take a bit of a gander as we look at the pistol round. We've got a smoke on QB. Molly on tabseN. Smoke flash for Crimbo. 2 towards short, just mollied back. So that actually has a big deal of placement in terms on the space for Big. Could still be a fight here.
Yeah, they flash and fight. Electronic and Icy connect. Lovely little bit of team play there. Icy sets them up through doors and a reaggress now short. Oh, it's going wrong. JDC chasing him down a double. It's all on him though. Ace Clutch demanded of him. He's surrounded. Flip will uncrouch, spots it out now. JDC's got a lot to contend with here and can just reset. He doesn't have the bomb, but he's going to take a little bit of extra time, reposition.
Oh, okay. It's tough, isn't it? I think like short, he had more options of angles. Now they're a bit more, he needs to hope they're not looking as he comes through.
Which they are.
Well, but they have to worry about long now as well. He's caught a bit of a timing here.
Oh, nice try.
Yeah, 3 kills in the bag there for JDC. So if they do want to force Big, they will have a little bit more because of that, but they didn't plant. So I think we're likely to see the eco slightly touch and go there for a moment, but that is going to be splitting the pistols on Dust 2. Here it is again. Even with the doors smoked, so the flashes at the ready, they know that that mid player on the CT side will push through to help this short defense. So even with the util that delayed the clamp down on mid for VP, they were still able to have the conviction to find the finish. And it will be the eco. So JDC is the only one to spoil himself, if my eyes tell me right. Those extra kills have afforded him a deagle. Oh. Yeah, well, you know you're going to get wrecked, don't you?
Come on. Let the SMG get you. $600 a pop for that. There you go.
Just spam on through, would you, Flit? Push on up, you know you want to. More players extremely low, and he's just going to farm, make that 12. 18? Oh, well, in total, Flammer's got another one.
Okay, yeah. 4 SMG frags.
And you know what Flit's thinking. He's thinking, I don't want this thing. I want a rifle.
Of course he does.
And if I die, I get to buy a rifle.
Ah, yes. It's all logical.
Yeah, so he's got himself 3 kills. Sure, 1 in the death column, but now we'll have the A4 of choice. Guns to be invested upon. Do they want to take a tactical timeout over there on the big side to talk through a very important round? Now 4 rounds behind. First rifle round, second half. 5 AK-47s. JDC just straight out green box, looking for a fight. They're on the mid door smoke. I see, looking to see if he can get a couple of tags, make the worth of the scout once more. So rattles off a few through the smoke. Look at this rotation from the CTs. They're actually going to play an extra man over towards the B side. So I see. I imagine on the fade of this smoke, it's in his best interest to get over to A, unless they think it is going to be a mid to B play. Oh. was a tag. Was it?
I don't think so.
Did Hype get hit by
Hype
someone?
through the door, maybe.
All right, now we will head that scout over towards A. So into a regular setup within the mid-round.
They've still got 4 smokes somehow, Chad. They've done well to get all this map control and still maintain the majority of their smoke grenades on that T side. So you can throw out like crisscross into something else. Just going to see CT thrown out, hyped, throwing out the other side.
Deep upper tunnel smoke lobbed out. Very, very restrictive to any lurk movements.
They start to edge their way out middle.
Fake long smoke throughout this. They're trying to keep them planted on A.
Oh, they get some info. They get more than info. Electronic gets 1. tabseN brings him down. Flit, in the meantime, did profit. And now wrapping into a 2-man stacked bomb site. That lurk smoke gonna have them paranoid. Does well to get first. Traded by Flit. This is the fight. This is the fight. 10 seconds left. They get them through the smoke. 8, 7. He's got it. Gets the bomb down at least.
Oh.
Oof. Just about. He's getting run at. He's getting swung at. And he's down. Beautiful play from IC. He ain't playing scared.
Damn, okay, well handled there from VP. Big, obviously tricky with it. That's classic from them with U2, trying to throw a bit of a long fake to keep a player planted during the mid to B. But the clear on the smoke catches them, and what I liked from the B defense was how deep that CT smoke was. And the reason I say it's very restrictive to the lurk, if you throw one mid-tunnels or a little bit more shallow, the player can come and now walk into that smoke, and by the time that they edge out, you're focused elsewhere. Now they're going to be in the open for a longer period of time with a deep smoke. And I think that Flit, you probably already caught it there in the replay, and I was looking at you. But when the lurk smoke was thrown by Crimbo, used that timing to push in to catch him.
Yes. The mind games are real. Very real.
But Flit's really good in these openings, right? You were talking about him as a player and never backing down from the type of movements. It's just, yeah, someone who's so willing to go first a lot of the time, even though he does get resources to set him up, which any entry frag would hope for. He really can find himself sitting on a bit of a heater.
Why is their setup perfect for this? It's like this is their anti-Tech 9 positions. Like, so, it's just perfect.
They're not playing close middle. They're not playing close short. So this is
arm's length.
Yeah, and there are problems with this as well because it's response time of rotation.
Right, like if a B player did die.
Yeah, and if they do, like, so they did crisscross right now, which puts the B defense on actually high notice.
Yeah.
But there's not enough shove behind it to force a rotation. So VP are playing this perfectly right now.
Crimbo goes down early. Electronics ready. Their setup's good. It's potent. But so is tabseN's tech. Hang on. We will see a plant after all.
I think VP are going to give this one a go at least.
Looks like it. They're all here. Stack nades land. Jumping up. tabseN does well onto Flip. Flip just combined though with the nade damage. Flammers can't finish off his job. Gets it done onto QB. Hyped is already very low. 27 points of health. The man is a dead man. Needs 2 instant headshots and gets the first. Gets away. Flammers should have this every day of the week. Doesn't spot him. Jumps up for it. Okay, VP tested by the half by Tech 9s into 8. Flammers comes up clutch.
That initial spam, though, towards CT, Alex, that could have been you or me in the server there,
yes.
couldn't it, mate?
Absolutely.
Oh, dear. And you know how those feel, especially if you don't convert them. Flammers, though, did.
Confidence is fine. And your confidence is going to be fine when you're 11-5 up on, what was this?
No, it's true. It's true. It was 7-5 at the half.
7-5 half.
I think the problem that you have is if you whiff that and you lose that round, right, and then your next buy round is not great because it's still early in the half and you're still building your loss bonus. Sorry, your cash. The loss bonus is building for big. So that was just a light buy. Now they're into the rifles, excuse me.
Here we go.
If Crimbo makes it into CT, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how well Flip saw. Didn't see like it much. Did everything he had, everything he could.
Oh,
and that's the spray.
Yeah.
QB getting away from that one. Oh, 1 bullet left in the mag. Hyped. Just isn't Zyber, you know. Zyber would have got that.
Yeah, he would have. Just on the timing, cramming it. Okay, Flitty boy.
Oh.
The disruptor.
Giga ready, right? No! Just swapped to his nades.
Oh, look at the damage.
Jesus. Shell shocked.
Your round just started.
Brutal.
Oh, sorry. He just,
just
on his own. He just,
solo push mid.
Yeah, now we're... Oh, come on.
Okay, no, they just want to finish. They're playing a little overly confident.
Yeah, but
one.
you had an advantage.
Yeah.
Well, at least they've got Fame and Pit, but Crimbo's going to kill the B player. Hello, I see.
Okay, yeah.
Well, round's back on now.
It is on.
And look at the upper tunnels push from Icy. So he has room. He knows it's not B.
They're leaving A though.
Electronic, has just gone towards the mid doors. So by doing this, it's left a void. Big don't know there's an open runway. They know the position of the AWP, and Electronic has a sneaky timing. Fame. Are you aware of the flank, however? Oh, look at this. He just run straight through. He just run straight through. Electronic.
So well, straight through the Molotov. The risk he has taken and the reward he reaps. QB in a 1 versus 3. 3 vicious polar bears going to be looking for him. 2 from long, Electronic from short. And he's not going quickly. He knows QB could likely be focusing on trying to isolate this duel. Now confirms his position in limbo, in between 2 fronts, 2 angles of approach. He's been spotted out. Does isolate? Icy, the first found. A second 1 tap required. Doesn't get it. Needed that shot onto Electronic to hit. Valid attempt, but a VP round nonetheless.
Okay, well, we'll call that one 12, and working through them quite quickly now, VP. Very solid stuff on Dust too. I think they definitely were the ones who turned the tide in the first half. Big won the pistol, there was a force buy back, Big saved, Big were able to win the next. We went back again, and eventually we did see VP break through to get a 6-3 scoreline. Yeah, Grimbo, that one is going to haunt you. It's so sad, isn't it? Because you would also know what that feeling is.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we've all been caught with our pants around the ankles.
Especially when he's not looking at you initially, so you do have that.
Yeah.
You immediately go, oh, I'll take my time.
Yeah.
And then as you start to take your time,
Let me see if there's any
and then you get rushed, and yeah, we can all empathize.
Tough.
They're walking. Yep.
That's his second
Bees
collapse.
clear,
His
bees
second
clear,
collapse.
boys. Oh my gosh. Stay there, Hype. Just hold your line. Hold your line. Our teammates across. The job is done.
Second collapse. That's
2 collapse in 1 map.
yeah. You'll take him if you're hyped. I wonder. We don't really have a tracker for that. We don't have like a stat for that.
No, never.
So that's. I don't think it's not a hugely interesting.
Or important, no.
You know what it is, and I'm not for or against this at all, but this is just the thing that it would be if it was this thing that was tracked. It'd just be like an exotic that you would be able to bet on.
Yes. How
Like,
many collapse?
is there a collateral this game?
Yeah,
You
right.
know?
Yeah. That is the extent to which that stat would be utilized. Yeah, you're right.
That'd be it. Otherwise, what's the point of it? It's just a funny
It's
thing that happens in
it can
Counter-Strike.
happen, yeah.
Because of fortunate placement as well as poor spacing, or good spacing if it was different or placement,
I
right?
think I've seen, or I've casted 1 triple collapse.
Okay.
Look at the Zywarn
I
first.
think I was part of a pug where 4 of us got opt in banana.
1 bullet.
1 bullet. Yeah.
Whoa! That's like when that's when like 3 clicks is like, all right, guys, I'm going to do a test to see the penetration of the AWP. Bonk. Oh, he just stepped in front of him as well. Well, not easy to replicate. That's not something you can say, all right, guys, that was a good round. We can do that again. You can say it was a good round. You can't ask for it again.
Yeah, unless you believe in miracles.
You sexy thing.
Which some of us do. Okay, well, there's
Where you
3
from?
in suicide.
Why
So,
are they doing that? They're
Waiting
late
to see
mid.
if there's any jarring nature from the
And then just
CT
run
side
it.
AWP, and then they've just trundled straight down. Still wonder what the timing would be like if you just went lower.
This is quick. This is deliberately quick. 1 minute 30. Captain's looking for gaps and finds it. Finds Flit. JDC opens up. Still 2 on B, though. If they try and pincer, there could be an unknown 3rd man. Is he going to still clear? Yes, he is. Finds another. B open. Round 1.
Okay. Well, let's say they're back in it, shall we?
I'm open to the conversation in 12 to 8. So
I'm
one
there,
round.
I'm there already.
You're there already.
I'm there already.
Okay. We've got cash to splash for one more. What's the...
You say 12 to 8, but if they don't save these guns, it will guaranteed be 12 to 8.
Yeah.
That's why I'm back in.
Yeah, I see you. I see you. You're right. How much of a hunt do Big commit to?
Oh,
a sincere hunt. Yeah, Icy's been spotted as well. Down goes Flowers. Icy's AWP is next. See you later. Okay. Nothing. So call it 8. Call it 12 to 8.
okay. I'm glad that they're putting up some resistance. I thought, like I said, this would be game of the day.
You did from
At least for the B stream. Because the A stream game, Alex, FURIA are playing MIBR, Domestic Derby. We got another one of those coming up next. ODDIK versus Pain, of course. First map 13-4 in favor of FURIA on Train against MIBR, which was their map choice. And guess who top fragged?
Fallen.
Yuri.
Oh.
Fallen had 14 kills. He was the second most.
I read the interview on HLTV.
With Yeki?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, it was fun. I liked it. I just think there's a bit of charm to this FURIA roster.
I've always liked Yakinda. He just got beaten down by the spotlight.
He did, yeah.
He's a nice guy. He's a funny
lovely
guy.
dude.
He can dance. He's really personable.
Yeah. He was the... No, actually, Alex, stop. He was the...
No, actually, Alex, stop.
No, because
He didn't even say
I didn't want it to be like misconstrued as being of demeaning his teammates. I was going to say he was the opposite. You know, he was the
Liquid at the time?
antithesis
Or of VP.
VP.
Oh, yeah. But that's because I think he is culturally, a little bit more open.
Well, yeah, Western.
He's more confident in his English. Look at this. Hello. And it's the AWP. Shooting gallery, fish in a barrel. Bang! Electronic the AWPer. He's been doing it for years. He's been in eyes of Simple, ready to light things up in a massive round.
Sorry, I've done that many times before it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to.
Just thought it could be.
You have to put your foot on the accelerator.
That could have been casting clip of my career.
That was about to be it, man. That's why I showed up. I was like, this is it. This is going to Esports Awards 2025.
I'm looking for another one.
You do need another one. I don't think your mantelpiece has enough right now. Bang.
The new one broke.
Yeah.
Broke the stand.
I lost mine.
Yeah. Lost. Somewhere.
Out there. So it's 12-12. Should we just start OT now?
No. We have to get there first.
Oh. You think that the VP going to win this next one?
Why is he? That can't be taken from that moment, can it?
He wanted to win the round.
You were eco, Chief.
He got 2.
Yeah, 2. And he got a knife kill. I'd be happy with that. We had collabs, we had knife kills. We just need some Zeus in the play.
Oh, they're going for the VP strategy. Just start 5B and then exec B, right?
No, it's knock and run.
Knock and run, okay.
Cherry knock it.
Cherry knock it. So you're molly close.
Oh, wait, they don't think anyone's home. They don't think anyone's home, Alex. They knocked, but nobody answered. But there is somebody home.
Yeah, they've just taken a nap.
And they've got a shotgun.
Oh, dear. Flet and Fame ready to defend. He hasn't showed his face yet. He's timing this to perfection, Fame. Some unknown entity just gets a... Not so free. Not as free as I thought it would be.
The big Beyblades. You wind him up, you let him go. And Hyped is absolutely owning him now. He just got 2 kills. He killed 1 guy through the smoke just there. Hyped is back. He's doing his best Searson impression right now.
And Searson is doing his best Johnny Fragrance impression.
He did. I saw Searson yesterday put out a video reviewing people's setups.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh. I might have to go subscribe. Is he called Searson on YouTube?
I'm not sure what he's called on YouTube.
Yeah.
Everybody in chat is talking about Shroud.
What about Shroud? Why are we talking about Shroud?
I'm not sure why they're talking about Shroud, but they are.
Oh, yeah, I found him. Judging people's setups.
See, right now, I will say that everybody in Twitch chat started to believe this is going overtime, but I wanted to say that I was here first.
It's true, Chad was the first person.
I was here at 12-6, about to go 12-7. Fame can't believe it.
Absolute disbelief.
Cannot believe it. All right, well, 9-12, big on the comeback. They've got VP in a situation where they're on essentially an eco. They've saved 2 guns, an M4 and an AWP. Can they insert themselves into the mix to make the difference? Long control is in the favor of VP early. Player on short, but a heavy lean towards the B site with 3. QB playing on the long door, smoke fade. Electronic will be on the other side with the pound-for-pound best gun in the game. He also has another smoke for the replenish. I imagine people will take their time on this. Have the utility and the weaponry advantage. They just need to avoid the AWP of Icy, which has now just been mollied back from short. Shout out to our audio-only listeners, especially carpenters.
Yeah. And if there are any carpenters watching, do you run workshops? Would you teach nerdy internet child how to make wood? Thank you very much. I'd like to have a workshop. You know?
You want to run the workshop?
Yeah, eventually.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Like I'm retiring.
I think in Australia would just say you'd have a shed.
Yeah, I need a shed. I want a shed. I want a little bandsaw. Make tables.
They're splitting B into 3.
And it's not even just that. One of them is that hero AWP, right? I see as he moved over.
No, it's the M4. The AWP's on A.
Can't see the numbers. Oh, well, pound for pound, you said it. tabseN and HypeClaw back in, but Flit keeps it interesting at the back of the site around the smoke with a man advantage extended by the Icy AWP, and that's how Dust 2 ends. Hype can change it. Looking for Flit. Keeps himself unheard.
He has to make a move. There's only 10 seconds. You got to go. He's not even going to get a chance to do it. Flit's going to take him down with the 5-7 and VP. They will close it with the save guns. The stack on towards the site. The mid to B comes in and they shut it down. This time not able to find their entries. And I think VP should be happy with that victory. They played some good Counter-Strike. It was a late resurgence from Big. Too little, too late. Hype starting to get activated on the AWP. A couple of collaterals in the mix. We had knife kills. We had it all. But we have a VP win on their map. Get you through the highlights because at this point 2-2 with the scoreline, it was back and forth in rounds. This was the last one Big able to scoop up, and there was even the cheekiness from tabseN, really trying to turn the screws on Icy, kill him after time. And then you went on a run of 3 rounds consecutive for Virtus.pro, extending themselves to a tight little lead. Then Big did have 2 opportunities. There was this one, which I can't believe that they had lost. Right, that was a 5v3 situation that they fumbled to allow VP to get up to 7, and then they did close down the next. So fortunately they get 5 at half-time. VP picked up the second half pistol to split them 1-1, and then from there did the hard work to close the game. Just needed to see Big make a couple mistakes, and they did on the final round. So there you have it. That's Dust 2. Feels like a bedtime story.
Yeah.
You know that we wrapped it up quite quickly there.
VP happily ever after in the kingdom of Counter-Strike. Yeah, so Dust 2 was their pick. And what did Big Clan like to take? Ancient?
Yeah, which, look, we have seen VP play a decent amount of Ancient. It's just we're not in love with it. But
that's right.
And you were saying how much you like JDC taking the mid control. So I think that he should be having an easy enough time being able to get that. Some of the things we've seen from VP's Ancient recently is they've been going for the mid crunch with Electronic smoking off lane and poking out from heaven. Right, so they're not going for it immediately. They're going for it on a bit more of a second tempo or timing. But right now, considering the Counter-Strike I've seen from VP on Ancient in recent history, I think we are destined for that third of Mirage, which is to be expected. It's the B stream. It's where all the entertainment goes down. If you didn't watch yesterday, B stream had all 3 mappers. Every single series, HOTU versus Aurora, that was a 3-mapper. G2 versus ODDIK, that was a 3-mapper. So this one has to be
that's the rules now.
A 3-mapper.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
I don't know what Jason and Dinko had for their 2 games after we finished on day 1, but our first 2 games then were 3-mappers as well.
Jason and Dinko have a water feature.
A water feature?
Yeah.
What behind them?
Jason's put it in the scene for like the feng shui.
I don't know. They're not rocking as good microphones as we are, though.
No, we were thinking about doing their strategy, but no, he brought a water feature into the room to like provide ambience.
Did he explain this on the stream?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. And they ended up having to turn it off because it just sounded like someone was taking a perpetual piss behind them.
Of course, you can't have any... Well, we don't have anything giving sound in this room.
No, apart from us.
Yes.
Which is kind of how it's supposed to be.
But we have some...
Amateur hour over there.
fairy lights.
Fairy lights.
We have
pillows.
Yeah, we got a Vox Eminor bear.
we have a whole mixing station that's actually Dinko's.
Yes.
Shout
So
to him
maybe
one
he
time.
wanted to take it with him to Jason and he accidentally left it here.
Yeah, but we're loving it.
Yeah, we are. And we're going to go to a break. We'll come back. We've got map number 2, Ancient, coming your way in just a moment's time. So we'll see you after this. PGL Astana 2025. Gang, gang.
Big Clan are back in action. This time here for PGL Astana with us. We've got tabseN, the in-game leader of the team. And I guess the first question I have for you, tabseN, is where are you and the team at mentally right now for the ups and downs you are still going through? Because there's been times we've seen positive results, then it slows down. Obviously, not making the majors definitely going to hurt you guys. But how do you view it? How do you see it? What's going on?
Good question. To be honest, I was prepared for this moment. I told also the teammates ever since QB and Hype came to the team, I was like, hey guys, hopefully we don't get a honeymoon. It's better that we just fuck up in the beginning and we work through it.
Okay.
And we get a system where everyone feels comfortable, where everyone knows exactly what to do in the system. And this is kind of where we get right now. And I felt like the last 2 tournaments we played decent Counter-Strike, especially against Mousesports. We played really good in IM Melbourne. After that, of course, the game against 3D Max was not so good. Then we had a different tournament in MongolZ. Obviously, the teams were not the best there, but we have beaten Bay8 twice, and they are a really upcoming team at the moment.
Yeah.
Therefore, I think like the mentality for us is like we are getting there for sure, and we are all believing, of course. And yeah, hopefully this tournament will be a positive sign again.
Would you say that this now then is maybe taking us back to, I'm not going to say the glory days of Big, but I remember a time of Big being a very close unit. Do you feel like now you've got all 5 players in that way again, like
100%.
together and on the right page?
Definitely. We feel really confident with each other. We really like to have each other around, and obviously in the game is a little bit different. Everyone has his own view and stuff, but
yeah.
Outside of the game, everyone loves each other. Everyone really appreciates each other as well. And in the game, it's getting to a point where everyone understands you can only win as a team. There's obviously star players here and there who makes a difference, but to be fair, we don't have these players, you know, like we need to be in control within the team to have a victory, to be fair. And this is something everyone understood now, and hopefully we will keep on going, and I'm pretty sure we will do it.
It's very interesting because like the Big we have now is so different from all previous versions.
Yeah.
How is that for you? Is it a harder thing to adjust to? Does it take some more time? Because like I always looked at it as like, first it was God, then it was you, but it's like, you guys were in control. It just worked. But now this seems much more like everyone's got a say and we have to now try work through it.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned. I think for me, to be honest, it's a little bit harder to adjust. It's like if you have a cook and there are more cooks, the food gets maybe too salty, you know?
Yeah.
And this is kind of what happens right now. And this is, therefore, we had a really good talk the last few tournaments, and everyone came to the conclusion there should not be so many voices.
Yeah.
You know, like we need to have one voice who represents us, but we stick to the plan. Eventually, when nothing happens or when everything goes wrong, we will talk about it. But we need to have a clear plan to follow, and this is something what happens right now. And as you mentioned, I think for me it was in the past really hard, because if you have so many voices and you, like myself, I see myself as a really hard worker, and I believe in myself a lot. If I work hard, then achievements will come. And if you have a lot of opinions or a lot of voices, you need to combine them with your own thoughts. It's not the easiest thing to do, for sure.
I can imagine as well, sometimes you like start to doubt things because you're hearing all this extra information as well. It's a lot to go through for you. But you still got a smile on your face.
Of course, it will never go away.
That's good. There was a time it went away, tabseN. There was a time not too long ago. But we're in a good position right now. Now, I know your eyes and mind is always on the trophy, but like, what is the expectation you have for the tournament as a whole? It's like, this is how far I expect us to get.
Playoffs. Other than that, like if we achieve playoffs, anything can happen, but playoffs is mandatory for sure.
Mandatory, that's a strong word. I like what I'm hearing, I like what I'm seeing. Thank you very much for all your time, tabseN, and good luck at Astana.
Thank you.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, hello there, Monday morning for you guys in the Counter-Strike universe.
And us too. It is still Monday for us as well.
Yeah, but I was going somewhere with that. Let me try again. Good morning to all of you in the Counter-Strike universe, including us, of course. It's our morning too. We're up, and I'm really on the top of my game. In case you're wondering, on the top of my game.
I'm
Chad's
cozy.
here.
I've got a blanket
that looks
on.
lovely. Can I do like a...
I can give you a blanket.
I'd like a blanket.
Throw. Here's another throw.
Oh, that looks nice.
There you go.
Oh,
So
that's nice texture.
get cozy.
All right. So, why don't you fill in our friends over there with what's happened
Hello.
so far?
So this series is a 1-1 game in the Swiss system. 16 teams at PGL Astana for 2025, 1.25 million. Now, in a 1-1 series, your fate is still to be determined. Obviously, it's not determined until you win 3 or lose 3. However, you get to settle in either an evening of still a lot of prep and concern, but a 2-1 game gives you an extra opportunity, or a 1-2 where it'll be nerve-wracking, it'll be stressed, maybe you won't sleep, but either way, you've got to get through this one, which is right now Virtus.pro taking on Big, and map number 1 was VP's choice of Dust 2. Went in their favor, split the pistols, had a hard graft at the start of the map, were able to close it quite quickly, but then just needed to put the cherry on top to get round number 13. And now we head over to Ancient. Now, Alex, I want to ask you a question. Does the 23rd of March feel like a long time ago?
23rd of March doesn't feel like a long time ago.
Okay, well, maybe that's a good thing, because that's the last time Virtus.pro won an Ancient. Since then, they've lost it 6 consecutive times. Spirit, Rare Atom, GamerLegion, Liquid, NIP, and M80. 2 of these being at Astana in their previous 2 matchups. So Big are hoping to make it 3 from 3 of teams to beat them in Astana so far on this very map.
Oh.
So does 23rd of March now seem like a long time ago?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Just I felt like March is like 23rd of March is basically April.
But we're in May.
May, June. Yeah. Okay. It's a while away. I think we're going to see VP win their second, the Ancient for the first time in the last 7.
Okay, all right. Let's see then. It's straight through red. It's the Falcons.
It is.
Oh, they're splitting B.
It's the play.
It's the Falcons with a twist.
Silverettes though. Oh, brought down cleanly. I love it. What a simple strategy. 5 sets of Kev. Push red. Oh, get destroyed by Flammers. Wasn't on the agenda, though. You might even have another one. Oof, JDC needed that.
He's done enough, though, to make this a competitive pistol. Now,
Yeah.
Icy and Electronic going to bear in on this. Oh, and Icy one clicks tabseN down the late lurk of fame. It's been noted.
Does he know they're both...
Oh, they're chasing him.
Oh, jumps over. JDC gets him.
Are.
They don't have a kit. Not gonna panic. Oh, they are. Yep, double swinging. This looks good for VP.
Someone has to get back on it.
Hyped. Someone does need to get on it and covered by Icy.
Wait. Why was Hyped fighting like that?
Yeah.
Because he would have known that both went on the bomb, but was still just...
I suspect he heard the bomb sound and then was flustered as the, like, you know, is it
flustered.
5? Is it 10?
Okay, well, they lost the pistol where they got into the site and their opening kill because they gave away 2 kills to Flammers in Cave with the dual Berettas.
Can you let him have Cave, or do you need Cave?
You could have let him have it. You don't need it.
Yeah.
You had all the B
You got
lane.
a long ramp.
Yeah, you had a lot of terror. I guess because you wanted to cross site, but you'd already crossed site, I thought. Hadn't they already
2
crossed
people
site?
were across.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. Sometimes you overcook the pooch.
Yeah, sometimes the pooch.
It gets a little bit chewy. It's a chewy pooch.
Chewy pooch. No one wants a chewy pooch. 2-man A defense.
Interesting, actually,
Yeah.
but not a bad call, considering a lot of teams like to do these A
These second
explodes.
rounds,
so,
yeah.
or contacts with Galils after plants, which does actually bode quite well for the mid little link here. It's going to make its way through undetected, but Fame will open up the account, and I see he doubles up. Just 2 more to come through a smoke.
Yeah, starting 2A on the second round force actually makes a ton of sense. Fame up as well for that early indication. QB is making it a bit more threatening.
So here's what...
Oh.
Here's what I'll say about the way that VP plays CT side Ancient. It's how I play CT side Ancient in my pugs when I'm in a 5-stack and my team aren't comprehensive enough to do proper lane control.
So what do?
I just say, guys, can we not fight middle?
I've heard you say that.
Because I know that the timing of the guys jumping up heaven is going to be dog water.
Yeah.
The guy in cave's just going to be smoked off, and he's not going to know what he's meant to do.
Push through,
and he's probably
spam.
missed his lane util, so the
course
molly
he has.
HE didn't land, so they're not slowed. So can we just, guys? Let's just start donut. Can we just start donut? That's electronics. Like he's me after a night of tough
pugs. Yeah. Okay. Primbo's got a pick.
Like a pickaxe?
No, like a dragon pickaxe would have been cool, but he hasn't got that. He just got a pick.
All right, well, that's all they're going to get, I think, as Crimbo marooned on the B-bomb side. Bombed down over towards the ramp. He's got 4 players to find, all of which have a rifle. So good luck, my friend. He got stuck in a lift in Mongolia for 40 minutes.
Who did?
Crimbo.
Poor lad.
Yeah.
Wow,
I heard
that's
some
one of my
stories.
worst nightmares.
Poor Crimbo got stuck in a lift was one of them.
Crimbo stuck in a lift. Okay. I'm going to test your RuneScape, like your general...
I was a baker.
You're a baker? I can see it now. You're like picking the wheat.
Yeah.
Take it to the mill.
It always felt safer at the mill.
It was a good place to be. There's a couple of goblins around, but...
I would have been, I think, fishing would have also been a highlight. I wasn't like, I did some mining.
You were quite combat averse, you know. You were more about the levels.
I did do the... Well, that's the thing. Once you get the rune armor, you want to keep the rune armor.
So-
you don't want to be PvPing.
So you remember all the armors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mithril...
Yes. I'm impressed. Going around, though, so we'll come back to that. 2 in mid. Going to take their full control. Flit this time has been emboldened to even consider
They
a
haven't
jump
been
up.
told to just start donut.
No, not this time. Oh, come on. QB was just starting to cross.
Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? And Flick continues with these openings. I didn't check in on his opening prowess on the previous map, but he definitely was delivering. Okay, Flammus gives one back. Hype's going to get the pick through the doors. As the bomb in his back, 2 to come through late middle, staying staunch with this defense right now. I think Fame wants to get out of there, and we'll communicate that to Flit. Time's up, smoke fading. Let's dip back and play the 4v4. How do they reset? There's currently 1 defender over towards the B-bomb site, now to be joined by Flit. You're going to have that of Fame dealing with the red and donut leak by the looks of things, and then Icy's AWP posted on A. JDC kicking up a fuss over towards middle. We'll be able to get some space, spread those legs, and...
Sorry?
Spread those wings.
Was that genuine? You actually did that little...
Let's spread his wings.
Yeah, all right. Okay. Jeez, someone needs to get laid. Spread those wings and fly away. Here we go. All right. It's tabseN's got flip.
Stretch those
legs. Stretch those legs. Yeah, definitely stretch them. Yeah.
That's what we meant.
That's what we're talking about. Not the perfect long smoke. Doesn't mean he's got vision for this.
Oh.
Doesn't matter, actually. Doesn't matter at all.
Nicey saving.
All right, so Big get themselves on the board, and I wasn't paying attention. I got distracted by something. I didn't really understand what. They just walked into B, a contact ramp?
Well, yeah, so 4v4, right? Because Hyped gets the kill long door onto Flammus.
Yeah.
After Flit gets the freebie through the smoke.
Right.
They reset, they leave the AWP at A, and they play 2 on B. Big group up. They're heading towards the B bomb site. After feigning mid-space, they're able to smoke off Donut. They get JDC across. But then they just waltz into the B bomb site and, well, win the round. Sometimes it's as simple as that.
So, question. Which one do you think is stronger, the Dragon Scimitar or the Granite Maul? What do you reckon? In PKing, in a player-killing environment.
So what were the options?
The Dragon Scimitar.
Yeah.
Or the Granite Maul.
I think the name of the second one is throwing me off. I would go with the dragon one.
The dragon scimitar.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, for DPS, you're probably right. But for kill potential, KO potential, the special attack of the Granite Maul does a quick burst of damage, which is quite preferred in the PKing scene. PKing. That's before we used the words PvP. We just called it
PKing.
PKing. Player killing.
Player killing, yeah. And you'd have to go out to the wild.
Yeah, that's right.
Which makes sense. Guys, I think that Shroud would have won that 1v3, by the way.
Dude, Shroud was the best player. Like, people don't understand, right, just how much of a good player Shroud was. Because, like, let's name all the lands he won.
Shroud had more cultural impact than Zywoo, Simple, and Donk combined in his time.
That's Chad Burchell, SPUNJ on Twitter.
Okay, well, there's still money for the buy. Saved AWP for Icy. Hey, Icy's 8-0. How low can you go? As Flit, again, this time will be working on some mid-control. This time not as direct, and this time not a freebie spam kill through unlucky timing. Flammus chipped down, and they're into B again. JDC finds the opener. Flammus gone.
Oh.
Electronic yet to be removed. He doubles up.
He's done very well. Two of them on the site, one late, arriving from the doors side, will have their ramp covered, but it's still like a 2v3 on site. No, 2v4.
So heavy. Oh.
tabseN wins his first.
Spam.
Spam?
They don't know hype's there.
He has to hit this first shot. He has to hit this first shot. Turns the flash. Hits. Oh, the swing from Flit
Where are
too
you,
fast.
Crimbo? What are you going to do?
Crimbo's got the wall bang.
No, he doesn't.
He's got the wall.
No, he doesn't.
He's got the wall bang.
Oh!
Yeah, gets him off. No time. VP mess it up.
Oh, Shroud would have won that 1v3.
Shroud 100% wins that. Just like Crimbo did.
Lads, how did you... letting the time tick down way too late there, VP. Electronic after the heroic double that he gets from Cave. It's not enough. We'll catch it again in the replay. First is good. Second is great. Clothesline QB there. Then Flit's going to get this spam kill, and because of that, they're not expecting hyped on the side, but they're still going to clear. They get him, and it's a 1v3.
You find the bomb.
Was there no kit? There wasn't time anyway?
Sehr good. Very good.
Was there no... I didn't look for a kit.
I didn't see a kit.
So that also could have been a...
I feel like if they got it straight away, they had 10 seconds. It was just a delay because they smoked default and couldn't find it for 3 seconds.
Yeah, it was planted on the far side of the pillar. So, okay, well, opening kill this time going in the favor of Big. And early on within the round, this is not just them waltzing in towards B. Oh, they're splitting A. Into the ult.
Nice from IC. He's just on a ballpark right now. Ooh, Shroud would have hit that. JDC takes it down off the second. And the A site's there as it crumbles.
Ooh, look at Flit in the chair. He ain't happy with that one. And I think that this is what could have been a competitive flurry of rounds for VP is simmered out to a 3-3. Because they've definitely had their moments in the last few. So this is very frustrating to have it go down like this. I mean, the force by wars back and forth. This one has been a patch of 3 from each. As QB, get your gun in your hands, mate. They're way too ready for you. Hunt.
No, not with $300 dudes in your bank account.
Yeah, save some money. Could you big? Get the cash flowing as there it is. Bomb goes off. Third round secure. And we have ourselves an even scoreline in the early stages of Ancient. Remember, this is the map pick of Big. We have the third and deciding just around the corner if we need to get there being Mirage. So a pretty brawly map pool, really, when you think about it. You don't have a Nuke or Inferno in there as super technical. You don't have a Train in there as the fresh meat. You don't have Anubis in there as the CT aggression simulator. What else? Tan made, Train, Ancient, Mirage, Anubis, Inferno, Dust 2. Yeah, we did them all.
Yeah.
Tan made.
Jump up from Fame. That's the only M4. This saved M4 draws first blood immediately. He's going to pass that off to someone else with Kev and more health. Flit given the gift of the M4. Asking questions of B. Icy spotted on his retreat. Should open up the doors for a take of B.
Okay. On toes.
Yeah.
Good in Sentry. That'll delay the plan.
Hot potato again. Icy given the chance on the M4. Flams is 5-7 onto Crimbo. 2v4. It's getting very, very uncomfortable for Big, and it gets worse. Very late to the party is JDC, and Flams has even spotted him out. Throws out smoke. They played this very well.
I just love the way that they've kept this rifle moving. I don't think JD... Oh. He's not clearing that. He's not clearing pocket, surely.
Especially if Ramp shows its face.
Ramp should swing off this contact. Ramp should... Yeah, there you go. So Electronic takes the contact. Ramp swings. Electronic gets the kill. And VP, that is a round to fire you up, especially on a map that, again, you haven't won since the 23rd of March.
Crazy.
Lost the last 6 straight. So for VP to bounce back in a key round like that, with the money still in question for Big, this is a very important one. So Fame gets it into Flit's hands. He grabs one, and they continue to juggle that around. And considering Big have actually waltzed into the B side a couple of times, that's a good little defense.
Fast B. Fast B. Fast. Accelerating straight up. Flamus gets flattened. Electronic, can he respond with a double? Yes, he can. The third asking too much. JDC, he had the bomb on his back as he hunted that frag.
Gap.
Covering fire. Oh, and Flit, he could do it all. Saves the day from VP.
We can not use the rest of the map.
Just B only.
Look, look at all those X's. Everything has gone down. That one is a... Oh, there's so much I could do there.
Yeah.
I know, it could have been a funny joke, Electronic, but next time I'll get it. Don't you worry.
Next time. Yeah, once we get past,
look at all those X's. It's a WhatsApp history of regret. Look at all those X's.
It looks like Shroud's exam sheet. Loads of X's.
Okay, all right. Look at all those X's.
X's.
They're not playing tic-tac-toe around here.
Oh, look at all those X's. The wake of Chad Burchill in his 20s.
Well, really well done here, I would say, from Flit. Electronic again with another tidy double, I will say. And Flit just unleashes fury. Fame. Isn't he a happy lad?
Yeah, he's got a lovely smile.
Infectious, some might say.
Some would.
All right, well, going to be the economical now from Big. Feeling a little bit small with these pistols.
Not much you can do. Hurry up and wait.
No, that's exactly what they aren't going to do. I'll tabseN with a flash to inject some life into this round as a...
It's the deepest ram smoke.
Yeah, but also, like, I don't love it.
No?
No, like...
Because it does invite them to run through it with Tech 9 to shoot you in the foot.
Of course.
It invites
he just started shooting randomly.
They just start shooting. That's actually the strat. That's what you have to do. Another one. They like it a lot,
Yeah,
actually.
they love it. It's their smoke.
Yeah,
I'm calling this one the VP smoke.
I'm in. You have to worry about that boost. Electronic's going to shoot you in the back of the head.
You can't uncrouch. Good luck.
Ah, and he'll just peace out.
Guys, you're on eco. Just, can we... We'll try that one again, shall we? Oh, and we'll make it a double jump, so then it's not fun, and it's all right. Electronic one of the kills anyway. Who's going to get the ecos? It's going to be Flit and Electronic.
Oh, my. Yum, nom, yum, 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 yum.
So Rifles is about to come back out big. They did fight very hard to put themselves in a strong position, but kind of fumbled the bag. And this is what happened as well over on Dust 2. There was, I remember there was a patch of rounds. It was like 3-3 at one point, and then VP broke through. And then they went up to a 6-3 scoreline just like this. Big were able to get a couple more before halftime.
Big were to win this one. They'd start humbling the boys.
You're right. I guess the biggest issue is IC has 9K.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of residual cash floating around at the moment.
Well, he has only died twice in 9 rounds of play.
Getting the saves in.
Fame just playing Pixel Gap.
Yeah, and there is a big void for Red, so this is... He'll get in... Oof, okay.
Off the shadow?
Was it? Did he see the shadow?
Presumably.
He didn't drop the smoke, but he's drawn the rotation, so the information flows to Flit. Segregated from the B defense now.
Tronic takes a little damage. They are going to go for a late AWP boost on that long side. So Flammus going to have to be very careful with the way he receives information now. Throws out block smoke. Good timing on that.
Okay, well, does Hyped wait or do they re-pause?
Yeah, that's the question. If you respect the smoke, you're going to have 20 seconds for this late B finish, and it seems like Icy's kind of figured that out.
He's very noisy about this rotation, isn't he, though?
Yeah, but they're going to hope that beats them in.
Wow, they have just full gamble here. It's with this flank, this push from Fame behind.
Flit onto JDC. Catches that aggress in the window. Crimbo does relieve the pressure. Now the flank is revealed. QB down, they're boxed in from behind. Flammus will strike, swings out. Look at the damage inflicted. Softened him up, knocked on down. VP7, Big Clan just 3.
It's interesting, though, because they know they didn't have red control, which means that Donut would have always been open to A. Fame pushed all the way, so there was always the possibility that they could have gone off of Heaven through Donut into the A site. But they put all the conviction behind it being a B finish, and it was correct. So that is a round where they absolutely smother. This is times I wish I spoke Russian and German and all those languages that I don't, so that I could hear what the teams are saying.
Crimbo spent a lot of money.
They need a round. They need a round, right? It's a pretty miserable first half of play so far.
What? Flip? This round is live.
He's been faked. No, he's been faked out by the A smokes.
Okay.
Like, he thinks it's A that much that he just ran out of cave.
Like full conviction. Okay, JDC, that's unlucky.
I can't believe how quick. Like you're in such
so
a key
confident.
position, Electronic. You can't be biting down on the fake that hard. And he gets 3 for the trouble. So
no worries. No worries.
It looks funny from our POV, but I guess it all works out in the end, doesn't it? All right, 8 to the VP. Is this going to be a break of the trend? Are you going to win your first Ancient in the last 7? You lost 6 on the trot. Last time you won it was Lisbon.
They ain't mistakes.
They're lessons.
They're lessons.
They're lessons.
There's still a bit of atmosphere there. You got to feel like you were there in Astana with them.
It's just the sound of a large group of people.
Yeah. Ambient. Crowd ambience. Oh, is that donut smoke? Little cookie. Insta-donut. It's going down.
He must have been so blind to not piece that one together, and Hype's even found another. So looking good for 4 now, Big. 2 opening kills. Surely you can convert at this point.
Can't mess this one up, Chad.
There's only 1 player on B and he's stuck in cave. The bomb should go down, definitely.
As Icy can step up, Fate does take a little chip away from Big Clan. Moves 1. Hype gone.
No.
JDC next
Big.
victim. Are they really going to lose a 5v3? It looks like they might. 2v2. Icy still on long. Flammus' position noted. QB slips into that short smoke. They seem high alert that that's a possibility, so they know where they both are.
Do they know he's in the smoke? Do they know he's in the smoke?
Looking at it.
tabseN! No time, no time! The fuse comes through. VP with 9.
Not like that, boys.
That's a 5v3. You get a free kill. Flit literally just goes, I'm going to burn, and gets taken to the grave. Hype gets an opening orb kill, and it's 9 rounds. Big, man. Das ist nicht gut, Junges. Das ist scheiße.
Ja.
Ich habe 1, 2, 3 Round nicht gut, bitte.
Es ist nicht gut genug. 3. Nicht so viel. And now Electronic performs a quick slam poem that he prepared before to motivate
Hello,
the troops.
everybody. I would just like to say hi. My name is Dennis. I've come here today to inform you of you know, some of the feelings of my heart.
Roses are red, violets are blue.
Big is in trouble.
I love winning with you. Signed, Dennis.
He's just misunderstood.
Yeah, that's all it is. So they've lost 6 in a row, but I don't think they're going to lose 7 in a row. You'd have to really mess up your second half.
Yeah, but it's the pistol round. This is the highest flux round.
It is the highest flux round. In fact, so much so that we've actually lost Crimbo. He's gone for a walk. He's back. Okay.
It was a quick walk.
Oh, it's just...
It's one of those walks when you're trying on shoes for the first time.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Like, yeah, nah, it fits.
I always felt like such a twat when you do that. Like,
Yeah,
come on,
but
have
you
a
have
walk.
to.
What are you supposed to say?
No,
yeah,
but you're just looking for general comfort.
General comfort.
General comfort.
I always felt like, you know, your mum's there, the shoe lady that's helping.
Yeah, well, that's why Captain Patience is there as well. General comfort, Captain Patience.
General comfort, Captain Patience, Master Chief.
Admiral Bulldog.
Obviously, Admiral Bulldog. That's an eclectic mix of people.
Isn't it?
Yeah. We should put Shroud in there as well.
Yeah, I
just to
think he'd fit that
complete
group.
the roster.
He'd fit that group.
We're going for a contact mid. Okay.
Flamus is going through elbow with his back turned. I don't think it was one of those, like, I'm a Glock boy and I'm trying to be hard to hit. I think it was like, what do you want?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. What was it, mate?
You need me to drop you something?
I do that. There's a couple of times I've taken, like, shadow plays of it where I'm, like, role-playing and I'll look at the person I'm talking to. I'm like, why have I done that? Why have I just turned my mouse to look at the person? Like,
you want eye-to-eye?
I guess so,
face-to-face
I don't know what I'm
communication.
playing. I'm playing Counter-Strike in a different way, like straight RPing. All right, so you smoke red late, and then do you jump up, or do you go... Oh, wait, no, you don't
it's a
smoke
deep.
red.
It's a wrap
Yeah.
smoke.
Okay. Well, their intentions feel clear.
Oh. That's round over. There's a CT smoke as well. So they
got the temple, at least.
Interesting set of smokes, isn't it? He's throwing a flash.
Fame's been given a flash.
But, okay.
Oh, and he even gets the punish.
This is a flawless pistol round.
Pistol. It was a perfect pistol until Hyped decided he wanted to get a shot.
Yeah, that's all he's going to get in there. Goosh. Oh, I spoke too soon. Nicely finishes him off. 10 rounds now for VP. So they smoked deep, like highway, for a red wrap to A, but they also smoked CT on A.
From elbow.
From middle, yeah.
Okay.
So is it to draw the site player who could be looking at Donut towards CT? And then if he returns, he has to go long rotation point to Temple.
I think that's what it is.
Either way, beautiful pistol from VP.
Nice.
And
My favorite eco strat.
Oh, rush A main.
One?
No.
No, the Mac 10 really would have liked a bit more.
Hello. Oh, perfect timing. Electronic, he's been having a game, hasn't he? Multi-kills left, right, and center. 16 and 6 from the captain, the in-game leader. And
4x3?
yeah, apparently so. He will eventually find him and hopefully get the Galil as well to carry through. Couldn't find it.
Oh, got it last second.
There you go. So got the most out of that one, didn't he there, Dennis? As Alex, the last round, the big one.
Don't tell me. What was it?
Was a rifle round, which forced VP onto an eco, or it was an eco, with a AWP and an M4 saved.
Yeah, okay.
And then remember they juggled the M4 across?
They played it really well.
And and Big haven't won a round since then. And that feels like just yesterday.
Yeah.
So this has gotten out of control damn fast. And Big haven't even full board, they're FURIA board.
Ooh, that's a good catch from Hyped. And now Fame and Flamus will run into A to punish.
Look at all of you two, you have to block
There's
them
no
right now.
worse feeling than just realizing, okay, we've got to take this.
That was a way back
really
in.
way
That
back
was a way
in,
back
yeah.
in.
An early catch onto Fame would have really lightened the load.
Boost someone tree. Boost someone tree. Please.
We're going to just go for a double.
They're doing it.
setup.
They did it.
Okay,
It was because the gun drop. It kind of slowed things down.
Nice molly.
Yeah, good post plan. I love the setup. So they've got a guy. Well, they've actually gone 2 in main. They could have kept a guy big box. Just a little bit worried because they didn't have any donut presence. But there you go. The FURIA buy will be blended up. It'll be spat out. And, well, now Big will have a buy, but they have to win 9 consecutive rounds, Alex. Can we even count to 9?
9.
We're screwed. I can't. Oh, that's how you get the
30. No, left on Fame.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a steamroller right now. Hype does have his AWP, so there's a positive. Guys, this is huge. VP are about to win their first Ancient in the last 7 times they've played it. They've lost 6 consecutive. Last time they won it was the 23rd of March. In Counter-Strike terms, eons ago. We didn't even know that Vitality was definitely the best then.
Or that Simple was playing for Fade.
Yes. Creeping down the ramp, Crimbo. Playing behind the scope of the AWP. Oh, sorry, it's QB.
QB. Oh, see him?
Oh, dear.
Yeah, QB might be in trouble here.
Oh, dear.
Hype's been pulled to middle as the donut smoke obscures the cross to red. Both of them were tending to that.
The bomb's still lingering in elbow on Icy. They're across.
Does Icy have a flag?
Now it's B fake. Now they're B faking. Oh, they've caught him. They've caught him. They've caught him. Oh!
Covered. JDC does go down, though. Traded by Fame. There's an A player, there's an AWPer, and there's... Oh,
that's going to be it. They have to go A now.
You needed that one, yeah. It's just Crimbo here on A. Can he get them both? He needs to transfer into IC. Oh, gets it done with tabseN's help.
That's from mid. 26 seconds. They got to go.
Bomb's loose. tabseN can hold the bomb. Swings on out. Spots out by Electronic. 17 frags from Electronic. Can he pick up the bomb and get this frag? Yes, he can. Oh, there's a trade available. QB's going to come for him. Can't swing through. Instead, it's all onto QB.
He can run him down, though.
He certainly could try. Electronic's getting closed in on. Loses his head, but gets that bomb down. Planted for CT. Fame through the flash. He knows where you are. He's running at you. And now playing a horrible game. A horrible little game. Playing with his food. QB forced around. Back onto that bomb. Not planted fantastically. Does get an angle for it. Walking up on Fame. Fame pulls the bluff completely. Running away. Tucks in. And damn! It's 13-3. A thrashing on Big Clan's map pick. And the first time we've seen VP win Ancient in some time.
Oh, okay, well, what a time to break the streak. This is a 1-1 game. Now VP go 2-1 off the back of a very convincing 2-0. I think the scoreline on Dust 2, Big did their best to draw it back late, but I think it was like 12-6 at one point and it should have been over. They work back into it. They make it competitive, but Ancient, that is an absolute blowout. Big pick it as a weakness against VP, and VP stand up and they deliver. The last round that Big won had forced VP onto an eco/save, and then they didn't win another round since on that Ancient map. So that right there is a condemning loss for poor Big, who were just in the final down there in Mongolia. And now they find themselves one loss away from elimination. The GGs come in. The handshakes don't. They're dapping each other up.
Chad hates it.
But they love it.
Yeah, he just seems to use it. We are trying to start a petition to bring back the handshake. Hype's got moves. That was something we learned.
Yeah, he did have some moments on the AWP. It's just crazy the type of rounds that Big were losing, though.
Yeah.
Right, the last round of the first half, it was a 5v3 number. Here it is.
Yeah.
Blip burns for free. Hype gets an AWP kill. And then from there, they lose a post-plant 5v3 situation on the B bomb site. And it's like you cannot be losing those type of rounds. You need to be, like, it's a no-brainer. It goes without saying. So this is a very disappointing day at the office for Big, unfortunately. But for VP, this is more of what we want to see. Yeah. Right? I still think that their approach to the game, it's not on meta. You're just seeing them do these things which are definitely murky the expectations of your opponent. But against the better teams, they still have a tough time. So for the Super Bowl team of Big, They are one away from going down the toilet bowl. And then you have Virtus.pro on the other side, who this is a temperature check, see how they're going to be looking going into the major. And this is one of the better looks.
Yeah.
Right? They did end up losing to NIP on day number 1. We saw them pick up the win against M80 yesterday. But both M80 and Virtus.pro just looked, it was like a mid-off. Today, Virtus.pro looked a class above. So that's a positive sign. And that is the first 2-0 that you and I have casted on the B stream.
That's true.
So our 5th game was a 2-0. Everything else has been 3-mapper. So we lied to you. We said that it was going to deliver, and it didn't.
It didn't. It really didn't. Especially then that second map, their pick, and you'd expect a whole lot more. We didn't even get to see JDC's mid takes. We didn't even get to have that conversation.
Look at the cluster of kills from Electronic there, right? Like so much over towards Cave, being aggressive, either jumping up or pushing out Cave. Even like from Cave, once they're in the site, he had some really key multi-kills. And I think this is cool. Obviously, they didn't have to play anywhere near as many T rounds. It just shows you how impactful he was on that CT side. And there you have it. The scores on the doors. 13-9, 13-3. Up next, we have a unfortunate scenario for Pain. Yeah. Again, another tournament where they have to play with their coach standing in. So Rix is actually getting some practice now. He did stand in for them in Melbourne, where Big Zero was unable to travel due to something with his ear, some form of a medical.
Yeah, like the air pressure's not going to be friendly.
So he was unable to play in Melbourne, and now that we find ourselves in Astana, DGT is not there with the team, and he's only just been recently added. So this year for Pain, ever since they... DGT's back today.
Oh, okay, that's new.
Actually,
that is news.
That literally reframes the entire conversation.
Yes, it does. Yes,
That's the best thing I've heard all day.
Amazing. Okay, what? So Pain have their full roster?
Yes.
We have a game. We have a game coming up next.
Wow, we were going to have a non-starter. Yeah. It was just going to be quite laboured that one team was going to drag themselves across the line. I couldn't even believe that Pain picked up a win against HOTU with the coach standing in.
No, that changes everything. Yeah, Rick's actually just going to be coaching.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, let's go to a break because we actually have a match of Counter-Strike coming up next.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
So, fresh off the presses, we thought we were going to be casting a very different affair. With Pain, who, as you were highlighting, have been having this kind of nightmare where back-to-back events, they've been unable to field their full roster. However, here in Astana, day three.
Day three.
Yeah,
Yes, indeed.
I'd lost track for a second. It is day 3, which is why we're doing these 1-1 games.
Yes.
Makes sense. But they've actually got Rix back in the coaching spot, and DGT is in attendance, so that it changes things. Chad, do you want to highlight how?
I think first thing I want to say is it is wild that they're in a 1-1 game, because that means that they won a match with their coach, which they beat HOTU on day number 1, but then they did lose to Astralis yesterday. Now, here's how it went. So earlier in the year, they had Cowers.
Yes.
They also, the whole Davideus coming in thing as well. But anyway, Cowers gone. Then they had this demo kid in there temporarily because they were getting DGT.
Right.
For Melbourne, Rix had to stand in for Big U0. He couldn't be there because of an ear thing. Then they had the full roster with DGT in Rivals, which was in Copenhagen.
They had everyone.
And then now they're back to having Rix, or at least they were, because DGT wasn't here. But we've been informed that DGT will be here to play this game today, which is good news. And I want to kind of compound on top of that, because they're going up against another domestic rival. It's going to be against ODDIK today. And they've literally never lost to ODDIK. But they've never played this year. So they haven't played in 2025. Pain have never lost to ODDIK, but they've never played in 2025. Now, let's talk about the other side of this, because here's the group results that we were just talking about. Pain against HOTU, and then the Astralis loss. And you can even see the maps there. Mirage, Nuke, Inferno are the 4 maps that they've played thus far. I don't think too much would be changing. You would have stuck with your same game plan and everything, just using the coach. It's not like a stand-in who's unfamiliar with your team. It's a coach trying to fill the void of a starish player. So it's not easy.
Yeah, but that G2 game yesterday.
Yes. Should we get into the drama or the match itself?
Oh, let's do match then drama.
Okay, hit me with the match.
So the match was incredibly intense. ODDIK were actually dominating G2. You can see the result there for a while. It got a little bit closer towards the tail end of Nuke, but despite Dust2 being a thrashing, you watch Dust2, you go, here we go. Here we go. G2 are just going to quickly, comfortably pick this one up. But ODDIK's Nuke, it had legs. Case Locks again was actually stepping up in a very big way as well, seeing those individuals deliver.
Yeah, he's had some good moments so far.
Shout out to Case Locks one time.
Also, I think it's him and Mattios who are the 2 younger gentlemen on the team. And then it's...
he's close to his monitor.
Here's something, he has the weird thing at the back, right, where the monitor cable, we see it getting pulled and they have to kind of tape it to the back of the table.
Right.
Here's something I will say. Yesterday, Taz ended the series with more kills than Snacks. And Snacks was the hero in the previous day. He was dropping bombs on Nuke. So Taz has still got it, is what I'm learning from this.
Yeah, but didn't Malbs also have a really bad series?
Malbs had some stinkers, for sure. Malbs was the lowest in terms of on Anubis. He had 7 kills. Taz had 10.
Okay.
On Dust2, Malbs, however, was the top fragger with 15. Taz had...
So they 11. Won the map that Malbs top fragged?
Yeah, and then Malbs top fragged as well on Nuke, I believe it was.
Okay.
So it's just Anubis that he had a bit of a stinker.
All right, fair enough. Well, we've got our veto up on screen. We've got Anubis to start, Nuke as a second, and Dust2. Ooh, okay, I like this. This should be fun. We get a little trip, to the waters of Anubis, and then to the waters of Nuke.
2 of the 3 maps.
Yeah.
There's water on 4... 5
if you count the rain.
Yeah, 5 maps.
So Ancient, Anubis, Nuke, Inferno.
Yeah, it's a lot of water.
It is a lot of water.
Where can we put water on Dust2?
I think you just put it in the B tunnels. You have to swim into B.
Oh, okay. All right. And then on Mirage, I'm sure we could maybe work something out, put it in Kitchen.
Yeah, or maybe you put a waterfall in Palace.
Or in Jason's casting setup.
Yeah, he likes water features. Yeah. That's a big thing for him.
Now let's get into the drama.
Yeah, so you talking about drama.
So while we were sleeping, kicked off on the Twitter sphere regarding that ODDIK match that you were talking about. Woody was dropped a scout by a teammate. He would use the scout to pick mid doors on an eco round, then drop the scout back to his teammate before the buy time subsides and then resell it. Now, that's something that we had seen before. Woody from ODDIK even said, it was used against us by Imperial in the major qualifier. And I swear it's something that we've seen on Reddit before. This isn't the first time that's happened. I guess just because it's against a high-profile team like G2, it gets a little bit more, I want to say, spotlight.
Yeah.
And Woody also said it is allowed by PGL. They confirmed it before using it.
As a good team should.
And then, not long ago, Woody's taken to Twitter again to say that it's been banned.
PGL are changing their mind. That's fine.
So I wonder if that's come from Valve.
Oh, maybe Volvo. Well, I've got Valve's patch notes here.
Yes.
For when they revised and added the refund button. The in-game buy menu interface has been revised. Yeah, team purchases displayed, blah, 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 blah. Players can now refund any purchase that was purchased in the same round and has not been used.
Yeah,
and therefore,
okay.
the argument of it being a bug is that it was
had
just...
clearly been used.
It was skirting, yeah. It was skirting the...
it was a second-hand
mechanic.
weapon, and we don't buy back second-hand goods. This is a fast day.
It is a fast day. NQZ is going to be throwing out the util. Smoke thrown out now towards heaven. Oh, Matios gets completely overlooked. Gets only one. Davideus down.
Ah, DGT, he's here in style, isn't he?
He's arrived.
2 kills straight in. Snow now over towards the stairs, worrying about the bricks and camera leak. ODDIK are going to give this one a good go.
Snow has got very few bullets. So just trying to draw fire and get info. Oof, Woody's going to nice headshot into NQZ. DGT doing everything. Quad kill from him. Big Uzera chips in, but that's DGT showing, hey boys, I'm back. I'm here.
I think the coach is also happy to see that. He's like, oh, I wasn't doing that.
I wouldn't be hitting those.
And smiles on the faces that Good Vibes Tribe at an all-time high.
Oh, that is going to feel fantastic for DGT. That could be one of those where you do just end up running, running away with this, a hot hand.
Do feel for so Pain now, they depart the Freak Show category.
Yeah.
And now they enter the Temperature Check category. But they need a good result at this event because their results in recent history, because of the stand-in factors, have been pretty miserable. They've won 3 out of the last 13.
Oh, that is miserable.
1 for 1. Case Locks will trade out Snow. We find ourselves in a very early 4v4. Ooh, bit of housekeeping here from NQZ. This could be brave. Playing on the cusp of the smoke was Case Locks, but not coming on through. 3 players on the B defense as Davideus will be liberating a bit of space over towards middle. Alongside of that is Big Uzera. So there is the ability for an A split right now. 2 in through main, 2 in through middle. The info taken, rotation on the way. Pang's just going to run into this. So noisy. They've heard all of that.
Oh, he got away with that. I mean, at least you're not just playing one poor soul on A for the split. Smoke camera Molly Temple. That implies you're going to go through the smoke or wait for the rerouting.
This is the fight.
It is NQZ. Meets Nate's MP9. DGT trades. It's this pillar.
Well, they're aware of it.
Molly it. Wow. Okay. Great work. Great diligence.
DGT is locked in.
Yeah, really.
Well, do they give this one a look, or do they just hold on to these pistol upgrades?
I think you might be tempted in if someone has relayed how low DGT got.
Gap for Case Locks.
Oh, look at the damage. Big Uzera and DGT both 1 bullet away from death, and that's the healthy one down.
No.
Davideus gone. 25 points of health between Big Uzera and DGT. Is this a round ODDIK have a chance at? It's a 10-second defuse still, so he's going to be trying his best to slowly, procedurally swing through these angles. GT, ooh, nails it on the low HP. No time here for Case Locks, despite his best efforts. Started off with a nice deagle headshot onto Snow, and we'll get one on the way out as well.
So good damage for DGT, the hero of these first 2 rounds of play. 3 against the Force, 4 on the pistol, and 2 now for Pain. Sure, they take a lot of casualties, but he's looking pretty happy with himself, so I'm sure he's just happy not to have these problems. Like, you think about it from a team perspective, it's got to be so stressful and also so disheartening. But you're always going to do the best you can. Sometimes the best ain't good enough.
Yeah, but you're going to these events, these are things that are, I was going to say few and far between, but not for these players. They're always there.
It's been a tumultuous year.
It's been a tough year. And then you show up, you actually have your full roster, and they're also very happy to see you,
Yeah.
I think for DGT, that's going to feel very good, showing up like, oh yeah, my presence has been missed. 7-0 as he kicks off his proceedings. First 2 rounds, and he's getting multis in both.
Wow, he might have another fight quickly on the table as naded the basket, make it double. This isn't Team Rocket, this is Pain. And in the Meowth of A, they're not going to peek at you.
Oh, sheesh. I've got nothing, I'm a bit of a slowpoke. DGT does take a nice pick onto Nate. And yeah, it just really hinges off of Pank trying he's going to run through this. Yeah, I can't even get there.
There's one more. Something can be done with DGT and Diglett.
DGT and Diglett, yeah.
Like, it's very similar.
Have you seen those horrific images of like what Diglett looks like under the ground?
Yeah, I've seen one. Yeah. There's also the one where they say, "Oh no, it's a mouth, not a nose, or it's a nose and a mouth."
Yeah, is it a nose or a mouth?
Changes the way you look at it. I always looked at it as a nose.
I thought it was a nose.
Yeah,
too.
it is a nose.
It looks quite mouthy when you point the teeth out.
Nah, I think it is. Is it?
It's got teeth.
Does it have teeth?
It's got like a white dot inside the nose. Could just be light reflecting off of your bulbous nose, or it could be teeth in your little Diglett mouth.
I don't like it as much if it's a mouth.
Me neither. No, let's just call it a nose and move on. I did have a crush on that lady from Team Rocket. What was her name? Jessie?
Yeah, and James.
Jessie and James. Oh, Jessie James.
Team Rocket are blasting over again.
Pokemon's huge, man.
Isn't it?
I keep seeing, like, because I've started playing expensive cardboard, now they're like...
Expensive cardboard.
They're trying to explain... Like
your day at office works and you're collecting boxes.
Yeah, I like the most expensive of the cardboards. But, yeah, now Instagram keeps giving me Pokemon reels. Like, oh, you want another one? You want to play a different one?
Okay. They're probably two of the most expensive card games.
Well, apparently all the sneakerheads, you know, all the people that got into like, oh, I'm going to buy all the shoes and sell them to other people for more money.
They're into cards too.
The scalpers have moved because no one cares about shoes anymore.
Oh, did shoes die?
No, just like this whole trend of like, oh, if I buy this shoe, it'll make me cool. People understood that's not real.
Okay, so that did taper out. Yeah. That's interesting. I don't really keep up with the trends. But this is first rifle round as NQZ takes a nade on the dome. So softened up. This did look like it was going to be relatively direct. Not necessarily for an A finish, but an A main take. They had a few extra bodies over here for this early, but that won't be the case. On the fade of the smoke, this is risky. This is very risky. So Nate is going to back off. He just played behind the safety of that wall. Nobody runs past him. Nade, oh, could have been well placed. A little bit shallow. Hits the lip. Exchange of flames. Force back now. E-main blocked. And Payne using that concept we were talking about the first series. The knock and run. Apply the pressure. Is anybody home? Well, Nate is. They've siphoned through all the... That's it, a siphon round. They've siphoned through all the utility, haven't they? Look at this. CTs with a smoke and a flash. That's it. I feel like Matios is dead. Dead as a bloody doorknob.
Well, he disagrees. Gets around the corner, swings on out, gets two. Solid output from Matios under a lot of scrutiny. Team pushing through. Case Locks has saved the round. Potentially. DGT, though, too good.
Oh, he's so good.
Okay, do you run B? No. But he plants behind the cake, so it won't be visible. Is he ready for this Nate fight? It might be earlier than he's ready for. Oh, DGT! Disgusting, Techers.
Damn, beautiful. Every single round he's had impact now. This is a great start from him. He is 12-0 on the scoreboard.
You missed me, boys!
Matios does somehow get a double out of that, but DGT comes through with some necessary trades and a flick into the head. That's some sharp shooting. And Snow loves the way that one feels. It's like all their Christmases have come at once. All they asked Santa for was a full 5, and right now they've got the big man. Yeah, look at that.
Oh. Sorry. It's adorable.
No, he's loving it.
Like genuine, like euphoria. That's like the LAN hall energy. You're just having a great time with your boys.
Oh, again, I wish we knew what they were saying.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Okay.
I mean, you can work it out, can't you? You're not
smiles.
Not the specifics, but
some B's and some C's. We know what those are. They're the same word, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Duck, goose.
Let's see how ODDIK go now with a partial. Going to be some MP9s and a 5-7 for the Woodpecker.
Bit of an old person reference, that one. Big Uzera working on Con, held by an MP9. He's only got 11 bullets. Shouldn't be a problem. It's just Nate dipping in and out.
Oh,
he's done it again. No way.
Let's just spam
A's open. A is open. Like, he doesn't know it, and he probably won't check it, but it is open.
I guess if he just keeps killing everybody, it doesn't really matter, does it?
13-0.
It is crazy, though, how they have Davides and DGT from 9Z fame now on Pain.
Yeah, it is.
But I would love to see Pain starting to get some results. It's also good to see... Oh, hold up a second. Things getting slightly interesting. Bomb now loose outside B main. One player coming in from CT. That's going to be Woody.
Oh, K-Slox is putting in some solid work here. He's put himself into a ace clutch position. Double swing likely. K-Slox slaps 5. A destructive round and a single point of health remaining.
Oh, okay. Well, DGT, that's his first death, and finally cops one. Now the smiles are on the other side of the server.
Brutal.
That is just a partial investment, and right there they strip everything away from Pain, and the fact that some of these rounds have been close really does leave them in a bit of a curious spot. One to be discussed. The high is now a low, as we've had highlight after highlight. They can buy back in, sure. Big Uzera into a Galil. Util lacking ever so slightly, so Pain have been put on notice. A hot start stalled.
Should have this one every day of the week. He's missed it. Snow gets an opening instead, and Woody's AWP immediately sent straight to the Shadow Realm.
Someone in Twitch chat was asking if NQZ was on 9Z as well, or if they were being silly. And no, you weren't being silly. He was on 9Z as well. He was there at the time of Davideus and DGT. And they also had Max, people know Max, and Buddha.
Yeah, Max and Buddha.
So then I guess right now you have the 9Z core of NQZ, Davideus, and DGT in Pain colors.
With Big Uzera and Snow, solid final pieces.
Accompaniments, yes. Yeah, okay. So there you go.
So who called on 9Z?
I believe it was Max.
It was Max Hajiel. So what do we do with this now? You've maintained A main after that pick on Woody, but okay, he's working it out. Matios realizes that he needs to smoke. Oh, he's actually just blocked A main. Camera's such a threat. Snow keeps on. They swing through. Matios only the one.
Okay, it's going to be a number disadvantage retake on this A side. They're coming fast through water. If they can get this lurker kill, which now the attention will be focused on the flank, Snow will tuck in towards baskets. He doesn't really have any support. I feel like they probably should save. Nate can drop one in the next, and Woody can buy himself. Right? I really don't think going for this is worth it, and I think they feel the same. But here's what I have a problem with. Nate's hanging around. It would be great if you could hold on to that because you would guarantee rifles across the board for your team. But if you do go down, that conversation becomes a whole lot tougher. That goes for anybody on ODDIK right now.
Well, Snow is going to the safe route, which is safe for Matios as well.
Yeah, but not for Pank. So either way, just change the name.
Yeah,
the feeling is the same.
Yeah.
So Woody has enough to AWP again. Oh, they can still make it work, I guess. K-Slox can drop as well. It's just you're going to be lacking some util.
Yeah. So optimal for sure. But so was that opening death from Woody.
Yeah, not a great look, is it?
I mean, not to be fair, but to speak honestly, I think Woody knows, we all know, he should have hit that shot. He had the telegraph Molotov.
I think someone just compared Woody to Solek.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it's probably, yeah. No, that's fair.
Yeah?
He's a Swiss player.
Solek.
Yeah.
Okay. What, in like as far as gameplay or looks or what?
I think gameplay.
Okay.
It's like if someone compared anybody to me, it's not a good thing.
Oh, it's not very nice.
No. Okay. That's such a niche reference in Twitch chat. Oh, Nate's aggression rewarded. This time, opening kill in the favor of the oddballs.
Let's go, oddballs.
What was the... Oh, Odyssey. What was it? Someone's Odyssey? Something's Odyssey? The blue guy.
Samsung Galaxy?
No, it was a game. It was a blue alien.
A blue alien
Odyssey.
Stargate Odyssey.
No. No, we'll get there. Someone in Twitch chat will know it. If Woody peaks again, Alex, I do worry.
He's getting this one. They're going to be swinging the close out. Okay, actually, they Molotovs.
That's nice.
That is a good Molotov.
That's a very nice Molotov. Oh!
Peeks in, gets DGT down. That's his third death now for DGT. Kept humble. 5v3. Can't go wrong here for ODDIK.
Like that smoke, like it a lot. Now they need to get in. 30 seconds. Spot on the platform with the spam. Davide suppressing fire.
Yeah, hasn't connected. Smoke right side and go.
Yeah, nothing. It's just you've been denied at the door, haven't you? No way in, no way out. Everybody falls, and that right there will humble the finances of Pain. A chance now for ODDIK to draw this ever closer. 5-2. Should be 5-3 in 1 round's time. Abe's Odyssey. There we go. You'd know it if I show you.
Abe. Oof. What do you banger in a second on smoke?
This guy. You don't know that?
I don't recognize that.
I'm not that much older than you.
Maybe it wasn't in England. Maybe England didn't have it.
Abe's Odyssey. How many copies did it sell?
Yeah, in England. 0. Maybe 16.
How many copies did it sell? 1 million units.
In the UK?
No, in general.
In total, okay, 1 million units.
But if they could come to Australia, I'm sure it can. 3.5 million worldwide.
Okay. Abe's Odyssey. Well, now we're going to watch the Odyssey of Pain.
They're making... Aren't they making... Wait, they do. They do actually. They bought. I thought they were going to eco. Okay,
yeah,
never mind. It is a whole thing.
Oh, that's a whole thing as well. No, not a great feeling, but Woody can make it all right. He's even got case logs for help.
Not quite Zebra. NQZ gets the opener.
Nearly quiet zone. Nearly quiet zone. Now the smoke on main.
Again, I feel like time's going to be the worry for Pain, isn't it? Like
It
last
is.
time the time got down quite low. Sure, they'd lost players, so they were losing limb from limb. But right now, it's a 5v4 man advantage. 35 seconds on the clock. Limited util to execute case locks. If he drops this, he'll hear the Singe flash fight.
Break. Book. Trade. 3. Not happy
They
with
have
that.
2 players on B.
Yeah,
Pain have
Nate's
2
just
guys on
taken
B.
down. Oh, Biguzera's got B.
So can they rotate back? There should be time.
Oh, this is nasty. Just in time, that smoke arrives. Pank will have vision. Nope, denied. It gets
Still
killed.
get planted. Still going to get planted.
Just in time. 2v2. Woody closing the gap from CT side. Pank as well, side by side. What's he done that for? NQZ not expecting the AWP to have closed the gap so quick. Now isolating Jules is Biguzera. Ready for that push on Temple Smoke. Timing that Molotov to perfection. No, he doesn't.
Too
a second early. Time against the CT. Closing that gap is Pank. Biguzera playing the pillar, and then he nails the shot. Pain, steal one back. A couple of rifles, couple of Tech 9s. They pull it off, and it's thanks to Biguzera. Keeps the options open, hits the shot on that B player, and opens up a 20-second pivot.
I can't believe that sprawl. The fact that they have so many bodies in A main, and they're also walking in connector and B main simultaneously. Sure, it works out. And if you want to, like that is the closest thing we have left in the game to the Vertigo Seesaw, right? That is the absolute closest thing I would say that we have to that. The ability to have the fast rotation coming through connector. But they stick the landing and they pick up a round where I thought they were going to be eco. They had an awful lot more to work with. NQZ gets the opener. And then from there, they really just get bled out by a lot of time on the clock. It's the kill from Biguzera on B, opens up the rotation and closes out the clutch. So good job.
Six to 2. CTs need this one. Dangerous game he's playing.
Yeah, very much so. Plenty of bodies bearing down on middle right now for Woody to contend with. Oh, not Woody, don't even worry about it. It's case locks. He's having to do it all. The man who won the big MP9 round.
Yeah, he's impressing. He is impressing throughout this time in Astana.
He did start a little bit wobbly, but I think after map 1, he started to show a few more signs of life. So number disadvantage now on the Pain foot. They lost their big toe, the head honcho. Biguzera up. We'll have to call from the grave. No. Going through the motions, forces back connector. Everybody over towards water as again. It's ODDIK defense. 2-8, 2B, 1 mid.
Simple. exploitable.
Good flash.
Perfect flash, gets the AWP off the line. Matios is going to wait. And Lurk smoke an invitation to go wide. Wide he will. Catching him as they walk on up. He's AWP, good for one. Davideus just ducks his head, the dink is hit. M4 unable to convert. Still looks very tough for Pain. There shouldn't be any way back through that smoke into this A site. Woody, he seals the deal, removing NQZ to ensure that this is going to be an ODDIK third. Convincing stuff.
Yeah, it starts with that opening kill, doesn't it, over towards middle. So trying to press the issue there. Woody gets forced off the line in multiple occasions within this round, but still able to deliver some kills on the AWP, so good work for him. Between Caselox and Woody, and it's going to be the round done and dusted. DGT, who was the lifeline early, right? He was 12-0 at one point. In the first round that they lost, he got another kill to get him up to 13, but haven't gotten anything since then. So is DGT the win condition, or is it going to be big U0 clutches? And it is going to force a tactical timeout out of the Pain side of the server. Ricks to get on the microphone. Still a 3-round gap for Pain to work with. Want to discuss the finances. You can see it alongside on the left-hand side of the screen. So it's the saved Galil. And if they force by behind it, what is the approach going to look like? Is he explaining his strat? Is Big Zero unhappy? We'll never know. But we will find out what their buy looks like in a moment's time. I'm not sure what... You know, it was a good response. Like, smoke comes down, let's look for the boost. Big Zero gets caught. Then it just peters out from there. But time to lock in for Pain.
They've won a round like this before.
Yeah, it had a little bit more utility last time.
Yeah, true. 2 flashes.
Mid-aggression.
He's getting a little laggy.
I think they missed through the smoke. He was hoping to peek through that, and it's not deep enough. So Woody can't get cheeky on the line. Oh, they're already past that smoke, Matios. He's already in. Caselock's on his way back over.
Matios is getting isolated. There's Caselock. Huge for the first. Minimized by NQZ.
Oh, all right, round could be on now. That helps a lot.
That's a gift.
All right, they're planning safe, so keep that in mind with the post-plant situation. Maybe they'll play close stairs and Heaven to restrict this.
I think they have to fight for Heaven. But that's exactly where Woody and Nate are coming from. A late piece as well through camera. Pank to take first contact. Oh, perfect execution of the first. Davide is down, all onto Snow, and he's gone. Wow, Pank really set them up for that one and making it a 3v3 to start.
Yeah, it may have been a save. Otherwise, if it was a number disadvantage, you might not have gone for that retake. So Pank spamming went through the smoke. That helps them an awful lot there to get back into that. And then procedural clears. And you can see the thought process there of Pain. So they get into the site in the 3v3. They don't have any space. They don't have a lurk. So they think, all right, we're going to plant safe side, guarantee the bomb going down so we can't die. And then what we're going to do is we're going to play close. But they just weren't clustered up enough. No way to trade off of each other. This one right here onto Davideus. So Pank with a very important swing out there. Really well done on the angles. And Nate will just mop up the rest of that mess. So that is going to be the 4th round now for ODDIK. Continuing to show some fight here. And now they have officially broken the finances of Pain, who will be taking an eco with just a couple of flashes.
Eco A. There's only one here. Matios is going to be responsible.
Well, now you can see Woody go for that window peek. Not going to I was going to say not going to get it too much. I can't believe he got a kill there, Davideus.
Fair play.
Massive shot.
He's going to be passing that eagle around.
Thank you, Dan. Gives them the number advantage. And
what just happened? NQZ just...
And then Caselock swung window.
Dodge.
Okay.
Double.
Well, I can't see any reason why NQZ can't win this round.
Especially now he's just got himself an M4 fully loaded.
He doesn't have any armor, so he's going to have to avoid taking any bullets before he starts firing. Woody's dropped the AWP. He's heading back over towards middle. Does he catch him on a timing?
Looks good. It looks very good from Woody.
Okay. Well, it's a very threatening round, wasn't it? 3 Deagle kills. Davideus was beautiful. NQZ's, I'm sure, was the same. But we will have final rifle round, first half of play. This is ODDIK's map choice. Pank's been the savior in 2 consecutives with these drawback kills to give them number advantage, and this time it was to do more than that.
Nice shots. Guns come out. Will Pain have an edge? It's been a solid CT side from ODDIK.
For Pain, it's cool since DGT hasn't been doing it all.
Exactly. No pistol, you get 5 CT rounds, you're laughing. Straight through. Can't win it, but there's an immediate trade from Snow. He's not playing scared. Ooh, should be maybe, because Pank's just beating him out there. Couldn't track him.
No.
It's just perfect from ODDIK. Okay, job done. DGT in the 1v3.
Well, maybe some last-ditch heroics. A 1v4 attempt. Now he's made it a 1v2. Knows where both are.
Ooh, he can dip out. Avoids the nade damage. Plays forward. He plays forward. Okay, and that's a choice. 6-6 on the half.
Okay, well...
Got to be happy with that.
Yeah, I think so from the ODDIK side, for sure. You've worked back into that quite hard, and you get the round from K-Slux, which is an ace on the MP9. That's essentially the fire starter. It turns the emotions as well. You saw some frustration starting to come out of Pain in the later stages of that half. And now you'll get to be the ones on the T side, which is traditionally the easiest side on Anubis. So let's see what they have in store. This is a 1-1 game if you are just joining us. We did have our opening series of the day. That was between Virtus.pro and Big, and it was actually a 2-0. Thought that was going to be match of the day. Turned out to be very flat from Big, especially on their map pick of Ancient. But now we find ourselves here into series number 2. We also have the mainstream going on with casters live from Astana. And as in DDK bringing you the first series of the day, and Huey and Larry will be bringing you series number 3 and 4 over there. They will be munching down on a little bit of the MongolZ Na'Vi, as well as Astralis versus Spirit. Those are the 2 games to close out the day.
Oh, I know what I'm watching.
The first series on the mainstream is still underway between FURIA and MIBR. That one is going the distance onto Inferno now. You guys can go and check that one out. It's about 5 or 6 rounds deep at this current juncture. Twitch.tv/PGL. Stream is also available on YouTube as well as Kick and probably plenty of other streaming platforms because PGL have it everywhere.
Mate, I've been loving the 4K. Throwing that on my fancy new telly. You can see all the pixels, all of them. All 4,000 of them.
Is that what 4K means? 4,000 pixels?
I don't know, mate. I'm just making things up.
I feel like it has to be more than 4,000 pixels, doesn't it?
Well, it's the resolution is like 2560 times.
I don't know how it works. I'm a tech idiot.
No, there's definitely more than 4,000 pixels. But I can see all 4,000 of them on my TV.
Oh, they missed the molly. Oh. They've just blocked themselves in con with the molly.
Kind of works.
Yeah, it did work.
Yeah.
Maybe it would have gone worse.
Confuse your opponent.
Yeah. Hey, they messed the molly up, guys. Well, it doesn't matter, because now you're in a 3v4 disadvantage. Good luck, Pain. This is a tough retake. Smoked off for now. No kit.
Tough round. Very tough. DGT gives it a look. Goes shopping. Any heads? Anyone? Oh, they want to fight. They want to biff, and it's going to be double out of K-Slux once more. Puts himself up to 17. He may very well reach 20 before some of his teammates reach 10.
Yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible. And right now for Pain, it's how bad will this CT half go for you? Remember, even though they've had the stand-in, even in results where they haven't, the results haven't been the best. It's not the Pain that we know and love. So 4K has 8,294,400.
90, what was that? 94,000. Thank you. That's what I was saying. There's definitely 4,000 in there somewhere.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
A CZ75 on the board.
I know, right? What year is it? Big Uzera's trying to bring it back.
How was Na'Vi yesterday?
Oh, mate.
Can't believe it. 2 wins for Na'Vi in a row. Hope today they make it a 3rd.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Some of their best Counter-Strike they've played in a while.
It's nice to see.
Nice to see Na'Vi playing well.
It is nice.
Extremely slow anti-eco here from ODDIK. Putting pressure on connector now as utility thrown in. And a nice little wave there. 1 incon to clear close, 1 pillar to clear even closer. But it's all a ruse. So keep the boots planted. A block smoke dropped over towards A. It is going to be Davideus alongside a DGT. As more utility thrown towards B, Woody getting tricky with it. That one's been blocked. Here they come. Oh, blocked again. You go through.
No smoke. DGT spams back. He does a
They have
lot
to
of
go B.
damage.
I don't think you can go in.
That's the conversation they're having right now. Do we go back? Or do we re-exec?
Maybe re-exec. You got used to a re-exec. Oh, Woody thinks they're going to heavily rotated. They haven't. Throwing another one of those out towards CT spawn. Hits him again.
Oh, Amadeus getting away. Swings out, takes it down, finished off. DGT can't find 2. Whew.
Yeah, safe.
Close, though.
Yeah, you get the double. Maybe there's a chance for that one, but ODDIK stuck to their guns. They refake the B site. Pain doesn't rotate, and they gamble incorrectly. So ODDIK, they're going to get themselves up to 8 rounds now. It's what you want to see on your map choice.
It is crazy. We used to play on like 640 by 480.
Yeah.
It's like
in
a couple of hundred pixels.
That's what I played on in 1.6. In Source, I played on 800 by 600. And then I was a 1024 768 black bars guy in CSGO.
Ooh, 1024. You didn't even go 1280.
Nah.
Damn. What's the logic? Is it performance?
Yeah, because
Back in the day?
So legitimate Shroud story.
Yeah.
Shroud would have won that anti-eco.
Yeah.
He was one of the first players really playing on native. That's because he was just a guy playing games. He wasn't like a esports Counter-Strike guy. He just likes games, right? That's why when Shroud make comment sometimes about Counter-Strike, people should really take it with a grain of salt. He's a very good aimer still to this day.
Yeah.
Like he's got some of the best mechanics, but he would play on native. And I remember we were playing at a LAN, it was like RGN LAN, and this was probably early 2015 or early 2016. It's the same as like an iBuy Power LAN that was on, and that qualified you for Oakland, I think, something along those lines. He was playing on native. Don't win on this one. You didn't win on the Force. Why are you going to win on the save from the Force?
Oh, high stress.
I'm telling a Shroud story.
Yeah, we had a story time. Oh, Nate saves him. Fine. Double kill.
That's unfortunate. Double.
Jump up.
Yeah, that jump up never
tempting.
feels like the jump up, does it?
Tempting. It's very tempting.
But yeah, so he was playing on native res on those PCs, and those PCs were trash.
I just couldn't get the FPS.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like we were talking back in the days where we were just coming out of the 1080s, going into the 20 series, and now we're in the 50 series.
Crazy.
Yeah, and also with Counter-Strike, it's more processor, right, than it is graphics card. So, yeah.
Yeah, the new processors, you need all that 3D cache.
Yeah, 7800X 3D, right? There's the 9800X 3D now. Yeah, I don't have that.
Me neither. But my FPS is good. I can't complain.
Yeah, but we got a new computer like last year.
Exactly, yeah.
Maybe we're due a new computer. What I do want, though, is a new monitor.
You get your new phone, by the way?
Yeah, I haven't put it across yet.
No.
It's just kind of sitting there in the box or looking at me.
Yeah.
The old phone's fine. It's not the new phone.
No, I respect that. You kind of do in the Henry G method where he like buys a phone and then he takes like 2 months to make sure it's like actually a carbon copy, everything that he needs.
It's a bit of a boomer method. It's scared of like transferring technology.
Whereas I'll be honest, I reckon it would probably take you 30 minutes to just log into your Google account and be like, yep.
Yeah, that'll be it. Log into a couple of other bank accounts that I need to. But all right, saved by Nate in that one there, weren't they, ODDIK? So looks like the coach is getting on the mic. He's actually taken their third tactical timeout early in the piece. The fact that that's a choice from ODDIK means that they will no longer get the chance to do so if they do get into troubled waters. This is a move. It's like we want to finish the game right here, right now.
Exactly.
We know we're about to go into gun round. They're either going to save. If we win the round, they're either going to save or we're going to wipe the board. In the next round, it's going to be... Well, it depends on the save. We'll wait and see. I don't want to get too far ahead. I can't predict the future. Can only learn from the past.
This double.
And someone in chat has just actually corrected the Shroud story. He is right. Shroud didn't need all the FPS. He handicapped himself on purpose to allow others to. So that's true.
Yeah, that's
that is true.
That's true. Kind of like the Chuck Norris of Counter-Strike.
In a way. Ooh.
Nice little flash combo.
Had the smoke ready though, didn't he?
Yeah, he knew what's up.
Big0 gets the opening. So Nate's gone. Yeah, poor Nate. Hero of last round. Hank.
That feels a bit unfair.
Brought down to 21 points of health through the smokes.
Like, and now he's just trapped. He's just going to be sat there the whole round. I bet your
bottom dollar.
Bet your bottom dollar.
Oh, ahead of it is Woody. 3 on B for the defense for Pain.
I mean, this really hinges off of Woody catching something on his... What?
He's still got a kill.
He still gets one. Oh, K-Slox comes in for one as well. BigUzera gets deleted.
0 to 100 right there.
Yeah, Davideus.
11 bullets.
A lot of work to do with 11 bullets. And he's just squandered the majority of them. Tank is low, swings through jail, gets him down. Nice play from Davideus this time. But he loses his head to DGT.
Yeah, DGT did cool a bit, but still he's been the most impactful player, right? Look, he didn't carry on owning, but he owned for a patch, and now he's back. So let's see. It is going to be the first round on the CT Hall for Pain to be converted upon. Great little opener there from BigUzera, assisted by the Snow Flash. And yeah, it is crazy that Pank still gets a kill, but Snow obviously not ready for that type of a duel. And it was actually BigUzera who peppered up Pank at the start of the round through the smoke. So nice little finish. And now the damage that ODDIK sustained in the previous round against the Pain-saved pistols doesn't have immediate effects other than for Pank, who is just down to a pistol. Everybody else with the AKs. They lose this one, though, will be an ODDIK eco, and we can tie things up 9-9.
What are you cooking, BigUzera? Just seeing if you could block someone in the smoke, maybe. Get some free info.
He's going to have to back off out of there now, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't have 3 players on B at this juncture. Pain, it's 2 middle, 1A. And now the utility starts to fly through the sky, so pressure being felt, but is it the finish? The bomb is down, so I'd say no. Just feeling things out, posturing, puffing up their chest. Misdirection from ODDIK into round number 17, as now the bomb will be scooped.
45 seconds for the finish as Matios looks to join them on con side. Pincering into a 3-man stacked site. The smoke starts to fade now on con.
Retake setup on B.
Yeah, falling way back. DGT even leaving.
Blocked it again. They've definitely done their homework.
As an angle. Ooh, useful, very useful to have BigUzera active on both of these fights. Swings through, gets his. Just the one headshot. Pank keeps him honest. Snow, ooh, gets hunted down. Nate has actually really saved them. He set them up for a winnable round, especially with now K-Slox finding DGT.
Pain know exactly what's coming, but are unable to capitalize upon it. They know the tendency from ODDIK to throw that smoke. It's Woody over towards water, and they're able to block it, create the gap, but still unable to win the round. So Pain will allow ODDIK to get up to 10 rounds by fumbling the bag on that one. NQZ and Davideus looking to save the AWP and the AK-47 over towards A. But K-Slox up to 21 kills. He is charging away with things. You were right. Woody at 9 and Matios at 7. Meanwhile, K-Slox at 21. He's towards the tippy top of the scoreboard alongside of DGT on the other side with 18. It's the lack of supporting support that... Supporting support? It's the lack of supporting cast.
Yeah. It's the lack of the defensive defenders.
Yeah, the defenders need to defend harder.
Yeah. And looks like ODDIK will get another opportunity to talk it out. 30 seconds called this time by Rix.
Yeah, it's strange, right? Because Pain still have one more in the tank, and they're the ones who are behind by 3. So we'll see. I wonder what you'd be saying in this moment, right? Because you've really just started this CT half. You win one gun round, then you lose the next. So you're
probably just saying if they are going to try doing that thing again, if they are going to try these late B finishes, we are going to try something else, right? Like, you know, if you know what's coming, you need to find a solution.
But that's the thing you would have spoken about. Like, blocking the smoke creates a gap, right? Which then makes it much more difficult for ODDIK to play the round the way that they had originally intended. You're just losing the fights. Like, K-Slox coming in with that mid lurk through Temple and then getting the knockout blow of the kill. I think that's also what drew that extra rotation away from B. All right, well, the map is essentially decided here for Pain. very shallow smoke from the CTs.
They didn't go. They'll take that space anyway.
Yeah, feels like it works against them.
I mean, unless that baits them into trying to punish into the AWP, but NQZ not getting anything yet.
It's a pretty staunch line, though. This is a position that the AWPer can be smoked off without getting any vision. Or mollied out of position from somebody on A. But tabseN, look at the... There's 4 players on A now.
Outside B.
You have to push A main if you're going to play like this. They've misread the situation. Oh, Woody made noise.
Yeah, I think that's going to always get them pushing.
He's got out his knife.
Oh, blind with a knife out. Not how you wanted it to go.
Okay, a little bit of a problem
just made
arises. 40 seconds. This fight could determine the finish. The bomb's still floating. I feel like now you have to go B.
Yeah, that's going to channel them there.
Or are they A splitting? They might think that's the only A guy.
Smoke Temple, they're coming A. 25, 2 defenders there, or are they?
B? What is the mind games of this? It's drop and go B from Woody with the bomb.
It's drop and go B. Still 2 players here. How do they defend this? 15 seconds. They just need to get this kill on the first bomb. Oh, Woody hits it. Just like that, the late arrival into B and they get away with it. God, Counter-Strike is so cruel.
These are agonizing rounds.
Aren't they?
Pain, right? The fact that you're in black box for a while there, right? Like it's coming down to the last 12, 15 seconds, then the hit's coming. Is it A, is it B? You're never really sure.
You take a fight A main at about 35. You then 10 seconds pass, they smoke Temple, they are in middle, and you still have a B hit with a couple of seconds to spare to deal with.
They're just using the fact that you can rock the clock on Anubis, right, to its absolute perfection right now, ODDIK, and Pain, that's it. That's the game going down the drain. So the patience being the virtue right now, and ODDIK just need 2 more rounds. I think they're going to get them. Should just be a partial buy. I don't think ODDIK have even ever taken a map off of Pain.
Yeah, you're saying that this...
Let me bring it up again, because I was taking a look at the head-to-head.
You said there was no win, right?
They've never played this year.
Okay.
But they've played a bunch. So in 2024, the cores of these teams... played...
a lot.
1, 2, 3, 4 best of 3s and 2 best of 1s. And ODDIK have literally never won a map. The closest they got was 13-11 on a Vertigo.
This is the closest they've ever been.
The last time they played Vertigo was in the pool. Okay, so ODDIK...
They've been cooking. They've been in the lab.
They could be making some history today.
Yeah, their first map win versus a domestic rival in Pain. It's right there for the taking now. You just can't trip over your shoelaces in this armored pistol round. A couple of block smokes, nothing serious.
You know NQZ wants to swing so hard. Oh, opening kill.
Snow gets one.
Needs to double up.
Goes get another. Oh, Snow! 3 down. Pank and Case Locks completely unawares. What are we supposed to do now? Bomb goes back to T-Spawn. Pank starts to set his sights on mid. He hears the audible steps of that connector player as well. A lot of mid space to be taken. It's held just by camera. NQZ's CZ75.
They get into A, Alex.
Exactly.
I still think they can win.
Yeah, if they get into A.
They're saving. They're saving. They're saving. Oh,
I mean,
I don't even like the save that much. They still have cash.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess if you get obliterated by the snowman, it's the blizzard. Just blows them out of B. No problem at all. And they even pick up the AWP and the extra AK. So that right there is a nice little injection for Pain to be able to work with. NQZ needs to start getting activated in the server. He only has 5 kills. So the AWPer, if he can find a couple of opening picks, that's something that I think you need to start looking for if you're Pain. You can't just be playing out these rounds that are finding themselves end in like 4v4s or 5v5s. You need to get the opening kill, then play the number advantage. You can't be traded backup on. And you definitely can't give away the opening kill. Because in these late scenarios, if you're doing 3-2 splits of your defense, then they're still going to have the number advantage in a 4v5 when they are going for the hit. Okay, so it was in the palm of their hands, ODDIK. Does this get out of control? DGT up close A main. Woody with the AWP over towards T stairs. And we know the ODDIK are going to run down the clock. They've been doing it throughout. Doesn't feel like that's going to change. Need to work on some territory. For Pain, the change is we need to make sure that the threat is real. If we are going to dump U2, we have to make sure that it's for the point of a block, not just because we're scared. So 3 players parked outside of B, waiting for any aggression or keeping all their nades, just holding on to them. It does feel like it will be another B split crunch. So here it is again, a fake on towards A. Comms right now for Pain will be going through the roof. They block B main, they get some info. Light damage done to case locks. Does that send them packing? 50 seconds now. Head back to mid, see if anyone's pushing. No one's pushing. Okay, we've still got U2. We can re-hit this.
Oh, Woody's managed to pick apart the B side just like that, and all walks into con, claims Big Uzera's scout.
Here.
Yeah, just like that. Nate gets another on the spam, removes DGT.
So nothing happens for a minute, and then within 30 seconds the round, not even 30, within 10 seconds the round's over.
Yeah, just like that.
Okay, well, Pain winning was not a fire starter on the lighter buy with Snow. It was just the extension of Anubis for a moment's time. But this is going to be a real feel-good moment for ODDIK, especially knowing that you've never taken a map off these guys, and you're going to grab your first to open up the series in a 1-1 game.
Yeah, I mean, beating a team on a map that has previously proven to be too much to ask, it's already going to fill the ranks with a lot of motivation to win the series. I mean, that becomes the next conversation. This is their pick, and it certainly looks that way. You can see their T side is very well structured, exploiting gaps, and
it's just late. It's very fakey and late. That's it. Like, they're making the most out of the minute and 55 seconds. That's it. To break it down, that's what they're doing. They're making sure that their default is strong enough that it can deal with any potential aggression across the map. If they're going to flash push, they have to make sure they punish it. And even if you don't punish it, I think even on Anubis, it's okay just not to die, right? Because eventually the CTs will have to push back or fall back from their aggressive positions. So it is a pretty rough one, I would say, for Pain. Without DGT's exploits, they're struggling to get anything going. NQZ extremely quiet. Snow had a moment. Big Uzera had a moment. Davideus has had a couple of handy multis, but that's it. Nothing more to really boast. 4-round gap. They do get the guns back in their hands. You can see how much of a hard time Snow feels like he's having. He brings out the AUG. Only telling he can't hit the broadside of a barn.
of A main aggression. DGT that brings the fight. Woody will trade.
So they contained it. They went 1 for 1.
That's it. This is what you were talking about with their default. You know, it's set up and established in such a way that they can kind of deal with any aggressions. Oh, Snow. Snow doesn't need to go any further. He's already gotten his 1, but he wants to take the fight to another and puts Nate on notice. Wrapping into B now. Interesting pathing. Base logs to try and Molotov. Oh, gets caught with the nade in his hands, and Snow is right to be concerned about both of these angles he's looking at. Nate does get dinged by the pistol.
Feels like Woody, if he didn't get smoked off, he's wormed in. He's wormed in. Oh, Big Uzera does catch him.
Important kill.
Puts him on the hook. It's just going to be Nate for what would be a massive 1-on-3 situation. ODDIK finally sprinkle a little bit more of a pace change, right? They walk through the open door of middle, try to flank on towards this B site with a crazy maneuver, but they just get stunted by Snow. Don't have anything left in the tank. It's such a messy spray from Davideus, but it won't be punished.
Phew.
That was a little bit like Flammus on Dust 2, if people call that one. We've had a couple of those.
A bit windy in the stern up.
Okay, so 3 more required. But, as I just mentioned, ODDIK changed the pace. I would imagine now they will just go back to the same slow, late fake style where Pain will just be marooned in 3-2 setups on either side of the map and then get crunched upon. He wants the AUG, or did he want the AK? Well, either way, he's got an A1S, as it is going to be the eco for ODDIK. So we won't see the slow play in the same fashion, but we will see slow play.
Just going to count the nades.
It's kind of like counting sheep, but more destructive.
It is kind of sending me to sleep, actually, yes. Just count the sheep, count the nades. Wait, maybe Snow's going to throw a smoke soon. Hang on.
But it's Monday, and people need to be lively. They need to have some Monday energy to embrace the week. You've had the weekend.
True.
You've gone out. You've had a great time. It was Mother's Day. Unless it was the UK, then your Mother's Day is on a different time.
We've already had that.
You know, you've done that already. You maybe went out for a brunch. Everybody loves a brunch. I'm going to have to... Well, are we... We're back.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Should be able to hear us again.
One can only hope that we are back in business.
Yeah, it should be good. It was only the eco.
Yeah, you didn't miss much.
So,
we didn't
well, at least we know that ODDIK didn't win a crazy eco. We don't know what happened, but you do. So, hopefully, for you guys, that was a really good eco round.
Yeah, I can only hope.
It was probably one of the best eco rounds. But Pain can do this. They can draw this to overtime.
Oh, nearly got caught off. Sees the barrel of the AWP as well. But walks into the fight with Snow. There was that bloodlust in his eyes.
Well, this is the same, right? I said this was going to happen. They would just go slow again, which they are. Now they have an equal situation after an immediate exchange, and they'll probably milk out the clock and do some form of a fake somewhere. So we'll see how this one goes. Davides is watching.
He's holding this, yeah. He's just...
Oh, oh no. Good nade. Great nade. Davideus doubles up.
Awkward for Woody and Matios now. The only way they can win this round is by seeing that a main player get a kill. Matios does take down Davideus. He's only got 9 kills.
Woody's still holding the rotation. Oh, he's missed.
They jumped. He wasn't ready for the jump, and now, oh, he hits the second. They've done it. There it is. ODDIK will take Anubis. Hard-fought domestic matchup, and the very first map they've taken off of their domestic rival. Pain down a peg. ODDIK proving to themselves that they're here to play in Astana.
Damn, okay, well, we missed the eco, but we didn't miss the action. That right there is going to be one way to kick off this series, and it thought it was going to be just a steamroll from Pain. DGT announces his presence in Astana. He gets 4 kills on the pistol. He has massive impact rounds against the Force after that. He's 12-0 at one point.
Then this happens.
Case locks happens. This is the first round posted for ODDIK. This kid has been one to watch so far. Has some good aim on him. Definitely loves the aggression, and has been an added little piece to ODDIK to get them across the line here today. So that is going to be Anubis in the bag, and in a funky fashion too. It definitely wasn't in-your-face, high-octane T-side that came in from ODDIK, but it doesn't have to be. You're just looking for the magic number of 13, and they were able to get there with a solid default, some misdirection, some cheeky plays, and just, I guess, grinding down Pain. That's how I frame it. They ground them down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you know, you can get yourself into these positions with your style, but you still need individuals to be able to close it out and to convert these rounds. And the individuals were here. They were present across the board. Everyone had their moments. You know, K-Slug, sure. We saw Pank as well with some high impact, and Woody's Orb even chipping in. towards the end.
Yeah, look, this final round, Matios is the hero,
skill, you're right.
So there's the whole double spam that goes down on Connector, but Matios, he alleviates the pressure. From that point, you know, Woody's still lurking in middle with the AWP, just dealing with the rotate. He's saying, hey, mate, if they come my way, I'll kill them. Otherwise, you're going to have to do the heavy lifting, try and get that bomb down, do it all on your own. But there's the scores on the doors. Snow did activate a little bit later. He had that double kill with the 5-7, picking up the AK, or was a single kill with the 5-7 into a double kill on the AK.
That's it. Yeah.
So, yeah, just a little bit too quiet from Big Uzera and NQZ, I'd say. Not enough standout impact moments from them. But there you have it, 13-10, a close score line, excuse me. And we have Nuke coming up next.
Yes, we do. Yeah, Nuke, which was Payne's pick. So one is intrigued to see how far ODDIK can push them. They did play a pretty decent Nuke yesterday versus G2.
Yeah, so that's a positive that they have to carry into this series. Now you take a look at K-Slox's kills, a bit of everywhere. The fact the CT has that many kills on B main, heading back into B is kind of crazy, but that's what happens when you push him mid with an MP9. So yeah, Dust2 is the third and decider, and that's what Payne are going to be hoping that they can push this to. But I don't know. I wouldn't mind getting on the ODDIK hype train. I don't think it's going to happen, but it could be fun. It could be fun to see them get a 2-0 against Payne after never beating them before.
It's certainly good. It could be fun.
Do it on the other side of the world?
Yeah, why not? I'd love to cover it, but we'll find out whether or not we need a third map. Dust2 is that requirement. If Payne can close this one out in a reverse sweep, or can ODDIK keep this Cinderella story alive a little longer? We'll be back in a minute.
ODDIK managed to qualify for PGL Astana 2025 by beating Imperial in a very impressive series, and they've earned themselves a spot here. Woody, the leader of the team, is joining me. It's been a long time since I've seen you, man.
2 years.
2 years. How's it been? How's this journey going for you so far? And just talk to me a bit about the team you have here and what we can expect.
We have a young team, but we are playing like 6 months with this line. Struggling in some matches, but now confident with the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the feeling like for you though, when previously we had seen you at a lot of big events, and now to qualify with your new young team and you being the leader?
I'm happy. I'm very happy now to come back to events like this.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know how to say, but I'm very happy right now.
Yeah. Is it like good emotions for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And looking at what you can do now, right? You've been on a win streak, at least within regional matches. Do you feel like qualifying for this event changed something in the team? Like made a big improvement for you, the confidence, mentality?
We are more confident right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are so much confident right now.
And that made a big change for you guys. Now, do you feel like you're ready for the higher level of competition, the tougher games?
Yeah, in Brazil, have a lot of good teams. Sharks, Imperial, MIBR, Pain, and we practice these things all days. That's fine.
You are the more experienced player on this team. What have you told your players when you've come to this event? What did you say to them?
Let's go play PUG. Let's go play confident.
Yeah.
Let's go play aggressive, confident. That's it.
Is there anything special you tried to change or fix about the way you guys played, or mistakes you made in order to be better here?
We study a lot our enemies, but we focus in your opponent and get better in any matches.
And looking at what you want to achieve here, did you set a goal? Do you have something in mind?
Getting to playoffs.
Getting to playoffs.
Get to playoffs.
Yeah. What would that mean to you? What would be the feeling if you managed to get to playoffs?
We want to do better than other teams in Brazil.
Okay.
This is our main goal, do better than MIBR, than Pain, than FURIA. But if we achieved this, I will very happy.
So tell me this then, what do you think is the biggest worry or concern that you have that might be a problem for you guys? Like what could be different when you come into this level of event?
The experience.
Yeah.
We have lack of experience The guys can sit and not feel comfortable because we don't play in LANs.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Well, hopefully you can get a lot of experience from this and you get to enjoy all this experience again with the team and go through and make your dream come true on it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank
Good
you.
luck, man.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, under my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
So how much of a celebration? How much of a celebration will ODDIK be having? Yeah. Wait, I got the face palm.
The Mazinho. I wonder how hard he's hitting himself.
Yeah. I do that one a lot. I do kind of this one.
No, I don't do those.
Oh, mate, when you do something, you just know, you're like, oh, well, I didn't know.
Yeah, but I'm about outwards, not inwards.
Okay, yeah. No, yeah.
Like the screen or the mouse.
Right, yeah. No, I just kind of like to remind myself, like, think. And I say my last name, I go, Richardson.
Put Post-its on your monitor.
Yes. That's actually not a bad idea.
Reminds you, to breathe.
Or memo tips.
Or memo tips. Yeah, memo tips.
I'll put some memo tips on.
Well, the Vox Bear, he can't quite believe.
He's got his own little jersey.
Yeah, it even has my name on it. Look at that.
Oh, that is adorable.
Yeah, that was from all the X's on the B side. That was from one of them.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're getting into map number 2 now. Look, if you missed the story, here it is. The tournament started for Pain with their coach Rix. DGT was unable to make it for the first 2 games. However, they still did pick up a win against HOTU, which has now put them in the 1-1 game. Now, DGT returned. He started Anubis hot, going up against ODDIK, a team that they've never lost to as far as Pain as an organization are concerned with these cores. They played an awful lot in 2024, have never played in 2025. They hadn't even lost a map to ODDIK, who just won their map choice of Anubis. Now we head to Nuke, to which ODDIK were actually playing yesterday against G2. Now, more coach stories. G2 currently have Taz standing in because Hunter's not there.
Yeah.
So, what are you looking for?
TV remote.
Is it going to turn off?
Is it the white one?
No, it's the grey one.
Oh, the one that's all the way. I'm sorry, I can see it. It's over there.
The grey one?
Is it there?
Oh, I did. I dropped it on the ground. There we go. All right,
just before our TV turns off.
Sorry, everybody.
Yeah,
that would have ended quite poorly. We wouldn't have been able to see what we're meant to be talking about.
I'm loving the Chad's studio, and so are the crowd. Oh, not that.
Put it away.
No, whoa.
Put it away.
Oh my God, yeah, we nearly got demonetized.
So, whoa, all right. Someone get the kid some, what are they? Are they pasties?
Yeah, pasties.
Yeah, someone get him some pasties.
That would be fine. Yeah, that's the laws.
Well, soon we'll only be able to stream on Kick.
Hey, get the kick drum. Yeah, so we are in a position now where ODDIK could actually take a whole series. Never mind a map. They've already done that. They've already done what they've never done before.
Well, Woody's tricky on these T sides, isn't he? He's a tricky lad. So.
No, I think the structure of their Anubis T side was really, like, it just proved to me how effective a well-structured, I think that needs to be said first, well-structured, methodical default is on T-side Anubis.
I think if I was playing against it, I would have been pulling out my remaining hair. That it was so frustrating with the time that they were able to.
They're execing A, there's still someone B, there's still someone con, there's still someone mid. then they're not, then they are, then they're running the bomb, 20 seconds, they're running mid, but they're not really, they're just throwing smokes and dropping and going B, and you're just like,
just do something. Stop faking.
Oh my God.
At least they won't be in set straight Andes.
And they're on the CT side now, so it's going to be Payne's turn. See if Big Uzera can call rings around ODDIK as they call for a ramp rush. The Hugo. Excuse me.
The Hugo.
They called the Hugo.
The classic. Well, they are bearing quite down quickly. Oh, here we go. Big
Didn't clear. Didn't clear.
Oh.
Yoink, yoink, yo! Pank destroys the whole squad. 4 quick clicks, and that's the end of the round.
Oh my God.
That was revolting. He's got $4,600 dues. Thank you very much. Whew. I mean, 1, guaranteed. 2, respectable. 3 and 4, you're just better. How has he gotten away with this? 1, 2, 3. Oh. 4.
Damn, okay.
Dude, the energy, it is electric.
Damn. Well, they're riding that high of the victory in the previous map, aren't they? ODDIK will force Payne onto an eco. No plant, no kills, no nothing. As Payne, they'd be loving a victory. It's just been so hard for them in recent times. You'd love to get a win under your belt, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening.
How's he going to play this? Because he does have block util, and they're going to rush it. So
he's emboldened by the last round. He's going to fight.
Yeah, he just wants to fight.
Yeah. Counter-Strike players are like that.
They are.
It's funny, like, how confidence breeds confidence.
Yeah. He ain't scared. He ain't scared.
Big Uzera's still got to kill Paul Woody isolated in hell. Run!
He's trying to throw it away.
Get rid of the M4.
Did he find it?
What? Yes, okay.
Nice try, nice try. I couldn't find a fence.
All right, well, we're going to get to the gun rounds.
Yeah, let's do that.
So a fun start, a highlight into a little bit of a cheeky round.
Now the 5 AKs are out. ODDIK got the edge.
Yeah, I thought...
According to the bookies. I'm not so sure. I mean, we'll see.
I would have given them the edge earlier today when we didn't know DGT was going to be here, but as soon as we did, I was like, oh, okay, this changes things. No, fast, furious, and found one.
Wow, both of them hitting the headshot, and they just equipped the M4. What is he doing?
Oh, cheeky. Look at this. They've turned the round around immediately.
Immediately, the round's fallen apart.
3 quick kills out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, Pank's just trying to live, which is important.
You just keep swapping out guns.
Yeah,
bullets for days.
Yoink. Disappears into the... Oh, Amadeus has found him.
Either side was treacherous. Oh, and they're back in it.
Oh, the 2v4.
4v5 goes 2v4 goes 2v2.
That would get Payne popping off. Let's see if they can finish the job. They're so segregated. I always wondered, like, is it realistic to say let's group up, or do you just have to have 2 individual missions?
I think the rounds is so much disarray right now that you're just searching.
Yeah.
You're just taking your own fights. You call them what's clear. You're trying to piece this together the best you can. The bomb down on B. The support network of Davideus needs to get across secret. You can also come down the vent. 40 seconds on the clock. You can't swing open the door if you're the case locks.
Yeah, so he's just going to kind of stay roaming.
He might just jump out the window if it's open. Which isn't the play, but he doesn't know. Okay. They're going to play to deny the plant on either side.
He could do more than deny the plant, depending on who moves first. I mean, he's actually piloting single. Okay, so NQZ is going to drop onto the site. Start to plant.
Safe plant.
Yeah. Okay, Stocks goes looking.
I not expect to play a single because the door, it's not open.
True.
Right?
Yeah, you're right. It hasn't opened a single time. So Davideus' position could very well catch out Matios. Oh, Messi spray just about stabilizes in time, and now Case Locks, he's going to throw out his incendiary. No one's home. And I think Time's just his greatest adversary right now. He'll clear NQZ. Now, first bullet hits the head. Okay, Payne, 2v4, turn it around, ODDIK. They started with such a bang, Pank's pushing smokes. It looked like it was their round, and then very quickly they rectified.
So there's the opener. They're playing yard control, so Pank's outside as well. Case Locks gets the double, okay. And then that push through the smoke is what draws it back. Davideus catches Pank, who was in a tough spot, to be fair. it just looks silly because his back's turned in that scenario. And then NQZ, by getting lower, putting on the brakes, sowing the seeds of doubt, there were so many unknowns. ODDIK weren't able to work back into it, but they can still buy or something that represents that. 3 M4s, 2 MP9s, U2 lacking in Woody. Oh, I don't know about this. Pank's dead immediately. DGT will open the account up on him.
Okay, now they're working hamstrung defense. All of Smokes, Molly's Secret, and Walking.
One of the 3 M4s gone as well.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Hard to retrieve as well in a forward position on ramp.
Yeah, and that's when the confidence from the kills you got on the pistol round can come back to bite you, right? You're making these out-of-the-box maneuvers, which are less predictable for your team. As Case locks, he's sharp.
Oh, not sharp enough for the second, and QZ will trade out. Oh, they were not ready for Nate! How has he got 2 there? Awkward exchange. It pulls us back into an equilibrium. And DGT, wow, he's looking good as DGT gets the job done. Just as his teammate needs to get up the vents, he opens up a path.
Okay, well now the T side, the floodgates are able to open. It should be 3 rounds now because we should see an eco coming through. And we'll be shouting out to you, the people at home, if you're watching from all around the globe, on Kick, on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever you watch it. Maybe it's on Twitter. I don't think it's on Twitter stream.
No, Twitter doesn't exist anymore.
No. It could be the X stream.
On the X stream. That just sounds like
something coming out of the back of a plane.
Yeah. Or a pop-up.
Well, here's the eco.
Always someone has to be different, right? Like,
yeah, but where's he meant to go? He can't go on the head. Where's he meant to go?
He could have been next to them in a line.
Okay.
Had to be jiggling, had to be wiggling.
Yeah, but... yeah.
How dare he?
Look, what they could do is the base could make sure that there's enough gap on both sides, so then the
you could get 3 on top?
You could get top 3. 3 on top, yeah, for sure. Easily.
Hey, 3 on top should be the strat.
Not even a problem. It'd be easy.
So yeah, so that it's actually the bottom 2 players' fault.
If we were pointing blame,
it's the bottom players'
we
fault.
could label it.
Glad we got that sussed out. As Big Uzera has already got an awful lot of space. Isn't this nice? He's already like waltzing through decon. No one's home. Teammates are going to throw diligent util. There's a smoke for one side, Molly for the other.
And they're in.
Yeah.
We will have a round confirmed for Pain. As we expected. As everybody expected. As we all knew. But anyway, how are you watching? Are you on the TV? Are you on the laptop? Are you on the PC? Are you on the phone? Are you on the tablet? Let us know. Send us a picture.
The Steam Deck.
At Sponge or at Machine GG. Send it our way. Use the hashtag PGL Astana. Don't know if it's being used, but we're using it now.
Yeah.
Hashtags are kind of dead.
Yeah.
That's 1 and 2. As the AWPer will try and profit on the SMG and the lighter buy rounds. We'll see him wield something a little bit heavier.
Oh, he's done well. He's gotten himself 3. Extra cash. Goes down hunting Pank.
Okay, well, there you have it. It is finally confirmed. So, path of least resistance taken from Pain. Just some exits to cause a bit of a nuisance, but really nothing to be worried about. Let's get into the game plan then, shall we? There has been, what, it was a pistol into an anti-eco, into first rifle round, into a force buy. Now they've gone eco. Now they go buy again. We'll see what Woody will be afforded in this situation. It's going to be an AUG. So in lieu of the AWP, he's going to be bringing out a scope, one that is automatic. So we'll see what he can find. Oh, dropped your gun there, QZ. Was meant to be dropping nades.
Happens to the best of us.
Well, Big QZ are throwing the util. Snow spamming through. And NQZ to take a line. Oh, look at this.
Oh, you got vision.
Look at this.
That's cheeky.
It looked like they got what they were looking for there. So Nate will dismount. Another smoke lands as NQZ continues the search. The wall erected once more. If you peek out heaven, the AWP should take you down. Bomb back of lobby is to be scooped up shortly. Pain with 1:05 on the clock will be looking for their finish, but still no traction between either team.
Keeping it slow, keeping it steady. Smoke's main, but there is that chance for a quick aggress with that forward position on Squeaky from Case Locks. He was waiting for, gets his. TGT will trade. Bomb's now spotted on that mini-map. Nate, oh, when that smoke fades, it's starting to. He has vision. They drop down Vent. Still BigUzera takes down Nate as well.
Can plant for free.
Should be able to plant. A bit late, taking too long. It's taking a bit too long. Never mind. DGT and Snow get their jewels.
Wait, 9 seconds. Gotta get to the bomb and plant. 7, 6, and it's okay.
Fine.
Okay, well, he even gets to plant safely, so a little bit more worrisome than I thought. But Matios yet to frag, looking for the save, and there you go. Pain, 4 and 2 now.
Good haul already on your T side. You'll be happy with that.
I wonder if that was the whole plan to drop down the vent, or if they were thinking on their toes. Either way, they do get away with it. I want to check in right now just on that MIBR versus FURIA series.
That's got to be done now. It was still going when we started this map.
It has come to its conclusion. So if you don't want to hear spoilers, mute the stream now. I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. FURIA versus MIBR opening game of the H stream. Train, Anubis, and Inferno was the map pool. Train was picked by MIBR, won by FURIA 13-4. Then moves on to Anubis, where MIBR picked things up 13-11. Seems that FURIA are trying to make Anubis their home map, by the seams of things. And Inferno, 13-8 scoreline for FURIA to close out the series and get things done. Yuri topping the pops with a plus 23, 56 kills, 33 deaths. And Fallen with another respectable haul. He was 46 kills across those maps, the second highest. So
playing the wrong role
for his entire career while winning majors.
Yeah.
So, yeah, unfortunately, Breno, he after the good day that we saw him have, didn't deliver in the same way against FURIA. So MIBR will drop down to 1-2. FURIA will move up to 2-1, and we can turn our attentions back to this game on our screen right now. Which, in terms of the pace of this game, it is a slow pace of Counter-Strike. And I was never the type of guy necessarily calling very slow CS, but if you're able to pull it out in different patches against different teams, it can be very strong. Right? And as long as you know the tone, and it can force teams to get hyper-aggressive. They're like, oh, they're not doing anything, let's make the move. So, yeah, look, it definitely doesn't offer explosive starts to rounds, but it has explosive finishes to rounds where 1 or 2 kills decide the difference.
They've started with early 5-7 on Secret here. Pank starts his round on the Secret staircase. Now, it would be ill-advised to poke his nose out. This is the kind of range where that 5-7 can do fantastic work. His teammates let him know they're coming, and he will profit. Okay, so now a bit more uncomfortable than Payne would have liked. Oh, very uncomfortable. The AWPer goes down to Nate. TGT in lobby. He was supposed to be the lobby hold, and I feel like if you're the CTs, you kind of suspect that. Hence Woody sweeping through. Confirms that lobby isn't occupied, but will they consider the late ramp arrival? Bomb lost in yard. Woody's going to head that direction, which you can't fault him for.
And that means we're likely to see 50 seconds of DGT or Diglett just trying to chill this one out. So, look, can we go back to Woody? Because the MP9 in the hand of a view model abuser looks like a railgun.
It does look cool. I agree. I actually think the M4A4 looks really cool with BigUzera's view model as well. Woo model.
Zai Woo.
Just look like a big chunk of metal.
Zai Woo.
Zai Woo who?
Zai Woody.
Zai Woody. That's what we're looking for today.
Zai Woody, go get a gun, bud.
He's gonna be working on it.
Is that what he's doing? I don't know. He's looking to hunt him, but you know, I'd like a gun.
You're gonna have to accept that
it's clicked. He's running for it. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Do you get 7 in normal?
So Valve's is longer.
Okay.
I'm not sure if everyone has just moved in line. So I think PGL are probably running what Valve has. I know that some had shorter.
I've definitely
round
seen
endings.
shorter.
Like FACEIT might be running shorter. But I'm not certain. But at one period of time, what was run at majors was different from what we would run in other tournaments.
Yeah, okay.
The config was different. But it may be a parity to it now. So, all right, ODDIK. Well, that's breathe some life back into your CT side. It's still early days, sure, but this one stopped Pain from getting a 2-round lead. You brought it back to 4-3. Now you've got some rifles for free. You've got cash to splash. You've got AK-47s aplenty. So lock this one down. Oh, okay, K-Slugs again.
How's he done that? NQZ just goes down opening.
Where was he? Radio?
Yeah, I think he was in lobby.
So he pushed all the way door. Yeah, okay. Pushed all the way through door and killed NQZ in radio that early.
That is, well, that has you looking like you've just eaten a lemon, doesn't it?
Cheeky from K-Slugs. All right, number 9. That's Nate. Playing this little goblin angle. Will he be gobbling him up?
I suspect he will likely get smoked.
Oh, he's going to be goblin. Oh. He'll be goblin all day.
Yeah, this is a real gobble spot now. Flashed off, tucks in, being held, being held.
Did they see him? I think they saw him. Maybe not. Gobble, gobble.
Oh, makes mincemeat out of the first.
Or a turkey pie.
Yeah, turkey paste.
Well, it's not a swisher bonk bonk, but right now, Big Zero is about to get his head bashed in from the side. Well, that's very graphic. He's going to get...
Bonk.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Big Zero's crouch peeked him
Well,
perfectly.
there's a player on B. It's the Slox man.
It's the Slox man. Skibidi-bidi-bidi-dab-dab-dab.
Oh, no time to clear this. No time to clear it at all. There you go, traded. Still got messy at the end there, so some casualties taken by Pain in what was a pretty hopeless round after the opener. Send it out quickly, but 4-4 all tied up. So ODDIK, they're not done yet as they're going to force some questions onto the Pain side of the server, Alex. You got 4.1, you got 3.9, that's a couple of AKs.
Oh, mate, K-Slox is just, he is the embodiment of that guy who's just always doing the, oh, he's pushed a smoke again. He just gets under your skin. Oh, he's done the most ridiculous thing and it's worked. It's worked again. Great, fantastic.
That's true.
He's doing all of those plays, the ones that really get under players' skins, where it isn't the right play because we could have been holding that smoke. We probably should have been holding that smoke, but the one time we haven't, you've walked through. Now, he doesn't have to do it again. He can actually just go back and play a real standard defensive round, but it will slow and get under the skin of their opponent regardless. They'll be thinking about it, the possibility of him re-aggressing.
Yeah, those are annoying deaths. Like those and ones where you just get like spammed through a smoke, you didn't get a chance to fight. Like a half can go really quickly if you have 2 or 3 of those deaths and they come in on gun rounds.
Yeah.
Because that's something else, right? Because so many rounds happen, we're looking at it from a macro perspective. I thought we'd died and gone to heaven there for a second. I thought we'd gone elsewhere. But for an individual, you know only what you've done, right? Like, because you're in control of that, and it's more frustrating for you in those regards.
He's throwing he throws the same Aggie smoke. This time goes straight down secret.
Is Nate going to play the same spot again? Oh, no, more active. Nate doubles up. David goes down.
That's a massive double. 1, crazy. 2, unbelievable. Takes down the entirety of the yard presence. Now they're just trying to accelerate into Pank. He'll throw out his util to delay. Woody responsible for holding on to this side of the map as well. The Heaven Wrap is a threat with a Mac 10 drive-by.
Woody doesn't have head armor either.
What about Galil crouch peek?
What about a Brat Brat?
Oh, he actually gets the jumper and gets away.
Oh, beautiful from Woody.
Shot. Woody's played it well.
Good angle management there, under pressure, under threat, as it is going to be DGT doing what everybody knows he's going to do. We're not going to say it, but you all know what he's going to do.
Yeah, there's a song about it.
We'll sing it for you. If and only if.
If?
He does actually get to do the deed.
Okay, I see.
Because the deed might not be done.
Because Mr. K-Slox
He's on the case.
On the case.
Detective K-Slox. Reporting for duty.
It does actually sound like a kind of a cop from the future. Blade Runner cop.
022, T-Spawn looking clear, round 9.
Captain K-Slox here checking in. I report officer down. Officer down.
S-A-V-E. You ain't got economy, you're saving.
Hey, you saving. Throw some ad-libs in there as well for good measure. Oh, guys, please, no, it's not our full-time job. Yeah, no, it's just a little hobby of ours.
Well, they were still running at him there in the last 4 seconds, so I'll only know if they killed him or not once we get back in game.
Yeah, okay.
Or the scoreboard. Let me look at the scoreboard. What a beautiful double from Nate. The second one onto Davideus is a thing of absolute beauty. Here it is from another camera angle. So partially on the clear onto Snow, and then Davideus out from the first CT box just gets spammed. Sorry, T box gets spammed away. He has the AK, so he saved it. There we go. Look at that.
Yes. Pank's going to actually get to use this AUG at the perfect range. Yep.
And there goes the saved gun. So it was used.
It was.
And it will continue to be, as likely to be passed around. The town AK, everybody gets a go.
Everyone gets to have a go.
Nobody has armor though, so you don't expect to get much from this. ODDIK setting their sights on 6 rounds now.
See if Nate can keep Yard under his control once more. Given the buy, you'd expect this one to be the easiest of the bunch, but...
Oh, that his mouth moving a million miles a minute there. Saw a lot. Oh.
Yep.
Line him up, knock him down. Call this the 6th round.
No complaints, I'm sure, from ODDIK, because they have the opportunity, a real red carpet run to get 8-4 on their CT side.
Good half from Pank so far. He started things off with that massive 4K on the pistol round, up to 12 kills in total now. So he's definitely delivering. Him and Nate are having some impactful moments, and Case Locks. That's the 3-piece right now. As it is going to be the second tactical timeout call for Pain. They're under pressure. Looking down on me. Forevermore. Boom, boom,
I haven't seen any real top site action at all, have we? It's all been very Yard and ramp.
Yeah, I'm trying
Because anyone done anything like, you know, like, oh, they're flashing top, they're...
Case Locks has been harassing through lobby, but you mean in the
I mean on the T side,
finish.
Yeah. I just feel like it hasn't really been a prominent
feels like
feature.
very B-centric. Like the round that they won that was the 5v4 with the Snow entry that became a 4v2 instantaneously because of the Case Locks double. They finished on B.
Yep.
And then the last couple, yeah, all right. Well, let's see. Now they might want to turn their attention to that A side. But Case Locks is there. He's the man with the plan. And it's going all things right at the moment. If they can walk away with 8 on the half, this would be stunning.
This forward position, though. I mean, we've got another aggressor. Getting cheeky with it. Pank is also cooking up trouble. Was flirting with the idea of pushing further forward, but...
Here comes the progression.
Elects not to. Here comes the test. The bait.
Oh.
Nate swings! No, he was so aware. Oh, that's his round! Gets 4. How has he gotten another? Just flicks up to the heavens, finds Woody, sends him straight to hell.
That was huge.
That was massive. Bro, he had 2 frags before this round started. Snow has just had an utter masterclass in the Yard.
And they're going to take this one away as well. They know exactly where Pank is. Snow, take a bow. That was gargantuan.
Yeah, that's a thing of beauty.
Like that's against a full buy.
Yeah.
That is insane.
That's a round.
You just see, if you're a lobby lurk right now for Pain, you just see 4 kills. Watch this. So first, catch them on the spam. Second, beautiful on the clear. Great work. Diligence is there. The smokes haven't landed properly. Into main. Flicks up to heavens.
Oh.
Whoa.
Round over, boys.
We're going to have to start calling this kid the Sasquatch.
Dude, do that again.
That's insane.
That is actually like genuinely one of the more impressive individual moments that I've seen in some time. Just pure mechanics. Diligence on the clear, you highlighted it as well. You can see his movement was just bang on, aim, bang on. Wow.
Well, there is enough to get another rifle round out before halftime, but ODDIK are probably going to feel like they squandered that. Well, to be fair, you're obliterated.
Yeah,
what were you meant to do?
Yeah. I don't really know how what they could have done differently.
What a rapid round.
Just like that.
Oh, Pank. They're already closer than he thought. Drops a defensive incendiary. They've infested the vent. They rotated down the vent.
What? And he gets the kill because it's case locks and he does the thing you shouldn't do and he gets away with it again.
I can't believe you get away with it.
Oh, he's in vents, is he? Oh, they're taking a secret? Oh, just dropped out again.
I'll just
he's dead. Vent's dead. Vent's dead.
Oh, I can't believe it.
I can't believe he's gotten away with that. Oh, he's just, yeah, the round's over.
That's so ridiculous. Hank got caught off. You shouldn't be rotating down the vent if you've lost secret
That's
control.
the rule. That's the rule because they see your legs and then they know you're coming. Not if you just drop in and immediately win the duel, I guess.
I don't.
That's the case lock.
I would love to see it from his. Like, was he expecting it?
Man. I would presume so.
Like, because was the point of Pank's molly to stop them getting into the vent that side, but they were already closer on the pathing, so they were already in the vent.
So it was a bit of a jump scare for them.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, well, 7-5 on the half. Still in reach for ODDIK to do this in 2.
I mean, that is certainly in the realms of possibility. ODDIK exchanging glances, smiles. They are playing some of their best Counter-Strike right now. Here it is. He just goes straight down. Snow's caught off guard.
Was ready for it. That's so frustrating. Either way, if you're an ODDIK fan, you're loving this one as Nate finishes things off to the smoke. So some good patches of rounds here for ODDIK to be proud of as we now turn our attention to the second half. Now, if they're in Nubus T-side is anything to go off, we expect ODDIK to take their time.
Yeah, true.
Tricky lurk smoke. Lob through off the get-go from the rip as...
Landed it.
Yeah, and that right there, well, also it makes the vent rotation a little bit sketchier. You are worried about a T slipping down, and also means that you probably don't want to run down there. So they've already infested the lower deck. 50-50 trained on the vent.
Oh, DGT gets a rude shock as he arrives on the side. They're already very pushed up and progressed. Bomb though. Snow gets it down. 2 bullets, got to get out. Oh, gets put down. Pank arrives just in
Up vent
time.
to A, there's a gap, huge gap. Oh, no, there's not.
Never mind, Big Zera's got the cross.
I didn't expect a player to hit that.
Understandable. Not an easy shot to be hit.
Could see the position of him on the radar. Thought they'd get past it. Case locks, can you clutch it out?
Well, he's put together that the other guy's going to be coming heaven. Gets him out. Can't hit the headshot. Gets away somehow. You know he's going to be holding you. Oh, still alive.
Sticking it.
He's hoping that got him off. He's hoping that got him off.
Well, it's worth the gamble, but
Yeah,
it's not going to be the round, is it?
Takes the round for the boys of Pain. Case locks. I mean, fair play. He's got some great Kevlar. Lives on with just 12 points of health, but it will be Pain's pistol.
Yeah, plot armor right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Pain, I think you've done very well there with that one. It was a chaotic round, right? There was the hut molly, there was the door lurk smoke. You get the opening pick over towards ramp. Very good shot there from DGT. This one right here from Snow, that changes the tide. Only 2 bullets left in the Berettas at that moment. And I said they should be able to go vent to top, but when Big Zero literally hits first bullet of you coming out of the vent, I expected him to whiff the first, then be labeled on the second, but no. Completely removes that opportunity.
What we got here?
Case looks is an AK, but he doesn't have any head armor.
Who needs it?
Like Case looks was trained at the art school.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
That's the player, not the discipline.
Yeah. No.
Well, sorry. It's not a discipline, is it?
Yeah,
Expression. Hello. And this round is over. It's all over.
Yeah.
Simple. He's not winning this.
No. I mean, he could certainly get one.
He's dead.
He won't even do that.
Okay, so Pain will... Oh, I thought he was spamming the body. No, he's just getting the gun closer. Get to it, and they will. So it's all good in the hood. They've been able to scavenge back that M4. So right now, Pain will take the lead. It'll be 8-7 before we get into the gun rounds And that's where we can really see what ODDIK have to offer. And then if not, well, we need that third map. But don't you worry about that. That is waiting in the wings just around the corner.
See how their anti-rush setup.
They've actually invested a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah, a little bit more than you'd expect.
Yeah, actually a lot more than I'd expect. Like, are they going to mainly go Galil's next round? They must already know what their next round call is if this is the type of buy they've come in with.
Play. Davideus makes that look easy. That was a high-pressure scenario he handled with poise. Runs out of bullets and goes down, but shouldn't be any chance of a plant here. That would certainly be a nice boon to the economy.
You'd love to force them into a couple of rebuys to keep this half as...
I mean, Woody's certainly got a chance here.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Nate trades, get the M4 down.
Well, let's have an 8 round.
Yeah, we haven't had many of those. Let's have some more.
Ah, okay, well, stunted, and there it is. So that's that 8-7. So with the 2.5K coming into their bank accounts, they should be able to get out AKs, but I was just wondering if they all have the perfect amount. 24, is it 2,900, excuse me. So it should be all good in the hood for the buys. All right, so just strap yourself in, everybody. I expect a pace that is going to be a slower side. 2,900. So all good. No issues. Oh, straight in the top. Not slow at all.
And,
oh, yeah. Okay, so you've let a bunch of rounds go now, haven't you? So it quickly gets out of control. Pistol lost, force lost, partial buy into gun round, and within that, you lose 2 players within the first 20 seconds. So that right there is, unless you're going to win a 5v3, which Case Locks would love to.
Yeah, he tends to. Takes down NQZ, searching secret.
So you need to isolate one more duel. If DGT over-commits on his own, he might get caught here. Nate's found a good timing.
In his blind spot.
Nate's found a very good timing.
Yeah, DGT hasn't seen him. No idea.
Nate could have the round winner right here.
Yeah.
Palm of his hand.
Coming in from heaven side.
2 players in the site.
He's telling his teammates that he wants them to go ramp. But if he kills both of them...
He wants the player below him. Barrel blocked. Barrel blocked.
Oh, works it out just in time. Nate does turn this round on its head. And into that top site with the 2 of them dead. Molly will delay DGT's rotation. He's going to be screaming, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know how he's done that. Power of good timing. Oh, no, they did that from Woody.
Oof, if that got away untraded, that's on. BigGZero still going to give it a go.
I'll have a look. And what are you looking at? Case Locks is asleep at the wheel. 1v1, not planted for the last guy. Woody's going to be panicking, going to be running in. And BigGZero strafes into the bullet. Woody delivers it to make us 8-8, dead even. Just when you think ODDIK may have been a little bit loose on their grip, they regain control.
Okay, Nate, with that timing. When I said he found a good one, I honestly didn't think it was going to be this good and almost went completely wrong.
You see if the view model was in the middle of the screen,
he would have seen both of them. Yeah, he would have. Listen here, Quake boy. Tell your propaganda and take it elsewhere.
I'm just saying, he would have seen it. We're changing, we're having our game look like poo-poo just because you want to have a couple of extra frames. You're limiting your field of view just because you want, I don't know, because the good guys do it. But you're not changing your view model because it gives you a competitive advantage, an actual one. That's weird.
Yeah, but it looks ugly.
Yeah, right. But 1280 by 1040, whatever.
That's all right, I'm on native.
Yeah, okay, good.
Just for the viewing experience. If they want to have it themselves, fine. But why do we have to suffer?
Yeah, because Valve wants your bullets to make holes in the smokes.
That's not true.
That's why.
All right, well, pressure now down to B. They've been able to get across to Secret. This is a backbreaker.
or a bracket breaker.
Bracket breaker.
Because Pain would be finding themselves in the 1-2 game tomorrow for potential elimination if they can't pick up this map. If they do lose this round...
And I don't break anything. It's touch and go here.
Yeah, every day's a challenge.
Doing my best here.
Every day's a challenge.
Yeah, we get through.
There's the rotation point. DGT's down here. Only with an MP9.
It's not ideal. Certainly not when you hear that sound effect and then that smoke sound effect.
Bomb's still going towards A. This is the trickery. 25 seconds is a late fake.
Woody's got 2 to deal with on the side. They're not, the hot player's not going to be seen. Oh, he gets good output out of that position. Damadeus dips away. NQZ now finds a collateral. Still around that can be won here. The bomb will go in. Up the vents comes the SMG of DGT. NQZ and DGT getting it done.
He's low.
He's got no chance. What is Matios supposed to do? They could just hold this bomb right here and now. The wraparound Squeaky, they're both looking for him. He'd need an instant headshot, and DGT's too ready. Too ready to get it going. Payne and Rick's very happy with that one.
Damn, okay. Well, that was the backbreaker of the round to get back into the game and take control, but ODDIK have just let that one slip. They've gone for the tomfoolery, the fakery, the misdirection, and it's come back to bite them in the arse as the second tactical timeout will now be called. The bomb did go down short. There is money to cobble together, something that will represent a buy, but that felt like their opportunity to get back in this game, to take the lead, to put themselves on the precipice of making history today and beating Pain for the first time in their org's history.
Yeah, instead, you find yourself kind of, juggling your money. You can see K-Stocks with some refunds on util, making sure everyone's got something. It's going to be Tech9s and a single AK. My goodness, not ideal.
I think Hero AK with some light investment, if you can get a plan and a couple of kills, you still limit the economy right now of Pain. Then you put yourself in the same position again, right?
Yeah.
So you can convert this, then you know you're going into a rifle round. Well, even if you don't, you're going into a rifle round into the next. But this one is going to come down to the wire. This is going to be a nail-biter of a finish for either of these teams. Very close map, this one.
Two smokes left.
Got a Halzerk fan who tweeted into the hotline.
Oh, yeah?
Even used the hashtag. They're watching on a big TV, and they have some cow.
Cow?
On their TV stand.
Is that C-A...
U-L-K?
U-L-K.
Colk?
Yeah. The Americans say it differently.
But either way, so maybe doing some woodworking or some tiling. There's also a level, a spirit level.
Okay, so yeah, we're talking full home improvement here.
Looks like a 1.2 meter, like a 1200 spirit level maybe. But we'll see what's going on, so shout out to you.
No one's on B. If you just run down the vents, I know it's crazy. You wouldn't. Why would you do that? You're going to go into the top side stack. Here we come. Get your nades out. Handled well.
Still a chance.
Still a chance, and the Heaven USP gets away with it. NQZ equalizing frag.
Still winnable.
Still winnable. They always wanted to do economical damage. Stocks dead now. DGT gets it, and he's ready for Woody too. That's DGT, the guarantee. When you need those rounds, when it gets close, DGT stays calm, and he collects.
Yeah, he's had some very impactful moments for his team across these two maps. It's good to get him back in the jersey, back in the server. And look, ODDIK are on the cusp. They're at that breakthrough point. So it's still on the table right now. The game, even though the lead is being extended from Pain, it's not over just yet. Might feel like it's getting deep, might feel like it's getting stressful. But either team can still win this map, that's for sure. And for ODDIK, it would mean the series comes with it. Sharp shooting. Someone just spoke to us and said they can change Woody's view model.
Yeah, I think leave it alone.
Well, I don't know. Like
just because Chad's being dramatic about it, I think it looks quite nice.
I can't wait to see what his view model looks like now.
Yeah, what have we given him? Oh, that's better. Yeah, there we go.
I think it's
that's
the same.
it.
But no, look, you know, it's a choice.
Yeah.
It's not. It is a choice.
It's for a reason.
Yeah, it is for a reason.
It is for a reason.
They're going ramp explode, are they, on the smoke fade against DGT? The guy that just
he's
lit him
about
up.
to open.
The
Here
guy
we go.
just lit him up.
Oh, the flash is perfect. He gets out, though. Comes around, gets down.
Okay. Well, ramp control taken. Oh, and pressure coming quite quickly.
Yeah,
Trundling down.
They've
Two
got
down here.
rotations. DGT's not alone. He has Davideus in support. Control down. Nice pick from Pank. Oh, a quick response from Davideus. The second is asking a lot of him. He gets away on 1 HP. Pank doing an awful lot. Gets the entry, gets the plant for the team.
I think you should save.
That's certainly the conversation they're having. Snow and Big. Big's already backing away. Snow will join him.
Imagine Snow on Big.
Snow on Big. Big guy on campus.
Okay, see, I'm telling you, they're still there,
They
Alex.
are. They're holding on, mate. It's fingertips at this point.
I think Pain are holding on by their fingertips. Right now, ODDIK are climbing with a pace,
Okay,
you know,
okay.
but they're doing it mentally.
They got like the ice picks out
Yeah,
there.
but they've got their hand on the hold, and they're just mapping out the rest of the path.
Okay.
Whereas right now, Pain, they're a little bit higher. They're slightly higher on the ledge, but they don't know where they're going. They've got the wrong grip. They're holding on by the fingers. They might fall off.
I didn't know you knew bouldering so well. You got all the terms. Fingers, grips, mapping. Wow.
Hold.
Hold. Yeah, exactly. Damn, dude. Just Kiwi always surprise me. Never know what to expect. Chad bouldering Birchall.
Did you see what happened to Benj's finger?
Who?
From Stora.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Has he goofed it?
Well, you gotta watch,
yeah,
you gotta watch
I'll
to
watch it. No
find
spoilers.
out.
No spoilers.
Okay, well, timeout taken from Pain. They are feeling the pressure. They've been in this situation before. It was worse. It was more MP9s in the mix. So again, they're able to, off the basis of the saves and their own fortunes of wins, be able to keep themselves in a buy position. Now, how tricky does Woody get with it? That was simple. That was just go ramp, essentially. So are they able to just get away with something as easy, or do we go back to tricky fakery, which is where... Oh! Regular view model. There it is,
Wow,
Alex.
I didn't know we could.
There it is.
Oh, Woody, I'm sorry they've done this to you, man.
I'm so happy.
Yeah, we lost the cameras, though, you see? See how you have to, the price you had to pay?
Yeah,
you
but
see the price?
we don't have to look at the goofy view model.
Okay, big round. Big.
Huge round.
Big. Pushes in, gets his. Davideus down. Pank trading out. Nate gets caught.
Bomb is still towards T-spawn. I'm not even joking.
Why is that the case?
I don't think they expected to find so much success.
Xbox just did it on his own. Oh! Pank nearly goes down. Tracking from NQZ pretty solid there. 2 main is the info.
Matios is still alive, which is worrisome. He's having no impact at the moment.
Okay, you go yard or no?
Oh, this is a pain round, isn't it? Pank, the player with output, is low. Matios has done nothing. Woody has an AWP. T-side nuke.
So Matios is holding heaven from CT vent. Pank's holding main from site.
They don't have another smoke from main. It's not a fun fight for Pank to have to take, to be honest with you.
Oh, especially when you plan for main. Oh. All the way down, though. Oh, it's too easy for Pain. Yeah, you were right. The writing was on the wall there. The writing was on the wall.
It was handled pretty rubbish as well, I would say. What you pointed out there was on. So, yeah, ODDIK, you've had your chances, and I think that they've just dissipated, even though you can buy again. How many of these break points, let's call it, are you going to be afforded, or at least earn for yourself? They're the hardest to get, right? You're on the edge. You're on the ledge.
Yeah.
Now you're slipping. So we now do find ourselves at least considering a Pain victory. 2 more rounds for them required, and then the third map on Dust 2.
Ooh, a brawl.
I see, that's the thing. I don't even know if it'll play out like that.
No, Tarif, to be fair.
Not with the pace of which we've seen ODDIK approach a lot of this.
Might be a bit more VP-esque.
Going again? I think they're going again with a top go. At least they were considering it for a moment. Play a top. Oh!
Oh, he can't catch a break. Poor Matios.
He's had a stinker of a map, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has. That's just a smoke spam there from GGT, from Davideus, excuse me.
You're so frustrated about that death.
Ooh, there's a little bit of redemption.
Why has he done that for?
Just felt inclined to push.
But they had a number advantage, and they did. Okay.
Lost it now.
What's back into a 3-on-3? Bomb again. T-spawn.
Boys.
None of you are near it.
Look how far forward you both are.
At least it's the 3 players who are getting kills.
That's true too. Nate's just going to have a horror game to play.
How's he going to get through lobby?
I don't know.
Boys.
Unless they can both silent drop into the site.
And even then, he still has to go through lobby.
Yeah. Oof.
Oh.
It's so brutal. The setup is strong. Davideus has got his eyes set on the prize. Gets cleared out. Oh, Pank is having a couple of back-to-back massive rounds. A triple kill this time.
They're still in it.
They were down. They were out. They conceded an opening. Matios just gets smoke spammed, and then don't worry, Pank's on the case.
They're still in it. I cannot believe it.
This was it. I thought that round before was the marker of a third map. But here we stand at 11-10.
Okay. Whew. Does it go OT?
It could. It very well could. It's got
look at the
all
finances right now. Look at the finances right now on the pain side, right? So with the loss bonus that's going to come through, which should be down the bottom of the barrel, right? Considering the flow of the rounds that we've had so far, they should be finding themselves with 1,400 coming in. So Davideus will be able to... Oh, it's going to be touch and go, isn't it? It is going to be touch and go.
Save.
This is a huge choice to make.
How many rifles is it? It's just going to be MP9s.
But that's the thing, though, right? It's only 1,900 losses to the next. I think you have to take the save.
You need 2 rounds.
Oh, but then you're not... Oh. Well, 650 plus 2,900. Oh, he's $50 short of the M4.
There we go.
So he's gone for a FAMAS instead, Davideus.
Look at the buy. It's so bleak. 2 FAMAS, 2 pistols.
Oh, dear.
Deliberate. Making loud noises.
Yeah, but just don't give away a freebie of a death. Make sure that your life is traded, right? Information's not going to be enough in this situation, ODDIK. This next call, the way that you spend the next minute and 30 seconds could decide the fate of, is this game going to a third, or can you take care of business in a 2-0 fashion and take down pain, something you haven't done before? They're going to be walking out top.
Yeah, it's just going to... Made the main smoke to give more angles. You see Bates. Oh, covered by Matios. Important kill. Now...
I don't know. I think you have to save the rifles. You have to save the rifles. You need to save all of this.
Grab the FAMAS.
You have to save it all. Because right now, by going for this buy, this round right now is only 1,900 as far as the loss is concerned, which you're not going to buy off the back of. So
but you'll have
3 guns, right? And then you have another gun round. So right now, you're going to have 3 rifles, plus if you decide to invest anything on Snow or NQZ, and ODDIK are going to get themselves up to 12. Or you force buy everything you have behind these guns, right? You can drop more FAMASes because you're going to get 1,900 loss, so you can have 2 more FAMASes in the mix. You go 4 FAMASes. Or you hedge. And I think right now you need a hedge if you're pain. I think you need to give over 12, or not give over 12, but play the possibility
that you don't win.
That you don't win, right? And then you can have a rifle round into the next. But that means behind everything you have, which is only, what, 1 piece of utility with those guns, you won't have any extra nades.
None.
So you're very sparse on util. Oh, dear, pain. The worst point to be broken. The absolute worst point to be broken. And they didn't really have a choice. It was 1,400 loss. You usually forcing on 1,400 loss.
Here we go then.
So they didn't buy. They just hold on to what they have. There is a kit. There are the 2 FAMASes. There is the AK-47. This one could essentially determine the game right here, right now.
I chose a bad time to be choking on my water.
That's all right. I can keep you muted.
Thank you. I think I can talk now. Maybe.
Smoke's up for the cross. Already 1 player down. It's NQZ.
Woody's going to peek in front of this. It's just a FAMAS trying to get info, so he knows that they'll be in a compromised position.
Just can't put a toe out of line. You can't give a gun over. You can't get multi-killed.
And you simultaneously need info with all of that being true. DGT has provided with the only rifle, or with the only AK, I should say. NQZ's playing just for the tip of their head. He needs to hit his first bullet, and they do boost for him.
Oh, but he's away.
Oh, he's gone away.
1 HP, so value for life right here for NQZ. The fact that the number disadvantages for ODDIK, and the fact that it's just Woody with an AWP, he's not going to be able to do anything. Matios, bro,
again.
What's going on, man?
Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't, because they're
But look at the radar. Look how disconnected he is from the entire team.
Yeah, it's weird. Why do they keep leaving the bomb?
If your lobby player of Pank didn't die as well, then maybe he's not on his own. But you're going to go up the vent. You're going to go up the vent.
It's actually worked out. It's okay. He gets out. Davideus down. Oh, and another one as well. Nate comes alive. And Matios with a pair of frags as well.
Oh, and it's just NQZ, the man who lived on the lower site with 1 point of health. Somehow ODDIK have gotten past. But remember, Payne will still be able to buy into the next with a loss bonus. It's going to be 2,400 to complement whatever cash they have right now. And that looked like it could have gone wrong as well. These rounds are on a knife's edge for ODDIK. They broke through late. They forced Payne into min loss bonus. Bottom of the barrel. Troubled waters. They force the decisions and they'll finish this one off. K-Slox takes down NQZ. They get the AWP back. They are just 1 round away. They need to lock in. They need to focus up right now because they can topple Payne.
I mean, you said it yourself. You said make history, and it is. For these individuals, this will be historic if they can win this round of Counter-Strike. You fly over to Astana. You're in Kazakhstan. You're up against a team you've never beaten. Organization versus organization. Payne have always got the better of you. You haven't even won a map until the start of today. Now, 1 round away from not only taking a map, but taking a series. It's a big round for these 5 individuals. Matios, Nate, Woody, K-Slox and Pank. And especially if you look at the output we just got from Matios, if he could just get his one again in this coming round, it would mean the world to his teammates.
This is a tough loss as well for Payne.
It is.
You just get DGT back in the server. It starts so hot. You lose Anubis. Here we go.
Woody, what? I mean, I'm always intrigued in the captain.
I'm glad he doesn't have the AWP.
Yeah, me too. Me too. You wouldn't put something aggressive, would you? Needed the door early just to threaten that it might be, but he's holding for flashes for the top.
Are they going?
They are just flashing.
All in.
Oh my God! There's going to be a top rush to test, and already Davideus doing well. Snow as well. Just the one burnt away is Davideus. It's Matios that claws us back into a bit of a conversation with Pank planting low on that B bomb site. Planted just for the single door and double.
1 down vent, 1 down secret. They're quick on this.
Gets the dark.
They have smoke for the bomb, though, Alex.
Yeah,
they have smoke for the bomb.
Okay,
Matios is going to have to be the clutch.
He has to be quick.
He's the clutch. He's the only way they win this round.
And if Pank can set him up with something. Fake on it. Bluff is cleared out. Does he get his one? He does. Pank delivers. Another one from Pank! Oh, and damage onto the last! It's ODDIK's map! It's their series! They take down Payne Gaming!
Look at that, the celebrations. We speculated. They're out of their chairs. They can't believe it. They're loving that. Pank, massive work there. They lose 2 kills on the way in, make it 3, and they turn that on its head. They win the round, and they win the bloody map to secure the series. 2-0 for ODDIK over Payne as the turmoil continues. This team can't catch a bloody break. And right now they find themselves in the 1-2 bucket, 1 series away from elimination in Astana.
Oh, look what it means to them as well. Like, it's almost disbelief for both sides of the server there. You can see Snow not feeling 100%. And for Payne, you're right, you know, you put himself into their shoes. Finally, DGT's back. He's got like 12 frags in 4 rounds on Anubis. You're like, here we go. This is our day. We're back. We've finally got our full roster fielded. And ready to compete against a team we've never lost to. And yet the story has its twists, it has its turns, and yeah, a very rough day in the office for Payne Gaming. When you review the Counter-Strike Payne were outputting, Chad, would you say that that was kind of up to their usual standard?
Oh, that's a good question, right? I think
I don't know.
Their usual standard has definitely wavered in recent times.
Okay.
I think that there's certain scenarios that were a little bit sloppy from them for sure. But overall, I think what ODDIK brought to the server in terms of, you know, a lot very fakey, a lot of misdirection, but then late, a lot more direct and in your face. This round here was massive from Snow. NQZ was very, very quiet, right? That's somebody that you needed to step up for sure, and he had a quiet series, which is really rough. But just again, core versus core of these two teams going back into the middle of last year. They played 1, 2, 3, 4 best of 3s. No maps taken for ODDIK in those best of 3s. And then the most recently was 2 best of 1s at the tail end of last year. Actually, not even the tail end, of September. So that just shows you how long it's been since the cores of these teams have matched up. And then today, ODDIK pick up a map, something that they'd never done before. It was 10-0 before that, and then they end up winning the series. So map to map, it's 10-2. But who's got the last laugh? ODDIK for now in Astana. Should be proud of their performance today.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this was a 1-1 game, Chad.
Yeah.
ODDIK are 1 map away from playoffs.
So that's the
one
thing.
series.
They get 2 chances. And let's say that Astralis end up losing today against Spirit, which is probably very likely. I'd take on Astralis for a spot in the arena.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Especially with Pank and K-Slox in form.
Oh, they already played Astralis and they lost 2-1. So they can't play them again.
Yeah, but it was a nice idea. Yeah.
Let's just say a team like Astralis. Yeah, like Astralis. Which I think the fact that it was 2-1 tells you that they maybe could have done it, right? So it's possible. Here's the scores on the doors. 19 for K-Slox, 22 for Pank, 18 for Nate. Those 3 were the most impactful. And then Mattios and Woody just chipping in where necessary. So that is going to be the 2-0 for the series. Here's the man of the match, K-Slox. I think you're starting to enjoy a bit of the K-Slox.
Yeah, I mean, it's just his style of play. It requires a lot of confidence,
bravery,
a lot of bravery, and that's a style of play that typically, we see temporarily work.
Yeah.
It's not the kind of thing that's something you can keep falling back into unless you start re-innovating different plays that haven't been seen before. I mean, just look at Yakinda. He was that kind of guy. He was the guy that would get away with those kind of plays, and eventually you get sussed out. But for now, it's serving a great purpose.
It's a close series as well. So both games today to open things up on the B stream 2-0. So that's a change. But this was a very close series, right? You can see the scores right now, 13-10, 13-11. I just want to educate everybody on what the pool of the 2-1 teams is currently looking at, where ODDIK will find themselves. So VP, obviously, with their win against Big to start the day. FURIA, with their win against MIBR, puts them there as well. We currently have NIP versus Aurora going on the mainstream with ODDIK and Anders. You can go check that one out. Winner of that game will join themselves in the 2-1 bucket. So I think NIP, look, they had a close first map against Spirit yesterday. They got blown out on map number 2, but it's good to see them back in Tier 1 CS. And then you're going to have the losers. Here it is. This is perfectly framed for everybody. Above that, the losers of the 2-0 game. So either MongolZ or Na'Vi, or either Astralis or Spirit will join that group. And as we already talked about, ODDIK will not be able to play Astralis again in the Swiss. So there you go. That's how things are unfolding. That's what you can look forward to tomorrow. And after today's games are concluded, especially that Aurora versus NIP one, not especially, that Aurora versus NIP one. Once that's done, now there's constant stakes.
Yeah.
Not medium rare, stakes in terms of are you getting eliminated or are you progressing? So every match will mean something for these teams. So a lot to look forward to. Still got a couple more days of group stage in Astana before things are wrapped up and locked in for the arena. 8-team playoff, 1.25 million, 1 champion in Kazakhstan. Who's it going to be?
Who is it going to be? Well, we're going to be finding out more as this day progresses as well. Do stay tuned. There's a lot more Counter-Strike coming your way across those 2 streams. Anything in particular looking forward to in the games that are up?
I actually want to go flick on Aurora versus NIP. I want to see their progression.
Yeah.
Because I'm someone who's been critical of NIP as an org and their decisions, but I think they've made some good choices with this current roster.
Yeah.
Shush, Wrinkle, Snappy, and of course UJerks and Aristos. I'm excited to see if they can make playoffs at this event and if GamerLegion are able to go from 0-2 back to a 3-2 and get themselves into another playoff.
Yeah, well, we're going to get cozy and watch that, but you can do the same. But for now, we are going to take a break. When we do come back, it will be Jason and Dinko bringing you the action on the B stream. So look forward to that. See you later, guys. See ya. See ya. That's the end from us. Not everyone. We'll be back tomorrow. Much love, guys.
GamerLegion is a team that has shown they can fight with the best. They can make it very interesting as well. But there have been some ups and downs for you guys. I've got ZTR with me to talk about some of that. Now, it seems like you guys not just play well together, but you kind of gel together very well as a unit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just very good personalities from everyone. I guess you could say, like, everyone is very welcoming to each other. And I mean, you can just feel it when you play and when we're outside of the server. Everyone really enjoys their time with each other. And yeah, it's not like one guy is the odd man out and doesn't enjoy hanging out with the team. I feel like we're one big unit and everyone enjoys hanging out with each other, and I feel like that really helps us in game as well.
And how is that for you as a leader, right? Do you have more confidence with the calls you can make? Like, does it always feel like everyone's believing in following the lead that you have?
Yeah, for sure, I would say that.
How does that make you feel though? Like, what does that give you? Does that give you extra confidence to call well, like you can do more?
Yeah, for sure. It gives me extra confidence, and I think it's like, what do you call it? It goes around, you know? Like, I get the confidence, and when I have confidence in my calls and the team can hear it, then they get confidence because they think, they like believe in it more because I'm confident, you know? So I think it's all a very good, it circles around, you know?
Yeah. We spoke last time we were here at a PGL event. We did this sit-down interview about just how things are going, like you and your relationship with Ash, because obviously between in-game leader and coach, it's such an important aspect of the game. But looking at how you guys have gone through all these different things that we spoke about, the major, then these events, how much do you feel like you're developing and improving under him? Do you still see that you're making great progress as a leader in the way you want?
Maybe it slowed down a bit because we had, there's less time for like working on individuals, at least for me, but of course I self-reflect a lot. And I think like the criticism that is being given to me by both our second coach Adrian and Ash, of course, I think they always give me something that I can think about or work on. And I feel like that keeps me steadily in a improving state, I guess you could call it.
Now, looking at what the team can do here at Astana, you made playoffs at Melbourne, you made playoffs at the previous PGL as well, right, where you do it even though it's a studio event. So do we now look at this as like, you consider yourselves a team that can get to playoffs and you have that confidence and belief?
Yeah, I think we haven't really talked about our goals, but I would say for me individually, I think definitely we can make playoffs. Of course, nothing is gonna come for free and we still need to perform to get there. And then if we reach the playoffs, I think anything can happen because the top 3 teams are missing in this tournament.
Yeah.
I think the Spirit is the clear number 1 in this tournament, and then I think everything below that is pretty much around the same level or if not lower level. So I think it's a really great opportunity for us and we need to lock in and take advantage of the situation.
And where do you put yourselves in that? Like if you're just saying about GamerLegion as a team right now, I know that's very hard to do, I can see you smiling already, but like you're talking about the names that are here, where do you put yourselves currently? Because like for me, I definitely can see you guys making playoffs.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you see yourselves as, okay, looking at these teams, we could be top 4, we could beat these guys, we could do this?
I mean, I have a specific number in my head, but I'm gonna take the safe card and say I think we are top 8 in this tournament for sure. But I think we're a bit higher than that, but I'm just gonna say top 8.
Okay, I like that. You're being careful with the wording, so it can't be used against you in the future. How was preparation coming in for this event though? Did you get much time for it? Because I know you were on boot camp before Melbourne, then you had Melbourne, now you're coming into this. Obviously you were not at Rivals, but that might have given you a chance.
Yeah, I think we got back from Melbourne. We stayed there a while because we made the playoffs. So we got back, had some off days. I think we had, between Melbourne and this event, we've had 3 practice.
Okay.
Were they the most effective? That's up to someone else to say, but yeah, we've had some time to prepare and we arrived here very early as well. So that's given us more time to prepare our theory, etc. So I'd say we're pretty well prepared for this tournament.
Well, you're looking very confident with it all as well. I can see a difference in you when we last spoke to today. I think that's going to be a very good sign for you. So good luck throughout the rest of the tournament. I'm excited to see what you can do.
Perfect, thank you.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025. We have got ourselves a very quick day so far, Jason, but maybe it'll slow down as we get into our matchups because, you know, getting into the second half of the day yesterday, we had all the rounds, all the maps, all the exciting Counter-Strike was with us.
Yeah, we did have 6 maps yesterday. It was crazy. And it was nice seeing some of the teams on day one that struggled bounce back into it. But yeah, I mean, this is kicking off a little bit early as some of the games went pretty quick earlier today. Virtus.pro taking on Big 2-0. That kind of cut it
going quick.
Yeah, well, that was just nice. That did cut like an hour off the amount of sleep that we were able to get, which is unfortunate. But here we are. You know, ODDIK taking down Pain 2-0 as well. So the fun thing is moving forward, we get to check out this GamerLegion versus HOTU, and we touched on it yesterday when we saw him. HOTU is a different team day 1 to day 2, and if they come in like day 2 HOTU, this can actually be a matchup that we get excited for.
Yeah, very very much so. And I think obviously HOTU playing with the home advantage, right? In terms of there's an extra motivation there for them to try and get things going. But I think for HOTU, it's kind of crazy how much better they looked
day to day. And the play that stood out to me a lot was Kato. I think he's a fantastic space taker. If he can do that again today, it's kind of the win condition for me, just with the amount of impact he had across all 3 maps that they played yesterday.
Yeah, him and Yuka played really well yesterday. Mizu obviously had some good impact as well. I think he had like an isolated map where he was an absolute monster as well. So like those kind of 2 guys and add Mizu as that third are kind of like the 3 to watch if you haven't seen a whole lot of HOTU. They're a lot of fun to keep track of. On the other side of things for GamerLegion, it's kind of like they're looking at this with this failed qualification for the majors. Like this event kind of is their major. You know, like some of these events right before the player break, before the season ends, are sort of like their big championships now. They've got Dallas coming up. They have Astana right now, but without a major, those 2 events are sort of like, let's go all out for these ones.
Yeah, well, let's give the context of how GamerLegion got here in this tournament into the 0-2 game, because you're looking at them playing against Spirit in the opening match. Okay, fair enough. Losing to Spirit in a 13-11.
Yeah, we're not going to hold that against you.
Yeah, especially because it was 13-11, 13-11. But the loss against FURIA, that's a little more shocking, considering FURIA just made a new roster. So for GamerLegion, going to be pretty disappointing to be here, but I mean, they've got to be defeating HOTU today.
Yeah, I mean, surely when they look at that, they see this as a must-win game. Although I think for us, it's like from the outside, when we saw how good they played yesterday, it's sort of like we know this is going to be a challenge for you, right? If like the right HOTU team shows up, we know this isn't going to be an easy series. So I'm pretty pumped for it to see what these 2 teams clash. Obviously, some of the GamerLegion, I mean, that's a cool lineup to watch play. Obviously, we've all been excited to see Rez and his resurgence within the GamerLegion team, but I don't know. I think there's kind of fun about this HOTU team and watching them kind of learn how to play on land. So Ancient going to be the opening map, which we haven't had a whole lot of. Mirage is going to be map number 2 picked by GamerLegion. And I mean, funnily enough, I feel like Mirage is a map HOTU is picking that as their map in the series previously. Oh, excuse me. So GamerLegion picked Ancient. No. Yeah, HOTU picked Ancient, GamerLegion picked Mirage. So GamerLegion has picked the map that HOTU's been picking, but they haven't looked great on it. I don't think they've won either one of their Mirages when they've selected it.
No, but they made it kind of uncomfortable for their opponent both times. But yeah, they haven't actually been able to win it. So yeah, I think for HOTU, they're going to be pretty happy. The fact they obviously want to play Mirage, they keep picking it. So maybe they just haven't shown us their best game on it yet. But
well, now's the time.
Now is the time. Now or never, really. So we got Ancient, Mirage, and Anubis. Yesterday we were saying, oh, we don't need map 3. We did. So that was Aurora.
Funnily enough, that's probably the map they look the best on, right? So if they can like take Ancient, if all of a sudden you could get a map and guarantee you have a map 3, I'd actually be really excited if we had a guaranteed map 3 right out of the gate, just because if we get there, that's going to be fireworks. HOTU looked really, really good on Anubis.
Yeah, well, for GamerLegion, they just really can't drop the ball today. It would be great for them to get the quick 2-0 today, just for their own confidence, right? You lose to FURIA in a 3-map affair. You lose to Spirit, sure. These are results you can maybe just let slide. But a loss to HOTU, you cannot. So for GamerLegion, they've got to build some confidence, start building some momentum. They are a team that, in traditionally, Ash's experience of going 0-2 in Swiss systems, he has a lot of experience with that.
He knows how to get himself out of this situation. Unfortunately, when you have you're like, oh, I wish I didn't have this experience, but I guess it's nice.
I feel like Ash probably has the most experience of this right now, like over the last few years. So there was 0-2 the Paris Major, where they run into the playoffs, and then there was 0-2 previous RMR, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. Then Shanghai as well.
Majors. So, yeah, he's got quite a bit of experience. Not something you really want to have, but absolutely has the experience for it.
Probably not something you expected either, with some of the performances from this lineup to start the year either. So I think maybe he's probably feeling like they've had a little bit of a regression recently. So Ash is going to try and get the boys fired up today. This matchup, 0-2 team. So the loser of this is eliminated from PGL Astana 2025. They won't make it to the arena. They won't even make it close. They will leave without a win, and that'd be sad. No one wants to leave without a win. No one likes the 0-2 barbecue. That's true.
Someone has to, and I think for many would have expected HOTU to be in that category.
I know. Well, it seems like look, my barometer for people's love of HOTU is based off Twitch chat, which doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of love going on.
Mainly it's for Eminem.
Okay, yeah, mainly the little Slim Shady lookalike.
Yeah.
But still, I think you know, no matter if you don't really like this team, I think you still have to be kind of surprised at to some extent how good they looked yesterday compared to day one. Like day one was probably like pleasure, like they look garbage. Day two was like, oh, this team actually is pretty cracked in certain situations. Anubis being one of them, being the third map. So let's see what they've got on Ancient. I don't think we've seen this map out of them yet. And a tough match against a GamerLegion team that's got a solid squad. tabseN, ZTR, Slend, Rez, PR, taking on Duke, Kato, Mizu, Lampada, and Yuka for the HOTU side of things.
Yeah, I mean, we very quickly become familiar with these GamerLegion players over the start of this year. And, you know, Ash was having to rebuild the squad quite a bit, bringing in new players again. And we really like what we've seen at the start of the year in Katowice. So kicking things off, GamerLegion not going to go to the major. Let's see if they can recover this here in Astana. 0-2 as they start against HOTU. It's Kato charging in towards the donut. Jewel Beretta running in and not spotting anybody, so he's got a lot of space to move into the site. Got that quick push in towards CT spawn as Kato already on the site. Molotov deep towards CT spawn. And it's a 5v5 retake scenario. GamerLegion have a kit.
Yeah, but 5v5 retakes kind of suck. I mean, we know the A-bomb site is very retakeable, but especially on a pistol, you better hit some bangers with these USPs. They better be fast when you exit Temple as well. Player over at A main, and Donut's the main point of attack.
Damn, PR, double headshot coming in. Mizu able to follow up with the Jewel Beretta. ZTR, great response. Slank follows up, and Kato left with everything to do, and there's just too much to ask.
Well, they hit the bangers they needed. They hit the absolute bangers they needed. I want to see these kills from PR, because that's two instantaneous headshots as soon as the retake is called to begin. A nasty little sequence. And GamerLegion make it look oh so easy. Pistol round is theirs.
You know, feel pretty good about this retake, how clean PR is on the double at the donut.
That's nasty. those are the exact openings you need. And on some extent, you're almost like, I don't know, if you're HOTU, you're just like, what are we supposed to do? PR just hits 2 1-bullet headshots as he comes out. Both our players go down immediately. Brutal way to lose a round, to lose a pistol after you take the bomb site so convincingly. 1-0 and a second round bye with that bomb plant. We're getting a B rush.
Mizu coming in, Mac 10. It's going to be ZTR to take him out with the MP9, and they're trying to farm, but it's tabseN with the double, make it 3 from the corner. It's now Yuka. 1v4 inside of the site, needs something special here, and he's got the deagle out and can't find the follow-up, so tabseN enjoys the 4K.
Yeah, one hell of a round from tabseN. Double spray down on the initial with the mag of the M4, and then swapping out to those dualies for an extra pair of kills as well. Good hold from him as his teammate falls in a 1-for-1 trade. That is a nice follow-up defense. ZTR sets him up and he obliges, knocks him down. That's a nice sequence. Kato thought he had him dead to rights. So 2-0, the B rush doesn't work, no bomb plant, only 1 kill. All that investment in the second round goes to waste for HOTU. Good start for GamerLegion.
Yeah, it should be 3-0 now off the back of that. Not too much for HOTU to play with here. They're going to try and get out elbow. Mizu being a threat on the side of the smoke. But he's going to get swung on, and okay. Yeah, well, there's a threat at this. Oh, what? Dude, he's got both mid kills. Kato's got one of the deagle. And I said not much of a threat. Well, I was mistaken because HOTU now 4-2 up on players. A main push for Slend. If it goes against him, then we're looking at a real rough round here. He's trying to recover it on his own, and the deagle's got another one. So, old tabseN, 1v3. And he's on the A side going through donut. Kato with the rifle goes down. That's information. The bomb should just run. Yeah, sprint to the B site.
Well, that's exactly what tabseN's realizing is, you know, now they just spotted me over at donut. They're going to sprint towards the A bomb site. They're going to pick up the pace. So he's got to jump on the shift in a nice read, but he's got to get past this deagle. Ben spotted, long range. Lampada cannot commit to the fight. And actually very low HP players. This is a doable 1v2, but tabseN a little bit nervous that they know his position of retake. So second guessing himself, but coming right back to his original option. And now he's got to find both. One smoke to utilize.
Oh, tabseN trying to make no secret about his position. He realizes speed.
It needs to go quiet, though, at some point.
Is what he wants to go with here. He's moving forward. He's going to check towards ramp, and they're not peeking him and not giving him chances. He's going to just try and peek into the corner. Didn't see the arm. Didn't see the elbow. And Duke, because of the sound, pretty easy for him to track tabseN around that wall.
That's like, I mean, running there is fine, but at some point when you get to cube, you got to go quiet so they don't really know how to follow you around and, you know, shift and track you. So, I mean, that was sold the whole way. Mizu, these are the deagle shots that opened it up and sealed the victory for HOTU.
What the hell
From here, it's way too much of a difficult recovery mission. Good read from Kato, knowing that the attempt to equalize would come from that position and pushing through the smoke, being ready to pounce. Really nice read of the scenario, and the deagles are brutal.
Well, that's a huge round to pick up. It was looking like it should have been a clean 3-0 for GamerLegion, but HOTU bounced back straight away. And look at this, the force buy for GamerLegion. It's an M4A1S here for Rez. AUG, and it's quick A into the AUG, and it gets nothing. Lampada just domes him straight through Temple.
Ooh, bomb site's been mollied though. So
thank you, Yuka.
Yeah, he's kind of delayed their own plant. You might want to, if you don't get a kill soon, if you're GamerLegion, you actually might want to save this buy. If you can't delay this plant, that's a nice find. Now they're going to stick around and go for a little bit more. Flash in, well done. Here's the retake.
They're definitely going to go for it now. Telson with the kill, the 5-7 into the corner. Kato taken out. We got Lampada up on the boost. Yuka down behind the big box. When the GamerLegion decided to step forward. Can still go the way of HOTU here with a 3v4 post plant. Here comes the retake. Lampada taking CTR down. Yuka on the follow-up, and GamerLegion get cast away until it's Towson in the 1v3. He's got 2 kills locked in. Smoke onto the bomb. Got to get onto that defuse. He's going to hold it. He's going to stick it, and here comes the knives, but it's a miss, and the defuse is stuck, and it's picked up by Towson. The 1v3, and the cherry on top at the end.
Another quad kill for Towson, and this time he gets the clutch that he couldn't find in the previous in that 1v2. Nice. So the tricky little smoke diffuse. Make sure he gives himself a new angle outside of the bomb site so the lineup for that knife inside the smoke isn't there. Tough retake as well. Everything went against him because of the time on the bomb. Not every player had a kit, so they had to go through the smoke and donut, but Towson saves the day. And GamerLegion right back in this, 3-1.
Yo, but Towson going 9-1. What a start into the game today for him.
And it's 2 quad kills as well.
Yeah. Really important impact for Towson. Keeps their head above water here at HOTU. They still have enough to get a good buyout here. You've got AWP for Yuka. Not a lot of utility, though.
No, that's the problem.
They're just going to go for headshots.
PR, I don't know. You got a little bit slow on dropping that smoke and getting out of the danger, so bullets whiz past him. And Rez shifts over to Red Room to take control and wait for Duke Fisher's play.
Yeah, well, here he comes. Fasura. Gonna take the head away from Rez. A lot of space taken with that kill. ZZR trying to move in to close the gap, but he's only got an MP9. I should stop saying only an MP9 because it just feels like the most godly weapon in the game right now. 3 kills on it across the map. And now we got Mizu and Yuka. 2v4. Yuka's going to go, triumphal cup on Towson, but Towson's pretty warmed up right now, so yeah, that's his 10th kill.
He's feeling sharp, isn't he? That's a nice little 1-bullet headshot to slide into.
Mizu gone. So Towson gets another one, adds it to the tally, 11-1 as he closes on the 4th round victory here for GamerLegion, and the buyback for HOTU does not pay off. You'd imagine we're going to see a couple of upgraded pistols in the armor here, and a 5-1 lead being teed up for GamerLegion.
Well, a couple of assists out there helps ZCR and his MP9. You know, the damage earlier from Rez, but also PR doing a little bit of chip onto the other player, so easy double up. Well, easy might not be the right word, but it looked clean as hell. 4-1 in back to pistols for HOTU, the Deagles, but it is the only round they won was the Mizu double opening in middle with this Deagle, so he's going to go back and try his luck again. And you can see GamerLegion remembers what happened the previous time, so they play it very passively. Nobody even peeking in middle. And across the map, winning their engagement. So a 5-on-3, and even Mizu. Oh, he does get another one done. All right.
Oh, well, Towson able to clear out Yuka. Yeah, Mizu's Deagle.
Yeah, it's on point.
Pretty scary today.
Tell you what, it's nice having, if you're GamerLegion, having your player with a hot hand as your like B anchor. Like it's got to be a nice feeling like that B bomb site is going to be taken. The Deagles in middle are brutal. Nice shot from Kato, and Mizu's still alive. Oh, there it is, and the A bomb site cracked open.
That's so insane. They're so good on the Deagles right now. HOTU getting right back into the round again at 2v2. And this is ridiculous. ZTR and Towson having to recover the mess again. AWP picked up for Kato. He's got that mid-flank on lock. He's looking at the donut. Mizu's Deagle still shooting. Kato's creeping ever closer into the site, looking back to donut again. ZTR yet to move. Now goes for the peek. Kato's got eyes on it, realizes it, drops the utility. You gotta go through it, but Kato's got the shot. And again, the Deagles come out to play. And there you go, Towson. There's a taste of the lead. No savior this time. Mizu with 2, Kato with the 3, and we've got HOTU up to their 2nd round win.
Oh, that's wild. The Deagles, man. That's so brutal. 2 of these rounds now that we've had in the first 6. And he does it again, just a little bit different stylistically, but I mean, not only with Deagles, but this is a 3v5 conversion. GamerLegion got the opening 2 kills of this round, and that's one that's going to have Ash with his hand in his head, shaking it, wondering how it all went wrong. But these deagles from HOTU are magical right now. Maybe don't even use AKs for the rest of the map. Maybe just kind of...
yeah, I mean, they've looked way better on Deagles. They actually might have some of the best Eagles we've seen in the tournament so far.
Yeah, so far, it's looking real good.
This is crazy. Oh, every time GamerLegion finally like come out of the pit of despair and like,
I know.
Oh, we're gonna win, but they only got pistols. There's
like
no
a hard fart retake just to get rewarded with a deagle bullet to the dome. Another force up here, going to get aggressive in middle. It's the op. Slen trying to lead the way. That makes Duke a little bit nervous, so he backs off the angle. Stalemate in middle. No one gains control over towards the B bomb site. They want to test tabseN again. 12 and 2. Can he step up one more time? This time, no. But ZTR is here with the 5-7 spam down through the corner of the boards, and the B bomb site is lost.
Yeah, the Molotov's going to force them back, and even if they want to retake this, they just can't. So they're going to back off and save. This is GamerLegion in a really rough spot. I almost can't believe we're in this situation where HOTU are just kind of hanging in there. GamerLegion put themselves in so many positions. It looked like tabseN had saved him early on in the game. They were finally going to get that window of opportunity to grow the CT side scoreline. But HOTU's Deagles keep closing the gap, keeping them in this. And now with a pretty clean victory, they only lose one player. HOTU can start building some of that money up on the T side.
I mean, this is one of those like starts to this half or the starts to this map that's kind of like, which perspective are you watching this game through? Is it HOTU with some incredible rounds to keep themselves in it, or is GamerLegion squandering opportunities, right? These hard-fought round wins and retakes that give them the advantage and give them the economic control, let them build up some money. All of it is slipping by the wayside because these Deagles are punishing them. 2 Deagle round wins in the first 6 rounds of the game. And GamerLegion, Ash is probably sitting here and he's like, man, this could be like 6-1 right now. You know, this could be completely different. And now having to fight back with 3 saved weapons and 2 pistols. The AWP and Slend, MP9 on Res, M4 on PR. Not even utility replenished in this round. So GamerLegion going into it sparse. A very Spartan loadout for round 8.
We got Slend trying to lock down the A bomb site. He's very isolated. To see if he can step up here with a shot. They're coming in towards his crosshair. It's going to be a missed one. Drops in behind the big box. Goes out again. A lot of pressure being put on him. No, and he's missed everything. And there's no one close enough.
Yeah, no, it's over. Like, you saved this M4 and this MP9. You might rotate some of the pistols over, see if you can get a kill because the bomb site hasn't been completely lost yet. Clearing out Donut with 4 players might give time, actually, for GamerLegion to step up and have some defense, but it lures them all into the perfect choke point to slaughter them. And GamerLegion's losing everything. PR needs to just stay the hell away over at the B bomb site. This round is done.
Yeah, very annoying retakes in the situation there for GamerLegion. I'm sure, just kind of getting pulled into the idea that it might be possible and just get forced away. So we got a tied scoreline. I'm sure Slend is going to be kicking himself. He didn't get at least 1.
Well, hey, good news is we're coming into this. We were kind of like, are we going to get day 1 HOTU or are we going to get day 2? And it's looking like we're getting day 2.
We're getting day 3.
We're getting day 3. It's a whole new style. Yeah, we haven't seen like some of like the really cool tactical plays and like setups they've had, that we saw in Anubis yesterday in their series loss. But certainly we're seeing some highlights of the skill coming out with these deagle shots from Mizu and Kato. Really nice recovery in the early going for HOTU. Mo's going to pass out some fist bumps as GamerLegion call their first time out. Not liking what they're seeing and experiencing inside the server, so GamerLegion going to try and get back into it.
I mean, we talked about the lack of LAN experience for HOTU in their opening day, and it was quite evident as they got manhandled by Pain. But it was fantastic to see them come back into the second day, and it looked like an entirely different squad. Perhaps it is just a level of shaking off the nerves. They've not played an event of this caliber. They're playing on the LAN setup against more experienced teams. Just took them a while to shake off the jitters.
Well, there's always this like weird thing, like your first match, like I don't know if it's their exact first, but like an early match against the tier 1 competition, like as a team, like you don't even realize that you're able to actually compete with some of these squads, right? Like you almost don't believe it, and then you get inside the server and you realize like you're closer than you expected before the match began. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's some of the confidence and some of the things we've seen, some of the growth we've seen out of HOTU early in these first few days of the event. Now that they have some of that confidence, they can put some creative and fun things into play. Quick smoke out towards long and short at the B bomb site. Want to show pressure. And that isolates the lone defender, who's towseN, who's had a great game, 12-4, but now locked out immediately right out of the gate.
Hey, here comes Mizu hunting down ZTR inside a cave.
Well done.
Yeah, that gets sort of an important play on this defense. And GamerLegion now on the back foot again, thinking about a retake, but a player down, and you're all coming in from the same side. There's no one on the flank. There's no one coming cave. You've just got to hope that towseN can create some space off of that kill. And now time to move in on the back of it. towseN again. Topples 2. Is there a follow-up? towseN just keeps cutting through them, but he's gone now. PR steps up. Just Kato, and they know exactly where he is. And they're going to get rid of him. So towseN is the savior once again for GamerLegion. I almost can't believe he gets that third kill.
Yeah, no, I can't at all. That's so fast. A dink and a cleanup on that slide. He's like wide swinging just to take the shot so his teammates can find the trade kill, and he still just grabs it immediately. I did not have a towseN hard carry on my bingo card when I woke up.
Not exactly known as the hard carry player, but I mean, you'll take it. You'll absolutely take it.
Dude, look at this work he's doing here. This is beautiful. Just the tap, such a slight angle on Mizu, gets immediate dink in the cleanup, sets everything up, as you mentioned, creating space, getting the foothold for his team on that retake. towseN's a beast right now.
Yeah, I mean, towseN is keeping the minute early. He's awake early. Someone else needs to wake up around him eventually here, but he's keeping his team in contention of these fights. And here comes the mid-fight coming down. It's PR to open things up with a kill. Kato just willing to run through that smoke.
They're going to pressure the A bomb site, though. With all that attention in middle, with all those exchanges, HOTU's like, there's no way you have enough defenders to have someone at the A bomb site, so we'll take control of this while GamerLegion on the other side of the map. They don't realize how clear they actually have this bomb site. The problem for GamerLegion is because it's so wide open, look at all the real estate Lampada has got.
Yeah, and he's been willing to take this very quickly. So do you predict that he's gotten towards CT? Here comes towseN over towards Donut. ZTR, oh, this is a tough angle to clear.
Yeah, but the issue is the planter doesn't really have safety for the bomb to go down. This is a nice kill, but Donut is still open, so Deep Molotov going to plant safely at the corner. Nice find there. Third player for HOTU is rotating back over to A main late, and GamerLegion's got one player in Donut, one player in CT spawn with no clue where Lampada has gone.
Well, that kill from towseN. Lampada, they know where he is now, middle of the site, dead. Yuka looking to step up, delivers the shot straight through the chest of towseN, leaving sLEN to try and recover this 1v2. He's got to fight the player behind the big box and Yuka, and then piece it together that there's someone in Donut, and that just isn't going to happen. So HOTU, in the mid-skirmishes, they realize the A has an opening, and they go and close it.
And they're actually starting to work this T side and control how the game is being played on GamerLegion. They're really the ones dictating the action. We saw, like, even on that towseN 3-kill retake that GamerLegion won, it was a nice set piece towards the B bomb site early when the defense was passive. They put a lot of pressure on mid, so GamerLegion wants to make sure they keep control of that and have forces there, which leaves the extremities a little bit weaker. HOTU's caught wind of that, and now they're seeing these exchanges. We're happy to take the space over at the A bomb site. Really, really good call and reaction, and happening so quickly and decisively that GamerLegion can't react in time.
Yeah, you can see the frustration there for Ash as he's reluctantly handing out the high fives, trying to keep the spirits high, but he is not going to be happy with his first half of Counter-Strike. If it wasn't for towseN, we could be looking at a devastating scoreline against GamerLegion right now, but hanging in there 5-5, about to concede the lead. We'll be seeing 6-5 for HOTU in just a mere moment. Looking sharper.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, just playing confidently, even this round against the Pistols. Grouped up, playing the trade game. That's a nice shot from PR, but you're only really going to get one of those in that position. So, 6-5 for HOTU. Really nice recovery considering this half at one point was, what, like 4-1 in the favor of GamerLegion, and then it's been 5 of the last 6. Including this round going in the favor of HOTU. So, really well played. sLEN and Rez having really, really tough games right now.
Oh,
2 kills on Rez, 3 on sLEN. We saw some of the misses of the AWP seemed a little bit haggard.
Yeah, we saw Rez getting 1 deed.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe those Deagles just knocked him off their game. They're just like, I just don't want to take any fights anymore.
Yeah,
Deagle has that effect on people, you know? Of all the weapons in the game. Not even able to find any exits, not even able to get close to any weapons they can pick up at the end of the round. There's not a whole lot of positivity for GamerLegion. We're going to get another buy out of them in this round. And we'll see what they can do, because now you've had a world where HOTU on the T side has, you know, kind of at least made you nervous about the B bomb site. They've beaten you in middle. They've beaten you at A couple of times now. The whole map is red alert for GamerLegion, so no good, easy call for them to game plan for this final round of the half of where to defend. Up in the hands of Slend. M4s across the board. Otherwise, there's no kits on the GamerLegion CT side for this final round, so keep your eyes on those bomb plants and how fast and the pace of the retake. Right out of the gate, one player just going to be lurking over in mid. That's Duke, who's looking to take some space and take some attention. The rest of the hit is going towards that A bomb site. Looking like they might call it off with Kato, but that's where the op of Slend is positioned back towards Temple. And some kind of a change-up in the call as they readjust the resources to attack towards Red Room. It's a two-man stack here, though.
Yard nipping up and getting away with Yuka. Rez is trying to step up and clean up on 2, but it's only the 1 kill so far. Has to switch out to the 5-7. And he'll have no issue in finishing off Duke Fasura. And now get Lampada and Mizu left. 2v4 recovery required to prevent GamerLegion from tying this scoreline up. And, well, there's the first. Rez was forced into the fight in the open by the utility, and now Mizu trying to create space in the B bomb site. He actually caught the wrong timing because Taliesin just pushed in towards him, spotted him move out to the right side, and so Mizu gets shut down, putting it all on Lampada. 45 seconds.
Ooh, heard a footstep, though. That's a sound cue given over, so gonna peek towards long. Doesn't realize, I think, there's 2 of them. Might only believe of 1. Nade is gonna come out. That won't clean up the... Oh, yes, it will. It goes deep enough for ZTR, and he does know there's a second player there. Now he knows where the op is as well, and he's gonna bail out. 30 seconds. He's got time to sprint over to the A bomb site, but Slend already has the idea. Gotta cut off the fallback in middle.
Oh, but he goes in a cave. At least that's information that he doesn't spot him. He'll tell Taliesin to maintain his positioning here on B.
This is eating time off the clock, though. Now you don't have as much time to play with before you can get the bomb planted.
All right, he's going to come out of the cave. Yeah, he's got 10 seconds on the clock now, but he's made it to default. Some util left. Again, Taliesin's going to force him to plant in the open. It's a perfect play from Taliesin.
Damn, dude. That is a baller way to win that round. Molotov into the plant spot, force him to drop it into the open. And Taliesin completes one hell of a half. What, 18-6, I believe, is his scoreline at the end of things. What a monster for GamerLegion. But all that being said, it's still just tied up.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for this monster performance from Taliesin, imagine where we would be for GamerLegion. We'd be looking at them struggling really far behind in this half. HOTU looking sharp. I mean, this is a situation where HOTU didn't have the ideal start to the game. They were just kind of hanging in there. They got broken a couple of times, but it's the Deagles that saved them. They got them going, and
the 2 low-buy Deagle round wins in the first 6 rounds is really, I mean, you just kind of, you took GamerLegion's knees out from beneath them. Just as they were building into the game, you just kept sweeping the leg each and every time you won one of those rounds, so no momentum built up. Nothing cool for GamerLegion. Nicely done. From HOTU as we switch sides, we'll see what they've got on the defensive side. And one thing we've noticed and kind of talked about yesterday, though, that trend kind of got broken yesterday. CT sides are the ones that looked a little bit weaker for them across the maps that they've played. T sides usually decent enough. So we'll see what they have in store for GamerLegion now, as they get to try and keep them away from the bomb sites. Nice to see a little bit of life out of Rez in that final round. A nice double kill. Actually, triple kill with that pistol to keep hold of Red Room. Okay, not too stressed. Not too stressed, all things considered, with how that first map went for GamerLegion.
Oh, Taliesin isn't, at least. But,
yeah, true.
Yeah.
Rez, PR, and Slend in middle. The 3 of them going to start working their way in, crouching and walking over towards Donut here. Tons of information. All 5 defenders for HOTU got pulled over to the B bomb site, so it's going to be deja vu to the first half pistol. We're going to get a bomb plant pretty much for free as the bomb site is taken, and then a 5v5 retake attempt.
Well, it was won by the CT side in the pistol round of the first half. GamerLegion hoping to pick up both pistols here, though, as Taliesin kicks off with the opening kill. PR defends the temple. There's Lampada is the victim. Taliesin to follow up behind him, but then suddenly Kato gets a double headshot. And he's back into the round again. Coming out of the temple, dropping into the site. No kid on the remaining 2 players here. They tap the defuse, and Rez is going to peek them from CT. So 2 kills locked in for Rez. Pistol picked up. Both pistols now for GamerLegion.
All right, nicely done, Rez. Stella getting her groove back. A couple kills there, a couple kills at the end in the last round of the first half, so Rez might have a few things to be a bit more positive about and build into this second half, into this game. Nice pistol rounds, and GamerLegion just cannot rotate over in time and get enough good shots early. This is nice from Kato, but it's really just recovery at that point, still too far out of their grasp. 7-6, both pistols, as you mentioned, is going to be quite nice. Second round save from HOTU, so they're going to go for that 3rd round buy on the CT side. So everything looking GamerLegion at the moment, especially with this aggressive push out of the USPs, already taken down over in A main. The other half of the push and split is pretty much destroyed as well. 8-6. Let's get into the gun rounds.
I almost can't believe the performance towson's having right now. 21-7.
I mean, look, I'd love to see it. There's no reason why it shouldn't continue on the T side, right? With some of the shots he's been hitting, we've seen it's not just like a luck game where, you know, things are just turning up in his favor. He's actually going out and earning these kills. So no reason this shouldn't continue on the T side. And especially if you're towson right now and you have this kind of a scoreboard and you know your teammates have sort of started slowly, I think you kind of have that feeling of responsibility being like, I'm the badass right now.
Yeah,
I have to prove it and step up. I have to keep being there to make sure I can carry this team as long until the rest of the guys show up into the server. A-rush. Molotov in their way, but they're going to go right through.
Oh my, yeah, they're just charging in. towson at the front of that attack. He won't get a kill this time. Has to rely on his teammates to step up, and ZTR certainly will. So, kill on Mizu. Here comes Duke, and Duke's got a double. Is there a triple? Lined up in behind that big box. Yes, there is. Duke with 3. Incredible hold from Duke Vasura. And we've got PR with a 1v4. And that fast A play does not work out.
I just mentioned maybe those like couple of nice rounds out of Rez might kind of ignite him and get him going in this game. And then I think he has a round like this where I think he's going to feel really responsible for the way this unraveled. He's the player who kind of took the space into the bomb site, looked to wrap around the default boxes and hold for that smoke push. I think he paused at the corner, but either way, losing that fight and not being able to contain the push from Duke, Rez feels very much like this fell apart because he wasn't able to get the kill. And PR is left in an impossible scenario. 50 seconds, plenty of time. There's no chance of finding all 4 kills, surely.
No. Would be incredible PR for GamerLegion if he wins the 1v4, though. 35 seconds. Shot to the M4, and a little smoke drops to the donut. So, yep, not a fun
Honestly,
time here.
It's
for
not
PR.
the worst thing in the world to just save this as well. ZTR's got 350. You can drop this over. You've got money to get an AK-47 and utility for the next round. So a save here and not getting the bonus money doesn't cause any true damage. It's going to be another full buy in the next round for GamerLegion. But HOTU bring it close, and with 3 players surviving, they've got a decent enough bank to be happy about things.
Well, chalk it up to a failed A rush. I think the rush was actually decently successful, though. They get the 1-for-1 trade. They take the space into the A side, and then there's just a heroics, really, from Duke Vasura.
That's always like the hard part of the IGL is assessing like could this tactic work? Because I would agree with what you just said there, where the A rush worked. It got them exactly what they wanted. It's the follow-up and the inability to contain Duke coming out of that smoke behind the plant boxes is really where that's lost. Like the initial play, the initial call, 1-for-1 on that A rush and control the bomb site. You love it. Just not able to control the follow-up.
Well, a little bit of B aggression coming in from the CT side, set up for a ramp rush into ZTR, who's going to take 1, but he's pinned in the corner, and so gets the second. Stabilizes.
Yeah, happy to drop a smoke as well. That might actually, you know, in some ways help the CTs prevent any more follow-up aggression on B ramp. Helps the defender a little bit, but keeps ZTR alive most importantly. So with low HP, he bails out. And Rez has got good position because of the push down B ramp. He's just like, I'll take space over in cave, and now he's got a nice flank set up. GamerLegion can take their time with this. They can actually pause right now. They need to be really cautious about the flank. They've got no idea about Yuka, who's the snake in the grass.
Yeah, well, they get rid of Mizu, so the flank really has to be the step up. Once again, Duke Vasura taking the kill. Yuka now activates on that flank, so they realize it now when the bomb isn't planted. Rez goes around the back, and Duke Vasura is taken out. They know exactly where Yuka is, the last remaining player, so they plant the bomb safely behind the default boxes, and towson's ready for him to step out into the open.
That's a brilliant round from Rez. Just a good read of the situation with the B ramp aggression and a really good read of the pacing on that flank as well. And he's just the pressure release valve for GamerLegion. I mean, as soon as that's getting really sketchy and really tough to handle, he just shows up to take down the CT player. Really well timed to secure the round. Nice impact from Rez. 9-7, a 2-round lead for GamerLegion, and that win just decimates the economy of HOTU. 2 players can buy, Yuka and Kato, 41 and 4,500 respectively, but everyone else is struggling with it, so HOTU might have to sit back around.
ZTR handling the pressure, the B push. Looked like he was going to get traded out, but stand tall. And you won't be seeing too much, you'd imagine, from HOTU here, but there is a couple of Deagles in play.
I would have bought way more Deagles considering how it's
everybody on a Deagle,
I
please.
know, I would have been like, look, I got money. These Deagles apparently are working today. We're just going to pass them all around. It's like Oprah with Deagles. Everyone gets one.
Well, I guess right now for HOTU, it is all the Deagles are on the Danger Man, right? The players that were getting those impact frags on the Deagles, Mizu, Kato, and Duke Fasura.
There we go.
And there we go, number one.
All right. Let's get another. GamerLegion's got to be so scared right now. Shaking in their little booties. Kato's got another. Dictating everything. Bomb's coming in late. Now, look, GamerLegion could still take this bomb site, and then those Deagles are going to have a tough time retaking. But 5-on-3, now there's a real chance at this.
It's...
Oh my, and a little bit of chip damage with the USP.
That's a lot of damage, actually.
Okay, Rez is going to have a big role to play. I don't know. I think he might have heard some of these footsteps right at the end.
Well, they just have legions of players they can send in.
Second left.
Rez is going to try and cut them down. Okay, another Deagle shot. They're into the site. ZTR and Taus are looking to hold on, but these Deagles, once again, igniting fear into the hearts of GamerLegion. It is on ZTR this time to close it. Tap on the defuse. When does he think it's going to be a stick? He's not going to go for it yet. He goes into the open. USP's got the headshot. They've got the round, Jason. They had 3 Deagles. 3 Deagles. That's all they had.
Yeah, well, they got plenty of headshots with those 3 Deagles. I don't... Ooh. Okay, they do have it. You're exactly right. Nailed it. Even before the tone comes off. 9-8. That's the 3rd round of Deagles that they've won in this map. How many do you need? That's the question. Like, at this point, this is such a... Like, anything after this is such a luxury. And that'll be the conversation for GamerLegion in between maps. Whether it's win or lose, it is the philosophy of how you want to play against low buys and against Deagles.
You know, Ash is writing all of these down on his notebooks. Lost Deagle round in round 4. Lost Deagle round in round 8. Lost Deagle round in round 12.
Yeah, I know. It's terrifying how this has happened now. It seems to just be at will for HOTU.
I said it as a bit of a joke. Well, Rez has come through with a headshot on Misu. It's fine. Once HOTU have rifles, GamerLegion have a chance.
Both of these teams are having like similar conversations. For GamerLegion, it's like, man, if we could just win rounds against the Deagles, we would have won this map already. And HOTU's like, man, if we were actually just better in the gun rounds, we would have won this map already.
Well, it tells you what we're watching right now.
It's been exciting.
It has been.
It's getting scrappy.
But it is a 0-2 game, and we're seeing the pressure right now mounting.
And this round is not exactly sealed, even with the opening kill from GamerLegion. Rez is at 17 HP. Might want to consider passing that AK-47 over. You've got 2 players with Tech 9s as well. So there's a chance for recovery for HOTU. Baits out the shot. Utility in towards Donut. There's flashes. And gonna plant at the corner. No smoke, no Molotov to hold it back. It's got to be a push. It's got to be a trade, and it's not there yet.
Yeah, well, Duke Fasura just going right in. There's a second kill for him, finally taken out by Slen, but it's a back and forth. The results in a 2v2 and make it a 1v2 for Slen as Kato denies any access to the plant. But the bomb is picked up and is gone. Slen's out of there.
He's got a huge jump on this. No one's even... The last 2 players haven't even started moving. They're hoping that the bomb is still somewhere at the A-bomb site, but now realizing they're lost as the plant comes in. And Slen has time to position wherever the hell he wants. And he's got 2 half HP or less players to find. Lampada 24 HP, Kato 51. They've got 2 kits, no smoke for this retake in this defuse.
Yeah, well, the unfortunate thing here for Slend is he doesn't have much health either. He's down to 46 HP. He's going to play inside of the cave. They're moving in quite quickly here, HOTU. One of them can get on the defuse while the other defends. And Slend, he's going to realize that defuse is coming in. He's got to get around the corner, and he can't do it. Kato puts him in the ground with a 3K again. Kato's had back-to-back days where he's just been the star of the show.
Yeah, this is really good from Kato, showing a nice level, some consistency across the days. Yuka's a little bit quiet at 7 and 12, but HOTU's still in this, so time for everyone to step up and help deliver a round that's going to help you get over the finish line. 23 kills on towsEN. He ended the first half with 18, so stuck on 5 in the 6 rounds of play thus far in this second half. Hero AK on towsEN. Why not? 23 kills, pass it over to him, see what he can create for you.
But most likely, we're now looking at HOTU taking double figures. Double figures and the lead.
This needs to be fast.
Oh, Mizu. Ability to try and drop it. You'll see them run right through it. Use the bullets instead. Yuka able to follow up And we're not seeing GamerLegion take too much space here. It should be shut down by Duke. He goes for this play every time. Disrespecting that CT smoke, getting out onto the default boxes.
It's a nice idea to get your entrance, and I mean, it's good that it goes 1-for-1, but the fact that Yuka makes that play, just gets that one kill out of Donut and just disappears is such a strong position to be in. Without the resources and the utility to follow that up, it was always going to be tough. You needed a miss from that AWP. You needed to be able to get into that bomb site and take some space so that Duke couldn't come through that smoke.
I think I just want to see the molly the default box every time they go for an A play now. Because Duke is just making that play every single time.
Yeah, I mean, every team makes that play during those executes. I think part of it is GamerLegion kind of feel like there's been a few moments where they've been able to get that space. We had that one with Rez where he actually gets to the bomb site and has the chance to stop that. I think their philosophy is we can scale fast enough to prevent that kind of a play with the defense maybe that they've seen HOTU likes to run. Obviously, it hasn't worked out exactly the way they would have liked throughout this half.
Yeah, maybe Duke FURIA is just willing to rotate a little faster. He's just there maybe earlier than expected. Consistently getting out towards the default boxes. All right, double figures and the lead for HOTU. GamerLegion, look at that. It's a pretty battered buy again. You got Tech 9 here for ZTR, Galil for Tails, and 3 AK-47s. Grenades landing in towards elbow. All things considered, not a lot of damage done to Towson. Here comes PR getting sent through into the fight, but Duke FURIA is going to close up that elbow gap. And if you want to continue to fight, if you want to try and split this, you got to rely on the Heaven players. And Duke is going to try and turn. Here comes Kato! Oh God, what is that?
Get out.
He is just shutting GamerLegion down.
It's such a nasty sequence. That's beautiful from Kato.
Dude, that's so sick.
And a great just aggression at the point of attack, understands what's happening. The two pushes in mid, knows his teammates are fighting as well. He knows they're out in the open, and that is just so gross. A death match from Kato.
Dude, this is his breakout event right now. He's just showing everybody what he's capable of. This is crazy from Kato. He's had some beautiful mechanical sequences over the last 3 days here. Down in middle. It's Duke FURIA at the box. PR. Oh, bro! What? Oh, GamerLegion, this is a nightmare day. They've won both pistols, and they're just getting their asses handed to them by the mechanical ability of HOTU.
Get out.
GamerLegion cannot match what HOTU are bringing to the server right now. ZTR left 1v4. Map point for HOTU.
Oh, this is so rough for GamerLegion. HOTU have just taken complete control. A whole new attitude down the stretch of this map. About to get to map point. ZTR 1v4. He's been spotted out, and there's the win for Mizu. 3 chances, HOTU, to close things out. They might not even need all of them.
Shitting on them, Jason.
Yeah, they really are. His confidence has hit critical mass, and a third timeout, final timeout burned from GamerLegion to get one last idea in.
That jump up on the box.
Oh, I know. That's insane. You think of some of like the ways that, I mean, you add in like the Deagle rounds throughout this half. Like some of the deaths these GamerLegion players have taken have got to be so frustrating. But for sure, they've been entirely knocked out of their game. HOTU in complete control. No issues with the CT side so far. A little bit of luck going Duke's way for sure. But everything after that is just a beatdown. Haven't had to say Yuka's name too much in the highlight reel, but this is a nice double from him to secure the A bomb site and make sure there's going to be no danger from GamerLegion.
Oh, Ash is just going to march outside with a team after this, you'd imagine. Because here comes Mizu into the B lane. He's going to lose the fight against Rez, so good start to the rounds here for GamerLegion. But here comes Kato. Looks up. Oh, the backs are turned. Okay, Kato gets one. Lapata has the follow-up. And GamerLegion started the round with the advantage, but it's gone immediately.
Yeah, dude, Kato saw that little fadeaway flashbang and knew what the implication of that. He's like, yeah, this guy's falling back. I'm just going to push it. Picks up the pace. Even makes the footsteps around the corner. And GamerLegion can't react in time. Now Duke over in middle. Dink onto Towson and one kill before it. So 2 players against the 3 to keep GamerLegion alive. It's Slend and tabseN on 15 health to keep this map going.
And tabseN has taken so much damage on board as well. We're looking at him on 15 HP. 45 seconds left.
And just got smoked out as well when both of them convened towards elbow, so getting funneled towards this A bomb site right towards the AWP, and Yuka is playing in a safe position. They know mid is covered by Kato up at the jump up position, so Yuka can just take a shot and fall back into Donut with no concerns.
Here comes tabseN. 24 seconds. I feel like Yuka's gonna get a real shot at this, but he shoots too early.
Yeah, a little nervous, I think. I think the sound cue
was jittery. Oh, but he's not nervous on the second time. tabseN goes down through the smoke, and we now look at Slend trying to save the map. 1v3, and not gonna happen. Yuka through the smoke with a 5-7. Welcome, GamerLegion, to what this means, because they are down 0-2 in the competition. They've just lost the opening map, and they're getting a taste of HOTU's mechanical ability.
Yeah.
GamerLegion won both pistols on Ancient, both pistol rounds, but they lost 3 times to Deagles.
Yeah, that's a really depressing loss. I mean, that's a head scratcher if you're GamerLegion. That one has just been taken away from you. The Deagle rounds on top of everything are just punches in the face. You had a great performance out of tabseN that now goes to waste. You had a good start to this map as well, but man, you have to give credit over to HOTU. Like, I mean, ever since day 1 finished, we've seen the individual level step up. You still see that individual skill in a big way, but then you've also had some great calling on your T sides. You've had some great protocols and good reactions. This HOTU team is showing some cool stuff in days 2 and 3 at PGL Astana, and they've got a chance to put GamerLegion in the bin and send them home way, way too early for GamerLegion's liking.
I mean, the main criticism that I was reading in the general community sentiment is that this HOTU team are just onliners, right?
Yeah.
And I think that opening game with the tournament, you may start to believe it. But the second day they've come in and they nearly beat Aurora yesterday. I mean, Aurora barely scraped through that game.
Yeah.
And today, you've taken the opening map versus GamerLegion while losing both pistol rounds. I think that's really impressive. I think you can easily... You can maybe understand it slightly if HOTU get ideal starts in both halves, they get the pistol, they win all the follow-up rounds, so you give themselves a really nice buffer. But this is a team having to win some of these low buy rounds, having to win gun rounds with clutches. They do it in the hard way. They take the hard road to try and win this opening map, and they do it 13-9.
Well, I think it's fun too because they kind of. I mean, now that we've had 2 days of them performing well, at least for this in this opening map, we start to see like a little bit of consistency in the players that you expect that they need to kind of have impact to have the success they're looking for. Kato and Duke, the kind of space that they like to take, the aggression they like to have, being those front end players and the entries that they can provide. Yuka with his AWP, Mizu's a really good lurk player. Lampada's got good impact and just kind of supportive elements so far. I mean, they just seem to have a team that's pretty comfortable in the roles they're playing with each other at the moment. And that looked like a really clean win. So the more wins like that, it's like, okay, if this confidence keeps growing, what can they actually show us down this group stage? Can they make a little bit of a Cinderella run from this 0-2 position?
Right.
Because I think now we can start to have confidence of teams at the GamerLegion level this team can be competitive with.
Well, HOTU, this is, that's the storyline we're following for them. But let's look at the other side of things. We're talking about GamerLegion, who are now 0-2. They're 1 map down in the 0-2 game against HOTU. This is getting into very dangerous territory of utter disaster and collapse for GamerLegion, who missed out on the major via the MRQ. We kind of give them some forgiveness there because online matches and then obviously the system they feel like failed them, and so they missed out on the major. But it hasn't been great. They haven't been able to continue to build on the early success at the start of this year, and this would be a new low for them.
I think that's the wake-up call. I think it's like, you had some of those early successes in 2025, so you get to ride that wave a little bit, and things are looking good, and all the players are feeling good, and then you hit that resistance, and you hit that regression where you take a step back, and things are more of a difficult and more of a struggle. And I think now we're seeing GamerLegion like mentally like having a tough time kind of turning that around. They're like, oh shit, the things that were going so good for us early on are no longer working. What do we do?
All right.
So yeah, they're in a little bit of a rut right now, and they have one last chance to break out of it.
Well, one last chance to break out of it for GamerLegion. They need to reverse sweep this best of 3 to stay alive here in Astana.
HOTU are coming into PGL Astana as a team that qualified through the Asia region, and they've got a very established coach who was one of the best players in the world at one time. Mo sat here smiling away.
Hello everyone.
Hello, my friend. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Good. I'm feeling nice because it's like my hometown,
Yeah.
I'm feeling amazing right now.
What does it feel like for you to have a big event like this in Kazakhstan, but also you qualify to take part in it.
Yeah, for me it's like much important, you know,
Yeah.
like to be in hometown, and if you qual to playoffs, maybe if you qual somehow, it's gonna be like so hype and so loud. Our crowd gonna be like so happy, you know.
Oh, it would be crazy. And I've heard very good things about the Kazakhstani community and how much they love Counter-Strike. So I'm sure they would love to see you there.
Of course, I hope so.
But talk to me about this team, because you come through the qualifier, right? You look very strong into it. But for a lot of these players, it's the first big event, first big chance. So what was the feeling for the team and for you when you found out you qualified, when you made it?
Like I said, for me it's much important, and I said to my mates, teammates, I mean players, you're gonna qual. We have no chance to not qual, because like my hometown, we should do it. And they just focus on, before qualifier, we focus like 2 months to practice a lot for this tournament. And we're ready for all teams, because we analyze all Asian region, and we was strong team on this region, because like we focus on this tournament and we analyze all. That's why.
And what has it been like in the development of your team? Because you're playing within the Asia region, but like when I look down the results you had before qualifying here, you would come close, but you couldn't get the win. You couldn't get the qualification.
Yeah.
What was the difference? What changed?
The Duke Fissura.
Yeah.
Player. Yes, he's a captain, because like before we playing with Reagan, it's our ex-player, and he was not a captain, you know.
Okay.
And it's hard, and I always have only 4 powers to tell them how to play, how they need to learn. But right now we have Duke Fissura, and for me it's like it's good, because I have 4 powers, and it's much important. Last time it's like.
So he's
no captain.
He's the captain that can make a difference, the real leader for the team. And looking at how hard this event will be for them, how do you now prepare them for that? Like, how do you mentally get them ready to face some very good teams?
I just say, just take your time, just enjoy this tournament, because right now we have a lot of practice before this tournament. Like 2 weeks we practice 150 hours in game, and we practice a lot of teams here. So right now I just say, just enjoy this tournament, just enjoy tier 1 tournament, and I hope so they will enjoy on server. So
just looking at realistic though, right? Your goal is to get as much experience as possible, make playoffs, try and develop further as a team?
Yes, that's our goal. We just play game by game. Like for us it's new experience, skills, and we don't have goal to playoff. We just play, just game.
How do you prepare? Like, how do you get ready with the team? Is there something special you do, like anti-stratting? You're the coach. Do you have analysts? Do you have other?
I'm all.
Just you?
I can.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I can be coach. I can be analyst. I can player if you need.
Yeah.
Just right now I'm just only one, and actually I have Duke Fissura, so it's a good captain and a good leader, and I'm talking with him too much. You know.
That's good though. So you're all effort, all energy into trying to make this work. Well, I know this event means a lot to you. It's great to finally have an event this big in Kazakhstan as well. Good luck in the games, and thank you very much for your time, man.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025. We have got an upset on the cards here. HOTU looking to take down GamerLegion and send them out of the tournament. Up next is Mirage. It's a map that HOTU have picked pretty much every day they've played so far, but the problem is not today. This is GamerLegion picking into Mirage, and HOTU haven't won it a single time yet.
Yeah, which I think is part of the reason if you're GamerLegion and you want to go here to begin with, you might get kind of dissuaded by seeing the fact that HOTU like to play it, but also seeing that they've picked it and lost it twice. 13-8 loss to Pain, 13-9 loss to Aurora on day 1 and day 2. But like we've been saying, it's a completely different team, you know, even on day 2, but now on day 3, even looking really strong as well. So I don't know. I'm hoping on some level that HOTU shows us in this map why they picked it on the first 2 days, right? With this kind of step up, with the confidence they've now gotten from a couple wins and a couple good matches against strong teams, against Aurora, now this win against GamerLegion. I hope the confidence is at a level where we can see some cool ideas, because I mean, it's funny watching them pick it on the first 2 days, because it's probably the map that I've seen the least in terms of game planning, in terms of playbook, in terms of development, in terms of protocols. Like their Anubis has looked better, their Ancient has looked better than Mirage, Nuke has even looked better than Mirage. So I mean, like it's kind of like let's see why you're picking it now, because there's no excuse. If this is flat, then I'm just kind of confused why you guys were choosing to go here.
Right, and I guess that has to be the conversation from this team is like, guys, we're one map up in the series now. We get to play Mirage. Like, let's show what we can do on Mirage. Let's show why we want to pick this. And take this opportunity to 2-0 GamerLegion. You've got them on the rocks here.
Let's give them the old Deagle on Mirage.
Yeah,
you know?
let's give them the old Deagle.
This Deagle's work on this map is cool.
Honestly, you don't want to have to rely on the Deagles, but, you know, it's in the back pocket. They did it 3 times. It turns out every single round they have a Deagle. There's something special happening.
They should just buy Deagles on the pistol round.
What do you
5 Deagles?
What do you think?
Pistol round.
What do you think Ash would have said about that game? Like, after that?
I told you. I think the conversation between maps was simply focused on how they play low buys. Like, guys, like we can't, like, you know, we can't just like kind of sit around and jiggle into Deagles. I know like some of the shots weren't, some of the shots were just bangers. Like you can't do anything about it. But certainly Ash is just like, guys, against low buys, this is how we have to play it. Let's make sure we're all on the same page philosophically. Rush up catwalk towards the B bomb site, and HOTU scrambling to find positions.
GamerLegion won both pistols on the previous map of Ancient. It's a good start here from HOTU with 2 kills. Lampada and Mizu coming in. Slen trading it back to even numbers.
Not just the kills, but the positioning of Mizu makes this tricky.
Yeah, well, Slime pushing up. It's going to be Duke Vasura going down, and I'm going to try and get that kit on the ground, and there's no problem for Slime in doing that, but he's down so low in health. He's looking for the ace. He's looking for everybody here. Mizu does not have the kit on his back. He's just going to go 10 seconds. He's just going to go 10 seconds.
No.
He's going to stick it.
No,
Slime,
dude.
go. You can't let this happen. The 10-second stick denied. As Mizu takes him down regardless and gets back to that defuse.
That's fair. Fair play for Mizu, though. I like the ambitious 10-second stick. I think he had to have had the comms that the last player was really, really hurt, was red HP, so he knows he'll have like that little bit of a second. He takes that risk of saying, you're not going to hit an instant headshot. I'm going to have a chance, a shot or two to clean you up when you eventually turn this corner. A really tough 1v1 to win with low HP. And Mizu takes a pistol round, the first for HOTU in this series.
Yeah, that's a bad sign for GamerLegion. They've now won a pistol round. They're going to try and bounce back with some Deagles themselves here, GamerLegion. Let's see what they can do with them. tabseN, Rez, PR, and an AK. There's a sled. And it's gone. So that was your best weapon, and it's out of there. It's picked up again. It's going to be ZTR going to work with it. He's going to drop back. He has Kevlar as well. He was secretly preying on his teammate's downfall.
Yeah, he was just like, go die, man. You got this fight, I swear. Go swing wide. He's in window.
And then just steal the AK.
Yeah, I got you. I'll swing with you.
We've got HOTU.
Oh, man, bad luck.
5v4. They're going to head, yeah, exactly. Heading out in the middle. We've got ZTR just using... See, this is what he should have done for his teammate, right? Have a little pistol bodyguard going out in front of him.
Yeah. Let's see what ZTR has in store for us. No one peeking, no smokes, no utility left for GamerLegion. So this is a long route to run in middle, and you can see HOTU lining up with 3 players to peek into this, to pounce, to collapse on this attack. That's a good shot with the AK, but the catwalk player, ugly spray from Mizu. His teammates have gone down, and so has he. Deserved after the full mag goes without any results.
All right, we've delved into the craziness already. 45 seconds, 2v2. ZTR has slipped through the murder hole. Coming back over towards Lampada that has the right idea, the right lead. Can he get the kill, though? He's done. Getting pushed from 2 sides. Can he work a kill at least out of this? Yes, he can. Ball down, and he's got both.
All right, Lampada, well handled. AK thrown to his teammate, and he's got the M4.
Yeah, that got dicey. That got a little dicey. He worked himself into a position that was like, oh crap, now I just have to stand and fight. I have no other options. Thankfully, wins them both out. Good spin on the second kill. GamerLegion, they actually have to break up without utility. The fact that they survived this collapse, one catwalk, one window, and one con is actually super impressive. The fact that they traded out in that fashion is really nicely done. But a great recovery from Lampada. So 2-0. And GamerLegion, with that success with one hero AK-47, go right back into a buy. 4 rifles, 1 MAC-10 on Slen, but again, light on nades.
The res rush in towards the ladder room. He's going to have a little, okay, wall bang. taleSIN not enjoying that. He's lost 60 HP. Lampada pushed up in the apartments. Oh, they're just going to run right through, and so it's a double kill. mizu steps up, and that is one hell of a shutdown.
All right, GamerLegion. Well, you just got shocked and surprised on map 1, and now I think the first 3 rounds of this half have been a punch in the face. The pistol round, the reversal in the second round, and now just getting slaughtered in your first buy round that you had set up so nicely. And the fact that they are crushed that emphatically kind of alleviates a lot of the economic pressure that they were applying to HOTU with that kind of a buy and the success in the second round. So HOTU gets a little bit of breathing space. Now it's Tech 9s in utility and armor for GamerLegion as they try in, and it's going to be an A execute, a set piece. All 5 players heading to this side of the map. Only Kato to defend with the FAMAS, so he'll have to play it passive.
Flashes raining in. Kato just going to play in behind the ticket box. GamerLegion have flooded the A bomb site.
They're going to push him.
They're going to try and put pressure on Kato, but he handles pressure very well. Not this time. taleSIN gets rid of him on the Tech 9, but the rest of his teammates stepping up. I say rest of his teammates. It's just Duke Visura that's got the kills in this round. Bomb planted for GamerLegion into the post plant with 3 committed towards CT spawn.
Yeah, and you know they have control of CT, so there's a good nade.
Helps.
Yeah, low HP on taleSIN gets cleaned up. Here's the flash.
I'm just going to wait a second. They've got some time. Oh my god. Okay, then. All right. mizu through the smoke finishes him off, and Duke Visura's got the headshot on PR. So, yeah, when you immediately land a bullet, that's like a game of battleships where he's just like perfectly predicted exactly where his opponent is and just sends one bullet through.
This little hacky boy with his sussy little taps.
Yeah, he's like, tap. Yeah, that was crazy. Okay, well, the bomb plant at least. This is Duke Visura using the smoke break. taleSIN gets naded by the smoke, by the nade that was intended to break the smoke towards CT. Lampada starts just tapping through the smoke, immediately lands upon his opponent, and they come back in on the retake.
Tough turn of events. Tell you what, though, this HOTU team is looking like they aren't dropping the ball. They're looking like we're gonna get that kind of glimpse of why they wanted to go take so many games to Mirage and kind of the struggles they had in the first few days. Looking much cleaner, looking much more solid on this CT side. So they forced a timeout out of GamerLegion early, heading into round 5. It's an Alpen, Slend, and AK-47s across the board for GamerLegion, but no success. No real, nothing really to provide like a compass to point you in the right direction of where to attack into. So likely GamerLegion with this first full buy they have across the board, spread out into a default and see what kind of results they can get from that.
Here comes mizu around the back. It's taleSIN's head turn. mizu pushes forward. taleSIN just not ready for a CT to be behind underpass already. Yuka is about to have a Slen challenge. See Zitar and Rez have to go back and address that problem. Slen tries to peek into the op, but it's not going to work out here for GamerLegion. They've got to start this round 3v5.
What are you supposed to do here? Going to be jump spotting. One lurk, and PR is going to be smoked off. So, I mean, he can't even help initiate any action to take some attention away from this B hit. Presence called out from mizu, utility dump, but behind the flames, he jumps and sees nothing. PR wants the fight. He needs to provide the opening, some kind of kill that makes them nervous about this bomb site, and he can't find it. So back to B we go, and mizu in perfect position.
Started with a push, and we'll get nothing on the follow-up. Looked like he was guaranteed at least one there, but good shot from ZTR. You could have disrupted the smoke. Well, worked out really at all. So ZTR burning in the sight. Smoke goes down, and he's going to survive on 14 HP, but it does put more pressure on Ryze to step up from short side with his AK-47. He's pinned in the corner just to that right side. Yuka going through with a Tech 9, applying pressure. They know that Ryze is likely here. He peeks the boost, but loses his life regardless, so it's ZTR. Okay, he's got 2. Is there a 4K teed up here for ZTR? A clutch to put GamerLegion's first round on the board, and ZTR's got 3. Now he runs. He flees the scene into the site. 0 T rounds, but that is still going to be the reality as he does not pick up the clutch. He comes damn close to a low HP 1v4, but it's 5-0 here for HOTU.
Yeah, it's actually a really sick try. That's actually really well played with low HP. Planted the bomb, burned, got naded as well. Really, really harassed, but finds the perfect movements after each kill. And I mean, actually, you got to say, maybe one of the few rounds where we've seen HOTU slip up, the inability to find a 2-on-1 in that kind of a situation, a 4-on-1, and you can't find a single fight that you can trade. So PR almost makes him pay, disappearing into the smoke and coming out the other side. Excuse me, ZTR, not PR. Really well done. But it's still 5-0. And even with those losses, HOTU's got the economy to withstand it, so not too much stress. Unless you're a GamerLegion player.
Then you're very stressed.
In which case, it's starting to build, it's starting to grow, and it's not fun.
Yeah, elimination on the line versus HOTU. You're forgiven for the loss against Spirit in a 13-11 fashion to kick off the opening match of the tournament. You want to be beating FURIA with their new roster, but they don't, and now they're getting farmed! Oh my god, Yuka was close to all 3.
Slide had to have that kill. After those 2, he had to have that punish. That's what they'd been waiting for.
Slide's gone now. Here comes PR out of Palace trying to save them, but downed after 1. And you've got Ryze stuck inside a connector, and anything but easy right now for Ryze.
Man, Duke is sharp today. Yeah, we saw some great rounds on Ancient, and this one, this like little banger immediate headshot over towards Palace to make sure there's nothing to build upon from PR. Beautiful shot.
There's so much firepower on the HOTU team. It's crazy. Mizu 9-2. AWP popping off in this round. Duke looking insane.
I mean, honestly, there's enough firepower on the GamerLegion side to actually fight back. We're just not seeing it come to fruition. Like, how many times have we, like, at the start of 2025, for the first, like, 3 months he's in this team, how many times have we seen Rez, like, dominate and just kind of get a hot hand in these, like, mid-range, one-on-one AK duels? Well, he's just getting banged out by Duke here at a headshot angle. So, yeah, you're seeing, I think, individually, GamerLegion players are going to tell you this isn't anyone on top of their game.
Well, if you come out of that loss and you're hoping that you just hit the ground running here in Mirage, well, that's not going to be the case here for GamerLegion. Now they're in a massive amount of trouble.
And you haven't even had to contend with the Deagles yet.
True.
It's going to get worse.
They haven't even used their best weapon yet. When you break that economy, that's where everything hits the fan. All right, small tech issue here. The hand warmers. Keeping his fingers nice and warm here, Kato.
Yeah. You got to.
He knows his Deagle moment's coming up a little bit later.
Yeah, he's got his highlight moment is gonna come to fruition here any round. Timeout from GamerLegion to talk things over, so maybe a little bit of a tech into this tactical.
All right, so they don't have enough money for a full buy here for GamerLegion, so they're going to start buying some Tech 9s, a little bit of utility and Kevlar around that. But Mo has got to be much happier with his squad over the last 2 days.
I think it's really tough for GamerLegion and probably Ash right now to work out the solution to this problem. Because again, I mentioned it in like round 3. There's nothing really they can lean on to say this is where we've had success. You think of some of the rounds that they've gotten close, you know, the low buy kind of hero AK round where they kind of walked middle and broke up that stack. Well, that's not going to happen too often. It's not really a round you're going to call for. And then you just have this close 1v1 that ZTR loses a couple rounds back, but even that was a failed B hit that turned into a stellar performance in a 1v4. So you're not sitting here like, man, we're able to get into this A-bomb site whenever we want, and we're able to get in clean and have a good chance at a win. Duke is going to peek in towards Khan, slides over, good win, blinded as well, but now they're going to wrap around from the bomb site. He's aware of the possibility and can't recover. Out of ammunition, tabseN takes him down.
Finally getting a kill on that Tech 9. It took a while, bomb plant secured. And we got a 4v4. And HOTU have to try and retake 3 through CT.
Look at the utility. They've got tons of it. Heaps of smokes to chuck out to give himself some safety.
And Yuka, he's going to get a pick. tabseN goes down. PR's Deagle chimes in. keeping the numbers even for now, but remember all that utility they've got. The bullets landing to the heads. GamerLegion fighting them. Lampada taking kills. And we've got the grenade to follow up into the ramp. A 7-0 lead for HOTU. Recovering the round after GamerLegion get through.
I guess, I mean, maybe GamerLegion just took a harder punch than we thought on Ancient. Maybe they just got knocked out after that map because they haven't shown up yet on Mirage. Like they're not even here fighting back yet. Tough round to hold off the retake. Not able to recover any rifles, any AK-47, so just deagles, you know, to defend against that, against all that utility as well. And Lampada just kind of destroyed everyone. 7-0. A big old goose egg for GamerLegion on the scoreboard.
There's the peek from Yuka, and he just hasn't really missed anything, has he? It's another kill for the AWP of Yuka in the mid pick. So, missed window smoke. PR trying to fight as well to Palace. Last-ditch effort. Individuals trying to step up here for GamerLegion, and a decent job from that Palace push to draw the numbers even at a 3v3. That's a crazy play.
I mean, there must have been a miscomm. There must have been some kind of a miscomm for him to just like let go of the shift key and take that kind of a sprint. So a gift for GamerLegion they absolutely have to take advantage of. I think Yuka, he's just like, what the hell? Why is there someone right there just chilling?
Sitting in the window. Just about misses the AWP shot. Rez able to punish, and that's the first round on the board for GamerLegion.
Yeah, and I mean, breaking out into that like individual style of just saying, you know what, nothing's working on the tactical team level. So yeah, everyone get a little bit of freedom in this round and try and make something happen. At least puts him into a 3v3, and then you get the mistake you needed to really open up the round. So Kato going to save the AK-47. Plenty of money for HOTU moving forward. Another buy into the next round, but good job from GamerLegion. Finally getting the 0 off the scoreboard. They've got a long path to recovery, though. Not yet fighting for this map in this series. They're just like looking to begin a recovery mission to save themselves on Mirage.
Terrorists win. And the problem is you've still got so much money here for the CTs. They can just buy back, get everything they need.
You know, it's kind of an interesting conversation because like it'd be fun to talk to Ash maybe about it at some point, maybe in the loser interview. I might ask about it if I were there, but like it's hard like in hindsight to be super critical of this Mirage pick because on one level you are like you're picking the map that they've wanted to play in their first 2 series, but they've lost both of them and didn't look particularly good.
Yeah, they look like ass at points.
If you're doing your research and you're watching those first 2 games of Mirage from day 1 and 2 and you're Ash, you're like, yeah, we can. This is awesome. I'd love to play this map against them.
Yeah. Sure.
So hard to be critical in hindsight, but certainly there's a level here that HOTU's hitting that GamerLegion didn't expect on the map.
You want to come into Mirage feeling confident.
Yeah.
You don't want to come in after getting banged down on Ancient. And another advantage here for HOTU, another opening kill.
Oh, by the way, GamerLegion has 0 opening kills in this map.
That's not good.
This is now the 9th opening kill for HOTU.
Well, the response in the previous round from GamerLegion after losing the opening kill was a Palace push, right? 2 players coming out of Palace. They don't really have that response available to them this time, but the mid-fight's going the way of GamerLegion. So Rez and ZTR stepping up, so 3v3.
3v3, no gaps though. Defense is split 1-1 and 1. Op at A, Mizu in the window, and Lampada's once again going to take that timing to push forward, but this time he's not going to be too crazy with it. This time he just stops in the corner until he knows exactly what's happening on the map. Doesn't want to push into a rifle again. So GamerLegion, 2 players in the bomb, head right at Yuka, playing very passively. Seems like the first engagement will be this one. ZTR trying to get past Mizu up on catwalk.
25 seconds, that's all they've got. Mizu's going to move to top middle. And get the A flank going around the backside here. The ball being tossed.
It's interesting. It's interesting that he has this idea to flank A already, though, and that Lampada hadn't moved, hadn't budged. Oh, the peek from Yuka. You got a flank coming in. Stay passive.
Yeah, you've kind of screwed that one up a little bit, but here comes Mizu around the back. Slen's going to back up into him. Slen's going to back up into him. He has no idea. Mizu hearing the scope. Can he activate now? He's got to move quite quickly. His teammate's still far away. There's the free kill. Oh my god. What a play. What a play. Mizu gets right beside him. Trigger, discipline. He's got the headshot. Looking for the second player, though. Hasn't seen the sandwich player. Hasn't figured out where he is, and he can't react in time. Kill from Lampada, but he doesn't move. He doesn't get into position in time. And so Lampada has to save, and it's going to be a second round for GamerLegion off the back of that.
Yeah, I really think Yuka needed to wait a little bit longer for that flank to get closer. If that play is being made while Yuka's still alive, I think that's an impossible round for GamerLegion to win. Nicely done from them. A couple scrappy rounds fighting themselves back into this, and I think they've gotten HOTU at the point of a reset. I think there's going to be one more buy, but finally, I mean, for as much of a disaster as this half has been for GamerLegion, these 2 round wins in a row is the last-ditch effort to get back into the map. If you can break them here, you've got a runway to get up to 5 rounds in this half, which seemed inconceivable when we were sitting at 7-0 with how those rounds were playing out. So GamerLegions have reopened the door to contest for the map in series.
But every round win is a step closer to the D-goals. Here comes Rez. He's got a kill on Mizu.
Those damn D-goals. Well, hey, there's the first opening kill for GamerLegion. That is a great find. And now you build upon it. And they picked up the pace, a change of pace, a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive. And HOTU's got to be thinking save already, but it's not there. Rez just wrecking them in middle.
Zoro doing what he can. Okay, 2 headshots back.
Don't let it slip away.
Do not let this go. This would mentally break you, and Rez like, okay, let's put that one to bed.
There we go. I think he got styled on in that little duel, that open space duel against Duke a couple rounds back, and ever since that, he's had enough. He's hit some bangers in this round. Triple kills so far. Chance at a 4th. Here's the ankles break. Can't win the fight. Lampada, does he want to go for the 1v2? Does he want to save the AK-47? Not a lot of money behind this, and he's going to step forward.
He goes in. He's got a lot of utility, but he realizes, yeah, there's an AWP here. I'll pick that up. Get that into the hands of Yuka. And the momentum stalled out on HOTU's side. GamerLegion fighting forward, fighting into this half. A 7-5 recovery still on the table. Great round from Rez. Another 3K for him, and put an end to Duke Vizura's heroics inside a connector as well.
Yeah, it looked like those shots might be pulling him right back into it. If they were able to find Rez on that lurk, round is on. But it's gone the other direction, and we get a timeout from HOTU, and more than anything, I think more than anything strategic or even, mental, some kind of a conversation, I think it's just trying to figure out what they want to do with the money. They have that AWP saved over that's passed to Yuka. At M4 in the hands of Lampada as he's invested, but everyone else is kind of stuck around 2,400 to 3K, so they got to figure out exactly what kind of a buy they want to work in, and it doesn't look like any deagles are being brought out, which is kind of sad for us. But Rez has really started to be a wrecking ball over in middle. That's a really nice fast round up catwalk to catch them off guard. So HOTU thinking this is still going to be kind of the standard game they've played up against to the point. They haven't gotten the message that GamerLegion has kind of taken the leashes off and let the players individually dictate some aggression.
Well, it's earned a smile out of Rez. MP9s for Kato and Duke. And we got Mizu on the FAMAS. It's evident weaknesses that are starting to form here for HOTU.
And they put the op over in window to start the round, obviously. Then Yuka's shifted over to the B bomb site. So watching the B halls from market, which should free up Mizu if things start getting spicy over in middle at the A bomb site. Free up that rifler to have a jump on the rotation or an early look to lean towards in that direction. GamerLegion is reconvening here. 2 players at ramp. 1 player is going to be in Palace. The other 2 over in middle. So likely to try and set up Rez for a con play. We'll have Duke to contend with, who's been incredible, but stuck on an MP9 at least in this round 11.
Rez getting into the window.
Oh, just in time as well.
Just crosses as that smoke fades away. Duke seems to be aware, and he's going to fight Rez. No problem for the MP9. Close range. Lampada follows up, and Slen unable to pull it off. He goes to the Tech 9 instead to try and recover this, redeem himself, but he can't do it. PR to retreat.
Why did we have to? Why did we have to be on his POV? Why did we have to see that?
We can act like we didn't.
It's just, I mean, I know the feeling. I know what's going through his head right now when he's dead and he's like really pissed off and frustrated. He's just got like, he's got so many ideas in his head. Like you're watching this, you know the smoke's about to fade. You know there's a chance someone's behind it, so just have the scope out, ready to react. And then also, you know, as the smoke fades, your teammate's probably calling saying, "I'm gonna make the play. Can you flash for me?" So switches to pull out a nade, and then all of a sudden you're lost. You're just about to change your position to set up the flash to activate your teammate, and someone's actually there. So timing, horrible. Communication, horrible timing for it. And Slen just feels like a little bit of an idiot.
Well, HOTU back to winning. Why is that 7-5 dream dead for GamerLegion in this half? And the best they can hope for now are 4. Down to all rifles. And another opening kill here for HOTU. So 9-3. It's been queued up.
Well,
that's one hell of a shot.
It feels more powerful because we just switch into the POV, right? When you get there and he instantly dies, it's like, that feels way more like a banger. But a good shot from Yuka. Double op setup, have an impact immediately. 2 opening kills provided for HOTU's defense, and now it's just a matter of mopping up the remnants.
A disastrous day so far for GamerLegion. Elimination on the line here in Astana. And they're going to be 9-3 down at the half to try and recover. They're already 1 map down in the series. God, this has got to be one hell of a recovery. It has to be one of the best turnarounds in GamerLegion's history to stay alive in this competition. But HOTU, what a day at the office. They are seizing this opportunity. To take down GamerLegion would be a victory that would give them so much confidence. We talked about, that frustrating close loss yesterday against Aurora.
Yeah.
But that has got to have made them feel very confident that they can beat GamerLegion today.
It's a different kind of frustrating. It's frustrating because you're so close and you felt you had a great chance, but you still realize you're massive underdog. So it's not frustrating in a sense that affects you into the next day. You're just like, damn it, we had him. Like, we know we're good enough to have won that game and won that series against one of the better teams at this event. Against one of the better teams in the world. So it's that frustration that it's the job of Mo as the coach to kind of channel that and turn it into something positive for the next day. And look, I don't know if he actually accomplished it, but it certainly looks like it inside the server because these guys have no lack of confidence from day 2 to 3. They have improved every day of the event and now are looking to reap the rewards here in this 0-2 matchup to send GamerLegion packing and eliminate them from Astana.
Great op shots as well. The double op setup to close out the half. And now you aren't seeing the same sort of celebrations for HOTU after every round victories because it's just so comfortable for them. Like, yeah, let's get this job done now.
Well, they're starting to enjoy it, right? Because they're like comfortable inside the server in the game. So you could say, he's even given, having some fun. He's having fun with the camera as well. So you see, there's no stress. There's no concern about this match. Like, they came into this today, one Ancient, and coming into Mirage at the start they had, they're like, yeah, this is no problem. This is comfortable.
Yeah, and Ash can only look on in despair right now, realizing the work that needs to be done from his squad.
And also that feeling as a coach that, you can't really do anything. You can't hop in the server. You can't change anything. Yeah, you're just like, okay, the boys are having a bad day. I got to do something, but it's really not up to you. So HOTU looking through some notes. Ash handing out his high fives as halftime comes to a close. The team switch side. It's going to be HOTU attacking into the defense of GamerLegion that's got to make one grand stand here on Mirage if they want to survive and fight in a third map. Otherwise, they're eliminated from PGL Astana.
Elimination to HOTU. Need this pistol. And it's a slow start to the round here from HOTU's T side. Kato walking up through the underpass. Mizu going to be with him. They're going to boost one player up into the window. PR just about spots it. Thought he was about to get the worst timing ever, but eventually gets back to see that player off and does not take the kill. Look at the connector. Red's going to start things off. The opening kill for GamerLegion in this pistol round. But HOTU maintain the pressure. They're going to keep it up on the A site. Kato's going to clear out one res slide. All gone in the blink of an eye.
Oh my god, Olga Kazakhstan is the 2 Kazakhs pushing forward, grabbing all the kills, and just Kato remaining. Or excuse me, just Kato chilling at the stairs. I got ahead of myself here. ZTR is going to turn the corner.
So you're telling me it's going to be a 2v1 all of a sudden? All right, ZTR gets into the open. Kato's got that kill from CT.
I'm getting too excited.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, we're ready to watch the HOTU upset fully come to fruition. PR's got a headshot on Yuka, but no kit on his back and no real chance at all. So we're now 10-3. Both pistols won by HOTU on Mirage.
Hey, GamerLegion got them both on Ancient, so it's just fair. It's not HOTU's fault they couldn't convert the victory.
That's true. GamerLegion didn't win any of those low buy rounds in the previous, right? So in the previous half. So we're now looking at a very difficult road, the most difficult road back into this game now for GamerLegion. I just don't even think it exists.
I think if you're Ash, you take a timeout here and you like roll Rez's chair back a couple feet and you just like take off his headset and just talk to him alone and you're just like, look, bro, we ain't winning this unless you give us something right here. Like, we need some energy.
We need R-Easy.
We need one of those BDPs that you can bring us. We need you to get like a triple kill that's going to save the day, that's going to get everyone hyped up.
He's just like, I am Oakland.
I don't care what kind of bad decision you have to make to get there, just make it happen.
Let's see if he can do it then. PR going to be holding up in the ladder room. Him pushing into the open, and Mizu's got two. One from bullets, one from fire. Yuka's taking damage on board. He's down to 4 HP.
It's okay. They got all the time in the world. You know, I mean, and look here. They've just paused. This is how comfortable they've become over these days of just saying, yep, we're going to wait for your peak. You guys are the one who have to try and find equalizing kills. You guys are the one who actually have to do something to bring this round back in control. They find that push, not able to punish it. A stalemate called, but they have information. They know one was con. They know the FAMAS over towards catwalk and window room and ladder room. So now they can adjust around the map. And back to the A bomb site we go, but they're going to walk right into pushing tabseN and Rez.
Yeah, they're advanced up in the ramp.
Oh, they're not being quiet about this either.
Oh, they're just going for it.
They're in trouble.
Oh, they might be. Let's see. Guns out, guys. Right into the open. 5-7, nearly mows down 3. Mizu incredibly low, 13 HP. What a turnaround from GamerLegion. tabseN stepping up with a 5-7. And the bomb is not going. It's running away. 35 seconds. Whoa, one hell of a journey to go on here.
It's a long time for Kato to play solo and also have to be concerned about catwalk and market, about creating safety for Mizu.
He's going to maintain position. Here comes the rotation over. Slen trying to get there in time. He's going through the underpass to try and get into the apartments quite quickly here. Cuts noise now. Mizu to smoke out short. Still recoverable here for HOTU, but GamerLegion have been given a key. Can they unlock the round? Slen creeps up into the apartments. This is a really good position for him. And he's got to take it. He has to have that kill, but he doesn't. He fluffs his lines and Kato turns. Rez is locked away. He can't do anything about this. He's on 17 HP, and we are now looking at 11-3 for HOTU.
Yeah, and just like the idea that we could see Mizu just like crouched and moving into the corner in the middle of nowhere in the open, and Slend equally crouched trying to cross without being seen, just barely missing that vision. That would have been a free kill that would have activated Rez into a 2-on-1.
Rez is laughing right now.
I mean, look, yeah, I mean, at a certain point, it's like, you know, I don't know, you're getting destroyed. Obviously, I wouldn't want him laughing. I'd want him to be focused up, but, you know, some days you just don't have it, and some days it's like you just everyone's getting wrecked, and you can't.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt though, because I'm gonna say
maybe someone told a funny joke.
I'm gonna say my screen is quite pixelated. We're far away from
maybe
Astana,
he was grimacing,
and maybe it might have just been pixels that look like teeth.
Okay.
All right. I'm just gonna say that, Jason. I guess there's a small chance that I was incorrect in that, but we have got a real opportunity here for HOTU to pull off the biggest winners of their career so far.
Yeah, cause a massive upset. It just ripples throughout the event. GamerLegion getting eliminated. It would be shocking here against HOTU. But I mean, they're playing it well. This is a round they got put in the back foot. A really nice job from GamerLegion in a low buy. But all the solutions found. And I think that might be a little bit of what everyone's laughing. Yeah, someone said something funny on TeamSpeak. You know, it's all good.
Okay, I was
everyone's
right.
laughing together.
Okay, well, everyone will be laughing at GamerLegion too. I mean, this is going to be...
That's a nice transition. We're all laughing at GamerLegion.
we're about to reach the end of the road now.
What the hell?
It's going to be a 2-0 from Spirit. That's an understandable loss. FURIA getting the win with their new roster. But this one, no one's seen coming. HOTU just about to pick up the pace. Only a couple of rounds left here for them to pick up. And 2-0, finally getting to see that Mirage performance we've been wanting to see from HOTU.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. CT side looked much more polished, much more in control than what we saw in the past, where it looked a little disorganized. HOTU's been quite an exciting story, in my opinion, for the B stream that we've had for the past 3 days. I didn't expect it on day 1 after watching them play, but the step up on day 2 and now seeing what they can become on day 3, this is a very fun team to watch. Look at Mizu spinning around, trades 3 for 3. Bomb is down, bomb is dropped. Lampada and Kato have to go pick it up and have to find Rez and PR.
Oh, Rez being hurt. Kato's on the hunt. Here comes Kato. There goes PR. And the head of Rez on the bench. Kato's got that. And it's no problem. 12-3 series point. Elimination point for GamerLegion. And it's not even close.
No, it's not. Not even, I mean, the scoreboard obviously not close, but even inside the server in some of these rounds, it's, you know, that one gets down to a 2v2, but some of them have just been blowouts. Second half have had some close rounds. First half was just nothing. Tell your jokes now, funny man.
Watch this. We've got a 13-3 queued up. Duke Basura out through middle. No one from GamerLegion wanting to challenge. We're a couple of seconds into the round, Jason. There's only one flash left here for ZTR. One smoke for Taliesin.
Yeah, so when you don't have utility, you got to bring some cheese to the party. A little bit of Swiss there for, I don't know why I just picked Swiss cheese, but Rez with a little bit of cheese with that boost up to find a kill. Yeah, I guess so. We'll go with that one. I couldn't think of a Swedish cheese.
Yeah, me neither.
I have one upstairs.
Oh yeah, you got.
It was brought to me as a
upstairs?
gift. I have a Swedish block of cheese, and I don't know what it's called.
Gotta try it. Well, Kato, 50 seconds. He's gonna have the Molotov going in towards car. Look at the burnout ZTR. Flash is coming in. Looking to put GamerLegion in the bin. Lampada inside of the site. PR and ZTR with 2 kills between them. The CT side now up in a 4v2. One back from Lampada. Could be lights out here for GamerLegion. But low HP on the 2 remaining Ts, and so Rez is going to make sure that it is still going. It will not be a 13-3 loss. They have an extra round in them at least.
All right, well, let's see. What are you going to turn that into, GamerLegion? You got some AK-47s now. Maybe that's what you've been missing this whole time, is AKs on the CT side. Let's see if they can run it back. Plenty more opportunities for HOTU. That one falls a little bit flat at the end, but still 8 more chances to close out the series, so no stress quite yet. Good way to find an opening. Well, you bust out the cheese at this point, and I think HOTU, I don't think they'll fall prey to too many of those sorts of plays moving forward.
The run into the site from Duke. It's a straight up A hit. Direct call here for HOTU looking to try and finish the job now. And okay, of course it's the Deagles. It's the goddamn Deagles.
Close it out.
We knew it. We were teasing it all along. Eventually there's going to be a Deagle round here, and it might just be the winning recipe. PR to take Kato down. Mizu off the leash, goes a little bit too far into the open. CTR trying to keep his team in this, and just Yuka, his Deagle, to strike for 2. He's got an M4 now instead. ZTR knows he's coming towards him. Low HP takes him out straight away. Goes for the peak. Now a 1v1. PR looking to save him. Looking to keep GamerLegion in the tournament. And he will do exactly that. An essential 1v1 picked up by PR.
Okay, I think that's a little bit of adrenaline coursing through Yuka's veins with the insanity and how aggressive he had to get with the Deagle. You don't need to take... You put yourself in this 1v1. You don't need to step forward and take that fight. That's a little bit of an ego and wanting to end it in style. Or maybe just the excitement, not letting him make the smart play. Couldn't slow himself down, but so dangerous. And these Deagles once again providing the opening and almost ruining GamerLegion. Good save from PR in the 1v1. GamerLegion fighting back 5-12.
Slend early doors taking the advantage. All right, how do you feel about overtime, Jason?
There's no way. There's no way. I'm not even thinking about that yet, Dinko. It's too early for that question.
Gonna buy the dip. GamerLegion stock at an all-time low in this round, but Duke for Sura. It's gonna be a great deagle shot right towards PR. Oh, if he hit that would have been ridiculous. GTR committed. Oh, he gets away with it. Jumps up, drives this with him, and so it is eventually the round win for GamerLegion.
I would have laughed so hard if that landed. I would have laughed so hard. 12-6. And a pause, a timeout called by HOTU to talk things over. This is where Mo's got to use that experience.
HOTU.
A major champion to calm the boys down and say, we don't need to end it right now. Nobody needs to feel the obligation to end this match with an individual play. Just be patient. The opportunities are going to come to us. We've played this so well. Everyone just relax. Continue playing the game that got us to this point. Chance for Ash also to talk to the guys and try and keep this momentum building and moving forward. They seem like they're plenty talkative on their own, so nobody's shying away from the task ahead of them on the GamerLegion side of things.
Extra rounds at least being squeezed out here for GamerLegion. They've just got to hope for complete collapse and capitulation here from HOTU. A boost being set up here at short. And ZTR looking down into middle. It all goes quiet on the server.
It's very tense. Very, very tense. 1 minute remaining in the round. And not yet a move made, not yet damage done to anyone. And because of this silence and this quiet, GamerLegion wisely holding on to their utility. They don't care about these choke points being smoked up because there's been no utility and no movement from HOTU just yet. Now that a smoke comes out towards window and con, you see the Molotov towards A ramp, you see a smoke put up over in Palace, so GamerLegion trying to delay the split, trying to disconnect it.
30 seconds. Getting into connector. HOTU, limited time, and they've actually managed to get to the smoke.
They've switched spots off the aggression. GamerLegion's pushes now put them in a terrible position.
Oh my god.
What has just happened?
Kato's got a headshot as well, so we've now got an advantage for HOTU into the post plant. This is crazy. GamerLegion give up their spot. I'm like, all right, let's play retake, and it's done. And you can see why they call them HOTU, because it's nothing but headshots. And we've got Rez and PR stuck in a 2v5. Trying to come back into this. Smoke goes down into the site. And this has got to be miraculous from Rez. And it just is no resurrection this time for GamerLegion. They are gone. 13-6 win for HOTU. They have come in as one of the weakest squads, lowest seed, and they have taken down GamerLegion, knocked them out 0-3, and perhaps we will watch HOTU on the redemption path here in Astana.
Yeah, really cool run to qualify to this through the in this position now. So eliminating GamerLegion, yeah, you could see head in hands. We knew this was going to be a really hard loss to take, considering GamerLegion, the start they had to this year, the expectations they've had for themselves. Then you add in the major. Remember, the failure to qualify for the major, GamerLegion made the story around making sure that they could show that that failure to qualify will not define this team. Well, now you have a failure to qualify. Now you have an early group stage elimination 0-3 in PGL Astana. It's a very depressing time to be wearing that GamerLegion jersey. So going to be a tough team talk for them tonight. But for HOTU, it's just like the path of improvement they've been on these first 3 days. What are they going to look like in day 4?
Sure, true. They just keep evolving every single day, just getting better and better. Yeah, it's unbelievable to see HOTU have this turnaround, but I think we have to talk about the GamerLegion side of things too, right? They start the tournament against Spirit. They lose in a very close fashion, 13-11 to Spirit's an understandable loss. Against FURIA, you know, probably should be a new squad that's coming in with a rookie Opper, but couldn't do that. They lost 2-1 in that fashion. But this seemed like the key. This seemed like the bounce back. Okay, you lose the first 2 games, but surely you go on the 0-2 run. but they don't. They go out 0-3 to HOTU. Maybe the pressure just building to them. And you mentioned earlier that they're not going to the major. That this is their big tournament before that, and not getting any kind of run. It's a tough time here for GamerLegion, but at least they've got a lot of time now after this event to go back to the drawing board.
Sure, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, got a lot of fix.
They've got so much time because they've just failed so much that, you know, there we go. Yeah, look, real talk about HOTU real quick. I think it's kind of a fun conversation we can start having about them, because now that they're in the 1 and 2 group, there's Pain there, there's Big there, there's MIBR. They can't play Pain again because they've already faced off against them. But I think now with this win, and we've seen in the way we've seen them play over the past couple of days, I look at them at that 1 and 2 group, and I think in a head-to-head matchup against a lot of them, I'll probably have them as a favorite, considering the skill we've seen from these players, considering some of the tactics and the reactions that we've now seen more polished and more planned out ever since day one. And then on top of that, we're starting to see a map pool flesh out a little bit as well, right? A solid Ancient today. We saw a really, really good Anubis against Aurora yesterday, which feels like you can rely on that. And now we've seen their kind of Mirage click in, which is a map they've enjoyed playing, and they've picked twice, failed twice, but now when it's picked against them, they showed really good stuff. So now all of a sudden you have 3 maps where HOTU has looked really, really good on. So in this 1-2 group, I think, shockingly, they're going to be a really dangerous team to make a little bit of a run and try and escape that.
Yeah, absolutely. Lampada, he's the standout player presented by 1xBet. 22 kills, 9 deaths. Really solid performance from Lampada. I think that's another key to talk about with this team. It's not like there's just one standout god-tier player. Everyone kind of has their moments. Everyone has their maps. I think I enjoy watching Kato the most. I think he's a
cool lot of fun. I mean, the Kazakhs are really cool. Kato and Duke are like really fun to watch. Those guys, especially with the space taking. It was really cool because he was the player I kind of didn't name earlier. Lampada had a really, really nice Mirage, a really big impactful Mirage. But it was Mizu and Yuka next to Kato yesterday who were the monsters. So yeah, we're seeing all 5 players of HOTU have their moment where they've kind of switched on and showed up at this event and are just kind of ready to party. So yeah, HOTU has all of a sudden become a really fun team to watch for me, at least in this event.
Yeah, definitely. Looking solid, looking like a really fun team. I think for the future, though, we'll see. As HOTU, Jason, it's one of those situations where you're maybe an underdog, you start to see a possibility of you getting some wins. Maybe that pressure gets to like, oh,
absolutely,
we're actually doing this. How many times have we seen that in the Swiss system?
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times, but then it's always a question when you get to that 2-2 game. If they can make this comeback in 2-2 and then you actually have qualification on your chance, the pressure rises. We'll have to see though. Either way, HOTU's been fun to watch, and now in a 1-2 group, going to be very, very dangerous for any team there. Headed off to a break. When we come back, we got the last match of the day at PGL Astana for the B stream, so stay tuned.
G2 are back in action here at PGL Astana, but it's a wild, weird set of circumstances because Snacks, you already had Hades coming to stand in, and he's on loan for you guys. We want to see what can be done there. But now you also don't have Hunter. So my first question for you, as Taz has to play, does that mean he in-game leads and you can go back to being a star? We'll roll back the years?
I didn't think about that actually. Maybe. I mean, like overall, my plan is slowly getting into G2. Now I just need to call Pasha, Bialy, and Neo, and we're back,
Hey, if FaZe keep doing badly, you can definitely get Neo.
Yeah.
Pasha and Bialy, they're not busy.
I mean, Bialy is probably fishing right now, and Pasha is on his camp. So, I mean, it's easy call, It's not that long way.
You could bring them all back, man. That would be a lovely nostalgic run. But honestly, it is tough for you right now, yeah?
Yeah, a bit.
Taz having to play, obviously, is not what you want. It's not ideal. What is the solution here for you guys? Is there a chance that Hunter can come back?
I mean, obviously there is a chance. I mean, we probably need to go past the group stage. I'm positive anyway. Like
you always are.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not always, but you just need to go what life is giving you,
Yeah.
And that's how I treat it. If this is the case, I will do my best anyway. Doesn't matter with who we are right now and what is the circumstances about that. But yeah, it is what it is,
It is what it is. I like this saying. I use it a lot myself. Obviously, we were all excited to see what G2 could do with Hades coming in as well, right? I want to first just ask from your perspective, why did you guys target Hades as the guy to come in for the next few events? Like, what was interesting about him? Not just the Polish side, but like, why him over other players?
I mean, first of all, we're looking more guy for a loan. I played with him in ENS in 2022, yeah, and in Dallas. So I think he might be a good fit and just. I mean, we will see. I mean, right now it's gonna be a little bit different because of Hunter thing, but yeah, I mean, I think he's a good option to anything.
Now, looking at what your expectations are, you just said to me that there might be even a chance where Hunter doesn't make it to playoffs. Is there a world where you think with the teams that are at this event, you can still make it to playoffs with Taz there?
Like you said already, I'm always positive. Like I'm confident, and I think we're gonna just put a good showing anyway.
Yeah.
It's not like we are still 4 players, and Taz can maybe support, maybe IGL. I don't know. We'll see about that. I'm just confident about myself, and it was looking pretty solid. And I think even though we didn't have much time with Oleg, obviously, for the preparation, I think we did a good job on bootcamp. We set up some structure, and other stuff.
The structure's coming in?
Finally, I just needed half year to understand it. No, I'm joking. I feel like the bootcamp was good, overall. Like the vibe, the feeling in the game, the understanding of each player to each other, the goals we were setting up, and everything on the bootcamp went pretty smooth. So I was happy about that. I felt like I played myself better in bootcamp individually. So I think that's as well a great thing. I'm pretty positive, and confident in myself and the team. And it's 5 days of playing. Maybe he will come on the last match and he will carry us to the playoffs. You never know.
There we go. That would be a nice cinematic moment for G2. Well, thank you very much for your confidence, Snacks. You're still full of confidence, and it is a weird situation. So I'll just say I wish you the best of luck with it. Hopefully it can work out. Hopefully Hades can shine a bit as well. And I guess just enjoy whichever option comes your way, and we'll find out on the day.
Yeah, I can just end with the word say from Pasha. The sun is not always there, on the sky, and that's all, and that's how it is right now.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025. We just had a huge upset. GamerLegion knocked out by HOTU. Now we get into another matchup that could have fireworks here. G2 versus M80. Yesterday we seen G2 really struggle, and I thought they wouldn't be as disappointed as they were, but you know, Taz and HeavyGod went to Twitter. They were complaining and they were very upset about the loss yesterday, feeling like they played like ass. And now we're going into this final game of the day, and we're looking at G2 having to face elimination.
I mean, I think it's I don't know. It's like, I feel like that tweet from Taz, like, I get it, and that's exactly what I expect someone like Taz to say. Probably being a little bit too harsh on yourself in a way, because you are playing at this event with Taz as the coach standing in, without a leadership figure, Hunter, who's not able to be here due to visa issues. You already have a stand-in because of the MongolZ trade, Hades coming in. So, I mean, on one level, I feel like it is a little bit harsh when he says, you know, like, the level we're playing is disgusting, but he's definitely not wrong. You know, like, he's right on the money. Yeah, it has been a pretty disgusting display, and you know, he probably feels similarly to what most people felt coming into this event, is especially when we saw the Hunter news, is even with a couple of stand-ins, there are probably certain teams here that you should be able to still beat with, you know, the players that you have in the roster, with a guy like HeavyGod, with a guy like MongolZ. But this whole stand-in situation is also combined with a MongolZ whose individual level has really plummeted recently. He's probably affected the most by the departure of MongolZ and Nico, and now probably affected quite a bit by the stand-in situation as well.
I mean, well, it's not the environment for a player to thrive in, right? It's not an ideal situation. It's very dysfunctional inside of G2 at the moment. You've just lost Nico, MongolZ, you know, all these unknowns around the squad as well for the future. Who's sticking around? Who's going? What changes are happening? If you're MongolZ, you realize you're a player that's likely to stay in the roster. So, but it's just not a situation that really you're able to thrive in or deal with very well.
I think it's a pretty good way to like see exactly kind of the position that he's at, as he's kind of been, you know, hailed as like the heir apparent to Nico's position within G2, and obviously there's still a lot of development that has to take place for that to happen if MongolZ is going to step into the role. But I think more than anything, I think it's a good display of the difference between someone like Nico and the potential of someone like MongolZ, where Nico in these situations is able to step into a team and make the players around him better, and MongolZ hasn't quite figured that one out yet. He's still kind of struggling to find his own game, and especially when you have these complications, yeah, it weighs a lot heavier. On the M80 side of things, you know, it's hard to kind of point at a single player and just, you know, the way you can with a MongolZ. I think overall this team, while showing some exciting things over the past couple of years, struggling to replicate that sort of success with the, you know, Slacks and Sin in the roster, the Germans, Swisher, Rek, and Lake, the North Americans. This combination has done some damage in the past, but is kind of struggling to keep that up and keep replicating it.
Well, the run here of this competition has been very difficult, right? The first two games they had to play were against Navi in the opening match and then VP in the second game.
Yeah.
So quite a difficult opening couple of teams there, and I think today against G2 they're ripe for the taking. So
I think that's probably the conversation that M80 has last night when they see the draw and going into this morning, is just like, guys, we can beat this G2 team. Like, look at how they're playing, and they've got two stand-ins. Like this should be. They probably look at this match as almost like I don't want to say like a must-win, but they look at it in terms of like, we're the favorites. Like, these guys have two stand-ins. We have no business losing to them. We're a full-blown team. So let's just get in the server and let's ruin their entire week.
Yeah. Well, Dust 2 coming up. That was the one map that looked good yesterday for G2. Taz even having a great time on the T side.
Yeah, his lurks over towards double doors were fantastic on the T side, the way he played post plants, and yeah, even Snacks kind of chuckling in the middle of that map that he just knows how to call Dust 2. So yeah, Dust 2 Ancient, the first two maps. We'll see if we need the third decider.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance for G2 to give them a really solid fight and maybe even win that opening map of Dust 2. That's where this series hinges on. You know, if this is going to be a 3-map affair, this is going to be a chance for G2. Dust 2 has to go their way. Hades coming into this roster, and yesterday there was a couple of moments from Hades that looked pretty good, but again, it's just not an environment where you're likely to thrive.
I don't think anyone's going to look particularly great in this roster.
No.
At the moment, you know?
Yeah.
Except HeavyGod.
Yeah. Even then, he's had a few moments here and there. But I think yesterday it was MongolZ and HeavyGod. Yeah, they had good performances, even in the losing efforts on their map wins. But that shows you, like, if you're having a good game from MongolZ, you're having a good game from HeavyGod, it's not even enough to win. So yeah, it's a very tough situation here for G2. We'll see what they can do today against M80, but for the North American organization. They've got to be able to pull it off today.
Well, the good thing for them is the last match they played, even though it was a loss to Virtus.pro, the 1-2 loss to Virtus.pro in their series. Lake had a really good game, and you remember, like, kind of one of the pieces that makes this M80 team interesting is Lake, who's kind of one of those, you know, next gen potential players out of North America. So continue to see him get better and better and get comfortable at this level of play. Had a lovely series against Virtus.pro, even in a loss, and we'll see what he can handle against G2. 4 players out towards long for G2's attack. They've got Smoke Flash on Heavy God, another flashbang on Snacks, who's throwing a little bit of a fake towards this B bomb site, wants to pull attention away from A, and he's done exactly that with just the one single flash.
We're going to come long. G2 heavy numbers here with Snacks lurking over towards B. Smoke for that CT cross setup, and G2 going to move with it.
And so is the defense. One player sticking around at B platform as Snacks has kept him honest, but once they see the bodies crossing and challenging at the A bomb site, even he's going to come on over.
Into the site, and Lake looking to line some shots as they're into the bomb site itself. Under a minute left, Plant coming in, Digits punch through, and it's going to be a 5v5 retake with no kits available for the CT side. They've got to get a move on. They've got 2 flashes. Sin's going to toss them into the sky. Lake's going to move forward. No kill yet for Lake. And no kill yet for anybody until Swisher finally gets 2. Rack able to step up, but Heavy God and Mobs trying to keep G2 in this fight. But suddenly it's Mobs and Snacks left alone. Mobs doing his best. Snacks finding a headshot, and Lake on 1 HP goes down to a jumping Mobs.
Yeah, the 1 HP player is last alive is a really depressing state of affairs. I can't believe he survived that in a whole way, leading the path for his team. Good kills for Swish, but not enough to secure the bomb site. No smoke into the site, and swinging wide to take care of long is just doesn't go well for M80. So pissed around at G2, and yeah, this does too. Success continues for them.
Well, 4 spots short away here from M80. They've got a lot of MP9s and 1 from us. Sin going to charge himself into the tunnels. Knows that Taz is just outside of them with that grenade trajectory. He's got a teammate with him too, so it's not going to be too easy for Taz if they would decide to push him, but they go across the angle, they don't see Taz, and they retreat back into the B-bomb site with Sin just keeping tabs on the tunnels. Snacks coming to try and clear through the lower tunnel itself.
Yeah, and I mean, just a quiet start. I mean, this is a little bit different than what we saw yesterday from G2's Dust 2, which was a little bit louder, a little bit more aggression in terms of taking space. Now just kind of chilling, but they do have mid control. No one on catwalk as well, so they have access to the A bomb site, and with so many MP9s on the board, I don't think a retake is going to be possible, so maybe this mid to B split is the best chance for M80's defense.
Yeah, perhaps. Well, that smoke goes down with the cross here. Sin to step up, and he's got himself 1. A lot of damage done to the second. Finished off here. Lake is looking for Mobs. And he does. He sees his feet, and because of the low HP, it's an instant kill.
There it is. That crossfire is beautiful. An hour of 5-on-2. And even though retakes of the B bomb site are tough, you're going for this 100% of the time. What utility can they scavenge? 1 HE grenades, so no flash to activate, but they can break the smoke.
That was a really essential piece of utility that actually just misses completely. Goes out of the window, and now M80 can take their time. 1 flash left for Hades. Here's the util dropping in. He's not going to be able to use that utility to any effect for himself. He has to look for bullets, and it's Taz. Okay, 2 in the next time, but sheer numbers allows M80 back into the retake.
Great round from Lake. Triple kill up on top of the box, peering over. Finding that 3rd kill on the low HP Mobs is a beautiful find. And M80 steal a round away, win the 2nd round after losing the pistol. This was really the only play that G2 could have called that would have netted M80 the win. It's the only stack that would have had any impact. And M80 get exactly what they need.
Let's fucking go!
Yeah, get into it, Lake.
You have to get him fired up early. He's going to bring the energy for the squad, that's for sure. We have G2 with a hero AK in the hands of Taz, the obvious hero. Yeah, some great Dust 2 T-sides yesterday. Looking to get that going early on, but for M80, a chance to grab the lead here.
They're setting him up for the long peak? That's awesome. Good for Taz.
Send their young star out first.
Yo, coach has the long spawn. Pass him the AK.
I wonder if he called it himself. Like, guys, I'm going to buy a hero AK and you're going to flash me long.
Like he's done excellent work. He's come out on top of the damage. I just know, as a coach, if I'd ever been put into a situation of playing as a stand-in, and someone was like, "Go take that long peek," I'd be like, "Yeah, sure."
Yeah. Well, it is Taz at least. You know. He actually made it work.
Yeah, the problem is I think you needed the kill. The damage is nice, but when you only have the one AK-47 and no utility, you kind of needed the kill because that's what's going to force people to rotate rather than the nades you're throwing. Up that walk we go. No harassment from Mehdi, not tracking him. Both teams kind of playing without information on the setup. I think G2 obviously knows at this point that it's a more passive setup, more towards the bomb site and car. So Taz got plenty of opportunities with the AK to go for a pick at railing. I'll take a Taz like one-tap headshot to open up the bomb site and win the round.
All right. Is that what you want, Jason? You don't ask for much. Let's see.
I'll take it. I don't think it's going to happen.
12 HP. Nope. Tap. Tap. And nothing yet. And eventually taken out. So the Hero AK doesn't get much done here. There's not a lot of money left even after that round for G2. You can get AK armor. You can get Galil's for some utility. But M80 going to be happy with the start here, despite losing the first round of play.
Well, there's investment in this round from G2. Heavy got the AK-47. Galil picked up Scout. Everyone's got a different weapon. 5 different weapons on the T side. And Lake's going to get aggressive. He wants to be in their face. He's found a good opening where no one's watching for this. Actually, I think he might have been spotted. He might have been spotted. Hades seems aware of the possibility. None of the rest of G2 has reacted to this, but this angle from Hades makes me feel like they exactly know.
Well, Lake is not going to leave his position. He's just going to be patient about this.
Oh, the molly off catwalk to prevent any support for Lake. He's screwed.
Flash coming too. Well, Taz just runs him down.
Yep.
All right, Tech9 to destroy Lake in the corner. He's going to be frustrated about losing the opening kill here. G2 going to be thinking about a long play. We've got Rek on the other side.
He's going to realize with the way Taz swings for that fight that he'd been spotted earlier. So, I mean, that's, you know, you could be frustrated. You get caught like that in an advanced position, but you're also like, oh, they spotted me. I just had never had any idea. Rek drops into pit. Crossfire set up now.
Grenades coming in on him as well, so a lot of his HP getting blasted away from him. 7 health left. Molly going in. He's actually going to burn to that.
Slax needs to fall back, but I don't think he can get away safely.
He feels like he's committed to this now, just to the side of that smoke. Molbs gets down into the pit. Heavy God's beside him. Oh, there's a free kill for Hades. The Swisher jumps up on top of the Xbox. Executed as we now hit the 35 seconds. Slax has been hanging around the whole time. Does he catch him? No way. Molbs falling away, and Slax gets the pick.
It's sad. Sad for Molbs for him to take a death like that, but already out middle is Hades. He's done great work. Cuts off the lurk, cuts off the rotation in middle on catwalk, drops the mid to B smoke, and pretty much locks Sin and Slacks out from even considering attempting this round. Well done from G2. They use all the time of the round to find the solution, but Snacks gets him into a bomb site for free safely, and the bomb is planted. A second round for G2 on the board as they tie things back up.
Yeah, no issue whatsoever that. And for the side of M80, it must feel pretty cool to be on the side of the favorites when you're going up against G2, because Molbs obviously left the roster.
Yeah.
Head to G2 almost a year ago.
But, you know, it was a very, I mean, with that departure was, I think everyone in M80 was like, even like, there's no bad blood there, right?
No,
Everyone was just like, yep, you have to take the opportunity to go play with Nico and Monacy.
Yes.
But look at him now.
Yeah. And now look at you.
Now look at him.
Oh, not even a year later.
But what an almost year it was.
Almost year it was, yeah. He had a good time. First event, I think, for Mollis was the EWC tournament, right? And then he went to the
second place of that, got to the grand final stage immediately.
But now going through a pretty tough time with the roster.
Yeah, probably feeling like he's back on an NA team. He's like, well, got to rebuild this thing again. We got more roster changes coming.
It's a mix.
He's like, this is where I grew up with roster changes.
Exactly.
I was born in them.
Well, we've got a tied game now. G2 able to tie things up, so 2-2. Still a good buy here for M80 on the CT side. Slacks in the AWP. Just having it peer out into long. And Rek gonna climb up on the barrel beside him. Taking their time here, G2.
All right, double door smoke gives some freedom and probably makes the defense a little bit nervous about the scaling. You can see both Lake and Sin sliding over to get a peek behind that door to make sure nobody's creeping through it. Oh, Rex spots one. He gives away his position. Good swing from Heavy God. Run and gun. Spray and pray. Nets him a kill. And now this split gets much more dangerous.
There's MongolZ. Good shot inside the middle. Lake's gone, and it gets even more dangerous thanks to the follow-up kill here from MongolZ. Under a minute on the clock. G2 of 5v3 up. And this mid-play combined with a short push is the only way. The only way MIBR can get back into the Swisher wrapping around the back. Double setup. Swisher only gets one. Hades cashing in from top middle, so now the smoke will fade away, but MongolZ is here and he lines them up. Double kill for MongolZ as he knocks them down, and we've got 3-2 for G2 into the lead.
Oh, they thought that was the sole catwalk player. Never spotted MongolZ, who was able to just lurk in that smoke, and as it fades, they line up. The op steps in front of the rifle on M80, and MongolZ gets an easy free kill. Rex going to be frustrated about that one. Misplayed. Lake can't find MongolZ on the smoke fade, and a good transition back towards middle for Hades. G2 in the driver's seat now. They've got control of the economy. It's back to just USPs for M80.
And we know that this is the map that G2 are going to look their best on in the series. So far, getting the start that they desire. And you go with 2 as Lake and Rec run into him. Snacks to close on it, and we've got 4-2, G2 building, and a bye back here for M80.
Snacks is like, well, that escalated quickly. He was all quiet, all chill as he marches up, and then a flashbang appears on his screen, and then 4 USPs appear coming through the smoke. All right, good lead for G2, 2 rounds ahead. Hades looking down the line. Guns back in the hands of M80. Can't win this one, though. It might be time for a timeout. It might be a time to talk things over on the CT side. Op in the hands of Slacks. See if he can get anything done with it in this round. He didn't the previous time he held it.
Oh, okay. Slacks, nice shot. Jumps up on his teammate tag. Quick reaction to take down Heavy God in the lower tunnel. So we've got M80 player up here. Plenty of time as well.
That's a really cool bait and switch. I imagine if you're the AKs in lower tunnels, you feel like you have an M4 like on the ropes. You've tagged him up a little bit. You've scared him away, and then just, an alt peeks next. Good flick over from Slacks. Good adjustment. So mid control, all 4 players of G2 remaining are all huddled around Xbox in the B tunnels. Once again, Sin boosted up on the CT boxes. In a number of these CT rounds, I feel like M80 is showing a real tendency to wanting to shut down a mid to B split. It's not something they want to contend with. Even Swisher kind of leading towards the window in the B bomb site just in case.
Like backtracking into the B bomb site. 35 seconds left. Clear towards Sin, who is going to be taken down. So Snacks is wallbanging him. Sin, hand to the head. A little head scratching moment for him. Swisher going to come out of the window. It's just the one before Hades rips him apart, and that's the B-bomb site completely open.
Great cover for Hades, and now if you're wrecking Slacks, you're really worried about Hades and the op holding for this rotation. You're really worried about an op being at double doors, so this is going to take some time for them to clear this out. They don't have a kit, and they've got no flashbangs. 2v2, they probably feel like this is a round they should go for, but they've got no real advantages.
Yeah, they're starting to back off already. Slacks is taking a few steps back towards the A site. Wreck getting the AK. Little upgrade, he's going to try and save that. We've got G2 heading to 5 rounds, building a great T side for themselves here. It's MongolZ who's leading the way with 8 kills.
And I mean, frustration for M80 in this round, I think, because they're going to feel like they had the right setup. They had 2 players crossfired in middle. They had Swisher over towards the window at the B bomb site. Everything set up to collapse in middle. And as soon as they step away from that setup and break it up, it's just a quiet walkout middle from G2. So the timing couldn't have been worse for M80. Perfect setup into an absolute disaster. 3-round lead for G2.
Yeah, Def just handing out some important comments during the timeouts here. We've got a lot of work to be done for M80. We had a decent start to the map, and as the guns have come out, G2 have been in control. The B splits have been a problem, and they've even had, in that round, for example, they had a lot of players put in position to try and deal with it, but still couldn't stop it from going down. This is a great way to open up for the side of M80. Gets spammed down from Snacks, Sin eventually getting peppered enough that he goes down. It's just too many 1-for-1s at that point for M80. And now look at them. They're down to Slacks in the AWP, the AK shirt for Wreck, that was saved over. The rest, pistols or MP9. Talk about the VRS system, and we don't get to see M80 at these events that often anymore. It would be fantastic to get some wins under your belt at this event. You can really rise up the rankings, and especially against a team like G2, right, who have an artificially high ranking at the moment for this squad. If you can take a win here, there's a great opportunity to jump up the rankings for M80. Here comes the flash of the short swing, and it's going to work out here for M80. 2 kills picked up. Heavy God looking to clean up. Gets 1 response back and smoked out.
It's a nice little piece of aggression for the catwalk push. Even though Wreck gets traded back, it's all good. Man advantage for M80. Some strong weapons as well, and the defense realigns out towards long. Slacks with the AWP has been holding for the walk in towards double doors, but switches positions. Now that they've cleared off catwalk, it's Sin over in pit. He's got 1 to contend with Heavy God. And good shot. Dropped immediately. Hades steps out with the bomb and an AWP. He's got Taz following him up at the end, and it's a 2v4. But they've got 3 defenders here at long, so even if you get the first one, you got so much to contend with. And G2 is going to choose to save with 20 seconds as it dwindles down. There should not... there could be a hunt. But M80 is just going to be really happy with the win for now. Lake will upgrade into an AK-47 as well. And M80 have a 3rd round on the board, and all of a sudden they've got economies because they got some free upgrades. 4 players survive in a force buy situation, so M80 get themselves back in this map.
Yeah, at least G2 will have a buy to go back to here. Straight back into play. Let's see if that's... Oh, nearly a shot for Hades connecting, but a whisker away. Melbs to still apply pressure even while being Molotov towards the longhouse. And Heavy God taking damage from the grenade. Heavy damage, in fact. He's on to 45, but look at this from Molbs. Forcing the issue through that smoke out long. He's got the pick in the space for G2.
Yeah, nice seeing Molbs put together a good game so far. 9-5 for him. And an otherwise, you know, really struggle stretch of his career, but... a nice opening provided out towards long, and all of a sudden it's given themselves, or given G2, a big advantage. All 5 players are here, so there's no falling back. This is always going to be a long progression, just waiting out the delay smokes that enemy is chucking out. And during this time, you can see Lake going to the other side of the map, clearing out B tunnels, making sure that they know and understand all 5 players are going to be long on this play. G2 has successfully baited out all the HE grenades to break the cross smoke. So another one comes in. And now we cross.
Heavy God not wanting to get into the fire. Dangerously close to it, though. Now they're going to start moving up into the site. Bomb on the back of Snacks. Stacks and Molbs combining, and that's the defense gone.
Yeah, I think the lack of nades, the good job baiting out and drawing that utility out from G2 has a huge impact down the stretch of their ability to actually defend against that, and also just like running out of smokes too. Like a lot of times when you see those sorts of plays and the CT knows it's coming, right? You see that defensive smoke put up by the CTs at rail or at the bomb site to give himself some cover, sometimes at the corner of catwalk to make sure you can actually fight towards railing without being exposed to car. None of that was in play. None of that was placed by M80. So really, really tough sequence of fights for all the defenders in that position. And an easy round for G2 where they just say, we actually don't care that you know we're coming long. Like, we just don't think you can stop us, and they're correct.
Terrorists win.
Slacks hears them running around, and he doesn't want to reveal his position, so hangs on to the AWP in secret in the lower tunnels. The high fives being earned. As MongolZ just got into harm's way, you know, he really forced himself through that smoke, really put a lot of pressure on Rek. He was having a tough time holding long. G2 seemed to get out there quite easily.
He's had a couple tough rounds. I mean, look, that long defender, it's like, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's extremely hard to hold long round after round if the teams are going to send multiple bodies at you. We know that fight at the corner can sometimes just be a coin flip of who eats the flashbangs at the worst moment. Thankfully, due to the low buy investment around back that M80 won, they've got cash to replenish here and come right back into the fight. So not broken just yet. Keeping this close and with a chance to make it even closer. Look at the money, though, on G2. They have no financial issues for the rest of this half.
And that's the tough part for M80. You've just got this wall that you have to try and climb up buy after buy going against you. And already 6 rounds on the T side. G2 poised for more. Snacks are going to keep the pressure up on long. Keeping Rek on high alert. Keeping him pinned in the pit. But they can think about the mid control now. That mid double door smoke. It's not the waterfall. It's just the standard smoke. Got MongolZ getting into it though. Is he about to make back-to-back smoke plays at the start of these rounds? Gets into the mid doors. He's going to wait, bide his time. It fades away. And now he starts to make his way forward. His teammates in behind him. A contact play for G2 as that smoke goes down on the CT cross. But there's 3 CTs in the B bomb site.
And they got utility to block this off. Molotov in towards the doors, but Swisher out in the open, picked off early.
Another opening for MongolZ. Here comes Snacks, clearing the site. Sees the second player, and they know they've got this site now. Heavy God eventually comes bearing down upon them, and Hades cuts off the CT push. G2 was simple but effective calls, and they are dominating M80 in this first half.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see M80 knows those mid to B splits are coming. They know Snacks likes to call them. So, I mean, throughout this half, they've had the game plan of, you know, we've seen them with 2 players in middle, boosted up on the CT boxes, crossfire set up along the wall towards the B bomb site. Now we see them with 3 players at B. These are setups designed to have the forces in the defense at the site to either stop a B hit or stop that mid to B push. And it just hasn't worked often enough, despite the fact that M80 has the reads. They've had good setups when it's come, just haven't been able to actually stop it. So G2 continues their tear on Dust 2.
It really should become much easier in round 11 here as well, because you're going up against a weak purchase here for M80. You got MP9, Scout, pistols on the rest. So 8-3, just mere moments away from being confirmed.
It's another long play, and this is kind of a cool change-up to it from G2, is you get out with 3 players instead of all 5. That way you can leave Taz, you know, over by T spawn, watching for a push in B tunnels. You leave Hades, you know, right outside long just to watch for a mid push. So you're kind of saying, you know, when we take long, we know the kind of protocol for teams is to clear out the other side of the map, push up when they sense we have this long position, and then have players to punish that. But this time it didn't happen from M80. No pushes whatsoever, so G2 doesn't get rewarded in that sense, but they will get rewarded in the fact that M80 now don't really have the understanding that all 5 players are here.
Slacks right through the smoke. It's Snacks gone to Slacks. And we've got MongolZ moving up into the site. Again, another really important kill from MongolZ. Keeping the pressure on. MongolZ low HP. Heavy God protected him from those jumps that could have Absolutely landed to his chest.
And MongolZ gets the opening, the kill on Catwalk towards the scout that was there, immediate headshot, and he adds 2 more as the round comes down, so continues a very good map. 14-6 for MongolZ.
Yeah, having a great time against his former team. And that was what we were talking about coming straight into this game, right? The MongolZ has to be the standout star of the squad.
Well, we want to see him start working himself out of this funk that he's been in, right? And this is a good sign that at least in this game, I mean, you can see that like he's just this game, whatever. Maybe he got the right kills to be confident all the way through early on. But it's good to see him have this kind of a performance if you want to see it continue at the event. Double op, at least for the cross early on. Last round of the first half.
Ladies. Will he ever get the peak? Will he ever get the chance? Slacks does not look like he's going to overextend too far, and then as soon as I said that, he does. The boost has already been deconstructed, and then gets the scope back to the right position in time. Hit and miss for a little second there.
Well, offers have that. Some offers just have that like weird tendency to like scope and unscope for no reason. So it's funny watching him unscope and then scope right back up in the same spots. Like you didn't have to do that. Still gets the kill.
Nade's good, damage done. But it's just about missed the timing there to get Snacks, who takes a step forward through the mid doors. Should go down here on low HP. Manages to get a lot of damage off on Lake. I wasn't expecting that, but no kill from Snacks, and so G2 have to play 3v5. Last round of the half looking good for M80 to try and grab a fort.
They would at least force back this catwalk presence. Good kill from Sin along the wall over the flames. MongolZ might have never even spotted him. That's the bomb dropped at the corner as well. So Taz and Heavy God going to follow it up to at least... Oh, they can't even recover it inside the smoke. It's actually around the corner. So good luck. Have fun. Footstep made. Positions very well known.
Goes Taz into the open. Wreck to drop him. Wreck to find the follow-up.
All right, 4-8. M80 get a little bit done right at the end. Not much to work with as they switch sides into the second half. But 4 is a decent enough buffer to give yourself that pissed around. And if you win that, then you're kind of forgetting about the fact that the first half was a little bit of a beatdown. Still smiles across the board for the M80 side.
I mean, that one extra round makes it doable. You should feel a little bit more comfortable going into the second half. Daff standing behind the squad. From the United Kingdom, but has basically become an honorary American.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, we take him.
Part of that complexity team that made the playoffs at the Face It London Major.
Really rolling back the years with that reference. Oh. Yeah, shout out to Daffy. I think he's actually, on some levels, been an underrated coach, although, you know, operating in the North American scene, so hasn't really had that kind of, like, big breakout.
With the Valorant?
Did go to Valorant, yeah. We don't really... We forgive him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he came back.
We forgive him. He's a Counter-Strike guy through and through. Everyone has moments of weakness.
Sure. But for right now, G2 not showing too many of them on Dust 2. 8-4 up at the moment.
All right, very important pistol round for M80. They've got the gap close enough that a pistol round brings them right back within striking distance. Hades taking some shots through that smoke, but it looks like they almost want to come through it. Lined up behind it now. Mid to be smoke, plumes, and now G2 knows exactly what's going to happen. Pushing forward towards double doors.
Here goes Lake up to the window with the bomb in his back. Dives down into the site, and he's got a kill on Hades. Follow-up for Lake is better, and he's got the plant. So
yeah.
That should be the pistol.
Nothing to slow them down on that route. And I mean, it's such a strong pistol round. You could see even when you rotate over into CT spawn at a pistol round, you don't have the nades to break it open, to harass. No one can really force their way through. It's such a rough fight for USP. So an easy pistol for M80 because you aren't retaking this bomb site 3v5. Not even a point to even go for it. So 5-8. M80 gets their T side started right out of the gate on the pistol.
Well, have we got trying to pick up a couple of exits on the way out here. He's done damage, got one kill, but traded out eventually. And the only remaining member of G2 is MongolZ.
Yeah, Taz lost his armor, unfortunately, to the bomb blast. So that's a little bit of a bummer. We'll see what G2 decides to do in the second round after losing the pistol, if they want to force up or if they want to save for the third. I imagine they just save for it. Good kills from Lake on the entrance. A little stutter step as the flashbangs come out into the sky.
The M80 comms are always so fun.
It's so like, it's just like just joke acknowledge. Let's go!
He's got that sort of guttural sound to him, Lake. He's got it. Make sure that it rings through his opponent's headsets. Hades' scout is in his hands. And we've got the pistols and MP9 around it. Burning. And MongolZ is going to drop back to safety.
Yeah, really good Molotov, though. Really good clear of it. Flashbang is out around the corner, so coming through the smoke is Lake. He's got a full kit of utility, so can't be super aggressive just yet. You want to make sure you put that stuff into play, but MAC-10 at least has this position and calling out it's clear. Meanwhile, lower B has been overrun, and actually, it's a 1-4 setup, and Lake doesn't look like he's going to be considering the flank at all. He'll be caught for free from behind, and oh, maybe not for free, but now it's an issue.
Half price. He's got the kill in the 5-7, and we've got Rex sitting down on the ramp. Sin able to get one back on the MAC-10. 4v4, barely, because Taz is on 5 HP. Sin on 9. And Rex is going to charge around the side of the smoke. And they wait patiently, G2. They realize that this is an uncomfortable situation with the smokes up in the bomb site, so you're not going to see a plant come in just yet. Rek up on top, then takes a step back to spot Snacks and trade him out after the kill on Sin.
Yeah, I like that play from G2 as well. I mean, they had to make one before that smoke faded, so the flash through from Catwalk, I think, is a pretty cool idea to improvise in the moment. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. Neither does the jumping Deagle, but MongolZ still has a chance.
Oh, jump again and dive. Yeah, a little chuckle there from MongolZ as he gets domed by Rek. We've got Hades running away.
Those old teammates going to exchange some words in the chat. Just like, bro, you trying that against me twice?
You try jump shot one more time. He actually landed the shot too. It's the body shot damage, but not going to be enough. And the gap has closed extremely quickly. We're now 2 rounds out from M80 tying this up. And it should be 1 in a moment because there's not a lot here for G2. Save the scout. Maybe a couple of shots can be landed. You can soften them up, allow those USPs.
Yeah, you can do some cool things with it. We've been cruising over here on the B stream today. You guys tuning in, you all obviously know there is an A stream going on at the same exact time. MongolZ Navi going on over there, and I think we're like a full series ahead of them because Astralis Spirit is going to close the day on the A stream as well. So
well, that was them yesterday.
Yeah, 2 more best of 3s on the A stream to complete. To have that up on a second monitor as you watch the. As you watch G2 taking on M80 here as M80 makes this comeback happen. 6-8, just 2 rounds away. These teams gearing up to make a run, an attempted run towards the playoff. 0-2 record. Loser of this match is eliminated from PGL Astana. The winner fights on another day in the 1-2 group. Best of 3 Swiss system. A lot of Counter-Strike this week going on in Kazakhstan.
And the arena on Friday. That's what we're all excited about. I'm sure it's going to be crazy inside of the arena. Hearing reports on the ground that the fans are hanging out outside, meeting all the players. So there's some people were saying that it feels like a major. You know, when you go to majors, you can tell that the World Championship is in the city because you go to the hotel, there's fans from all over the world ready to meet the players. So here we go. Lake just charging with the MAC-10. Already in the bomb site. It's going to be MongolZ to go down. The MAC-10 wants a second, but Snacks is going to deny that straight away. Not bad from Snacks from the site. Is there anything else that G2 can do here? If Snacks can pull enough distraction, then maybe that Goose player can step up, but Taz got shot from another direction at long, and in the end, G2 will cast aside, as you would expect from a round like this.
All right, Hades. Back off with that scout. Ain't nothing happening. 7th on the board. M80 looking good to start this T side. No hiccups in converting the rounds 2 and 3. I don't know, man. Like this isn't the same. This isn't the same exact G2 that we had yesterday. Let's see what this T side looks like because this is really where they looked really strong on Dust 2 yesterday. Is the T side? Oh, actually, I've seen what the T side's already having for G2. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, it was okay, Jason. They got 8 rounds.
You know what we didn't see on the T side? This is the point I was going to get at. We didn't see any of those like Taz lurks at double doors.
Yeah. We didn't see a good looking Taz today, but we did see Hero AK Taz.
The style they played on the T side was so different, right? Like they did a lot of mid to B splits as a group and a lot of long plays as a group. You didn't have that same ability to like set Taz up for those late rounds. Still 8 rounds, you can't complain with the production.
I do love that people are spamming save tabs.
Save tabs.
He deserves better.
He deserves one last shot at the end of his career, at the end of the road.
He's never been a pro player in CS2. I reckon he has a shot. MongolZ going aggressive. Ooh.
Steps in front of this.
Yeah, he does, but doesn't work out. Lake actually able to own him. Humbles MongolZ. Here goes Lake now up on top of Xbox. Anything else for the Lake? Nope. It's going to be Rec to go down. Hades to take a step back. Pressure being applied, some utility to force Hades away from that ledge angle, but he's not going to drop.
Yeah, because he threw the counter Molotov to time each other out. Oh, he didn't want to do that. Going to try and get back up as the flames. Now it's dangerous. Now it's dangerous. Yeah. Don't jump up. Now you can't do it. You missed the timing. We know the idea. We know what you wanted. It was there.
Do it.
It's okay.
Still. Oh my God. Dude, what have you got? You got weights on your ankles or something? Bricks tied to your feet?
Oh, he's put himself in such a sketchy position.
35 seconds.
And he has to get aggressive on Catwalk now.
Yeah, he does. Not around to remember for Hades.
No.
Disaster class.
No. And you save this with your G2.
That was a crappy round, wasn't it?
Well, it sucks because yeah, it was. I mean, it was, yes. But it's kind of a bummer because like he times the counter Molotov perfectly to negate each other, so he can like just step forward into that position again as the Molotov sort of fades. But the drop and then the failure to jump about 6 times is an issue.
I'm starting to agree with everyone. I mean, hashtag save Taz. What was that round? He didn't even get a chance to get involved. These youngsters not doing enough for him. Now he might just get killed as they're hunting him down off the back. But no, of course not. Look at the movement. So, couldn't get away. Like, make sure that he punishes Taz. He doesn't even get to save his weapon. Heavy God does. Snacks also. And we've got a tied game.
If yesterday was a... What did Taz call yesterday? A disaster? Playing like this?
Yeah, I'm not sure that the exact
it's a horror.
word.
It's disgusting how we play.
It's disgusting. Oh, that's even worse.
Where do you go from that line if you lose today? Like, what's the next evolution? What's the next step?
Vile, repulsive, sickening.
He's really not giving himself a whole lot of room to work with, has he?
Not really.
Oh, parablind kills for Heavy God. He'll take that. Okay. Vision comes back and he's like, great, exactly as I designed it. But the response from Lake is to get shot in the face.
Eat that. MongolZ Deagle chiming in. Great response here for G2. Just as M80 looked like they're going to take the lead. Is a double from Heavy God, a Deagle from MongolZ. Can they still recover this M80? It's going to be tough.
They get this kill at railing clean. Nope. Heavy God holds down the spray and adds a 4th onto the tally. Great round from Heavy God, and G2 win a gutsy low by round to keep themselves in the lead, or to regain the lead at 9-8.
Well, there's the Heavy God double early. Standing in the middle, taking the fights along, was blinded. And we mentioned in the first half how difficult it can be if they just send bodies out long. And he was even hit with multiple players and flashes, and Heavy God still wins out 2 kills, and then goes and gets another 2 to close out the round. Solid round from Heavy God. G2 into the lead again.
Another long play. Good counter flashes, though, from G2. Swisher's still going to peek half blind, sees nobody in the open. It almost looks like they want to have the pace be a little bit quicker, at least to be able to apply pressure fast. They forced out the smoke, exactly what they wanted, so Swisher backs away, and the rest of M80 says, mission accomplished. Let's set up stage 2, which is catwalk control while this smoke is up, but it's going to fade any moment, so they got to be careful.
Ooh, Snacks into the mid-smoke. 55 seconds left. There's MongolZ and Hades. Okay, good night. And goodbye. Swisher on the second. Slacks follows up with a third kill of the round here for M80. And we got 45 seconds with Heavy God having to beat the hero. He has to beat the Heavy Goat, and he's not going to be able to pull it off as Swisher makes sure it's the second headshot for him in the round. Taz, nothing he can do. He's stuck at the B-bomb site.
That's actually beautifully coordinated from M80. I mean, when you think about it, right? 3 players taking Catwalk. You've got 2 players on Catwalk for G2's defense and Snacks lurking that mid-smoke and double doors. And I mean, you have 1 player from M80 holding the push, the peak from Catwalk, takes down Hades with the AWP, and you've got the AWP far back in middle watching for that double doors push. Everything was accounted for. And G2 get decimated. So, Taz, he's going to get hunted, and he knows it. Molotov in towards the B-bomb site, making himself a small target, looking for the timing to pop up.
They're going to find him. Whoop. Well, unfortunate for Taz. Not able to save, so the high five still come out, though. But that's a great round for M80. They tie up the scoreline again. 80s push. MongolZ mauling.
Yeah, I mean, they were just so well prepared and set up to handle that exact push from G2. That's G2 trying to catch him at a trap and obliterate that attack, but weren't prepared. And M80 has hit the A-bomb site quite a bit. And could be looking now to abuse the other side of the map with a contact play. That's a beefy grenade that lands right on their head. The follow-up smoke, though, that extinguishes the Molotov, and they want nothing to do with it. So back away. And unfortunately, all they've done is take nade damage. Wreck and Lake back down to about half HP.
Here comes the swing. MongolZ unleashed. Drains the lake. He's going to drop back in behind the fire. And actually, he's found a little bit of sanctuary at the side of that, so he's going to stick around. Maybe catch them off if they ought to peek him. He's going to go again.
Great timing on that pop flash, though. It's almost like they feel the rhythm of this Catwalk take now. They kind of know the sequence of utility that M80 is taking and when they like to jump up on the box. That flashbang was just perfect.
Yeah. Spots the bomb as well on that second peek. Knows that M80 have to go on a bit of a recovery mission to get it. They're willing to let them have it. They're just going to smoke out.
Yeah,
short.
they can't defend that bomb, so just back away from it. You're happy with the 5-on-4. Mid to B smoke comes out. MongolZ is going to try and challenge it over the top, shooting some holes to see if he can gather some information. Looking like Hades is going to have the heavy task of defending the A-bomb site with his AWP at railing. He's got no utility. If they put a Molotov into this position, it can be very, very tough. Rex got one.
Well, Hades to chime in. It's Rex to go down. Sin on a double headshot, make it 3 from long.
That's fantastic, and just in the nick of time, plenty of it for the plants. And Sin just opens up the sight from long. G2 took their gaze away for a second, and boy, does he punish them.
Yeah, everybody was worried about the short prong to the approach, but they forgot.
That's kind of... Okay, like, it almost looks like they want to go for this to a certain degree. Snacks has one. They got a player on Catwalk. The retake is on. Hold your breath.
Don't let this go. Sin for the win. He's going to wait out alongside Slacks with a wallbang. Castaway Snacks. Time is ticking. Snacks gone, and Taz without a kit.
It's
and a hope and help.
I'm assuming it's because it was so late in the round, but that's like kind of a mistake I don't normally expect to see. I'm assuming out of Heavy God, and we'll find out who it was, but he's usually been the long player. The long anchor giving up that, you know, long control and long information during that Catwalk execute probably feels like, one, everyone's going off Catwalk because of how little time is left in the round. Feels like he can give up long. If there was a lurk, the play would have come already, but Sin plays it so slow. And then just delivers the openings. What a mistake to give up. The double doors and the attention towards long, and that's the opening that M80 needed. And now G2 at a breaking point. They reinvest. AWP and Hades, M4s and an AK saved on MongolZ. But after this, you're out of money and you're out of rounds to play with. Oh my lord, it's so precise too. Doesn't miss a beat. You struggle with that first kill, and Heavy God can turn and trade you off. The fact that he's so precise is devastating. 10-9 in the final buy for G2.
Good pick from Slacks. You mentioned the final buy for G2. And they're down immediately in the player deficit of round 20. Gotta convert a 4v5 on the CT side. Molotov into short. Lake gonna follow up with a flash in behind him. He's only got a Mac 10, so he's very comfortable and confident just taking those fights solo.
It's a perfect round with this pick to set up the mid to B split. Because again, I mean, M80's done such a good job of leaning on A and having some really solid and successful catwalk hits. Now that you have a 5-on-4, you're putting MOBS in a position where he has to make a decision of where he wants to defend. Good block of the smoke, and actually that's a really strong block of the smoke. That actually prevents M80 from utilizing any of that space in middle. And G2's going to gamble, knowing that a loss here means they're out of money. 4 players at the A bomb site. If you finish catwalk, they're going to love it. Otherwise, they'll go elsewhere. Op in position at car. There's the next mid to B smoke, and that side of the map is wide open. And M80 is going to be so joyful to realize it.
Boost being constructed, trying to put MOBS up on top. He's going to make it work. He's taking damage as well. But he's got the kill. He's still alive for now. The bomb's about to make its way into the B bomb site. There's no one there. MOBS gets taken down through the smoke. Heavy God's flank in middle catches Sin. But it's on to Rek and Swisher in this 2v3 post plant to turn this into an 11th round victory and break G2 here.
Yeah, but it's a B bomb site. It's a nightmare to retake, and I don't think there's any kits. There's one kit on Taz. Heavy God needs this kill.
Yep, this fight's everything, and Heavy God's gonna fall.
I think you gotta save. I think it's toast. With the AWP in hand of Snacks, like he can recover a rifle and actually go for this if they want to, but they don't have any flashbangs to activate. And they gotta give it up. They gotta give up 11 rounds, and an AK and an AWP is all they're gonna have to play for moving forward into round 21. 11-9 in the favor of M80. It was an 8-4 lead for G2 at half, and once they've switched to CT side, they've been getting blanked and destroyed. Only a single round one in the second half, and M80 is running away with it.
They definitely try to find a way to get some of these picks back into the round. That boost from MOLBS is a nice idea. He gets the kill from it. Just never really were able to break out a CT spawn and be able to help out that B bomb site defense. G2's save has allowed them to have another good buy here. But M80 in pursuit of map point. And we talked about how this series hinges on Dust 2. GT need to find success on this map, and they're going to go quick. Oh, it's going to be fast here from M80, cutting through MOBS, only allowing him one kill.
I'm surprised they didn't pick up the pace. They heard the AWP ring out in middle. I'm really surprised they didn't take the advantage over at railing, but they want the 4-on-4.
Dude, they could take Taz down. He's going for the low tunnel push. He's going for it. They've got eyes on it. Taz is going to walk into it. That's the B bomb side open. If they want it, they can take it. And the adjustment here for Snacks coming back into watch mid.
Yeah, it's because of the pace. It's because of the pace, and Taz out of the game for so long is still thinking that he can kind of push this, that they're all the way up catwalk. Needed to be a little bit more patient in the round as M80 just paused. But once again, G2 going for the gamble stack. All 3 players at A bomb site. It's Snacks out towards long, and you can bet your ass he's going to keep his eyes trained on those double doors for a very long time.
Util landing towards Snacks. We're going to keep him pinned back on that ramp. Sin moving forward. It's going to be Hades to chime in for long. He needed that kill. Sin, though, taking Snacks down. Snacks doesn't get any output whatsoever, and Sin makes it safely to the plant spot.
That's a banger spray from Sin at that headshot angle, and he looks like he's going to be the closer of this. The triple kill in the last round, and now this frag to open up the A bomb site. Good luck on the retake.
Yeah, Slacks. Ooh, does he look the right way? He does, but he doesn't connect a shot, and so Hades comes back in. Now you've got Sin on the AK, gone to Heavy God, and we've just got Swisher 1v2. Looking for map point, forced forward by the fire, forced into the fight by the flames. And it's Heavy God to win the duel against Swisher. What a recovery to that round. What a retake right at the end here for G2.
Yeah, that's a missed shot from Slacks that just sells him down the river. It opens up the cross. Sin's at a really tough angle to defend against it. Good kills from Heavy God as he sneaks over. and a beautiful retake and a 2 versus 3 to keep themselves with a chance at the map. This is a great opening. 1 for 1 with that kind of space, and then you make the great call. M80's playing a really good T side. The fact this post plant falls away is going to be tough. Slacks is going to be feeling horrible right now about that missed shot. And Swisher just put into a really tough scenario with the fire at his feet. And G2, they've still got a chance in regulation, down by 1. Oh, B-Rush? Oh, this is getting crazy. This is getting real North America now. Last time they
back by Util.
Last time they 8 damage and called it off when this smoke. And it's gonna happen again.
Yeah, they called it off. You either burst through that Util, or you take a pause. And right now, where do M80 go from here?
Close double doors for MongolZ.
Yep, and he gets blinded. That flash felt like it lasted an eternity. But Snacks immediately stepping up for his teammate, avenging his fallen comrade. We've got 1 minute 5 seconds left with G2 ahead because of that. And Taz close by. Okay, the Augs come out swinging. Swisher's gone. Slacks to trade, and now Snacks trying to get back to the window. It's a missed shot from the German Alpert. And Snacks is in a powerful position to try and just keep him pinned. Hades nearly catching Sim, but now he's got the info. And he goes back to try and peek CT, but Hades connects the shot, putting it all on Slacks for the 1v3. And he'll tap, trying to draw Snacks into the fight through the door. Fakes the plant again. Flash, oh my god, what is happening?
He would have committed too. Yeah. Slacks would have had the shot he wanted. And there's Heavy God. A long flank comes to fruition. Tied up at 11. No bomb plant's painful. This losing bonus is building, but it's not quite there. So M80 stuck in a weird position with their money. Good double kill from Snacks. Poor Rek just walks right into the spray. I think it's also M80 at this stage of the game getting a little bit ahead of themselves. We're seeing the pace get picked up. We've seen that fast catwalk play. What looked like they wanted to do a fast B play. I think in this kill in middle with that flashbang, Lake thinks it's going to be clear. Pulls out nades a little bit too fast, and the follow-up is available. Quick out towards long, but again, just pistols, so the M4 should be just fine. And Heavy God's going to get some extra frags. 20 kills. He hits the mark. And this will be a 12 for G2.
Yeah, G2 hitting map point first was unexpected. As M80 started to look like they were getting in position to round out this map in their favor, but they just couldn't find the answers. They couldn't find the winning recipe of the last few rounds, and it comes down to that retake from Heavy God and
yes,
Hades just a couple of rounds prior, coming back from long. Yeah, the 2v3 retake into the A bomb site has just reignited G2's chances here on Dust 2.
Yeah, and it was the missed shot from Slacks, who also just missed the follow-up of Snacks coming through the window over at the B bomb site, which could have solved a lot of problems if he's able to get that. Let his AK play a very patient lurk over in middle. Goes the other direction. Final timeout called by M80 heading into this last round of regulation. Round 24, 12-11 in the favor of G2. Somehow they've given themselves one chance to close out this map. It's been a very rough CT side. They got ran over for the first, 8-9 rounds of play, and have finally got a grip right at the end.
Hades needs to be careful. Eventually, lower tunnels is a problem here. Look at Lake. He's just on the Xbox about to peek up, and Hades just hangs around a little bit too long.
Yeah, that's very long to be in that position, especially when you have to consider lower at that point. Xbox, obviously, which wasn't considered, and towards top middle. Second time we've seen Hades put himself in a really tough scenario. Previously inside the A bomb site, kind of trapped with too many options to worry about. So a 5-on-4 for overtime, and M80 remains patient as we cross the 1-minute mark left in the round.
CT cross smoke coming up. No one from M80 actually playing with any of those mid smokes.
I mean, I like this idea though, like you're showing some of the mid-B split you've tried to execute, but you also know you've taken down the AWPer, so you shouldn't have a whole lot of fear of going off catwalk and having to contend with that AWP at railing or car. And now look at Swisher sneaking into CT spawn as well. Beautiful little trickery in place. It's Goose they've got to find, and now Long is no longer an issue for G2.
It's going to be Mob stepping up with the first, trying to get a second, but Sin able to trade it, and so a 3v2 now favoring G2. Final 10 seconds left. They got to get that plant down, and they just can't do it. G2 going to close out Dust2. We said they needed to win this one if they had a shot at winning this series. It wasn't looking like it towards the end, but then a miraculous 2v3 retake reignited their chances, and they were able to pull it off in the end.
It started in a 7-1 run for M80's T side. That's how they opened up the half. A 7-1 run to take a really, really strong lead. 11-9 at the time. Okay, it's not a super strong lead, but winning the last 4 is G2. They come all the way back. Just what looked like a lost half that they didn't have a clue of how to stop M80, and then it just all clicks right at the end of the day. And then top it all off, you convert a 4v5 to win the map. That's a nice win from G2. That's going to be some relief as they get to go out between maps and prepare themselves for Ancient. But that's kind of a stunning way to lose the map if you're M80. You feel like you're in control that whole time and it just slips away at the very end.
Yeah, just literally just couldn't find the answers to find that most important round. Just right at the end, they called a couple of B hits that just got cancelled going into the tunnels by simple utility landing down in the tunnels. And that point onward, it didn't look like they were able to find the pathway out of that situation. There was no plan B and no solid plan B.
I think it was a composure slipping for M80 towards the end, individually like picking up the pace and feeling the pressure to close out the map. And then I think also there's, unfortunately, just have to call it out, there were some critical AWP misses down the stretch, 2 of them in those rounds at the A-bomb site on the cross in that 3-on-2 post plant that they lost. And then obviously at the B-bomb site as well from Slack. So tough misses for him to swallow, and he'll have to see if he can get it back on Ancient.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of points in Slack's career back in Sprout where, you know, he had these amazing games, and then sometimes we have a game like this where, you know, some of the shots just don't connect, some of the most important ones.
Yeah, but they're like. Well, I mean, this is maybe not the best example for most of the European audience, I would imagine. But like kickers in the NFL, it's like you usually like 9 times out of 10 they just bang out the easy shot, but like you always remember them for that one critical miss.
Yep.
For that one miss that should have been landed.
Well, that's unfortunate here for M80, but a 13-11 win for G2 gives them a shot in this series. It's for elimination today in Astana. It's 22 kills, 13 deaths for Heavy God. MongolZ in at 21-16. It's going exactly as it should for G2. You know, getting close wins, barely scraping through, but led the way by Heavy God and MongolZ.
Yeah, and Heavy God, I mean, throughout this stretch of G2's like really like some of their struggles, Heavy God's just been such a rock for them. That's one of the acquisitions in pickup that kind of helped lessen the sting of the loss of Nico. Nothing's really going to help sting the loss of m0NESY on top of that, help kind of take away that sting of m0NESY leaving as well. But Heavy God's certainly a piece for the future, and it's kind of, you know, we've seen that out of his game for the last couple years. And obviously shown great things with G2. So a huge piece of the puzzle and a huge reason why they're able to kind of maintain some sort of level through all these roster changes in this start of the rebuilding process.
Well, up next is Ancient, a chance to try and 2-0 the series here for G2. M80 need to bounce back. Do you have faith in them being able to win it here on Ancient, Jason?
I do, because, I mean, from what we've seen from G2 so far in Astana, is Dust2 is like one of the few maps they've been able to rely upon. When you start getting deeper into the pool is when you start seeing more and more struggles. And I think that'll be the conversation for M80 between maps as well, as like, guys, we lost Dust2. But, I mean, this team we've seen, you know, they don't have a map pool right now. Dust2 is the one they've got, so we take that loss on the chin. Let's go get it back on Ancient.
Well, G2 take Dust2. Ancient up next for M80 to try and bounce back in this elimination series.
M80 have been away from some of the bigger events for a little bit of time, but they're back in action here at PGL Astana. I've got Sin with me, the leader of the team, to talk through, I guess, what's been going on, because we saw you in Lisbon, and I know it wasn't maybe the results you guys want there, for sure, but you guys have always been fighting, you've always been super competitive. You then come through the qualifier for this, you make your way to Astana, but there's quite a gap of a few weeks. No tournaments, nothing to play and getting yourselves ready. So what have you been up to?
Yeah, so after Lisbon, we made a huge win, which qualified us basically for the major. And then we went back to America, and then we seeded with the qualifier for this tournament in Astana. So even though we just qualified for a big event, it also meant a huge major step, right? So we've been pretty happy. Unfortunately, after that, we didn't make it to any tournaments. So we've just been having some time at home. I've been in Europe again, in Germany. The guys have been at home in America, so we couldn't really practice because of the ping. But we obviously met before this tournament for a bootcamp in Serbia. So yeah, just staying individually sharp, everyone, playing Faceit, and then obviously going to bootcamp and practicing.
Now, looking at where you are as a team, you've had time together now, right? I feel like everyone should be adjusted and comfortable with each other. Off the back of this bootcamp, would you say that you've seen an improvement compared to where we saw you last time at Lisbon? Do you feel like you can notice a difference?
Oh, for sure. Because also like there's a huge burden. I think for every one of our players, it's the first major, like except me and Slacks.
Yeah.
So I think this comes with a burden where you just play more relieved now because you're like, you did it. Obviously, we didn't play at the major yet, so but still, I think just everybody can have like the big step is done, and now it's just about proving that we belong to these tournaments, like here in Astana.
Oh, I like that confidence as well, that you belong in these tournaments as well.
For sure.
Because being able to fight for a qualifier is certainly not easy. How do you view your way you played during the qualifier? Was it a bit sweaty, a bit hard? Was it comfortable?
I would say the NA qualifier was pretty comfortable. Obviously, we didn't have the other two NA teams in Wildcard and Energy there, because they've been in, or Complexity, they've been in Europe.
Yeah.
Like these are the teams that usually try to beat us, but we managed to beat the domestic rivals, like we met Blue Jays in the final. Even though it was, I think we lost the map, but overall I think this qualifier has been as expected for us. Just came obviously with the extra pressure of making the major, because of these needed points. But yeah, we beat Wildcard actually in the semis. I almost forgot about that. But yeah, it's just, I would say expected that we made it, and really happy that we just comfortable did it.
What about for you as a leader right now and the growth you've seen in yourself? How do you feel your development's going?
I think a bigger step I could make is on CT sides, especially vocally. But that's something we've been working on since the start of the year. And yeah, but like overall, especially with our T sides, I'm really happy. And yeah, just also like I like it that my individual form. I think in great games I'm really good, but in the more like I'm trying to raise my C level. If I'm not the best game, maybe not the best start into the T side, but I think again in practice games we've been really good, and I think also myself I've been really good. But it's just about finding the consistency also in official matches.
Looking at Astana as an event for you guys though, where do you see yourselves? Like, where do you put yourselves amongst all the other teams that are here and the potential that you guys have for this event?
I would say obviously the goal should be for everyone here making playoffs. We want to get as much maps as we can, because obviously it comes with the big factor of the VIS points, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, just I think like this is an opportunity, as I said earlier, like to prove ourselves that we belong here. It's like the first time that we're playing at the PGL tournament. And yeah, we just want to show we can compete. And I think also, especially right now, the top is pretty set, right? We're talking about the big names.
Yep.
Everybody knows like the top four, right? Spirit, Mouse, Vitality, Falcons. But I think over that we also saw like little shout out to GamerLegion. I think they've been great. They made it into the top 10 now. But also it shows for us that people, like teams make it into there that maybe people didn't have like on their radar. So I think just everybody can right now storm through. And that's how we do it, is with tournaments like this, and we just got to show it.
Well, hopefully you can show it. I look forward to seeing it. Thank you for all your time, Sin, and good luck going into the event, man.
Appreciate you, Max. Thank you.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025. We've got G2 versus M80 in an elimination game. G2 just taking the first map of Dust 2, but we know that that's been their best looking map, Jason, so there is always a world in which M80 bounce back into the series, and up next is Ancient.
I think that's what M80 has to rely on, and obviously something that we need to keep track of because, yeah, the maps outside of Dust 2 for G2 have not looked good, at least when we've casted them these past 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, outside of Dust 2, there's no real map pool to speak of, but I'll say this. This is maybe a good point to bring up here because we touched on the struggles of MongolZ coming into this series as well. Obviously, we should all remember his time on G2. Ancient has always been a very good map for him in the kind of in the roles on the T side of being the entry fragger. Now, we'll see if that's changed. We'll see if now that he's kind of been shifted around and Hunter's not in the team and you got to find a place for Taz, we'll see exactly what he plays and how he plays. But this has been a map historically where individually he's still always had his confidence and had the most impact, it feels, on the T side. So, I mean, if you can get him going and you can kind of respark some of that in this match, that's going to help alleviate some of the issues you're certainly going to have with the T side.
Yeah, well, for M80, it was a close game. I mean, it probably should have taken Dust 2. There was a lot of chances towards the end that they just weren't able to take any of them. And that's got to be a very frustrating feeling heading into Ancient. But you just got to dust yourself off, pick yourself up, and get back into the series now. And I think for M80, it's been a long time since we've kind of seen them at these events. They started making waves last year when they got opportunities. They were really starting to impress us. We were excited about Lake coming in as a new North American player. We hadn't really seen a new player show as much potential as him from the region in a long time, so it was cool to see that. And unfortunately, we just haven't seen so much of them in 2025. They have a win versus G2. I was mentioned it earlier, but G2 have a very high VRS ranking, and this isn't the squad that earned it. So you have such a great chance to go ahead and take all those points away if you're the M80 squad.
They got a great number of points, but this ain't them.
Yes, this is imposters, really.
Well, I mean, equally when you think about it for M80, the VRS side of the angle is very, very important for them. They're sitting down at number 9 in the Americas in terms of their VRS points.
It's crazy.
Look at some of the events they've been to this year: 9th to 11th at ESL Pro League, 17th to 32nd at Blast Bounty, 9th, 12th at Blast Open Lisbon. So, I mean, you come into this and you need a decent enough finish to actually get some points and start putting yourself in a better position for the next major cycle, which for you has already begun.
Well, 1 HP for Heavy God. Swisher is able to take one back on Hades here as Heavy God onto the trade. And that B-bomb site has an opening through the speedway back into the B-bomb site. It's a quick plant coming up here. Sin's got 2 in the round. Heavy God able to follow up in response again. Just back and forth between these two players. But eventually it's MongolZ left 1v3 with a bomb planted on B. And he's only coming back through CT spawn now. Getting spotted by the shoulder peaks here of Slacks eventually. He's not going to take the fight. He just drops back, plays more disciplined in the attempt to close this.
Yeah, and MongolZ has to be aggressive about it with no kit. So, nice shot. There's one bullet, but the defuse still pretty much impossible. So going to clear over towards B ramp. Is a player here, but Rek puts him down. Lake was always waiting in the wings, ready to pounce if Rek wasn't able to get the job done. So M80 with a pistol here on Ancient to get started strong. And a second round by for G2. MP9's coming in. MongolZ, Snacks, Heavy God all with that. So they're going to contest and see if they can convert it right back. Decent start from Heavy God, but Sin, just like on Dust 2, where he was a huge impact player in the closing rounds, was massive for M80, even though he's not able to get them all the way across the finish line. A couple of good kills from him. Continues some fine shooting here on Ancient.
God getting off to the races here with the opening kill. Snacks able to charge down and MongolZ with him, and G2 just shut it down instantly on the B lane push.
I'm so mad if I'm M80. In this round, that's like the plan of that is run and gun through the smoke, and they grab 2 kills out of it, and they stay grouped up. What a conversion in the second round. A statement from G2 as they push right into the face of M80.
Yeah, very exciting stuff for G2 to kick off the second map. They get themselves tied up straight away. You get to see it again. Just running down, getting involved in the fights.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
And then through the smokes.
Oh. 2 of them. And then as a group coming through the flames, Taz is happy about that one. 1-1, we're tied. And M80 invests, so a little tug of war going on in the early stages of Ancient.
Tech-9s. That's all M80 have. Well, yeah, they have a Deagle as well.
Yeah, but this ain't HOTU.
Yeah, true. This is not HOTU. The greatest Deagle team of all time.
That Deagle can't stack up.
There's 3 Nikos on that team.
All right, Hades, here's the smoke. Out towards Donut, wants a little information, spams right through it, but the boost up keeps him safe from the spam and gives him a chance to fire right back. You got MongolZ and Donut. You've got Taz back at the A bomb site. Hades over in Red Room.
Quick maneuver for Hades. He's got a double, and eventually the Deagle body shots will land. Taz gets involved in the action.
Yeah, but he's alone at the A bomb site, and he's making a smart play. He's bailing out all the way towards A main. There's a smoke up, but he's going to have to take the risk when it clears to kind of push in and find that safety, and he's trying to make sure they can't wrap around that A bomb site. They're taking their time with this. Taz has actually come all the way back to Big Box, so now stuck. He's going to have a teammate Snacks over in Donut to help keep some space for him, but a little bit of a tense situation.
Only 25 seconds on the clock at the moment. We got another headshot from Snacks from Donut. Swisher left 1v3, 15 seconds on the clock to move into the bomb site. Needs some rapid kills, and Taz is not going to allow that to happen. Plays in tandem with Snacks, and they close out the round.
Good smart round from Taz. The reposition towards A main, I think probably felt a little bit nervous, not knowing if it was clear on the other side of the smoke, so falling back towards Big Box, which was a little bit dangerous, but obviously from that series, or that situation, knowing the priority is staying alive, make sure he's still a target that M80 has to consider to set Snacks up to close out the round. Polish legends working together well to get a second round on the board and take economic control. So now it's just unarmored Glocks for M80. Should be an easy wipe up in a round for G2 to gain some money. All right, well, it's going to be a extended Glock round as they stuck behind the smoke.
They're using it as a bit of a timeout.
Yeah, just have a little chit-chat, a little powwow.
Well, in terms of chances of G2 2-0ing the series, I mean, they're giving themselves a pretty good start here on Ancient. They lose the pistol, bounce back, and about to win 3 rounds in a row of it.
Results for today, while we watch these Glocks get mopped up, Virtus.pro opened the day with a win over Big 2-0. FURIA beat MIBR 2-1 in that kind of Brazilian matchup, although obviously with the new Kazakhstanis playing for FURIA. 2-0 for ODDIK over PayN, another Brazilian matchup. 2-0 for HOTU over GamerLegion, which we watched here, and NIP fell to Aurora 1-2. So we're good seeing Aurora get that win, move up to the 2-1 spot. Here, obviously, seeing these two teams go head-to-head for elimination. Loser is taken out of PGL Astana 2025, will not continue to compete, so will go out in last place. G2's up a map after Dust 2 victory 13-11. And now we've got a ton of utility exchanged in middle as MongolZ tries to wrap around the smoke.
He's going to stick around as well. Just playing at these bottom boxes. It's going to be a nice shot from Slacks to the smoke. MongolZ taken out. Swisher over the top. Good frags. Hades coming back in as well, responding. 3v3. Minute 23 seconds left on the clock. Still has plenty of time as we hit the pause button and settle back after the early skirmishes. Sin's going to try and find a response up the top of the B ramp. That smoke's going to come in way too late for Heavy God. Sin's already on beyond it, and Snacks is not ready for that. So Sin is going to move up and actually use the CT smoke to his advantage as he drops in behind the cover again.
Waits for his teammates to make the next move. He knows if there's a defender here, attention likely to be on B ramp, which lets Slacks and Wreck move out of cave. Call it clear so far. We'll take control of the long cube and get a bomb plant down. So M80 in complete control, and let's see if Heavy God and Hades, I can't imagine they decide to go for this. They're still far away, but maybe they push down middle and see if they can find a cheeky kill quick to make this a 2-on-2 retake. No kits. One's just picked up now along with an AK-47, but they want nothing to do with it. So indeed, M80 get a second round on the board.
Yeah, great move from Sin.
making the most of the situation once all the initial chaos has subsided.
He has a really good sense of when it's his time to provide some impact for the team. We saw it back on Dust 2 in a couple of rounds, and obviously here in this one, he just makes a really, really good play for a kill up the B ramp that opens everything up for his teammates. So M80's within 1 now in the early going of Ancient. Yeah, Taz maybe looking a little bit curious as he looks over, thinking he had a player, Donut, that was going to take that fight towards heaven, at least distract the opposition, if not get that kill and save his life, and it just wasn't there. So yeah, he's looking over, he's like, where's that guy? Where's my teammate? Molotov's out in middle, deep utility towards elbow. M80 staying far back from it, not taking too much damage. This is a play towards the A bomb site where all the chaos and utility is going on as G2 establishes mid control. All eyes on Hades and his op.
He's going to wait, ready to strike straight through the chest of Lake. He sees further opponents charging towards this A bomb site, so Hades is going to take a few steps back and play from temp. Ball goes out again. This time it's on to Wreck. So Hades with some great impact here for G2. Ball plant is still going to go down, but G2 going to play the retake with a 5v3 advantage.
Yeah, and look at the flank. I mean, that's another advantage as well. I mean, because they'd already taken mid control and pushed so far down, they take the risk to go through the elbow smoke, and that set MOLBS up to have a nasty flank.
Oh, he's come through at the right time as well. Taz wins the Donut Jewel, and we've got the round here for G2. 5 players stay up as well. Not a single player dies for the G2 defense. Kicks off with a Hades double, and closed out by the rest of the squad.
Yeah, a small back and forth in the first few rounds between G2 and M80, but G2's come out on top, certainly in the better position. Now a 2-round lead, and you have money control. All 5 players survive, so you got all the weapons. Cash builds, you're finding the lurks. You're controlling the situation, playing patient behind utility. Talked about the improvement of HOTU over the course of the first 2-3 days of this event. Taz as well seems to be getting a little bit better day after day, game after game.
Yeah, getting his touch back again for the game, and
it's not so much the aim and the killing, it's more like the decision-making and the positioning and the patience, right? Like starting to get a better feel for how the game is played these days.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he's been involved as a coach, but when you're not inside the server, the feel isn't quite the same.
Awkward. Okay, Swish is going to be really annoyed about that one. Snacks was getting ever closer to spamming him down through the smoke. But yeah, Taz just getting the neural pathways firing.
And you know, I'm not trying to say he's lights out or anything.
No, but he's serviceable. I mean, all you got to do when you come in as a coach who
not
hasn't
be a
been
liability.
playing is just not be a massive liability. And he's done his job. He's even had some decent performances across the tournament so far, especially that Dust 2 yesterday.
Now, if you can trade Heavy God as M80 coming through this double doors, you can get a bomb plant, and then you can see what happens from there. That could be a winnable 2v3 in the post plant, but you need this trade. He's going to take down Wreck with the Glock, who's going to be the bait. Oh, no, Lake is going first. Okay, everyone chill. Utility in hand. You need that trade. You need this kill. There's the swing. There's one. Crossfire setup. Hades misses the shot with the op, and the avenue into the B bomb site is open.
Yeah, Sim marches in. Bomb plant going down in the middle of the site.
Got a flash.
And Lake's the player that has to step up here. So the flash activates him. He goes around the corner, cuts straight through Snacks. Now the remaining 2 G2 players coming up through the ramp. Hades misses his opportunity. Looking to Long, and Lake just pushed forward. Taz to trade him out, and we spoke about Taz. Here's time for the Taz clutch.
Yeah, but Sin has no HP, and it's not planted for a spam. So tough situation for Sin. His hand might be forced. He's got to play. He's got to just call the bluff.
Taz just got to go in. And he will. He's just running, gets the kill, gets back to the defuse, and Taz wins the 1v2 clutch.
There he is. That's what I'm saying. That old school experience coming in. Taz plays it very, very well. Had all the advantages in the clutch, but just sinks it. A sitter of a closeout and no mistakes made by the grizzled veteran. It's now 5-2 for G2. This lead just keeps extending. A very nice, admirable attempt from M80 down the stretch.
M80 buy continues to come out, but G2 building a beautiful CT side at the moment. 5-2 scoreline looks good. Swish Sure swings and gets himself Hades.
That's so unfortunate for Hades. I mean, it's a pretty aggressive, ambitious play from G2, but the rifle just like kind of pushes and swings and clears things, and the op moves in to get set up, and then Swisher just pounces on him. Tough loss for Hades. The opening kill again. A 5-on-4 for M80. And they have control of the A bomb site. Look at Rek. He's moving all the way through Temple, but maybe it doesn't matter. Spam from Heavy God. They don't know Snacks is still here. A bait and switch as Swisher tries to turn in. And all of a sudden the defense has returned, but MongolZ will... Oh my lordy, lordy, lordy.
Okay then. Well, MongolZ has run right to his death. Taz, the same issue.
Yeah, I can't even fault Taz or MongolZ for that situation. That's a really good move from Rek that takes a while to get the payoff, but it's there at the end of the day.
Work, and so M80 going to go up to 3 rounds off the back of the reckless maneuver.
And I was going to tell you too. I think G2 recovers that very nicely. If it's not for that play from Rek, I don't know if M80 has as clear of an avenue, out of the situation. Heavy God and Snacks do a really good job of bringing this round back into contention. Just really tough to control when someone's snuck all the way through your defensive lines in that fashion. Do you think MongolZ saw him and just figured it was a CT and did a double take?
He's like, hold on.
He's like, wait a second.
Be here. Maybe thinks it's Taz for a second. Yeah. Definitely a little bit awkward about that one, but M80 taking the opportunity. This is the opening. Hades getting caught by the Swisher peak, then Heavy God just wallbang.
Here should be the double take. Yeah, he jumped through the smoke. I think he might have seen him like right at the edge. I don't think it was a clear glimpse, but he was like, my brain's telling me something's wrong. And it was just a little bit too late.
Holy shit, we're actually right now. Get some fucking excitement. Let's go.
All right, yeah, I like that, Adelaide. Trying to hype up the voice, saying we're quiet. Why are we a dead team?
No, yeah, it's crazy. I don't know if he said, did he say they are a dead team? That's pretty...
I don't know, maybe. I thought he said, there we are, we're like a dead team right now. Why is the communication so flat?
I mean, it's important. He's right. He's absolutely right. They should be getting fired up right now. And it's good that you have Lake on the team that is that energy giver. And let's see if M80 are able to fire themselves up in time here. They're behind still, but they can start to close this gap.
Huge round in terms of the economy, in terms of the swing of who's going to take advantage of the money. And Hades fires off the flash for a blind kill onto Lake. Now slides back into position. Swisher waiting, but executing the A main push. Taz and MongolZ have got a great flank, and there's a follow-up as well from Taz if he wants it. You could see Rek is aware of the possibility.
45 seconds in, starting to try and tap away Heavy God, who's pinned in the corner. But not getting the peak he wants. Rek, really important kill here. Taz going down, and another frag from Slacks as he got around the back lines of the B bomb site. Heavy God waiting, Sin running in towards him. Heavy God has to go massive. He has to turn on a dime because he knows that Slacks is on that flank, but he just couldn't find it in time.
Wow, there's some real big gaps in this G2 defense, and part of it is, I mean, it's the nature of the play. When you push A main like that, you open up opportunities elsewhere, and that push is exact. Oh, he almost finds him. Tags Rek down, 7 HP, but he survives. And there's no HE or Molotov to complete that kill. So Hades, the clutch is still very tough.
Gonna try and get closer to the cave, but yeah, he just doesn't have the information on both players. Just having a look around into the corner. He's got 2 flashes left. That's it. Doesn't have a smoke, and the bomb is just planted so wide for the ramp hit. He's gonna tap it. The peak should come in together, and yeah, impossible. Hades can't get it done. Rek. Another big round here for him. And yeah, the amount of gaps in the defense is just allowing these flanks to come through, these unexpected positions from the T side. Yeah, G2 uncomfortable at the moment.
I mean, yeah, it's like, yeah, Rek gets the kills and he'll be in the highlight reel for sure, but the one Slacks get, like the positioning and the decision of Slacks to push so far forward and gain this flank is huge. Taking down Snacks in that fashion, just a free kill. And in that moment, it just causes so much chaos for G2. So that's something they have to get on top of. Way too many gaps in this defense. You've been exploited twice now. Rek towards the A bomb site, Slacks through middle to wrap around the B bomb site. It is 2 brutal rounds that you cannot continue to let happen.
There's 1 from Taz's USP, 2nd from Hades. Oh my god, 3 kills in USPs? Unexpected damage being done here. And a 1v2 now for the Deagle of Heavy God. Do we give him a shot? Yeah, sure, but not able to connect it towards heaven. So 5-5, that scoreline got tied up real quick.
Yeah, it did, and let's see what happens now. It's kind of, I mean, you got to be a little bit sad if you're G2 on one sense. Like the play that opened up the avenue for that push is that double A main play, you know, from MongolZ and Taz. Those are the defenders that are supposed to rotate back and take control of red when it happens. But, I mean, good call from Slacks. Once he sees that push has happened, just takes the risk and is definitely rewarded. 5 smokes out in the first 30 seconds between M80 and G2 for mid control. Taz and MongolZ pushing down, and Sin wants to contest. So does Lake out of mid, but a trade, a 1-for-1.
Well, going into the fights, Taz and Snacks, 2 kills in the round. Heavy God able to chime in for G2 as well. Now 4v2 off the back of those. And this round has basically just begun.
I know, this round is so fast. And inside all of that early utility, it's G2 to come out on top with 3 kills. A 2-man advantage. Wreck and Sin. And this is where they've been able to find a couple really, really painful frags in the mid-round, is coming up this B ramp, and Heavy God with the off angle nails it and finds the second. Sin goes down to a headshot, and G2 regained the lead 6-5.
All right, so the minimum confirming themselves a tied game going into the second half. But G2 want to leave with a lead, and they would have a great opportunity for that as well, because M80's money is not in the best situation. Now there's Heavy God just handling the pace quite easily. They were trying to come up the ramp quickly into the round, and Heavy God was there to stop it. So AK is still available on a few players from the side of M80. And a timeout taken, their first of the half, first of the map. Reminder of how Dust 2 went, a 13-11 win for G2.
Yeah, really good grinded out win. I mean, they got buried in the second half and showed a little bit of grit. Rattled off the last 4 of the map to take Dust 2. That's brought us here with a 1-map lead for G2 and a 1-round lead going into the final of the first half. Mac 10 on Sin, Galil on Swisher, and Wreck. So diminished in terms of weaponry, and again, the barrage of utility from both sides in the first 30 seconds towards middle, first 10 seconds even.
MongolZ under a lot of pressure here in the cutout in mid. Gonna try and use utility to get himself out, just keeping the crossfire for now, but then goes into the open. Oh no. G2's early fights go the other way, convincingly so in favor of M80. Hades unable to get anything done either. So the Mac 10 cuts through 2. Snacks left 1v4. We've got a tied game.
Yeah, I think he wanted to make a really fast play towards Temple, but was spotted, so called it off. But I mean, obviously now 4-on-1, you got the information, you got the whole map available to you. So good luck, Snacks. Although he's worked himself into a good position. He got over here way quicker than Lake would expect, but maybe not Swish. Shuts him down with the Galil. So a quick rotation puts Snacks in a interesting situation, but doesn't actually get to build into it. 6-6 at the half as we switch sides. M80 is going to go on defense, trying to force us into a third map if we do need it. I clicked off the page, so give me a second. If we do need it, that third map would be Inferno as a decider. So one more half of Counter-Strike to find if we need to decide things there. Both teams got some cheeky smiles as 6-6. I don't think anyone's too disappointed with the half.
Yeah, map 3 Dream still very much on right now.
Snacks pouring over some notes so he can be prepared to call a masterclass on Ancient. A beautiful T side to take the dub.
Led by Snacks, supported by Taz.
That paper says B rush 4 rounds in a row.
And then finish with 4A rush. I do remember just so vividly.
I know, that's the only reason I say that is because we were watching that game where he literally did 4 A hits in a row, and they all worked to his credit. To be fair, they all worked.
Like, yeah, we're gonna rush A, and then we're gonna rush A one more time, and finish with an A rush. Well, let's see. The first call is an A rush. So let's go.
What are the odds? Rek gets 1, but now the dualies know what's coming. Oh no!
What? That's so ridiculous. The flying MongolZ to the headshot. Taz to follow up, and the A bomb site has been taken. The rotations here already for M80.
Doesn't know where to put the molly. Doesn't know where to put the molly. Smokes everywhere. Tap to see if there's going to be any kind of a play. Spam through. They need to watch out for Temple. Here's the wraparound from Swisher. Wants to try and stop the plant as it goes down. Good cover from Heavy God. And a Molotov towards CT because they know exactly where Sin is, so he's held out of the retake. He does have a kit in his smoke, but he's got to find at least 2 kills before those can be put into play, and instead bails out. Wants the resources for the next round.
That worked so well, I would just do it again.
It's a classic. The people want it. Oh, he's, okay, so he's coming back for a late ninja.
He's got a kit, and a smoke.
All right, good luck.
No, he's going to try. Some damage being done. Needs to get on the defuse right now. He's got a headshot. Oh my god.
Too late. I think.
Yeah. Nice, come out. He was too late anyway, but Snacks has got the knife kill.
It's a nice attempt, to be honest with you. That's I didn't expect him to come back and go for that play, but that's a really, really good attempt. Punishes the push evacuation, but it's enough time. It's a good call, a good timing to make that push happen so the Donut players know to stick around. But these entries from Bulbs, just freakish.
All right, MP9s, Swisher, Wreck, and Wake. It's a 4 spy here for M80, and they're going to go for A play. There's no one at A.
This is 2 of the 4 rounds required for the game plan.
Just go A.
If you're M80, you got 2 options now. Save the guns, just chill at the B bomb site, try again in the next one, or start moving now to go find positions to get exit kills. You risk your own weapons that way, but you might be able to set up something nice down the stretch if you're able to get some decent amount of kills as they evacuate the bomb site. But they're choosing to save, which is the smart decision.
Oh yeah. Another masterful moment on the A bomb side as the plant comes in. And we're looking at
all right, does he do it again?
Yes.
You think he's going to go for 3?
Yes.
I don't think he's doing it 3. I don't think today's the day he goes for the 3 play at the A-bomb site.
I would love it. It would be amazing. I think he would win everybody over.
If anyone's going to do it, it's Snacks.
I mean, that is what they used to do in the old Virtus.pro team as well, right? They would just keep running something until it stopped working.
Yeah.
At times.
Yeah, at times. I mean, different Counter-Strike's played a little bit different back then too, right? Playbook's a lot deeper now than it was back then. But I mean, you know, it's I mean, it is a way to call, and now that we're in MR12, you know, these kinds of calls are kind of like calling off momentum, right? Like you're trying to hit like a critical mass to where you're kind of controlling where the defense is going to play because you have so much success at one side of the map. And if you can rattle that off in MR12 and win a couple of those critical rounds in the early going and get yourself an advantage, it can be really difficult to recover. There's no way he does it 3 times. Not today. He's doing it 3 times. No, okay, we got one going mid. All right, we're fine.
Okay.
Saved.
Okay. I was getting excited there. But yeah, he doesn't call it. Maybe it's an A finish.
He's gonna go A, it looks like, but it might just be later in the round, so not the same exact strategy, but
no. A variety of A plays.
But you know, the sentiment is still there.
I'm starting to give them some information from the play here from M80. They're going to send a couple of players down the B ramp for a little look. Here comes the A play. The A finish being attempted. Some utility blocking them at the A main door. A lot of utility, in fact. I think that's going to curb their enthusiasm about going to the A bomb site here.
Especially because you know, considering all 5 players saved last round, you know it was a second round buy, so you know guns are still in play, so you're not going to risk going through that smoke lake. They need to find them, but they could be killed back towards T. Spawn. Chance for another. And they handle business. Taz, Hades, and Heavy got, get a couple of kills, but there's the A main push, and now G2 has got to find an escape route. Tapping away. Heavy God adds another. You've got Swisher over at the jump up. You've got B control provided by Snacks, but Swisher is one player that might slip the net.
Snacks is waiting. Breck's going to walk into him. Snacks was hoping he could have taken that kill a little bit cleaner.
Swisher's coming to help.
Swisher's already out towards the site. The position. They're not ready for it. He's able to get it done, and that's going to be a big kill coming in for Swisher, but not enough. as Snacks and Heavy got still able to convert into a 9th round for G2.
Yeah, opportunity was there, though, for M80. That could have been really cool. Nice attempt. Good win for G2. And should be a full-blown buy round now for M80. Some cool ideas and some points of danger. That Lake push, add another kill onto that, and who knows how this round plays out differently. Good job from Snack securing this bomb site for his team, giving him the route back to the other side of the map. Round 16, all up in the hands of Slacks. It's in Hades' hands as well on the T side. Swisher and Sin to defend the B bomb site. Lake over in Red Room and middle. That AWP is positioned at the A bomb site, so Rex M4 is in Donut.
Hades, looking for the jumping player, moving across. Couldn't connect it. And slowing down, G2 looking for a different avenue of approach this round. No one going towards A, in fact. We've got MongolZ inside of Elbow, starting to make his way out mid. He's got flashes being assisted from the Heaven Peak as they now converge on middle. We've got Lake just hiding behind the smoke, has to take a few steps back, not able to challenge from mid. But they realize they've lost the mid control as the Donut player of Rec detects it.
It looks like G2 is going to let MongolZ investigate kind of on his own, a little bit of a solo mission to see what he can find. Smoked off from Donut, so that play is taken away, but he's shown presence in Donut. Meanwhile, 3 defenders over at the B bomb site, 2 in Cave, and Sin backing off to cover Red Room as it's smoked off. G2 showing a couple different looks, showing Donut presence, showing like they want to split the A bomb site, but M80 hasn't bit. They're not sold on this.
5 seconds left. Lake going into the peak. It's Swisher actually to win that one, but they try to get back into the site. It's going to be Sin stepping up and always run out of bullets, so it's Hades low in HP, and he isn't going to be able to do too much. He's not missing. Oh, he's missing a lot, actually. In fact, he's got 1 kill so far, and we've now got
I changed my mind. He's missing a lot.
Yeah, missing a lot.
You know, I really like. I think it's a cool idea. I think in terms of how that was played out by G2, I think the idea is sound. You get mid control, you show MongolZ over in Donut, and then you chuck out utility that shows you want to split through Red Room, through CT spawn to the A bomb site. You're trying to pull that 3rd defender over, but M80 just does a really good job of not rotating out of position, of not being sold because nothing's confirmed just yet. Really nice composure from the defense, and that set themselves up with a very strong buy here in round 17. Good chip damage, nade damage onto Heavy God down to 61.
Double push with the CT side comes at the perfect time because Snacks was getting flanked as well. And so just too many targets here for G2 to deal with. Now MongolZ and Hades left, getting stalled out. All of the teammates gone.
And it just felt like a long sequence of everyone like throwing utility and gearing up for the hit and not actually being prepared for anything.
And smoke goes down at short. Still a chance here. Even though it's a very unlikely situation, there's still a small chance.
You need to get control of Cube if you want to win this round. The problem is the defense already showed that they were being passive, and then M80 has just thrown another spanner in the works where instead of actually anyone playing passively behind Cube like it seems for G2, all 4 players coming from the flank.
Well, Hades is about to get a rude awakening. Looking for the shots. It's going to be Sin to come out on top of that. Hades, he's going to go down, leaving MongolZ 1v4, and now with the smoke coming down, his chances have dwindled to near 0. Targets coming in. MongolZ's going to hope for a hero play, and it would be heroic. A lot of utility, flashes raining in towards him, defuse being stuck, and more utility, even more. Buckets full of it. And MongolZ can't get close to even getting into the fights because of that util. He will live to fight another day, it will seem.
I think he played that clutch really smart as well, though. Like, not committing himself to stop the defuse to the point where he'd die, but also so he's also able to take down a couple of weapons at the end of the day. That was always going to be really, really hard, especially when his teammates go down and he's out of position. So I think grabbing a couple of kills at the end and prioritizing those kills over winning the round is probably the smart decision to try and limit some of the economic growth and limit some of the money that M80 have to play with.
Well, first time out here for G2. starting to realize they're running out of chances to get this T side going. It was a decent start into the second half, but now things have stalled out, and the money is starting to drain from the bank accounts. There's not a whole lot left at all here.
And you're no longer also, I mean, if you're Snacks, you're no longer like kind of those first 3 rounds with the repeated A plays in a row. You're trying to set something up, but like you're no longer calling with that momentum anymore. So that kind of setup of the A bomb site being something you want to hit repeatedly and showing and really establishing there's a weakness in the defense there, it's not as effective any longer because of the fact that M80 has stabilized immediately afterwards. But they're going to test it again at this A bomb site. A very fast split. The donut play is already taken care of, and there's 2 defenders here.
Rush A, the best strategy, but you gotta check the tall box. Eventually, MongolZ is gonna do that. Swisher coming back, and yeah, it's at best a bomb plant here for Taz. But even that looks hard. They're gonna smoke the donut, and yeah, Taz just not enough cover as MongolZ couldn't provide every angle.
That smoke didn't land exactly where they wanted it, but it really wouldn't have mattered all that much with the spam from Sin. MongolZ, oh, the fake plant, the step through. Dude, no way you're flexing on your old teammates like that. Oh, he could have found a real good opportunity.
You would have to ace clutch that to be able to pull it off, but yeah, that's another 3K from MongolZ. He's having a solid time. Not enough done, though, from G2 to really capitalize on the openings that MongolZ is able to create, and yeah, that's unfortunate. The smoke spam, Sin just knew the lineup that Taz was going for. When the bomb plant does secure another round of rifles, there's G2 still in pursuit of 10, but M80 looks like the more likely squad to grab it. There's a great flashbang as MongolZ getting caught at the elbow.
Getting caught fighting the jump-up player as well when one was close on the ground. It was the first one he saw snapped over, so Rek still sticking around here. He's got Lake in support, but as he slides back into the smoke, Rek might want to think about falling back as well. Replenishes the elbow smoke, so some safety to stay down in middle. M80 have complete control of mid. They've got complete control of B lane. And G2 is going to have to wait for these smokes to subside and find their impact in the mid round. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock.
Good shot from Lake. Oh, response is good from Hades. 3v4 still the advantage size of M80, but it's within touching distance here for G2. They're going to start bringing that ball back over towards B. A lot of the space towards the B bomb site has already been taken by M80, so there's a lot to clear for G2, a lot of traps to get through.
Yeah, but
One
look
of
at
them
how
is Lake.
look at how M80 is playing this B bomb site in the late round. We've seen this a couple of times. I mean, obviously they still have Lake in position over towards Cave because no one's forced him back. But I mean, even Sin is considering he's playing passive and he's able to rotate and shift. They don't mind giving up the B bomb site in this kind of a late round scenario if they have to.
Yeah, especially because Sin has all that util, right? He's going to start delaying at the right time. There's now 25 seconds left, and you've just been mollied at the ramp. Heavy God's even going to step into the flames, and as soon as the time hits 20 seconds, Lake commits back into the bomb site from Cave. He gets 1 kill, and just 1 is enough. It keeps his team ahead and gives Sin a great opportunity to close it out on his own, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Sin's been so sharp in this series, especially here on Ancient, hitting some very precise, immediate headshots and cleanups of those M4. Very good game being put together by Sin, and unfortunately, it is kind of that, I guess, disaster eventuality that we knew was a possibility with this T-side on Ancient for G2 is just starting to look flat now. Now that they don't have advantage of weaponry and advantage of economy and don't have advantage of momentum, there's not really a whole lot for them to lean on when MongolZ goes down in that early fight in middle.
Fucking go!
I like Lake a lot.
Yeah, me
Just
too.
going to throw that out there into the world. Big fan of what he's bringing to the team. Inside the server and outside the server.
Fantastic energy, very candid in interviews. Has the fragile ability to back it up. Well, G2, it's an A play, but it's not looking...
I'm sorry, that shouldn't be so funny, but it is to me.
It's so ridiculous. It's just, we've kind of exaggerated how often they go B.
But then he's obliging us.
But then he just keeps going A. That's right, yeah, A. Well, we've got the smokes that are lined up. The flashes are ready to go. Maybe, just maybe, this might work for them.
Good timing on the Molotov. MongolZ goes down, and the Flames really segment this attack. Smoke on top of it means they got to come through, so it's going to be uncomfortable, and that's a nice angle for Rek and Lake.
Ball plant, and it's secured. That's it, though. 1 kill in a ball plant. Doesn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. They got a massive losing bonus built up, so I mean, they're all good. They've got the full losing bonus in their favor, so the plant on top of that is going to give them more money than they would ever need in this next round. But at this point, rounds on the board is what we're looking for. You know, you can't get close. You have to actually convert one of these at some point. So G2, this one's slipping away from them. Now 2 rounds back. But you know what? It's deja vu to the Dust 2 scoreline. 11-9. And then G2 rattled off 4 to close it out and win the map.
So you're saying there's a chance.
So I'm saying time is a flat circle.
All right, let's see that flat circle in full force here then for G2. They're going to boost Hades up on the box. It's going to be a great headshot. Wreck to respond, though. As MongolZ forces his way out of elbow, that's the only impact he'll have in the round, is that one pick. And that's unfortunate for G2 to lose MongolZ in that fashion.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the same idea he did last round as well, right? But he's like kind of alone. So is the game plan like 4-1 and MongolZ like be aggressive for yourself, like make a play for yourself out middle? But the best he's getting in that situation is a 1-for-1. Last round he got nothing. And he's kind of like your most aggressive and assertive playmaker on the map. So it feels like a pretty important resource being thrown into the meat grinder.
Dude, what the hell? Okay, yeah, he's having a game right now. 21-12, and he destroys them as they come out of elbow, and that's the chances now for G2 on Ancient.
He wasn't even ready for that fight.
Just ripped it out of their hands.
He wasn't even ready.
I don't think G2 are going to forgive them for their sin right now because he is just destroying them. As Heavy God is inside of the site, he's got a 1v4 ahead of him, 30 seconds, bomb not in his possession. GG, it's 12-9, and really this T side is falling off. The wheels are gone.
All right, well, all you can do is save this AK-47. You simply need the weapon. If Swisher takes you down after time. For the final round of the half, Heavy God trying to hang on to the AK. He knows he's being hunted. There's the kill. All right, he needs to survive. Dinked up. Oh, shying away from the fight, trying to save the AK. It's a must-have, and he's got it. Hard-fought win just to keep the only rifle they'll have in the final round of regulation. 12-9, M80 with 3 chances to close this out and right the wrongs that occurred on Dust 2. And once again, it's Sin down the stretch who seems to be stepping up to close it out.
Yeah, Sin to this roster. It felt like, you know, okay, we're M80, we're going to build a North American organization, a North American team out here, but we want to upgrade some of the pieces. So we're going to Europe and find some players that are willing to play in North America. Sin had just fallen out of the big project. Slacks had also come from, you know, the Sprout team and was left over at the side. And so they went and found these pieces that the European squads had given up on. They didn't give him another shot, and so they went to M80, and I think it's been incredible to watch Sin kind of rise up and grow as a player inside of this squad with more responsibility on his shoulders.
But it's kind of also like the bittersweet nature of this M80 team is all those positives that you just listed, and they're still only ranked 9th in the VRS. Here we go, last round of the half. MongolZ once again leading the way, but Lake's got 2 kills as a rebuttal. MongolZ and Snacks go down. They try and add an extra body into the mix, and still that really fast, aggressive mid play doesn't net them anything.
Up to the top. Off the ramp, he takes a dink on board, down to 15 HP on Sin. Here comes the double push into the cave. It's Swisher to come out on top of the jewel. 1-for-1 with Heavy God, and that's going to keep M80 ahead of the player count as they look to round out Ancient. Taz and Hades, the 2 poles trying to win this one. As Hades gets inside of the smoke, Slacks will cross on by. Just waiting for their time to strike, but as Taz falls, it all lies on Hades. An impossible situation that he will not win, and M80 will tie up the scoreline. We've got 1 map apiece. G2 cannot get it done on Ancient. They have to focus up into map 3
And in this game of survival here in Astana, it's all down to the third and final.
Yeah, I mean, those are the exact kind of pitfalls we know about this G2 team that we kind of warned coming into this. Is one, map pool is an issue. Outside of Dust 2, we're not really sure if this team has the strength on other maps to be able to take wins. Two, also, is just the T side calling just specifically on this, is we know it's been flat specifically on this map. So, yeah, I don't know. Those issues for G2 continue, obviously, with the stand-in situation that they're going under, and M80 put together a very good map. I'm super impressed by Sin today, and I think M80 played the CT side very, very well.
They definitely did. I think Sin is just obviously the standout star in here, but everyone kind of had their moments throughout this game for M80. It looked like G2 were going to be able to build up quite a good T side of the start. They were getting some momentum, a decent start into the second half, but it just stalled out. They couldn't find any other solutions as the rest of that half went on. They had their opportunities to get a 2-0 here today. Just not good enough. Just not enough depth on the squad, and that's what you expect. This is a team with two stand-ins. We have to keep reminding ourselves of that. As big as the G2 nameplate is, it's not going to be the team with all of those expectations on their shoulders.
Well, now we go to Inferno as the decider, as the third map, and I was just kind of glancing through G2's games so far at Astana with this lineup, obviously with Hades and then with Taz kind of standing in. They haven't played Inferno yet at this map, so we're kind of going into it blind with this kind of lineup that's thrown together for the event in terms of what they can do on it.
Yeah, I've got M80 winning the rest of the series now.
Okay, do you?
Yeah, I think
you're gonna call it.
Yeah, definitely. I think Dust 2 is the one map for G2. If there's any shot, they had to win it, and there was shots on Ancient. I just don't think they're going to be able to get it done against a full team. M80 have got to win this.
Yeah, they've got 3 map wins G2 across this event. 2 of them are on Dust 2. One of them is Ancient against MIBR. So yeah, not really a whole lot of evidence that outside of Dust 2 they can get it done. So we'll see on Inferno. But I mean, it's another map that you guys everyone's going to know. Mobs' entries can be effective. Heavy God is anchoring on the CT side is going to be critical. So I mean, look, we'll give them a fighting chance into it. But certainly it does feel like M80 as the complete team, and with that rebound map of Ancient and how solid they looked on it, yeah, it feels like they should be in the driver's seat to take this series. But look, I'm ready for some G2 magic.
Well, let's see if there's some G2 magic cooking up here. But right now it feels like M80 are destined to knock them out. It'll all come down to that third and final map of Inferno, which we're going to after this break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the final map of the day here on the B stream PGL Astana 2025. You got G2 fighting for survival against M80. Momentum's just swung, it feels like, in favor of M80 heading into the third map, but I think it's still up in the air.
Yeah, it should be. And it's hard in this situation not to be like super reactionary with everything we've seen out of G2, and I think the loss of confidence we've had in them, especially with the stand-in situation. So yeah, I mean, I'm trying to stay away too hard from the swings, but I'm with you that I think M80 probably should be the team that we look at as the favorite to win this third map and take this series and eliminate G2. But certainly some fight left in G2. I think MongolZ has had 2 really good maps. If he continues on Inferno, that's going to be a great thing. Heavy God is still doing his thing, his solid work. He's just a rock you can rely on. So the question then becomes, who's going to be the next one to step up with you of the Polish trio? Which one of those guys is going to be the third player to help you out? And we talk so much about the VRS with M80. I mean, just look at the consequences of this. A huge jump if they're to win this. And they've fallen off for a team that we've been so positive about them when we watch them play. This has been a really rough 2025 first 5 months of the year for them.
Yeah, if they win this, they break into the top 30. So that's it.
And that's when you break out the champagne.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's when you pop the bottles. That's when everybody gets excited.
Top 30.
Lake starts screaming even more. So yeah, I think it's very exciting. So let's see how this goes. I think for G2, expectations are at an all-time low at this event. I guess you can look at it 2 ways. That either takes all the pressure off Jason, or you just feel like you're spinning your wheels and you get sad and depressed about it.
You know, I think it's one of the realities of when you're a member of an organization like G2, there's going to be pressure on you to perform. I mean, look at how we came into this event, coming in with these guys having Taz as a coach stand-in and Hades coming in for Monacy, and we're still kind of like, yeah, I know they're diminished, but these guys should be able to handle like pretty much, you know, a lot of these lower seeded teams, and it's just not the case. So I mean, yeah, there's a certain name branding there that we expect G2 to be competitive, and they're just not at the moment. It's a rebuilding phase, and on top of all of those issues, you have some more obstacles added in with the stand-in. So very tough. You're going to need some Herculean individual efforts on this third map to take you over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think on the T side as well, there's something I noticed on the T side where MongolZ on Ancient was quite often just going 1-for-1. You know, he's throwing himself in, trying to create space for the team. And, you know, when you lose MongolZ in the 1-for-1 and you don't really have that much depth left on the squad, it's a little scary. Whereas Dust2, we have more impact across the entire round.
So much of the conversation in CS2 right now is your space take. Actually, hold the thought, because this looks like they were just getting a brush.
Yeah, it's a B rush straight away. Sin looking to try and hold on. The smoke is fluffed, and MongolZ just runs over the top of him. Here they come. Swisher trying to step up. MongolZ has the second, and that's the B bomb site.
I actually love that attitude out of G2. Just B rush. You know what, guys? Screw it. We're not going to do anything fancy. Apparently, right now, we can't handle the fancy stuff, so just give him a B rush and a drive-by. Sid never expected the pace to be quite like that, and G2 in complete control, and they'll take this pistol.
Lake into the fight. Hades did come out on top of the Joe Berettas, and it just leaves Wreck, and he goes down no problem. So that'll be the pistol here for G2. Nice and clean. B rush. MongolZ in the double entry
what you were saying about Space Taker conversation?
Oh yeah, so much of the conversation in CS2 is like space takers, and we see so many teams prioritizing players who can be like, assertive and find you an opening and find you, people who like making plays and getting stuck in to find a kill, taking map control. At the moment on G2, especially because of the stand-ins, like m0NESY with the AWP is one of the few AWPers who could be like kind of a space-taking AWPer. But now when you look at this G2 lineup and the way it's constituted with tabseN, with Hades in, really your only kind of space taker who's naturally in that position is MongolZ. He's the only one.
There's a responsibility that falls on his shoulders. Maybe that'll change up for the future of G2. But here's Taz charging forward. Lake's going to be taken down, and we're looking at G2 with the advantage and not slowing down. They've come in with an attitude of some aggression and sheer willpower to getting into these bomb sites in back-to-back rounds, and they do overrun the A defense this time. So that's the plant, that's the round, and we've got 2-0 here for G2. Sin and Swisher just setting up for some exits, hoping that G2 get a little bit hungry and push in towards them, but we should never see that.
I think it'd be cool on this map if like G2 came in with maybe a little bit of a different philosophy, because like we saw yesterday on Dust 2, Taz playing that kind of late lurk towards double doors. We saw on the previous map as well, Taz on the T side alive, like playing a more supportive role of chucking out utility to activate people. I always wonder on a map like Inferno, would it not be better to like change the philosophy and have Taz be a little bit more of cannon fodder rather than supportive utility? Have him go in first, set up mobs to go for a trade, and then get his playmaking ability activated. We'll see how the map plays out. It's 2-0. MP9 on Sin and 5-7 on Swisher brought forward into the next round, but nothing too exciting to talk about.
Well, the Mongols versus Na'Vi currently ongoing over on the main stream. If you're interested in that action, you can go follow it over at PGL on YouTube or Twitch.
Na'Vi having to prove themselves in back-to-back years.
Yeah, this is for Na'Vi. Let's see how they perform. A lot of fans here in Astana. Here's Snacks, Spec 10, straight away through the smoke. It's gonna be late going down. And, yep, it's quick.
I don't think MongolZ even like stopped his process of throwing utility. He just kind of calmed that someone was jumping up, so Snacks ran in and like ran in and just sprayed the smoke. But
so I'm just gonna trust you to
was never going to stop throwing that utility for his team.
There's pure trust and single-mindedness on the goal. 3-0. Just a few moments away here for G2.
Can I have you give me a Dinko a Twitch chat assessment? Someone put in a comparison here that I want to see if you like.
Okay.
Talking about G2, they have a 40-year-old coach playing. Thank God he was a really good player, but it's kind of like seeing Alex Ferguson playing for Man United.
Yeah, that's not bad. Except Alex Ferguson's much older,
okay.
and won everything as a coach. So.
Oh sure.
There was never, I don't know. I feel like it's not an amazing comparison, but I get the sentiment.
I think really maybe he harped on the age point rather than the accomplishments point.
It's like just old,
yeah, really tunnel vision on one aspect of the situation.
I think that is the main thing with people these days is Taz being old. They said he was a star player of the 1986 squad.
Him and Rez were competing back then.
Yeah, Rez was actually the breakout MVP player at that tournament. Taz was close second.
This is a round. No, how is Slacks?
Oh my God! Suddenly a round is back on with 9 seconds left. Bomb plot coming in. Oh, here comes the pistol. Oh, he knows he's in banana. And he's going to look for it. Wreck suddenly charging in. Heavy God saves it. But oh my God, that was nearly an absolute disaster.
Dude.
How did that happen?
I didn't even see that coming. Like I didn't expect in any way Slacks to be with an MP9 able to get those 3 kills. Let's see that again, but a beautiful sequence from Slacks. And I mean, obviously, as your AWPer, it's a lovely thing to have so many MP9 kills. That's so incredible. Beautiful shot from Heavy God. Once again, the Rock, old reliable, able to bail him out of a weird situation that they got themselves into. So G2, they get away with one here. 1 by 1 by 1.
Well, that'll wake up G2 a little bit, won't it? Keep them on notice.
keep them on the edge.
Yeah, it feels like, honestly, it feels like they're woken up already coming into this map. But yeah, that is like a good warning of like, okay, guys, like, you know, don't get too crazy. Like this shit can still go wrong.
Yeah, it was limit testing. And that's a good start to the follow-up first gun round as Hades and MongolZ connect with the openers.
Yeah, connect with them and open up the B bomb site as well. And now with, you know, you get that opening kill in Banana, you get a pick up middle with the AWP and the defense. You know when a 3v5 has to make a decision. Okay, don't commit too much to this play. Taz goes down for free, all good. Heavy God says, you know what, the setup isn't quite there. He's got the indication of at least 2 players, so he's telling G2, you guys have a 3-on-1 at worst at the B bomb site, and they'll find it completely open. M80 chooses to save. So losing bonus building up. I think with the MP9 kills in the previous round from... Okay, I'm going to take it back. Now that Lake has fallen, I don't think you can force a buy in the next one. You might just have to maybe some upgraded pistols around these 2 saved rifles. I don't know if you're going to want to push all in. 4-0 for G2. The perfect start you'd want if you wanted to take this third map.
Terrorists win. Yeah, you earned that high five. MongolZ the opener in Banana. Yeah, I mean, especially since that's the first gun round. Sure, you can have a scary moment in the beat bomb site in the previous round where a guaranteed round victory just slips out of your hands for a second. But as long as you bounce back with a round that is as convincing as the round that you just previously won, then your money can get reset and you can build again. So not a problem here for G2. They've got plenty of cash building on the T side. And Mady's still going to have a good buy. We've got Slacks on the AWP, the AK saved over. They're having a conversation down the line. Hades looking at Snacks. Taz having the conversation as well. The 3 Poles deep in convo.
I think they're speaking in Polish.
Talking about pierogi.
All the things
Kompot.
Polish people do.
Yeah.
Solid high fives as well.
Didn't even look. That was the no
Yeah, I
look.
know. It was great. You can tell it's well practiced, well drilled. Spent a lot of time at the boot camp on that. Deep smoke. G2 is going to be on notice for some aggression down middle, some aggression and ult. You can see Taz clearing things out with a little bit more focus. He's going to lead the way in towards halls. Heavy God tied to his hip for the trade. Okay, halls pop. Just line it up right out of the gate as fast as possible.
Here comes Taz going into the peak, and okay, they line up Breck and White combined. And that crossfire cuts through G2's attack. They're down to just 3 players. No trade whatsoever. So it should be a comfortable close now for M80 off the back of those 3 opening kills.
Was there a flash to get them out? I don't know. You know, this is where it gets into like the protocols of the tactic you're running, or how much freedom do the individuals have. Like, I think Taz might have sped that up, made that call because he saw the trajectory of the smoke and felt like he had a second to get out and beat them. If there's a flash, maybe that crossfire gets broken up and he can actually get that kill and go 1 for 1. But obviously, it just ends in a slaughter. And a slaughter that keeps 5 players alive for M80 at the moment. If Snacks and Hades can't find anything, it is a great start to the CT side to get your first round on the board and build some money behind it.
You thought Snacks, he had a chance, but he didn't. Silenced by Sin. And Hades far, far away. So no damage even done in this round to the M80 economy, which is fantastic, which is exactly what they need to start building back into this game, considering they were 4-0 down. So first round picked up. As you mentioned, there is money left over here for G2. A little buy and a saved AWP is only going to help that matter. But yeah, no flash. That was a little strange.
Well, you know, again, that's why I brought up. It's like the difference of how much freedom do you have as an individual. Because I don't even necessarily think it's the worst read in the world from Taz. I just think maybe if you're doing it as like a 5-on-5 set piece execute, you know, that's probably the time for the flashbang. Maybe the right idea and the wrong situation. Either way, it's the first round for M80 and they get to do it clean. Round 6.
Mobs on the charge up all the way through top banana.
Yeah, dude, there had to have been like a real conversation about getting some confidence and getting some swagger back into your game, because we're seeing a lot of G2 players just pushing.
He's just gonna go
quick.
He
There
just
we
went
go.
through it. Flash to their smoke. Molbs has got to. Molds them inside of the B bomb site. Follow up smoke comes in for that CT cross. Good luck, M80. It's got to be the save call. And you've even got one player over on the lurk too. Heavy God's at top middle. He could get in behind them eventually here and cut these weapons off.
Yeah, it looks like Molbs ain't planning on losing to his old teammates. He does not want to be eliminated by them here in Astana. So what a great round for him. A lot of ground gained very, very quickly and aggressively. Did wonderful damage. Knew he forced them into passive positions, defensive positions, and then calls for the flash inside the smoke, provides the entries. Brilliant from Molbs and good backup from Snacks throwing the flashbangs for him. And now if you're G2, I mean, you can go on a little bit of a hunt. Last round loss, your money isn't all that great, so they're not going to risk too much to it. And now a 4-round lead on the T side of Inferno.
Terrorists win.
It's like, how do we stop that? Mario just Goomba stomping his way through banana. Smoke down bottom mid. They're going fast up banana again. This time Snacks at the front of the attack with Molbs. And that's how you stop it. You put Slacks' off there.
Not too often we see the op banana have impacts. These days it gets stalled out, gets blocked off by smoke, flashed, or Molotovs, but a good one from Slacks there to take the quick peek, and yeah, exactly designed to make Molbs a little bit more honest and a little bit more cautious going forward. Say, you know, we'll put the op here so you can't throw caution to the wind any longer and get this banana spacing that quickly. Nice 5-on-4 found for M80, but it's looking like they're pushing in a chance for Heavy God to find an equalizer. But he backs off the angle. They're coming in from both sides to clear bracket. A long time for Slacks to be alone at this B bomb site. He does have a defensive smoke if he gets caught in weird situations, but at that angle, yeah, he's got to chuck it out early before he spots anyone from G2.
Comes the execution. Slacks blinded, kept back at dark. 30 seconds on the clock, goes out into the open. Heavy God going to be picked apart. Slacks with a third of the round so far. His rifle of Sin supporting him. And Sin just continues to spray down to get that second kill on banana. So 2 rounds for M80. Slack steps up in the B-bomb site, and the AWP nets them another.
Yeah, fine shooting with the op, and no real strength to that hit behind the execute. No openings found. Good job from Slacks with the op. He had some critical misses on the first map in this series, but obviously delivering here on Inferno now that he's warmed up into map 3. 5-2, the lead is cut down. Let's see what Molbs' reaction is going to be over towards Banana. He's not there this round. Snacks jumps over towards Logs, perhaps to punish an op that grabs an angle. But likewise for M80, they're happy with kind of the success of the op peak last round and don't need to do it twice in a row. The op is positioned towards A as Banana is contested.
Slacks, the hero of the previous round, hanging around short this time. Get the peak he's looking for. Oh, and definitely not looking for that one. Heavy God, combined with the flash of Hades, takes Slacks down. Danger Man removed. Back to the B bomb site. G2 will go. It's Swisher and Sin, the setup inside of B.
Yeah, they have to deploy their smoke right now a little bit earlier than they would have liked to. Excuse me, Sin hasn't actually chucked it out quite yet. There it is now. Deny access to the B bomb site for the moment. But they're going to come right through this. Once again, a flash play through the smoke, surely.
35 seconds. Smoke for the crossing to go through. And he's going to try and stop them in their tracks. And through the smoke grabs one, but he's traded. Snacks moving in. River Swisher back to the site, using that pillar, a little bit of cover, and he gets one headshot before being traded out.
Both flanking fast. Lake and Rek coming up banana right now. When does G2 get the idea, the signal? They're being loud about it.
Oh, they're being real loud about it, and they just got to go through that smoke. They only have one HE grenade, and oh, they stopped. They used that one HE to blow open the smoke and get into the site. Taz with a headshot and Snacks out towards the CT cross.
Man, that's some nostalgia. Taz and Snacks working in tandem. Nice crossfire setup, peeking on contact. Nice 2v2 clutch inside the B bomb site. And G2 is starting to roll on Inferno. Two to 6, and M80 take a second timeout to talk things over. They've got money, they've got cash in the bank, and even some left over after this buy. But the scoreboard's starting to look a little bit sketchy if you're on the M80 side of things.
I just love the attitude that G2 have brought to the T side. Even in the clutch scenarios, coming out on top of them now. And M80 really struggling to piece consecutive rounds together. Smoking the bottom banana, G2 again. Pulling out the initial util, letting MongolZ go first. None of the nades landing towards MongolZ, as he decides to play in behind the logs this time. Grenade to the long corner. There's going to be 3 players currently at B for M80, and this deep angle from Slacks is early information to any A play that comes their way. Heavy God just around that corner, ever patient.
We've seen him taking this solo, so let's see what his protocols are if he wants to actually challenge for anything, if he's going to jiggle the corners and actually gives it away. With the op, I don't imagine Slacks is going to be too motivated to push. Maybe now that these 2 kills have come in and you started to see the number count on the scoreboard in the kill feed, Slacks just now turning the corner, so Sin and Lake to hold on to banana.
Yeah, 55 seconds. Here comes Hades up around the half wall. It's going to be Sin to come out on top of it, looking for the follow-up. He has had a great round here. Swisher and Sin together, combining 3 kills between them. Here goes Lake. The next they're not ready for because they already killed 2 players at top and down. There's no way they think Lake's there.
Heavy God was aware of the possibility. He was waiting for that smoke fade, and Taz stepped in front of his crosshair just at the last second. A little bit heartbreaking, but Heavy God had the inkling that the possibility was there. Nice round from Swisher, the swing off the half wall. And it's good to see from M80, and this is what's really cool about this team, and this is, I think, why so many people speak positively about them, is because you can see them problem-solving as we go. Banana's been an issue. They've been aggressively going for opening kills. They've been aggressively scaling up Banana. Well, throw Slacks there with the op to pick off MongolZ 1 round. Now get Swisher set up for a peek at the half wall. They're still coming up with ideas on how to stop and slow this G2 attack.
Here comes the quick play. The Tech 9's unleashed, ready to go. Heavy God just avoided Wreck. Just acted like he wasn't there. Wanted to get into the bomb site. Single-minded mentality to drop into the site itself, and it's worked out here for G2. They're taking names with pistols. And suddenly Swisher with a 1v3 ahead of him. He's taking the first as he sprints into top middle, but MongolZ has the AWP. He's got the angle, and now G2 have a 7th round.
A really nice call from Snacks. I imagine they've caught the trend, you know, of the triple B start. That kind of the Swisher play was the signal. Like, they're opening B. They're prioritizing stopping MongolZ at the B bomb site. So yeah, we got a low buy. Let's take a risk. Let's hit him right up the gut, up middle, and wrap into that A bomb site as fast as possible. G2 has not been afraid to put some pace into their attack. And it's burying M80. 4-round lead. 2 rounds left in this opening half, and M80 out of funds after this.
Quick run up in the top mid just to throw some utility. No one committing in behind that top.
They were going to do the same exact thing until they got spotted. And then they just say, you know what? Let's not pull it off. Now they expect it. So let's fall back into more of a default. Everybody kind of look for some pushes, spread out. We're going to move towards the B bomb site. The only thing you're missing now is that presence of Heavy God over towards halls occasionally.
Swisher not going to enjoy the fact that MongolZ just arrived as he took up position in behind the sandbag. Util into the open. He goes for the fight. He realized the Hail Mary was required and he just couldn't do it. So we now look at G2 picking up the advantage. MongolZ sustaining a lot of damage. He's down to 7 HP.
Yeah, might want to trade that off. He had some nice op shots in the previous round. Have him pick up the big green, play some support. G2 pumping the brakes and M80 calling for a gamble stack, and it is the right gamble. 3 defenders at this B bomb site, leaving Rek alone over in pit. But if G2 continue with this scout, which I don't know if they will, because it means you'd have to kind of disrespect the smoke, although with the MOB's HP, it might just be worth it, but no information on the other side of the map. That's what MOBs and Snacks are trying to do just now. Foot race. Snacks has said there's only one in pit. The bomb site is clear. Execute thrown at the B bomb site, but it's a fake to freeze the defense there.
Rek could stop this. 15 seconds left. All he needs to do is try and delay. Drop that bomb into the open and stay alive and be a problem. 9 seconds. Gotta get the bomb into the site. Rek getting kills, but the bomb is denied. Lake arrives just in time, and he will die to Hades, but there's still too many targets left. Hades looking to hold on to this, and he goes down after the time. So, $1,250 to Hades. No saved AWP. And M80 with the last second stoppage of the plan.
And I think that's just indecision from G2. When Rek gets that second kill and just survives at the half wall, you can see Taz kind of freeze with the bomb on his back in the open. It's like all 3 players of G2 knew they wanted to get aggressive and clear this out quickly to give themselves time. But it just bought the seconds for the clock to be much more of an issue. And Hades, with that trade, doesn't have time to transfer over and protect the planter. 7-4 final round, and Sin on the board with the opening kill.
All right, will this finally be M80 converting 2 rounds together? Stringing them together. Hades all the way up to his top banana. Oh, blinded, spotted by Swisher. He'll go back, and how? How has Hades won that fight? That is so unfortunate for Swisher. Now here comes the push from G2. Held back behind utility that was deployed just in time by Lake.
Yeah, just barely. That Molotov is perfectly timed, and no one wants to push through anything. So G2, they wanted to pounce. They felt like they had the opportunity. The window was open, but it's closed very, very quickly. Smoke is going to fade shortly. They'll break it open a little bit early to get a glimpse in. Snacks leads the way, but Lake with a double kill, and Swisher's going to peek now, and this round should be done. Snacks with a trade, and now a 1v2.
Yeah, a little 1v2 here for Snacks. He's going to have the AK-47 go into the ruins. He's got a little bit of time, but they're doubled up together, so he has to hope that he gets a quick kill here. There's one separating them, but Rek, even with the MP9, wins out that fight at range. So 2 rounds in a row, finally, just at the end of the first half here for M80.
Yeah, and I got to say, I got to give a lot of credit over to M80 because that's a solid T-side out of G2, but the idea that throughout that half, it began with G2 just destroying and bullying them in Banana, specifically MOLBS being the entry player. They were doing tons of damage. And over the course of that half, M80 threw a couple of different looks defensively at Banana to kind of shy them away from it and kind of regain control of it. And eventually, towards the end of the half, you saw M80 start to win that. So threw a bunch of different ideas at it, eventually cooled down MOLBS, and then took control of it and were able to get this scoreline as close as humanly possible, 5-7. And G2 is now going to be on the defense. Elimination on the line, an 0-2 matchup between these teams. Loser goes home. And it all gets decided in the second half of Inferno.
I'm glad M80 are able to make something of that half as well, because you do want to have a real tight decider map right down to the final wire. The pistol round for G2 in the first half was a straight-up B-rush where MOLBS got 2 brilliant entries. M80 a little bit of a slower approach.
A little bit more conservative.
Yeah,
not willing to go. Not willing to go for the brush.
We've got Taz and Heavy got up in the apartments. They're not hearing or nor seeing much at the moment.
Well, it is going to be a play at the B bomb site, just a little bit more considered and slow-paced. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov for the M80 side of things. And as soon as that utility streams over, MOLBS is dropping a smoke of his own, but they will not respect it. They'll come through.
Here comes Taz around the back. The flank is coming. See how far Taz can get. Can his teammates hold on? Can they delay? They absolutely can. MOLBS with a double. Hades with 3.
and that flank isn't even required. Hades with the dual Berettas just mows them down.
There's even a counter flash thrown into the mix by G2 as soon as an execute began. As soon as M80 got through that smoke, everyone is blind in water. Perfectly set up from G2 and really well executed. You add in that flank and that hit was going nowhere. Smoke in the middle of the bomb site as well means they can't really get any clean fights. Actually, everywhere they go, look at that small area they have to work with around the smokes. Completely boxed in. And free for the slaughter. Both pistols to G2 on the all-important third and deciding map, and they forced a third and final timeout of M80 already.
Two MP9s for Mass, for Heavy God, two M4s. Strong buy here in the second round for G2. M80 going to go for the force themselves to reveal Tech 9s and a Mac 10, and that's certainly going to help matters with Lake dropping mobs early on.
Yeah, even with the first bullet dink onto Lake, he's still able to manage the spray for the kill, so puts a little bit of pressure on Snacks, who's playing behind the smoke, and there's no defense behind this. So if this play goes south, if it goes sideways, it's all over. Snacks recognizing that fact, that deep smoke is going to do absolutely nothing for you. Now you've got to drop the Molotov. And you got to hope that Hades is fast enough to get here in time. He's got one flashbang to set Snacks up as they come in, but they need to be close.
Oh, he's got Lake. He's going to go for a second, the Swisher, to drop him on the Tech 9. Somehow, some way, M80 looking much better here. They're into the bomb site. Plant's already coming in. And if G2 want to win this, they've got to do it in a retake fashion. Problem is, lack of hits, lack of utility. To try and come back into this, they need to move quickly. They need the bullets to connect, and they at least have the information about where the last players are. They know there's one in dark, they know there's one in pool, but how do you force them out? How do you get them into the fights? And they just decide to take them. And so Hades is now stuck between two players. He's got to run in. He's actually done very well to get that 1v1, and Hades has got it. He's going to run back to the defuse. It was so tough to find a way to win that, but Hades realizes there's a small timing on those reloads where he can push into the pool, he can get that headshot, and get back out to that dark fight.
Yeah, and good on Hades as well. He's had a very tough series. He's had some rounds that have gone away from some shots that he should have landed that could have been critical, but it's nice here in this third and deciding map to have this 1v2 to make sure that G2 is still in the driver's seat down the stretch. Now, if you're G2 right now, you're loving this win, super happy about it, but you also recognize one player survived. They got a plant. There's another buy coming into this. And for M80, it's a desperate scenario where this kind of economic reset at this stage of the game is their best chance of winning this series. So they have to keep the pressure on. They have to keep buying into it.
Half-wall smoke for G2, throwing out utility in behind it, all designed to allow them to retake top banana control.
Yeah, ruins the totem pole, ruins the boost.
The action for M80 is to throw the long side smoke out, flash into the top mid peak, and just clear brackets here for Swisher. They leave banana completely as M80 posture for an A play.
You're going right at Heavy God and Pit, though, and he's so strong in this scenario. Going to be three players streaming out in his direction. Taz with an MP9 inside the bomb site as well.
Yeah, Heavy God entrenched in Pit. Steps up with only one kill, traded out by Lake. Remember, Taz is in the corner, elevated in the corner. Can he get anything? The answer to that is no. And so now G2 feel locked out with the bomb going down inside of the A site. Not a lot of chances to get back in on the retake. not a lot of money left over. So M80 battled their way into the A site and forced G2 into the save call.
Yeah, and we're in that kind of scenario at this stage of the game where we're not going to see too many retakes in the early going because these kind of first 5-6 rounds of this half are going to be an economic slugfest back and forth as both teams jockey for control. M80's got a little bit of an advantage now with this victory, but the fact that they haven't cleaned out all the weapons makes it a little bit rough. Next round is still going to be a very solid buy for G2 to try and convert again. But a good hit towards the A bomb site, freezing the rotation, not letting them have access to the A bomb site. Finding Heavy God, Taz is left all alone inside. And they've got a 6th round within 3 of G2.
Terrorists win.
Round 16. Up in the hands of Hades. They supplement the saved weapons. P250 on Taz. MP9's picked up as well.
Here goes MongolZ. I like this. Let off the leash in a round like this. Where...
Oh, the timing is so sick, but Heavy God actually might fall prey to Wreck.
Oh, no. He's come back. MongolZ, he's going to look at the door. He's going to see him in time.
Wreck's like, what?
He's just gone. He's like, okay, I guess that happened.
He's like, yeah, guys, I don't know what happened, but I just got killed from alt mid. Here we go.
Oh, flash is good. Snack's lucky not to get caught there by Lake, who is now smoked out.
And I think M80 has just kind of accidentally fallen into this position where the only play left they have at 1 minute and 10 seconds is a hit towards the B bomb site. Just with that MongolZ push, they feel like the map shrunk and they were already kind of over here. And now you feel really boxed in.
Snacks helping up on top of first orange, just cleared away by Swisher. 50 seconds, grenade. Clears open the smoke, and Hades doesn't see anybody leaping into the site. So G2 can feel pretty comfortable about the setup they got on B at the moment. There could be a fallback plan for M80 to go to A, and if they decide to do that, well, Heavy God's waiting for them.
Yeah, but you have to consider if you're G2, you're like, you don't actually know if they're falling all the way back to the A bomb site, and especially with that MongolZ push earlier and the fact that he's still alive. M80 doesn't want to mess with the idea of falling back because they know MongolZ can be at alt mid, he could be in T spawn, he can be T ramp. Right. They have no clue, so it's always going to come back here. And G2 equally with the right read of that situation, saying, nope, we're going to stick around at B.
Well, MongolZ blocking the smoke allows his position to be very powerful indeed. Now, Hades in the back, he's got missed shot, can't miss another, so he won't. He goes into the open, nails it that time, then Swisher comes back and grabs the headshot on Hades, hiding inside of the darkness. So we've got 10-6. We've got G2 up to double figures as they're looking to 2-1 this series and knock out M80.
Yeah, and that's a good job to get it done. This is nice from MongolZ. This push and this kind of ruined the whole round. It put so much pressure over on M80 throughout everything. The lack of understanding of which part of the maps are available to you, the idea that you just simply can't take the risk and you're always sort of just stuck accidentally in that B hit, and G2 knows it the entire round. You just get outplayed there tactically, outpositioned on the map. 6-10. Tech 9 on the board for Sin.
We're actually starting to get to the end of the buys here for M80, the end of the opportunities. Crucial round here for them to pick up, otherwise G2 at 11. Money not in a great spot. Missed shot from Hades. He's going to drop back to the A site. Flash come in and force him into position. So a decent job of M80 in forcing the CTs further back into A. They got some space to work with that G2 don't seem to be interested in trying to regain. Leaving MongolZ just shoulder peeking from behind the half wall. You'll realize Banana is currently in control of G2. They just want to show some presence there, force MongolZ away. Make it so that his information gathering ability is severed off.
He knows as well this situation, no reason for him to take an early fight deep down Banana. Utility is going to be very light for M80, so here's a library smoke coming in. Taz rotates over towards alt mid, another smoke towards spawn arches. So Taz wants the off angle. Wants the information, and he's got a kill on top of it all. A second player comes around, and Taz has him as well.
Yeah, she got even more damage out towards the top mid player of Lake. That's huge from Taz. Little gun, big impact. And now Hades, again, missed shot. AWP's not doing much for him at the moment. It's very sad to see, but Heavy God's going to wait in the pit. Peeks out to the left side. Slack's left with plenty of help in the site, and he just killed the chicken. He just killed the chicken jockey. Now Slack's trying to win it on his own, and oh my god, the chicken distracted.
Oh, if the chicken sold G2 down the river, I would have been so happy.
If G2 go out of the tournament because of the chicken, that would have been absolutely brilliant.
I know, I kind of want to live in that world. I kind of want to go back and let's just see what happens if we take that branch.
G2 donate to KFC. We're going to be upping the production of chicken. That is so insane. Chicken jockey.
Even laughing about it. Good job from MongolZ in the final kill. But Taz steps up with a massive double, and you mentioned the money woes that M80 was having. Well, it's come to reality. It's the nightmare scenario. Oh, Hades turned from the flash. Okay, still gets one through the smoke for no good reason.
Oh, Heavy God. Hello, Wreck. Goodbye, Wreck. Could be a second kill here as well for Heavy God. And in fact, it is. The rifle cleans up. It's going to be G2 to series point. For M80, elimination point looms. Taz into the site, the Tasmanator, as people are calling him these days. Well, he's got himself map at series point for G2.
Oh, can't we just replay this at the chicken moment? Can't we just load that moment up and just try it again?
I want to live in the ultimate, I want to live in the ultimate universe.
I just want to know what would have happened.
I think G2 would just spend the next round running around killing every chicken on the map.
Okay, Hades, sure. Why the hell not? Giving us some real Draken moments in this map.
45-degree window. Hey, at least he sounds scary with the off, you know?
True.
The big loud gun.
It is. There's the intimidation factor.
Yeah, he's still 16-9 as well.
Well, a 6-round comeback is pretty intimidating if you're M80. No more mistakes that you can give.
Slack's to trade it. Okay, Slack. Second shot's fantastic. Taz in the pit. Could be an absolute devil. And he's only got himself a little bit of damage. Well, I say a little. He's dropped Swisher to 10 HP, but would have loved that second kill. Would have set Snacks up for a more doable clutch situation.
That sequence for Taz is the one where when he dies, he's just like, I get that kill 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, as a man dealing with some aging, you know, that's a frustrating thing in Counter-Strike.
Well, like, Snacks is also aging. He might just age out M80. No, he won't.
Yeah, it's, you know, you're like a younger Taz would have had that kill.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely would have. My most vivid memory of Taz, you probably have a lot more than I do, but I remember Taz playing Cobblestone under the window and drop, just farming.
Yeah, sure.
I think at the 2016 major in Cologne.
Yeah, those are the good old days.
A few more years experience, Taz also could get that kill, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other side of it. Give him another decade and maybe he learns how to play that a different way and gets the frag. Okay,
oh,
push down
Taz
middle.
Blinded and dead now, of course.
I think he made his play a little bit early for that flashbang.
All right, 5v4, M80. Is this the beginning of something beautiful? Timing on the smoke push, Like is able to spot it, so Mob's not able to unravel the round here for M80. 48 seconds.
I think, yeah, this is the good call from G2 as well. The gamble stack at the B bomb site, screw it, keep these weapons alive. Taz might be able to pick up something decent in the next round of 1300 in the bank. Heavy God might be able to drop something over to MongolZ. Just keep the guns alive. Lake is going to challenge into the bomb site, but he can't get anything done. You cannot let him have a kill. Spotted now. They still think it might be the B bomb site. Hades going to swing out a little bit wider, finds the frag. That's the safety of the weapons for the end of round 20. And an 8th round for M80 as they close the gap to just 4, but still a long way to go.
And they're taking some steps in that right direction. Don't think we're going to see Taz go for a similar play like that. I do appreciate the idea, though, to kick things off. But, yeah, when we go down into the 5v4, MongolZ has to feel like he needs to make the play through the smoke, lose that fight, job's done.
Yeah, it's a risky play, and it's not one that I am necessarily a huge fan of at 12-7 when you have such a massive lead. Like those plays like that to give away kind of a free kill that you have no chance of trading and no chance of responding to, and really no chance of reaction across the map. Those are the kills that I'm not a huge fan of giving away when you're kind of nursing this lead and just trying to close it out with one more. Give yourself as many strong rounds as possible. Make them beat you in a 5-on-5 rather than giving over too many free kills. So I'm with you. I don't think we'll see a play like that for the rest of this half for G2 unless there's some kind of like a save round of dissension to pistols and P250s.
There they are, the little chickens. Almost the arch enemy of G2, but all good. This is kind of round where you really need some big impact out of Hades' AWP if you want to win it.
Yeah, but also with the way some of the rounds have gone, you're probably not super excited to lean on that eventuality.
No.
Although he's got 18 kills, he's leading the way for G2 inside the server. Just some rounds with the AWP where you're like, ugh, come on Hades, I know you're better than this.
Oh no. Snacks takes slacks. Taz to run down mid. And 3 kills for Rek and Sin. So straight away pull back.
It never clicked for G2 with the 2-man setup over in lane. That's the Heavy God responsibility to turn and watch back towards those halls. I think because of some of the weaker weapons, he was more focused on being supportive of that P250 push, but the wraparound through halls is just brutal. As Heavy God and Snacks descend off porch, and that setup, AWP is taken away as well by Lake. And G2, lead cut to 3. Money's going to be an issue. Next round is going to be a buy, but the economy is definitely a factor for G2 down the stretch.
MongolZ tried to be sneaky, but got spotted around the corner, so Swisher clears him out without issue. And M80 just taking it round by round, one at a time. See how heavily G2 lean on MongolZ's opening success. Just taking a look at that opening duel percentage compared to the rest of his teammates.
It's not bad.
That's kind of crazy.
I mean, yeah, the T side. I mean, you're the banana player, right? You're gonna be getting the majority of the opening fights if you're MongolZ in that scenario. But definitely light years above his teammates in terms of success in those situations. That's how the map has played out thus far. 3 rounds in a row for M80. Once G2 got to 12-6. M80 with backs against the wall stepped up. 2 MP9s and pistols, so not a full buy for G2. They're saying we had 6, now we only have 3. But let's not rush it here with a buy where we don't have all the bells and whistles. Let's save. Let's make sure the next round is a full buy with everything we want, and after that we'll have some money left over for the final if it's needed.
All right, 2 MP9s for Heavy God and Taz. Deagle's P250s, 5-7.
I actually really like this call, economically speaking, for G2, because you have danger in this round with the MP9s and the upgraded pistols and a little bit of utility, and you've already got a good start with the deep nades.
Yeah, when you get an opening kill as well, that really helps matters out.
Yeah, and then, but you also have money for the last 2 rounds. Like next round's going to be a full buy. You'll be left with like 1,000 in the bank, and you have the full losing bonus. So the last round can be a buy too if you need it. I think the only thing is you don't want to concede this round without fighting for it.
That's it. It is the next round, yeah. And luckily, Sin holding on to Banana. The bomb site's open. Sin's dealing out headshots.
I mean, they're trying to like execute this push to hope and pray that it's going to pull M80 back to the B bomb site, but with that loss of player and with the push that deep, I think it's just kind of given over the idea to M80 that if they're pushing this far down Banana, like they think we're going to the A bomb site, and M80's just waltzed in. No one ever shifted back from that stack. So, cool economic decision. This round actually isn't contested nearly as closely as I expected it to be, but G2 still have, you know, set themselves up for 2 solid buys to close out the map.
Yeah, at least they have 2 buys going into that, but this would be an unbelievable collapse from G2. What a great comeback from M80. Not too far away from it now. 2 more rounds and they've got overtime.
But this is, I mean, this is an area you just don't want to be if you're G2. That you've gotten to 12 with the kind of game you're playing, self-described horrible.
Disgusting.
Yeah, disgusting. 2 stand-ins. You have this series right there on a plate. You have 6 chances to close it out, and you lose 4 in a row. It cannot be a good atmosphere within that. It's got to be so tense for G2. Round 23, all AK-47s for M80. That AWP is out in the hands of Hades. The lead has dwindled, 12-6 to 12-10.
Flash, underhand through the smoke. Breaking through that first layer of cloud cover in Banana. MongolZ to come away with the opening kill. He gets around the corner, but look at this. Slacks is chasing them down. It's just 1 for Slacks. MongolZ is stepping up, and he looks to eliminate his former teammates. 2 players left. MongolZ has a triple.
This is the final play for M80 to survive. This one from Rek. He's found the gap in CT spawn. You can see Sin go passive, checking his flank, making sure Rek is going to have all the time in the world to make this happen. And now a little bit of utility to try and pull some of the B defenders back towards the A bomb site, but it's not going to work because Hades has an angle towards top mid with the AWP, and he's telling everyone it's clear. Nobody's using this smoke.
Well, Taz looking for it. Insta-dink onto Rek. Grenade going in. Now they're locked in. Taz is going to chase him down. He grabs it on the MP9. It's all on Sin. No forgiveness here. No mercy from G2. And they just sit back. Sin hears the steps as CT spawn. This god. Looking to peek him. Not giving him the shot. Not giving him the chance. 25 seconds into the open. And Sin will go down to MongolZ. It's a 4K to close it. MongolZ will knock out his former team, and G2 stay alive at least for another day here in Astana.
Yeah, MongolZ knocks out his former team, not only on Inferno, but across the entire map. We mentioned his struggles across the tournament and at recent times within G2. Mentioned we want to see him step up. Well, this is a great series of him kind of returning to form, at least for this moment. He was a beast on all 3 maps.
Yeah, he did not want to lose today. You don't want to move to G2 and lose your former teammates at an event and be eliminated by them. So even with the 2 stand-in situation and the dysfunctional situation over at G2, they still get the job done. They will not be eliminated in last place. For M80, it's a disappointing run at this competition. We haven't seen them all that often this year after some positive signs and growth last year. They come into this tournament, they play Na'Vi, they play VP, and then they lose to G2. All big organizations, but not exactly what M80 would have hoped for. I think they would have felt like they had a real shot at beating G2 today.
Yeah, absolutely. This one's going to be really disappointing. I mean, anytime you lose to a team that's playing with a coach and a stand-in, you're sitting there, you're just like, how the hell have we gotten here? And you add into that the really rough start to 2025 that they've had and the good end to 2024 that they had, and they've got to kind of be shaking their head like, what the hell's happened? Like, why can't we do this anymore? Why can't we handle anything? And the problem now is those losses just feel all too familiar. These gut-wrenching, like, last-place finishes in 2025. M80's very experienced with that feeling, and it's not a good thing.
No. And we talked about how This could have really helped their chances. It would have broken into the top 30 in the VRS ranking. They're losing points now, and that's scary.
Hemorrhaging points now.
Yeah, it's definitely rough to be in this situation because the Swiss system works both ways, right? You can use this as a great opportunity to climb the rankings so quickly because you've got so many matches, you can gain a lot of points, but you can also watch yourself drop down the ranking because there's so many loss opportunities too. Unfortunately for M80, it's nothing but L's on their trip to Astana.
Yeah, it's been a rough go for them. So I mean, they've had a couple of these this season where it's like, okay, we got eliminated last place. I guess it's back to the drawing board, and you go back one more time. So we'll see what they can come out with on the other side of this, but certainly a disappointing result for them. I think for G2, hasn't really showed us anything new. I think we still all can see the same issues that have persisted across the 3 days of play. The map pool is a question once you get past Dust 2. I think you have a real top-heavy team right now where you have a lot of heavy lifting from MongolZ and Heavy God. Those two guys in this series were far and away the best players, and look, you just simply, without making any big picture comments on it, just not enough production so far in Astana from the other 3 Polish players. And yeah, there are some tough circumstances in there, but at the moment, you're really leaning a lot on Heavy God and MongolZ.
Yeah, they are the 2 pillars of support right now for G2, supporting their utter collapse. But yeah, I mean, it's a win for G2. Dust 2 looks good. Inferno looks okay at this point for G2. So very limited map pool in the competition, and that is very likely to cost them qualification into the playoffs. It's such a long route to get there at this point for G2. But we'll see how well they can play, see how deep they can go. But it's MongolZ to thank. He's the standout player presented by 1xBet. 21 kills, 14 deaths, 6 assists. T-side entries on Banana were fantastic. He had the piss around as well. It just stands out to me. And then obviously having a big round on the B-bomb site right there to close out the game.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what though too, like this 1 and 2 group that G2 is about to be placed in, it's not going to be easy. You know, they're gonna draw someone that's going to be really tough. Here's the series score in case you joined us a little bit late. 11-13 G2 victory on Dust 2. I don't know why I said it that way. It's left to right. 13-9 victory for M80 on Ancient, and a 13-10 victory for G2 on Inferno, the third and deciding map to eliminate M80 from the competition. So G2 survives to fight another day. Just a question of, are you fighting 1 more day, you fighting 2 more days, or what are we working with here for G2? These are the results on the B stream for the day as well. If you didn't catch some of the early ones, if you're like us and you're North American, time zone's a lot forgiving. Virtus.pro 2 over Big, ODDIK 2 over Pain, HOTU 2-0 over GamerLegion, and obviously G2, we just watched the 2-1 over M80. On the A stream, however, they still got another series coming up to play, so got plenty to look forward to on that stream.
Here's the standings of the group stage, how we can look at things. The Mongols go 3-0, back to form, into the playoffs here in a flawless fashion, and they're going to have a lot of support out there in Kazakhstan, the neighboring country to Mongolia.
Won that series over Navi as well. That was track, and that was going on during this G2 game as well.
Yeah, fantastic win for them. So 2-0 right now for Astralis, who come in walking wounded, limping into this competition, but still 2-0 up with Spirit. No surprises there, 2-0.
Bro, I was checking this out. You want to talk about a HOOXie effect? I know we're getting off topic here with our B stream, but the HOOXie effect is in full power right now at this event for the 2 matches they've played. Stoud is the #1 rated player at the event, 1.60 rating. God. Then you got a couple of Spirit players, Donk and Shiro, but then it goes to Device, another Astralis player in the top 5. HOOXie joins the team, 2 players in the top 5 of the competition.
He be hooksin'.
We take that.
Yeah, absolutely. We take that. And well, we'll see if Astralis can take a 3-0 win a little bit later today. That's over on the A stream. For us here on the B stream, we're done. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.